Chapter 1. The Orphan. My body feels so unwell. With a muffled groan, Yinling propped himself up with both hands, gazing in bewilderment at the thick, red liquid pooling on the ground. As the acrid stench invaded his nostrils, his expression contorted, forcing himself to suppress the rising wave of nausea within him. Once he managed to quell the discomfort, he compelled himself to regain his composure and began to survey his surroundings. It was evident that he was in a forest, yet a pressing question lingered. How did he end up here? Yinling recalled that he had just been on a mission assigned by his company, and after a brief nap in the car, he awoke to find himself in this unfamiliar place. As he struggled to make sense of the situation, a rustling sound caught his attention. Turning his gaze, he was met with the sight of a figure clad in purple. "How are you still alive?" A voice, cold and laced with curiosity, pierced the air, its icy gaze seeming to delve into the very depths of Yinling's soul, attempting to uncover his innermost secrets. At that moment, Yinling stood dumbfounded before the purple-haired girl. This face, how could a fan of Douluo not recognize it? The woman before him was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spear Hall. However, it appeared she had not yet ascended to her title. Upon realizing this, Yinling's mind momentarily short-circuited. If the woman before him was indeed Bibi Dong, it implied that he had likely traversed into the world of Douluo. Was this not exceedingly implausible? Moreover, he had no desire to encounter Bibi Dong at the outset of his journey. After all, in the original narrative, she was a formidable character, and he was merely an ordinary traveler. Yinling's thoughts spiraled in confusion. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in perplexity. "Have you been frightened into silence by a soul beast, little one? Little one?" Yinling blinked, then glanced down at his arms. These slender limbs, was that truly him? Had he transformed into a child? With a gasp of astonishment, he sprang to his feet, hastily assessing his new form. Realizing that he barely reached Bibi Dong's abdomen, he confirmed an undeniable truth. He had indeed been reborn as a child. However, his sudden movement drew Bibi Dong's ire. She slowly raised her hand, an aura of frost emanating from her presence. In Yinling's line of sight, a colossal spider loomed behind Bibi Dong, baring its venomous fangs at him. Yet to this traveler, it seemed rather trivial. After all, he had been exposed to myriad scenes through the lens of modern knowledge. Having witnessed the legendary battles of Guangdong, what fear could this instill in him? Nevertheless, he felt a shiver run down his spine. How impressive. Impressive? Bibi Dong was taken aback, and her previously frosty demeanor softened. Her interest in Yinling piqued. She had never encountered a child who could face her martial spirit with such composure. Surviving the jaws of a 10th Sandier soul beast might suggest he harbored untapped potential. "Little one, what is your name?" Yinling looked up at Bibi Dong, perplexed. "My name is Yinling. Yinling, you say? Where are your parents?" Due to her inherent caution, Bibi Dong refrained from extending an outright invitation to him. At this moment, Yinling remained oblivious to certain nuances, focusing instead on resolving another pressing matter, his own lineage. Indeed, as a time traveler, even if Bibi Dong were to investigate thoroughly, she would uncover nothing amiss regarding his identity. However, a plausible background would facilitate his future endeavors. After a brief moment of contemplation, he declared with resolute expression, "I am an orphan." One of the quintessential elements of a time traveler. Chapter 2. The System. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly, softening just a tad. Although Yinling sensed he might have misinterpreted her reaction, he quickly grasped her underlying intent. "In that case, are you willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Well, that was quite an invitation, but what purpose would it serve for someone devoid of a golden finger or innate talent to join the Spirit Hall? Would he merely be a mascot? It might be more advantageous to align himself with Tang San, cultivate that relationship, and perhaps even secure some celestial herbs. Yet, despite these thoughts, Yinling began to waver. Having traversed realms once, he was reluctant to simply lay down and yield, though it seemed he lacked the means to resist such a fate. Could he possibly be granted a golden finger at this moment? Ding! The host life signs are stable. The Super God Selection System has been activated. To become a being that transcends divinity, the host must choose from the following options. The system will continue to operate upon selection. Option 1. Accept Bibi Dong's invitation to join the Spirit Hall. Reward: Divine Spirit. Option 2. Decline Bibi Dong's invitation and seek another path. Reward: one opportunity for time travel. A peculiar sound resonated in Yinling's mind, while he gazed quizzically at the second option. The option itself posed no issues, nor did the reward. However, the combination raised a significant concern. Why would declining Bibi Dong's invitation grant him an opportunity for time travel? Such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. Nevertheless, Joining the Spirit Hall bore no detriment. In fact, it offered numerous advantages. While currying favor with Tang, San might yield celestial herbs. Why not establish a prominent position within the Spirit Hall and then seize the dual-wielding pot from Douluo? Having become a time traveler, what was the point of retracing the original protagonist's footsteps? In the Spirit Hall, strength equates to status, and with a divine spirit, he was confident in his ability to attain considerable power within its ranks. Since that is the case, he must indeed turn this world upside down and become the being the system spoke a phone that transcends divinity. Tang San? He was but a stranger. The Spirit Hall? Is it truly the legendary Spirit Hall that every spirit master yearns to join? Can I genuinely become a member? Yanling feigned excitement as he looked at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle at his demeanor, patting his hand and affirming, of course. Ding! The host has selected option 1, receiving the reward, Divine Spirit 5-element armor. As a result of acquiring a divine spirit, the host's soul power automatically reaches its innate maximum capacity. Simultaneously, Yanling felt a wondrous force coursing through his body. This power was astonishingly immense, a ferocious energy imbued with a divine aura that radiated like the sun, capable of overwhelming dozens of his former self. Truly, this was a miraculous force. Yanling sighed inwardly, his curiosity piqued regarding his martial soul. Could it be the 5 elements armor? Was it akin to the armor worn by the armor warriors, or merely an ordinary armor capable of channeling the powers of the 5 elements? Surely, it couldn't be the Emperor armor, could it? At that moment, Bibi Dong's hand, resting atop Yanling's head, trembled slightly as she gazed at him with surprise, noticing the blissful expression on his face. In that fleeting instant, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from hymen essence that only deities possess. If her instincts were correct, it implied that this child before her had possibly inherited the legacy of a divine being. If that were the case, it would explain how Yanling survived the encounter with the 10th Ascendier Soul Beast and remained unfazed by her martial soul. Chapter 3. The Pope. I seem to have stumbled upon a treasure. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. Yanling looked up at her, the sweet fragrance dispelling the lingering scent of blood. Come along, little one. By the way, starting tomorrow, I shall be the new Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Yanling feigned astonishment. You are the Pope of the Spirit Hall? His mouth fell open in exaggerated disbelief, his handsome face reflecting a hint of bewilderment. Ha! Bibi Dong giggled at his expression. Indeed, I am quite powerful. Following obediently behind her, Yanling was filled with exhilaration. Your Holiness, I have long heard that the Spirit Hall is the ultimate destination for all soul masters. There's no need to call me Your Holiness. You may refer to me as Sister, Bibi Dong interjected as she paused and turned to him, correcting his address. And it's not just the Spirit Hall, it is our Spirit Hall. Bending slightly, her fair, delicate face nearly touched Yanling's forehead, enveloping him in an enchanting aura. Yanling's face flushed crimson at this unexpected gesture. In his past life, he had never experienced such intimate and refreshing interactions, only witnessing them in television dramas. Seemingly pleased with his reaction, Bibi Dong resumed her stride, leaving Yanling momentarily dazed. He inwardly chastised himself for losing composure in front of her. After all, he was a time traveler. Regaining his composure, he hastened to walk alongside her. Sister, is our Spirit Hall incredibly formidable? Indeed, the Spirit Hall has been established for thousands of years and has always been the aspiration of every soul bearer, Bibi Dong responded, glancing at him. This child possessed a divine presence and could very well become a pivotal piece in her plans. It was essential to provide him with some foundational knowledge. Such strength, Yanling mused symbolically. Is there anyone who opposes you? He sought to ascertain the current dynamics within the Spirit Hall, uncertain whether events would unfold as in the original storyline. He worried that Bibi Dong might face opposition from hidden adversaries upon her return, not out of concern for her, but for his own safety as a mere 6-year-old child. Becoming collateral damage would be a heavy price to pay. Upon hearing his question, Bibi Dong regarded him thoughtfully. After a few seconds of contemplation, she finally spoke. Rest assured, little one, with me around, your safety is guaranteed. Yanling felt a sense of relief wash over him. Bibi Dong began to regard this newly acquainted child with newfound respect. This child was evidently not as simple as he appeared. At last, the two arrived at the Spirit Hall. Standing at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, Yanling felt somewhat disoriented, and no matter how vividly depicted in novels or animated series, only by standing here could one truly appreciate its grandeur. Before the Spirit Hall stood an enormous stone gate. In fact, Yanling had spotted this gate from a considerable distance. Now up close, he could see the mysterious runes and patterns carved into the stone, shimmering with a dazzling light. Flanking the gate were two colossal lions, their expressions fierce and lifelike. One could almost believe that merely blinking their eyes would bring them to life. Bibi Dong was quite pleased to see Yanling's astonishment. As they entered through the hall's gateway, Yanling caught sight of a spacious plaza where a monumental statue stood. This statue towered at 10 meters high, depicting a soul master wielding a long sword, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, and on either side of the plaza stood rows of stone pillars, intricately carved with various soul beasts and soul rings. Everything here showcased the immense power of the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness! Your Holiness! Chapter 4, Bibi Dong. The passers-by in the plaza greeted Bibi Dong with respect. They were quite curious about Yanling, who followed closely behind her. Despite her status as the Pope, Bibi Dong graciously acknowledged their greetings. Crossing the plaza led them to a grand palace. Your Holiness, point two guards at the palace entrance bowed and spoke. Please inform all those preparing to awaken their spirits that they need not wait until the appointed time the day after tomorrow. They should gather in the plaza with the elders. In 15 minutes, Bibi Dong entered the palace. She issued her command with a voice that, though soft, resonated with authority. Yanling marveled inwardly. Indeed, women are ever so changeable. Just moments ago, she was enchanting. Now, she exuded the aura of a queen. Even trailing behind her, he could sense the weight of her presence. 15 minutes later, the plaza buzzed with activity. Most of these individuals had come in the past few days to awaken their spirits. As the largest spirit master organization in the world, opportunities to awaken one's spirit were rare. Hey, did you hear? The Eastern Pope has brought back a child today. I heard. They even advanced the awakening ceremony just for him. Oh, that explains it. Just 2 days ago, we were told to wait a week, and now it's starting today. I wonder what remarkable background this child has to earn such favor from the Eastern Pope. Amidst the crowd, murmurs of speculation arose. Several elders stood in the center of the plaza, awaiting the Pope's arrival. Such grandiosity, one elder, Z, huffed, shaking her sleeves in discontent. The expressions of the other elders varied. Look, she's coming. Someone in the crowd whispered, this moment. Bibi Dong had donned a deep black papal robe, adorned with bright golden trims. Her steps were steady, her demeanor elegant. With a subtle smile gracing her face, she appeared both confident and composed. The crowd was taken aback by Bibi Dong's demeanor. Following closely behind her was a youthful figure. As the two advanced, the onlookers finally discerned the boy's countenance. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. My goodness, he is simply too attractive. It's no wonder the Pope would awaken her martial soul for him. Don't be ridiculous. How could the Pope be that kind of person? Your thoughts are quite twisted. The murmurs of the crowd went unheeded. Bibi Dong did not even spare them a glance. As they passed a few elders, one of them spoke up. Your Holiness, altering the regulations of our hall without permission requires an explanation for us elders. The voice belonged to an elder clad in purple, who spoke with disdain and provocation. Since Bibi Dong ascended to the papacy, some had harbored resentment towards her, with this elder leading the charge. Today, he had seized upon an opportunity to voice his discontent publicly. Bibi Dong understood the implication behind the elder's words. She halted her steps and bowed respectfully to the assembly of elders. Esteemed elders, my sudden announcement is based on my own judgment. I hope for your understanding. The purple-clad elder immediately frowned, retorting sharply, Bibi Dong, is it only you who has the final say in the martial soul hall? Behind her, Yanling was so frightened he dared not even breathe. His current strength was merely in its infancy. Though formidable, it paled in comparison to the might of these powerful figures. One casual display of their abilities could easily spell his doom multiple times over. To his astonishment, it seemed that beneath Bibi Dong's imposing exterior, there were indeed those who defied her authority. Whether I alone dictate matters will be evident to all the elders today, Bibi Dong countered, then turned her gaze towards Yanling. All the elders, along with every eye in the square, converged upon him in an instant. Yanling found himself at the center of attention. What the hell? You just sold me out. What do you mean by this, Bibi Dong? Chapter 5, Runes. Some of the other elders could no longer hold their tongues and stepped forward to voice their disapproval. Is it truly for such a mere child? The purple-clad elder appeared unable to accept the absurdity of Bibi Dong's reasoning. Yanling recognized this elder. His martial soul was a six-winged angel, an extraordinarily formidable being. Among all the elders present, the weakest possessed at least level 90 soul power in existence, far beyond Yanling's reach. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the elders, Yanling offered an apologetic smile and shrugged, indicating that he had little to do with the unfolding situation. There was no choice. Even a time traveler must know when to be humble. The purple-clad elder, witnessing Yin Ling's demeanor, became even more incensed, glaring at Bibi Dong. Ah, Elder Qian Daolu, there is no need to rush. Let us first see the Pope's reasoning. An elder in a white robe stepped forward to mediate. Esteemed elders, as the Pope, I, Bibi Dong, possess my own discernment. With that, she continued her path towards the center of the square. I shall see what tricks she is up to from a distance. The youth preparing to awaken his martial soul remained oblivious to the content of the elder's dialogue. The negotiation between the two parties unfolded with a palpable intensity. The resplendent black robes of the Pope accentuated Bibi Dong's slender frame, creating a striking juxtaposition against her delicate visage. The weight of the dark fabric contrasted sharply with her youthful grace, yet there was an absence of discord. Each step she took exuded confidence and strength, as if every movement was preordained, perfectly aligning with the essence of beauty. Not a single inch more or less would suffice. The young souls seeking to awaken their martial spirits were undeniably captivated by this commanding aura. Behind her trailed Yin Ling, slightly out of place among the throng. The crowd instinctively parted to grant passage to Bibi Dong and Yin Ling goodness. No wonder this girl has ascended to the papacy in this attire. She's truly a reflection of the regal Shan Chuan. Yin Ling felt somewhat awkward under the collective gaze, yet following in the wake of this queen offered a semblance of comfort. Bibi Dong turned her head to guide Yin Ling into the ranks of the crowd before gracefully taking her seat in the position of the Pope. A traveler embarks on a journey across the Douluo Continent, where the mountains and rivers rise majestically. In the realm of ordinary existence, Shan Chuan led a life marked by routine and predictability. However, a serendipitous event altered the course of his destiny irrevocably. One fateful night, as he traversed the path homeward, an extraordinary luminescence sliced through the sky, plunging him into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself ensconced in an unfamiliar world. Surrounded by lush forests and enveloped by an air of enigma, bewildered, Shan Chuan grappled with the realization of his new surroundings, just as confusion threatened to overwhelm him. An influx of information surged through his mind, revealing that he had traversed into the realm of Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent? Was this not the very world I had encountered in a novel? The exhilaration and trepidation coursed through him as he acknowledged the surreal nature of his circumstance. Determined to navigate this new reality, Shan Chuan understood that survival necessitated formidable strength. Thus, he resolved to embark upon a journey toward becoming a powerful being. Along his travels, he encountered a girl named Linger, whose vivacity and kindness mirrored his own aspirations. Brother Shan Chuan, she inquired with wide, sparkling eyes. Do you think we can become formidable soul masters? The mountains and rivers gazed steadfastly at her and declared, it is certainly achievable, as long as we strive. The two companions journeyed together, supporting one another. Before long, they arrived at a place known as Nodding City. Here, Shan Chuan and Ling Er learned of Nodding Academy, an institution dedicated to the cultivation of soul masters. Ling Er, let us try our luck at Nodding Academy. Perhaps we can acquire formidable skills there, suggested Shan Chuan. Ling Er readily agreed, and they set forth towards the academy. During the admission assessments at the academy, Shan Chuan demonstrated remarkable perseverance and courage, successfully passing the evaluation and becoming a student of Nodding Academy. Ling Er, too, secured her enrollment through her innate talent. Within the academy, Shan Chuan diligently honed his skills, continuously enhancing his strength. His dedication caught the attention of the faculty, and a teacher named Qin Ming took the initiative to offer him guidance. Shan Chuan, your talent is commendable, yet to become a true powerhouse, you must exert even greater effort, Qin Ming stated with seriousness. The mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude, saying, Teacher Qin, I shall strive with all my might. Under the guidance of Qin Ming, the prowess of the mountains and rivers grew by leaps and bounds. However, rather than succumbing to arrogance, he became even more diligent in his training. As time progressed, both the mountains and rivers and Ling Er gradually matured. During a trial organized by the academy, they encountered a formidable soul beast. Everyone, be cautious. This soul beast is not to be trifled with, shouted the mountains and rivers. The group stood ready, engaging in a fierce battle with the soul beast. Throughout the conflict, the mountains and rivers showcased his abilities, skillfully maneuvering against the creature. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they succeeded in vanquishing the soul beast. Following this trial, the bond between the mountains and rivers and Ling Er deepened significantly. They made a pact to forge their own brilliance on the Douluo Continent together. However, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. During an outing for training, The mountains and rivers and Ling Air were ambushed by a band of nefarious forces. Hand over the treasures you possess, or you shall not leave here alive. The leader of the miscreants threatened menacingly. Mountains and rivers stood resolutely, shielding Linger, and declared, "Not so fast. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Linger." A fierce battle ensued once more, as Mountains and Linger valiantly resisted, yet the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries gradually ensnared them in a dire predicament. At a pivotal moment, a mysterious, formidable figure appeared, assisting them in repelling the villains. "Thank you for your aid, esteemed elder." Mountains expressed his gratitude. The enigmatic powerhouse glanced at him and replied, "Young man, while courage is commendable, true strength is paramount. Strive diligently." With that, the figure vanished without a trace. Following this incident, Mountains gained a profound understanding of the significance of power. Upon returning to the academy, he devoted himself to rigorous training, persistently pushing the boundaries of his capabilities. Ultimately, in a grand tournament of soul masters across the continent, Mountains, with his formidable abilities and indomitable spirit, led his comrades through a series of triumphs and emerged as the champion. At that moment, Mountains had ascended to become a renowned powerhouse on the Douluo Continent. Moreover, the bond between him and Linger, having weathered numerous trials, grew ever more resolute. Together, they forged ahead, continuing to inscribe their legendary tale upon the annals of the Douluo Continent. Following their triumphant victory in the continent-wide Soul Master Tournament, the names of Mountains and Linger echoed throughout the entirety of Douluo. Yet, rather than resting on their laurels, they chose to pursue further horizons, seeking ever greater realms of achievement. One day, while wandering through an ancient town, Mountains and Linger chanced upon an intriguing legend. It was said that in the distant, frigid north, there lay a hidden relic, harboring unparalleled treasures capable of significantly enhancing one's strength. A glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of Shan Chuan. "Linger, I wish to explore that ancient ruin. It may strengthen us." Linger nodded gently. "Brother Shan Chuan, I shall accompany you." Together, they embarked on the arduous journey to the farthest north. Along the way, they encountered treacherous weather and formidable spirit beasts, yet their companionship and encouragement sustained their resolve. At last, they arrived at the fabled entrance of the ruin. "Be careful, Linger," Shan Chuan said, gripping her hand tightly. As they stepped into the ruins, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. The walls around them shimmered with strange lights, as if whispering ancient secrets. "This place feels peculiar," Linger remarked nervously. "Do not fear. I am here," Shan Chuan reassured her. They cautiously ventured forth, when suddenly, a trap was triggered, unleashing a barrage of arrows towards them. Mountains and rivers swiftly shielded Linger behind him, conjuring a formidable soul power barrier to deflect the lethal arrows. "Are you unharmed, Linger?" he inquired with genuine concern. "I am fine, Brother Shan Chuan, but please be cautious," Linger replied, still shaken. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they encountered a perplexing riddle. "How shall we unravel this?" Linger furrowed her brow in contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan, utilizing his keen intellect and profound knowledge of the Douluo Continent, successfully uncovered the answer. Deep within the ruins, the coveted treasure finally revealed itself, a soul pearl emanating a formidable energy. Just as Shan Chuan prepared to reach for it, a mysterious figure materialized. "This treasure is not something you can take so easily," the enigmatic individual stated coldly. "Mountains and rivers stand undaunted. This treasure is destined for the worthy. We have endured countless hardships to arrive here and shall not relinquish it easily. Do not blame me for being impolite." The mysterious figure instantly launched an assault. A fierce battle erupted, with Mountains and Linger working in perfect harmony, locked in a relentless struggle against the enigma. "Linger, let us unleash our combined technique," Mountains called out. "All right," Linger replied. The duo executed their formidable joint attack, ultimately vanquishing the mysterious figure. They successfully obtained the Soul Pearl. However, just as they prepared to depart the ruins, they discovered the exit sealed by an overwhelming force. "What shall we do, Brother Mountains?" Linger asked, her voice tinged with urgency. The mountains and rivers contemplated with a calm demeanor. There must be a way to unravel this mystery. After considerable effort, they discerned the flaws in the seal and successfully opened the exit. Upon returning to the Douluo Continent, with the aid of the Soul Pearl's power, they experienced a remarkable enhancement in their strength. Their names became legends spoken of by the people. However, a new crisis loomed on the horizon. An insidious organization had set its sights on them, intent on seizing their powers. Mountain and river, if you join us, you shall partake in wealth and glory, proclaimed the leader of the nefarious organization. The mountains and rivers roared defiantly, proclaiming, "No way. We shall never conspire with you." Thus began a harrowing battle for survival, where the mountains and rivers fought alongside Linger, their bond solidified through the trials of combat. "Linger, I will not allow anyone to harm you," declared the mountains and rivers with conviction. "Brother Shan Chuan, I believe in you," replied Linger, her faith unwavering. After a breathtaking confrontation, the mountains and rivers ultimately triumphed over the nefarious organization, safeguarding the peace of Douluo Continent. Their tale transformed into an everlasting legend, inspiring generations of soul masters to bravely pursue justice and strength. Following their victory over the malevolent organization, the mountains and rivers relished a rare moment of tranquility. However, the tempestuous tides of Douluo Continent never ceased, and new challenges quietly loomed on the horizon. One day, while strolling through the streets, the mountains and rivers were startled by astonishing news. It was said that a mysterious island had emerged in the distant deep sea, imbued with enigmatic powers, drawing formidable warriors from all corners in search of exploration. Linger turned to the mountains and rivers, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Brother Shan Chuan, let us venture forth as well. Perhaps new opportunities await us." The mountains and rivers nodded with a smile. "Very well. Let us embark on an adventure to this mysterious island." The two set forth on their journey into the deep sea. Along the way, they encountered fierce winds and towering waves, yet with unwavering resolve and exceptional spirit, they eventually reached the enigmatic isle. Upon setting foot on the island, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. The surroundings brimmed with the unknown and peril. "Linger, proceed with caution," Shan Chuan advised. "Yes, Brother Shan Chuan. You must also be careful," Linger replied. They cautiously explored the island when suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed around them. A colossal spirit beast leapt forth from the thicket, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged toward them. Shan Chuan instantly entered a state of combat and exclaimed, "Linger, step back." Linger, filled with concern, replied, "Brother Shan Chuan, please be careful." The mountains and rivers unleashed formidable soul techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the soul beasts. After a strenuous struggle, they finally repelled the creatures. "Linger, it is over," Shan Chuan said, wiping the sweat from his brow. The two continued their journey, and deep within the island, they stumbled upon an ancient palace. The grand entrance stood firmly closed, yet it emanated a mysterious glow from within. "This must be the island's secret," Shan Chuan remarked. They endeavored to push the door open, only to discover intricate seals adorning it. Linger furrowed her brow. "What shall we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan remarked, "Let me see if I can unravel this seal." With considerable effort, he adeptly harnessed his intellect and precise control over soul energy, ultimately succeeding in breaking the seal. The door creaked open, revealing a sight that left them utterly astonished. Countless precious treasures and formidable soul skill manuals were displayed within. It was truly astounding. Linger couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Just as they prepared to select their coveted treasures, a mysterious voice echoed, "To obtain these, you must first pass my trial. Mountains and rivers stand resolute. Come forth, we fear not." The trial commences, and they are confronted with a myriad of arduous challenges, including formidable illusions and intricate puzzles. "Brother Shan Chuan, I find myself a bit bewildered," Linger expressed with a hint of urgency. Mountains and rivers held her hand, encouraging her. "Linger, trust that we shall surely overcome this adversity." Bolstered by this encouragement, Linger regained her composure. Ultimately, they triumphed over the trial. Just as they prepared to depart from the palace, they discovered that the forces on the island began to spiral out of control, resulting in violent tremors and a tsunami. "This is dire. We must devise a way to halt this calamity," exclaimed mountains and rivers. They searched desperately for a solution, realizing that only by resealing the mysterious core within the palace could they quell this disaster. "Linger, I shall seal the core. You must find a safe place to hide," mountains and rivers declared resolutely. Linger vehemently shook her head. "No, brother mountains, I wish to stand by your side." Together, they joined forces to seal the core, saving the island and its surrounding regions. Through this adventure, the bond between mountains and rivers and Linger deepened, and their renown grew ever louder across the Douluo Continent. Upon their return to the mainland, they resolved to wield their strength to protect this land, rich in wonders and challenges, continuing to inscribe their own legendary tale. The peaks of Douluo, the path of mountains and rivers. Upon their return from the enigmatic island, Shan Chuan and Linger found their heroic exploits widely celebrated throughout the Douluo Continent, earning them the status of revered heroes in the hearts of the people. However, behind the facade of glory often lurks a myriad of challenges and perils. One day, Shan Chuan received a mysterious invitation, beckoning him to the most secretive organization on the Douluo Continent, the Shadow Pavilion. It is said that this organization holds the most profound secrets and the most formidable powers of the continent. Linger gazed at Shan Chuan with a hint of concern. Brother Shan Chuan, could this be a trap? Shan Chuan gazed resolutely ahead. Regardless of whether it is a trap, I am determined to explore it. Perhaps we may discover ways to strengthen ourselves and better protect this land. Linger grasped Shan Chuan's hand tightly. Then I shall accompany you on this journey. The mountains and rivers smiled gently, nodding in agreement as the two embarked on their journey to the Shadow Pavilion. Upon their arrival at the site of the Shadow Pavilion, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A towering black castle loomed majestically, shrouded in an enigmatic mist. At the entrance of the castle, a shadowy figure emerged slowly. Welcome, Shan Chuan and Linger. The mountains and rivers cautiously inquired, who are you? Why have you summoned us here? The shadowy figure chuckled softly. I am the master of the Shadow Pavilion. I have invited you because of your potential and courage. However, to enter the Shadow Pavilion, you must first pass our trials. Linger furrowed her brow. What trials? With a wave of his hand, the surroundings transformed instantaneously, and both Shan Chuan and Linger found themselves immersed in a realm of illusions. In this illusion, you shall confront the deepest fears and desires within your hearts. Only by conquering them can you succeed in the trials. Echoed the master's voice throughout the space. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply. Linger, do not fear. We shall prevail. Linger nodded, and hand in hand, they ventured into the realm of illusion. Within this ethereal domain, mountains and rivers glimpsed the ordinariness of their past life, witnessing the bullying endured due to their frailty. This is my history, yet I shall not permit such occurrences to transpire again. With a fierce roar, mountains and rivers shattered the illusion. Linger, confronted with the dread of losing mountains and rivers, felt tears welling in her eyes. Brother Mountains will not abandon me. I must be strong. With gritted teeth, Linger overcame her trepidation. Upon their successful emergence from the illusion, the master appeared before them. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. Upon entering the Shadow Pavilion, mountains and rivers discovered a plethora of invaluable cultivation resources and profound scriptures. However, they also encountered stringent regulations and fierce competition. Mountains, rivers, from this day forth, you shall continuously evolve here, serving the Shadow Pavilion, declared the master. Shan Chuan replied, as long as it is for the sake of justice, we are willing. During their time in the Shadow Pavilion, Shan Chuan and Linger diligently practiced, rapidly enhancing their abilities. However, they gradually uncovered some of the dark secrets concealed within the Shadow Pavilion. Brother Shan Chuan, I sense something amiss with the Shadow Pavilion. It seems they are plotting something dreadful, Linger said anxiously. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. I share this sentiment. We must tread carefully in our inquiries. By a twist of fate, both mountains and rivers, alongside Linger, uncovered the sinister plot of the Shadow Pavilion's master, who schemed to harness a forbidden power to dominate the Douluo Continent. He must not succeed, declared mountains and rivers with vehement indignation. Linger nodded in agreement. But what course of action should we take? Mountains and rivers pondered for a moment. We must unite with other righteous souls to thwart him. Thus, mountains and rivers stealthily departed from the Shadow Pavilion, embarking on a quest for allies. Their endeavors awakened the wrath of the Shadow Pavilion, igniting a relentless pursuit. Mountains, rivers, you shall not escape. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion relentlessly pursued them from behind. Mountains and rivers clasped Linger's hand, reassuring her, fear not, for I am here. During their flight, they encountered a band of like-minded friends, and together they resolved to confront the sinister schemes of the Shadow Pavilion. At last, the moment of reckoning arrived. Mountains and rivers led their companions into a breathtaking battle against the Shadow Pavilion. Your conspiracy shall not prevail, Mountains proclaimed defiantly. The pavilion master sneered. Is that all you have? The clash was extraordinarily fierce, with both sides sustaining heavy losses. Yet, Mountains and Linger remained undeterred, their shared convictions and deep bond propelling them to fight until the final moment. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they triumphed over the pavilion master, thwarting the nefarious plans of the Shadow Pavilion. The Douluo Continent was restored to peace, and Mountains and Lingo became eternal heroes in the hearts of the people. Hand in hand, they continued to safeguard this land, embarking on a journey towards an even more glorious future. After Shan Chuan and Ling Er successfully thwarted the nefarious plot of the Shadow Pavilion, they relished a period of tranquility on the Douluo Continent. However, the wheels of fate never ceased to turn, and a new mission was silently approaching. One day, while strolling through the forest, Shan Chuan and Ling Er chanced upon a mysterious elder. The elder's gaze was profound, as if he could perceive all truths. "Young ones, your mission is not yet complete." The elder spoke slowly. Mountains and Rivers inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Esteemed elder, what do you mean by your words?" The elderly man gently stroked his beard and replied, "Deep within the Douluo Continent, an insidious dark force is stirring. If left unchecked, the entire realm shall succumb to inexorable calamity." Lingo anxiously grasped Shan Chuan's arm. "Brother Shan Chuan, what shall we do?" With unwavering determination, Shan Chuan declared, "In that case, we are duty-bound to act. Esteemed elder, we kindly request your guidance." The old man nodded in acknowledgement. In the far southern reaches of the continent lies an ancient relic, where one might uncover the key to countering the forces of darkness. However, the journey ahead is fraught with peril, so you must prepare yourselves thoroughly. Shan Chuan and Linger exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. "We are profoundly grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. We shall exercise utmost caution." After bidding farewell to the old man, Shan Chuan and Linger immediately embarked on their journey towards the southernmost expanse. Along the way, they encountered various inclement weather conditions and formidable spirit beasts. "Linger, be careful." Shan Chuan swiftly pulled Lingo behind him, narrowly evading an attack from a colossal venomous scorpion. Lingo, still shaken, remarked, "Brother Shan Chuan, this journey has truly been quite arduous." The mountains and rivers consoled, saying, "Do not fear, as long as we are together, we shall surely overcome the challenges ahead." After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the fabled ruins. The entrance to the ruins stood firmly shut, surrounded by an eerie aura. The mountains and rivers took a deep breath. "Linger, are you ready?" Linger nodded. "Yes, let us proceed." Upon entering the ruins, they were greeted by a chilling laughter. "Ha, yet another group of the fearless has come to our door." The mountains and rivers resounded with a commanding voice. "Who goes there? Step forth." From the shadows, a dark figure slowly emerged. "To pass through here, you must first overcome me." With that, the shadow launched an attack. Mountain River and Ling Er swiftly responded, engaging in a fierce battle with the figure. "Ling Er, let us employ our combined technique," Mountain River exclaimed. "All right," Ling Er replied. Through their harmonious collaboration, they ultimately triumphed over the shadow. They delved deeper into the ruins, unraveling one mechanism and puzzle after another. In the innermost depths of the ruins, they stumbled upon an ancient scroll, inscribed with secrets of dark power and methods to counteract it. "So it is," Mountain River remarked, "by locating 5 mystical gems, we can seal away the dark power." Ling Er voiced her concern. "But these 5 gems are scattered across perilous locations. What shall we do?" Mountain River grasped Ling Er's hand and said, "No matter how challenging it may be, we must give it a try." They first arrived at the fiery valley in search of the first gem, the flame crystal. The valley was ablaze with flames, and the heat was unbearable. "Linger, be careful not to get burned," Mountain River remarked with concern. Linger wiped the sweat from her brow and replied, "Brother Mountain River, you must also take care." After a strenuous search, they finally discovered the flame crystal at the bottom of the valley. Without pausing, they hastened to the land of ice and snow in pursuit of the second gem, the ice crystal. "It is so cold here, Brother Mountain River," Linger exclaimed, unable to suppress her shivering. The mountains and rivers embraced Linger, whispering, "You shall find warmth in my embrace." After surmounting countless hardships, they successfully acquired the ice crystal. Subsequently, they endured immense trials and tribulations to locate the remaining 3 gemstones. Just as they gathered all 5 stones and prepared for their return, they were beset by a group of enigmatic figures. "Surrender the gemstones, and we shall spare your lives," proclaimed the leader of the mysterious assailants. Mountains and rivers glare fiercely. "Never. This is the hope for saving the continent, and we shall never entrust it to you." An intense battle erupted once more, as the mountains and Linger exerted their utmost effort to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the enigmatic figure. Just as their strength began to wane, the elder who had appeared earlier suddenly reemerged, aiding them in repelling the mysterious adversary. "Well done, young ones. Hurry back and seal away the dark forces," the elder proclaimed. Shan Chuan and Linger were overwhelmed with gratitude as they returned to the Douluo Continent. bearing precious gems. Following the instructions inscribed in the ancient scroll, they successfully sealed the dark forces, thereby rescuing the Douluo Continent. Henceforth, the names of Shan Chuan and Linger became an everlasting legend upon the land, and their love, having weathered numerous trials, grew ever more unbreakable. The sovereign of Douluo, Shan Chuan. After Shan Chuan unified the various factions of the Douluo Continent, he believed they could enjoy a period of tranquility. However, a new crisis was brewing in the shadows. One day, while wandering through the mountains, Shan Chuan and Linger stumbled upon a mysterious cave. The cave emanated an unusual glow, beckoning them to venture inside and uncover its secrets. "Be cautious, Linger. This place feels peculiar," Shan Chuan warned with a note of caution. Linger nodded, closely following Shan Chuan. As they delved deeper into the cave, they beheld a colossal, slumbering soul beast, resembling the legendary sky-devouring beast. The creature radiated an immense pressure that left Shan Chuan and Linger breathless. Could this truly be the sky-devouring beast? Linger exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains furrowed their brows, seemingly puzzled as to why this creature lay in slumber. Just then, the sky-devouring beast suddenly opened its eyes, a fierce glint shimmering within. It unleashed a thunderous roar directed at the mountains and Linger. "This is bad. We must flee," exclaimed the mountains, grasping Linger as they turned to escape. Yet, the sky-devouring beast was astonishingly swift, blocking their path in an instant. "Humans, trespassing upon my domain, you shall not leave this place alive." The beast spoke with a human tongue. "Mountains and rivers stand tall. The devourer of heaven, we mean no offense. We have merely stumbled upon this place." The devourer of heaven snorted disdainfully. "Humph, words are futile. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, the devourer launched an assault. Mountains and rivers, alongside Linger, could only muster all their strength in defense. After an intense skirmish, both mountains and rivers, as well as Linger, found themselves gradually drained of energy. "Brother Shan Chuan, what shall we do?" Linger inquired anxiously. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "Linger, do not fear, for I shall protect you." At that critical moment, Shan Chuan's martial spirit suddenly awakened, unleashing a formidable power from within him. Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to unleash his formidable soul skill, temporarily repelling the devourer beast. "Now is our chance. Let us depart swiftly," Shan Chuan urged, grasping Linger's hand as they hastily fled the cavern. Upon returning to their dwelling, Shan Chuan fell into deep contemplation. "Linger, I believe the emergence of the devourer beast is no mere coincidence. It may be intricately linked to the future of Douluo Continent," he remarked. Linger nodded thoughtfully. "Brother Shan Chuan, what shall we do next?" With unwavering determination, Shan Chuan proclaimed, "We must devise a means to rediscover it and unravel its secrets." After meticulous preparations, Shan Chuan and Linger embarked once more on the quest to locate the devouring beast. After several days of searching, they finally discovered the creature nestled within a secluded valley. "Devouring beast, we do not come to confront you this time. We merely wish to engage in a meaningful dialogue," Shan Chuan declared. The devouring beast gazed upon them, its hostility somewhat diminished, and inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" The mountains and rivers spoke earnestly. "It appears that the Douluo Continent is on the brink of an unforeseen crisis, and I sense that you may hold the key." The sky-devouring beast fell silent for a moment before responding. "In truth, I am sealed in this place. Only by finding someone who can resonate with my spirit can the seal be broken, allowing us to confront the impending peril together." Shan Chuan and Linger exchanged a glance, and a resolution blossomed within their hearts. "Heaven-swallowing beast, we are willing to endeavor to connect with your spirit," Shan Chuan declared. Through considerable effort, Shan Chuan successfully established a bond with the heaven-swallowing beast, thereby lifting its seal. In gratitude, the heaven-swallowing beast resolved to assist them in enhancing their powers. It bestowed upon Shan Chuan a formidable soul ring, while Linger received a precious soul artifact. "With these gifts, you shall be better equipped to confront the impending crisis," the heaven-swallowing beast proclaimed. Shan Chuan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sky Devourer." In the days that followed, Shan Chuan and Linger diligently practiced, ceaselessly enhancing their strength. However, the crisis arrived sooner than anticipated. A dark force invaded the Douluo Continent, plunging countless soul beasts and humans into calamity. "Linger, it is time to showcase our power and protect this land," declared Shan Chuan. Linger resolutely replied, "Brother Shan Chuan, we shall fight together." The mountains and rivers led the people into a breathtaking battle against the forces of darkness. During the conflict, the mountains and rivers showcased their formidable strength, working in perfect harmony with the devourer beast, repeatedly repelling the onslaught of the dark forces. Do not be too pleased with yourself, mountains and rivers. We shall not surrender easily, growled the leader of the dark forces. The mountains and rivers coldly remarked, as long as I am here, you shall not disrupt the peace of Douluo Continent. After a grueling battle, he ultimately vanquished the dark forces, saving Douluo Continent. From that moment forth, he became the sovereign of Douluo Continent, and his love for Ling'er grew ever more unbreakable. Together, they safeguarded this land and forged a splendid future. Following their triumphant victory over the dark forces and the rescue of Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan and Ling'o enjoyed a tranquil and blissful existence. However, this tranquility was not to last. One day, while meditating, Shan Chuan suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation of power. He opened his eyes, a sense of inexplicable unease washing over him. Ling'er, I feel that something is about to happen, he said, his brow furrowed. Ling'er gently clasped his hand, offering comfort. Do not worry too much, brother Shan Chuan. It may just be your imagination. Yet, Shan Chuan's instincts told him that matters were far from simple. At that moment, a colossal rift appeared in the sky, emanating a formidable pull. This is not good. It is a spatial rift, Shan Chuan exclaimed. He hastily embraced Ling'er, attempting to resist the force. However, the power was overwhelming, and they were ultimately drawn into the rift. When Shan Chuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself and Ling'er in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding them lay a desolate desert, the heat unbearable. Ling'er, are you all right? Shan Chuan inquired with concern. Ling'er shook her head. I am fine, brother Shan Chuan. But where are we? Shan Chuan gazed around, lost in thought for a moment before saying, I am uncertain, but we must find a way to return. Just as they prepared to move forward, a colossal sand scorpion spirit beast emerged from the sand, launching an attack upon them. Ling'er, be cautious. Shan Chuan instantly summoned his martial spirit and engaged in combat with the sand scorpion spirit beast. After a fierce struggle, Shan Chuan triumphed over the creature and obtained a yellow soul ring. Ling'er, this soul ring may enhance my strength, aiding us in facing the dangers ahead, Shan Chuan remarked. Ling'er smiled and nodded. Brother Shan Chuan, please absorb it quickly. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan continued to journey through the desert alongside Ling'er. Soon, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder gazed at Shan Chuan, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Young man, you possess an extraordinary aura. The mountains and rivers bow in greeting, esteemed elder. We have inadvertently arrived in this place and are uncertain of how to return. The old man smiled gently. This is a forgotten realm. To find your way back, you must seek out 3 sacred artifacts. 3 sacred artifacts? Ling'er inquired. The elder nodded. They are the soul-devouring sword, the spirit heart shield, and the star pearl. Only by gathering these 3 artifacts can you unlock the passage to the Douluo Continent. Mountain and Ling'o expressed their gratitude to the elder and embarked on their quest for the divine artifact. Throughout their journey, they encountered formidable spirit beasts and treacherous traps. Yet, they remained steadfast, supporting one another through every challenge. Brother Shan Chuan, if we fail to locate the artifact, shall we be unable to return? Ling'er inquired with concern. Mountains and rivers steadfastly gazed at her. Ling'er, do not worry. No matter how arduous the journey, I shall ensure your safe return. At last, they discovered the soul-devouring sword within an ancient castle. Ling'er, we are one step closer to success, Mountain and River exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, amidst an enigmatic forest, they acquired the spirit heart shield. Only the star pearl remained, and filled with hope, Mountain and Ling'o continued their quest. On the edge of a precipice, they unearthed a clue to the star pearl. However, to obtain it, they must endure a formidable trial. Ling'er, this may prove perilous. Yet I have faith that we shall prevail, Mountain declared. Ling'er nestled closely beside him. Brother Mountain, I am unafraid. Together, they faced the challenge and ultimately secured the star pearl. With the 3 sacred artifacts in hand, Mountain and Ling'er, guided by the elder's instructions, opened the portal to the Douluo Continent. As they once again set foot upon its soil, their hearts brimmed with emotion. Ling'er, we have finally returned, Mountain said. Tears glistened in Ling'er's eyes. Indeed, Brother Mountain, we shall never part again. Little did they know, a new mission awaited them, a journey of glory. Upon their return to the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan and Ling'er had not yet had the opportunity to recuperate properly when they discovered some unusual signs emerging across the land. The once tranquil soul beast forest had become restless, with rare and formidable spirit beasts making frequent appearances. Brother Shan Chuan, what on earth is happening? Linger inquired anxiously. The mountains furrowed their brows and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, I sense a mysterious force at play behind this. We must investigate thoroughly. The two resolved to delve into the forest of soul beasts to uncover the truth. Within the depths of the forest, they encountered a two-headed flame lion, a soul beast endowed with formidable fiery powers, causing the surrounding air to scorch with intense heat. Linger, keep your distance. I shall confront it. Shan Chuan called out loudly. Linger, filled with concern, replied, Brother Shan Chuan, please be cautious. The mountains and rivers unveiled their martial souls, engaging in a fierce battle with the two-headed blazing lion. After a grueling struggle, the mountains and rivers triumphantly vanquished the beast, earning a precious purple soul ring. With this soul ring, my strength will be significantly enhanced, said the mountains and rivers. Linger smiled and replied, That's wonderful, Brother Shan Chuan. Let us press onward. As they ventured deeper, the soul beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon a colossal frost dragon, its scales shimmering with a chilling luminescence, and the icy breath it exhaled sent shivers down their spines. This soul beast is far too powerful. We may not stand a chance, Linger expressed, her voice tinged with fear. Shan Chuan gently grasped her hand, offering solace as he said, Do not be afraid. Let us devise a solution together. At that moment, an idea struck Shan Chuan as he recalled the newly acquired soul ring ability, which might prove useful. Linger, stand guard for me. I wish to experiment with my new skill, he declared. Linger nodded resolutely, replying, All right, Brother Shan Chuan, you can do it. Amidst the majestic mountains and rivers, Shan Chuan concentrated his spirit, unleashing his soul ring ability to engage in a final confrontation with the frost dragon. After a breathtaking battle, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the formidable beast, earning a soul ring that had existed for 10 millennia. Linger, we have succeeded, Shan Chuan exclaimed with exhilaration. Linger rushed into his embrace, exclaiming, Brother Shan Chuan, you are truly magnificent. However, just as they prepared to depart, a mysterious figure emerged. Did you truly believe you could leave so easily? The enigmatic individual spoke coldly. The mountains and rivers gazed at him with vigilance. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? The mysterious figure smiled faintly. I am here to thwart your plans of destruction. Shan Chuan and Linger exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with perplexity. What scheme do you speak of? Clarify your intentions, Shan Chuan bellowed. Yet, the enigmatic figure offered no further explanation and launched an assault instead. Shan Chuan and Linger were compelled to re-engage in combat. During the fray, Shan Chuan realized the formidable strength of the mysterious adversary, and he and Linger gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Linger, you must flee. I will hold him off, Shan Chuan urged. Linger resolutely replied, No, Brother Shan Chuan. I shall fight alongside you. At that critical moment, Shan Chuan's soul weapon suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and a surge of immense power coursed through his being. With this newfound power, Mountain River triumphantly vanquished the mysterious figure. What could this possibly mean? Gazing at the soul artifact in his hand, Mountain River murmured to himself. Just before meeting his demise, the mysterious figure unveiled a staggering secret. An insidious force sought to harness the power of soul beasts to dominate the Douluo Continent. Having been covertly manipulating the actions of the soul beasts all along, Shan Chuan and Linger were acutely aware of the monumental responsibility resting upon their shoulders, the salvation of the continent. Linger, no matter how arduous the path may be, we must not allow their nefarious schemes to succeed, Shan Chuan declared resolutely. Linger nodded in agreement, Brother Shan Chuan. I shall remain by your side always. Together, they embarked on a new journey, courageously confronting the unknown challenges that lay ahead, all in the name of peace and tranquility for the Douluo Continent. Upon discovering the nefarious plot of the malevolent forces, Shan Chuan and Linger dared not to pause for a moment. They tirelessly commenced their quest to gather further intelligence, preparing for the impending great battle. During their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder who appeared to possess profound knowledge regarding the sinister forces. Young ones, the elder intoned, casting a penetrating gaze upon Shan Chuan and Ling. You are still woefully inadequate in your ability to confront that evil power. The mountains and rivers humbly beseech. We kindly request your guidance, esteemed elder. The old man nodded slightly. In the land of eternal frost, there exists an ancient soul beast, the Ice Chilan. If you can earn its recognition and harness its power, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for you. Shan Chuan and Lingo resolutely set forth towards the realm of extreme cold. Along the way, Lingo could not help but inquire, "Brother Shan Chuan, will this journey be perilous?" Mountains and rivers firmly clasped Linger's hand, offering solace. "Do not fear, Linger, as long as we are together. We can surmount any adversity." At last, they arrived at the land of eternal frost, where the ice Qilin manifested before them, emanating an aura of chilling cold that rendered it nearly impossible to approach. "Insignificant humans, what brings you here?" The voice of the ice Qilin resonated within their minds. The mountains and rivers proclaimed with great urgency, "Elder Qilin, the Douluo Continent is facing an enormous crisis. We implore your strength to assist us." The ice Qilin scoffed disdainfully. "You think you can compel my aid?" Lingo hastily interjected, "Elder Qilin, we possess unwavering conviction and a resolute determination to safeguard our land." After a moment of contemplation, the ice Qilin relented, stating, "Very well, should you succeed in my trial, I shall lend you my support." The test proved exceptionally arduous, as mountains and rivers endured the biting cold, encouraging one another. "Linger, hold on," cried Shan Chuan. "Brother Shan Chuan, I can do this," Linger replied. Ultimately, they triumphed over the trial, and the ice Qilin bestowed upon Shan Chuan a unique soul ring, significantly enhancing his power. Meanwhile, the forces of evil expedited their nefarious schemes. On their return journey, Shan Chuan and Linger encountered numerous assaults from these dark forces. "Shan Chuan, you cannot escape our grasp," the enemy taunted. "Mountains and rivers glare fiercely. With my presence, you shall not succeed." Intense battles continuously unfold, as Shan Chuan and Linger, armed with indomitable will and ever-growing strength, repeatedly turn peril into safety. As time progresses, the day of reckoning draws ever closer. "Linger, with the great battle approaching, do you feel fear?" Shan Chuan inquired. Linger gazed steadfastly at Shan Chuan. "With you by my side, I fear nothing." On the day of the final confrontation, Shan Chuan and Linger led the forces of righteousness against the malevolent powers on an expansive plain. On the battlefield, soul energy surged and light intertwined. "Linger, be cautious." Shan Chuan shielded Lingo from a lethal blow. Linger, with concern, exclaimed, "Brother Shan Chuan, please do not get hurt." Mountains and rivers clenched their teeth and persevered in battle, their martial spirits shining brilliantly as they repelled the foes time and again. In a pivotal moment, Shan Chuan and Linger unleashed the formidable soul technique they had cultivated together, decisively turning the tide of the conflict. After a prolonged and intense struggle, justice ultimately triumphed over evil, restoring peace and tranquility to the Douluo Continent. Mountains and rivers embraced each other in tears, their bond forged stronger amidst the flames of war. "Linger, from now on, we shall never part, and together we will protect this land," Mountain proclaimed. Linger nodded with joy. "Yes, together forever." After the great battle, the Douluo Continent was graced with a long-awaited tranquility. Mountain and Linger resolved to traverse the continent, aiding those who had been scarred by the ravages of war in rebuilding their homes. In a remote town, they encountered a wounded rare soul beast, the phantom cat. "Brother Mountain, it appears so pitiful," Linger expressed, her eyes brimming with compassion. Shan Chuan stepped forward, gently assessing the injuries of the phantom cat. "We must assist it." Under their tender care, the phantom cat gradually regained its health. In gratitude, the phantom cat bestowed upon Shan Chuan a mysterious soul artifact. "This must be an exceedingly precious object," Linger remarked. The mountains gazed upon her with a gentle smile, perhaps foreseeing an important role in the future. As they pressed onward, they heard tales of a rare flower hidden within an ancient mountain range, one that could enhance the abilities of their martial souls. "Linger, I wish to seek it out," spoke the mountains. Linger nodded. "I shall accompany you." The mountains are teeming with perilous spirit beasts, yet they rely on one another, triumphing over countless adversities. "Shan Chuan, be cautious." Linger timely warns Shan Chuan to evade a lurking spirit beast. At long last, they uncover the extraordinary flower. Shan Chuan absorbs its essence, leading to a profound evolution of his martial soul, and simultaneously, he acquires a formidable spirit ring. As time unfolds, the renown of Shan Chuan and Lingo spreads across the entirety of Douluo Continent, evoking feelings of respect and gratitude among the populace. Nevertheless, the tranquility of their days is not destined to endure. A sinister force emanating from a mysterious island begins to corrupt Douluo Continent. "Linger, it seems a new challenge awaits us," Shan Chuan remarks solemnly. Linger clasps his hand, declaring, "No matter what, we shall face it together." Upon arriving at the enigmatic island, They discover that the spirit beasts here have fallen under the dominion of the dark power, rendering them extraordinarily ferocious. What on earth is happening? Linger exclaims in astonishment. The mountains and rivers surveyed their surroundings, for there must be some source orchestrating all of this. During their exploration, they encountered a formidable foe, one possessing an enigmatic martial soul and potent soul skills. You stand no chance of defeating me, the adversary proclaimed with arrogance. Mountains and rivers. Undaunted, let us see what we can achieve. In the midst of a fierce battle, Shan Chuan and Ling Er worked in perfect harmony. Ling Er, let us unleash our combined soul technique, Shan Chuan called out. All right, Ling Er responded. With unwavering conviction and a profound understanding of one another, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, Shan Chuan discovered the source of the dark power and sealed it away with a mysterious soul artifact. We have succeeded, Ling Er exclaimed, embracing Shan Chuan in her excitement. Through this trial, their bond deepened even further. Upon returning to the continent, they continued to protect this land with their strength. Shan Chuan, I will always be by your side, Ling Er said gently. The mountains and rivers embraced her tightly. Ling Er, you are my everlasting inspiration. Their tale became a beautiful legend on the Douluo Continent, and both the mountains and Ling Er emerged as eternal guardians, bestowing peace and hope upon the land. After Shan Chuan and Ling Er successfully sealed the source of dark power, their renown soared across the Douluo Continent. Numerous young soul masters regarded them as idols and paragons, eagerly desiring their guidance. In order to cultivate more exceptional soul masters, Shan Chuan and Ling Er resolved to establish a Soul Master Academy. As news spread, aspiring individuals from various regions flocked to them. Ling Er, look at how many people believe in us. We must ensure the academy flourishes, Shan Chuan declared with unwavering confidence. Ling Er nodded with a smile. Indeed, it will. However, during the construction of the academy, they encountered numerous challenges. Issues such as insufficient funding, a lack of qualified instructors, and inadequate teaching facilities arose one after another. Brother Shan Chuan, what shall we do? Ling Er inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Mountains and rivers consoled her, saying, do not worry. We shall tackle each challenge step by step. I firmly believe that with perseverance, no obstacle is insurmountable. They traversed great distances, seeking support and assistance from various sources. At last, through their relentless efforts, the Spirit Master Academy gradually found its footing. Within the academy, mountains and rivers personally guided the students in the cultivation of their martial spirits, while Ling Er imparted knowledge regarding spirit beasts and coping strategies. The students exhibited remarkable diligence and progressed rapidly. One day, a mysterious guest arrived at the academy, adorned in an opulent robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. Pray tell, is this the Spirit Master Academy founded by mountains and rivers and Ling Er? The guest inquired. The mountains and rivers beckon. Indeed, may I inquire who you are? The guest smiled faintly. I am an envoy from the Douluo Palace. Having heard of your remarkable deeds, I have come to extend an invitation for you to visit the palace for a discourse. As Shan Chuan and Ling Er exchanged glances, their hearts brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. Upon arriving at the Douluo Palace, they were awestruck by its grandeur and solemnity. This hall had witnessed the brilliance and glory of countless soul masters. The envoy elaborated on its significance. Within the palace, they uncovered many ancient secrets of the Douluo Continent and the enigmatic soul techniques. Ling Er, the knowledge here is invaluable. If we could bring it back to the academy, it would greatly aid the students' growth, Shan Chuan remarked. Ling Er nodded in agreement. However, acquiring this knowledge was no simple feat. They were tasked with a daunting mission to locate a lost soul tool. It was said that this soul tool possessed immense power, yet it lay concealed in a perilous location, teeming with formidable soul beasts. Brother Shan Chuan, regardless of the dangers, we must give it a try, Ling Er resolutely declared. Mountains and rivers held her hand. All right, let us embark together. They set forth on a quest to seek the soul artifact. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of formidable soul beasts. Ling Er, be cautious. Mountains and rivers shielded Ling Er from an attack by one of the soul beasts. With concern etched upon her face, Ling Er gazed at him. Are you unharmed? The mountains and rivers shook their heads with a smile, assuring, I am fine, do not worry. After a strenuous battle and an arduous search, they finally discovered the long-lost soul artifact. Upon returning to the Douluo Palace with the artifact, they received the palace's acknowledgement and substantial rewards. This experience has brought us immeasurable gains, sighed Linger. Mountains and rivers gazed at her. Indeed. We must bring all this back to the academy, allowing more individuals to benefit. Upon returning to the academy, Mountains and Ling imparted their knowledge and experiences to the students, thus fortifying the institution's strength. During a competition hosted by the academy, the students exhibited remarkable prowess and team spirit. Witnessing their growth, Mountains expressed his satisfaction, affirming that their efforts had not been in vain. Linger leaned against his shoulder, declaring, "This is the fruit of our joint endeavors." As the academy continued to thrive, the bond between Mountains and Ling deepened profoundly. Together, they nurtured generations of outstanding spirit masters for the Douluo Continent, inscribing a glorious chapter of their own. On the path of Douluo's legacy, Mountains, behold this list. This year, numerous exceptionally gifted children have enrolled, Linger exclaimed, handing a lengthy list to Mountains, her eyes shimmering with dreams of the future. Shan Chuan perused the list with great care, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, our academy is gaining increasing prominence. However, with the rise in student enrollment, our educational resources must be further expanded. I share your sentiments, Linger nodded. We require more exceptional educators and advanced teaching facilities. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a simple robe entered the assembly hall of the academy. His face bore the marks of time, yet his gaze remained remarkably clear and resolute. President Shan Chuan, President Linger, I have come from the distant southern borders. I have heard of the esteemed reputation of your academy and have made this visit specifically to pay my respects. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Shan Chuan and Linger exchanged a glance, rising politely to greet the old gentleman. Please, have a seat. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The elder smiled gently. I bring tidings that may prove beneficial for the advancement of your academy, albeit accompanied by significant challenges. Oh, pray do tell, Shan Chuan replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet his tone remained composed. In the depths of the southern wilderness lies an ancient relic. Legend speaks of a primordial soul artifact known as the Wheel of Celestial Stars. This artifact possesses formidable power, capable of bestowing immense enhancements upon soul masters. However, the area surrounding the relic is fraught with perilous soul beasts, as well as numerous intricate traps and mechanisms. In my youth, I endeavored to explore it, but returned empty-handed. Now, I wish to share this information with you, hoping you may succeed in obtaining the Wheel of Celestial Stars and thereby benefit the soul masters of Douluo Continent. Upon hearing the words, Shan Chuan and Ling felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. The thrill stemmed from the prospect that acquiring this ancient soul artifact would undoubtedly elevate the academy's prowess. Yet, the perilous nature described by the elder made them acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Esteemed elder, we are truly grateful for your trust. We shall deliberate on this proposal with utmost seriousness, Shan Chuan articulated with great caution. After much discussion, Shan Chuan and Ling resolved to assemble an expedition team to venture into the southern frontier in search of the Celestial Wheel. They selected 10 exceptionally skilled students from the academy, each possessing unwavering resolve and distinguished prowess within their respective martial spirit domains, coupled with commendable combat abilities and a spirit of teamwork. Brother Shan Chuan, please exercise great caution during this expedition, Ling urged with palpable concern. The mountains and rivers gently clasped Linger's hand, assuring her, do not worry, I shall take good care of myself. Moreover, with such an exceptional team by our side, we shall undoubtedly overcome the challenges and retrieve the Wheel of Stars. Under the guidance of the mountains and rivers, the expedition team embarked upon their journey to the southern frontier. Along the way, they traversed dense jungles, crossed turbulent rivers, and faced innumerable trials and tribulations. Under the tutelage of their leader, the students continuously enhanced their abilities while also learning to support one another in times of adversity. At long last, the expedition team arrived at the site of the ancient ruins. However, as they approached, they were suddenly ambushed by soul beasts. A horde of formidable soul beasts surged from all directions, encircling the team. Everyone, be cautious. The strength of these soul beasts should not be underestimated. Mountains and rivers warned loudly. The students swiftly formed a battle formation, each deploying their martial spirits and soul skills. The martial spirit of their leader manifested as a colossal longsword, which he wielded to carve a bloody path through their foes. The students, each showcasing their unique talents, unleashed powerful soul ring attacks while others adeptly evaded and countered using their soul skills. Teacher, I'm coming to help you. A student, seeing their mentor ensnared by several soul beasts, immediately rushed forward, unleashing their soul skill to repel the creatures. Well done. Let us all strive together. We will surely break through the encirclement. Mountains and rivers encouraged the team. After a fierce battle, the expedition team finally succeeded in repelling the assault of the soul beasts, albeit with a few students sustaining minor injuries. Their leader promptly organized a regrouping session to prepare for the forthcoming exploration. Teacher, the strength of these soul beasts is overwhelming. Can we continue our advance? A student inquired with a hint of concern. The stalwart Shan Chuan resolutely declared, of course we can. Now that we are here, we must not easily surrender. As long as we unite our hearts and minds, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. After repelling the soul beasts, the expedition team cautiously ventured into the ruins. The interior of the ruins was dim and damp, the air thick with an ancient and mysterious aura. The walls were adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns, seemingly narrating long-forgotten tales. Everyone, be cautious. The mechanisms here may be triggered at any moment, Shan Chuan warned. They proceeded with utmost care, each step taken as if walking on thin ice. Suddenly, the resounding clatter of mechanisms echoed throughout the ruins, and a massive stone slab descended from above, sealing their path. Quickly, disperse and search for the switch. Shan Chuan reacted swiftly. The students immediately sprang into action, scouring the area for potential clues. One student discovered a small recess in the wall, appearing to be a place where something could be inserted. Teacher Shan Chuan, there is a recess here. Could it be that something is needed to activate the mechanism? The student exclaimed with excitement. As Shan Chuan proceeded to examine the surroundings with meticulous scrutiny, it became evident that they needed to locate the corresponding item to unlock the mechanism. They continued their search within the ruins and, at last, discovered a uniquely shaped stone nestled in a concealed corner. Upon placing the stone into the groove, the mechanism gradually activated, and the stone slab slowly ascended, revealing a pathway leading deeper into the enigmatic depths. Splendid. Let us press onward, Shan Chuan declared, leading the way into the abyss. After enduring a series of arduous explorations, the expedition team finally arrived at the core of the ruins. There, they beheld a soul artifact known as the Celestial Wheel, radiating a resplendent glow. It hovered serenely in the air, surrounded by mysterious rings of light. Is this truly the Celestial Wheel? Its power is astonishing. The students marveled in awe. As Shan Chuan stepped forward, he reached out to touch the Wheel of Stars. Suddenly, a formidable force surged forth from the soul vessel, enveloping Shan Chuan entirely. His body began to tremble, and an expression of agony washed over his face. Shan Chuan, teacher! The students exclaimed in alarm, eager to rush to his aid. Do not come closer, Shan Chuan managed to utter with great difficulty. This is the power of the Wheel of Stars testing me. I must face it alone. In the throes of painful struggle, Shan Chuan, bolstered by his unwavering determination and immense soul power, gradually acclimated to the force of the Wheel of Stars. Ultimately, he succeeded in harnessing the wheel, significantly enhancing his strength in that moment. We have succeeded. The students cheered joyously, crowding around to congratulate Shan Chuan. Indeed, we have triumphed, he replied with a sense of reflection. This expedition, though fraught with peril and challenges, was overcome through our unity and courage. Upon returning to the academy with the Wheel of Stars, Shan Chuan and Linger were met with a warm welcome from faculty and students alike. They integrated the power of the wheel into the academy's teachings, providing students with unprecedented advancements. At the celebration held by the academy, Shan Chuan stood upon the platform, gazing down at the eager faces below, filled with pride and contentment. Dear students, today we have achieved a monumental success, yet this is merely a small chapter in the illustrious journey of our academy. In the future, we shall encounter even more challenges and opportunities. I hope you will inherit our will, bravely pursue your dreams, and contribute to the soul master endeavors of Douluo Continent. The students were deeply inspired by Shan Chuan's words, responding in unison, we will. Linger stood beside Shan Chuan, her eyes brimming with pride and affection. She recognized that Shan Chuan was not only a remarkable soul master, but also an exceptional leader and mentor. Under his guidance, the future of the academy would undoubtedly shine brighter. Shan Chuan firmly grasped Linger's hand, silently vowing to carry this brilliance forward, ensuring that the soul masters of Douluo Continent would forever illuminate the annals of history. Beneath the skies of Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy established by Shan Chuan and Linger stood like a towering lighthouse, illuminating the path for countless soul masters. Their story would be eternally recounted in every corner of the continent, inspiring future generations to relentlessly pursue excellence and craft their own glorious narratives. Teacher Shan Chuan. Behold this list of new students. Each possesses extraordinary talents and holds great promise for the future. The Academy's academic supervisor, an elder soul master past his prime, excitedly presented a list before Shan Chuan. Mountains and rivers glanced over the list, their gaze sweeping across it, a flicker of satisfaction illuminating their eyes. Indeed, it appears that our Academy's allure is growing ever stronger. However, this also signifies that we must shoulder a greater responsibility for our legacy. Yes, the weight of that responsibility. The elder soul master remarked, "You and Dean Lingo have toiled tirelessly. For the advancement of the Academy and the future of the soul masters, you have sacrificed so much." As the gentle smile graced Shan Chuan's lips, his gaze drifted towards the training grounds outside the window. There, the young soul masters were diligently pouring their sweat, striving to enhance their prowess. All our endeavors are aimed at broadening the path of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. It is only by nurturing more exceptional soul masters that we can ensure the continuity of peace and prosperity in this land. At that moment, a messenger clad in an ornate robe hastily entered the grand hall of the Academy. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. "I am the envoy of the Douluo Hall," the messenger proclaimed with an undeniable authority in his voice. "The Douluo Hall has matters of great importance to discuss and has specifically summoned you for a meeting." Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. The Douluo Palace, the most enigmatic and authoritative soul master organization on the Douluo Continent, seldom extends invitations to outsiders. Their sudden summons must indicate a matter of great significance. "Please wait a moment, envoy. I require some time to prepare," Mountain River spoke in a low voice. Yet inwardly, he was already contemplating how this invitation from the Douluo Palace might be intricately tied to the future development of the Academy. Shan Chuan, accompanied by several formidable disciples, followed the envoy to the Douluo Palace. This ancient edifice, concealed in the depths of the continent, was enveloped by a mysterious barrier, imparting an aura of solemnity and gravity. Upon entering the palace, Shan Chuan was immediately awestruck by the sight before him. Towering stone pillars were inscribed with ancient soul master runes, and portraits of illustrious soul masters from generations past adorned the walls, each radiating a potent wave of soul power. "Welcome, President Shan Chuan," intoned the venerable elder, the master of the Douluo Palace, as he slowly rose from his throne and offered a respectful salute. "Master, may I inquire the purpose of your summons?" Shan Chuan asked respectfully, fully aware that even the slightest matter within the Douluo Palace could bear significant implications for the safety of the continent. In a grave tone, the master replied, "President Shan Chuan, are you aware that the peace of Douluo Continent is not everlasting? A dark force is quietly awakening, threatening the very balance of our land. Through countless years of research, we at the Douluo Palace have discovered a method to counter this dark power, but it necessitates the use of a special soul artifact." "A special soul artifact?" Shan Chuan pondered, intrigued by the possibility of his Academy's involvement. Indeed, this soul artifact is known as the Heart of Light, possessing the ability to purify all malevolence. However, the Heart of Light has been lost for many years, and our efforts to locate it have been in vain. Yet, we believe that with your strength and that of your Academy, you may be able to uncover its whereabouts. The master's gaze was fixed intently on Shan Chuan, as if awaiting his response. The mountains and rivers fell silent for a moment. He understood that this was a formidable undertaking. Yet, for the sake of peace in the Douluo Continent, he must shoulder this responsibility. "Master of the Hall, I am willing to accept this task. I shall do everything in my power to locate the Heart of Light and safeguard the tranquility of the Douluo Continent." Shan Chuan's voice resonated with unwavering determination. Upon returning to the Academy, Shan Chuan immediately summoned all core disciples and informed them of the quest to find the Heart of Light. "Teacher Shan Chuan, where exactly is the Heart of Light? How shall we embark on this search?" one disciple inquired eagerly. Shan Chuan shook his head, expressing uncertainty regarding the exact location of the Heart of Light. However, according to the ancient texts of the Douluo Hall, its last recorded appearance was in the far northern reaches of the continent. This region is characterized by harsh conditions, rampant soul beasts, and an abundance of unknown dangers. Yet, for the sake of peace across the continent, we must embark on this journey. "Teacher Shan Chuan, "We are willing to accompany you in the quest for the heart of light," the disciples declared, their eyes brimming with determination and courage. Shan Chuan nodded, affirming their imminent departure. However, prior to embarking on this journey, it was imperative that they made thorough preparations. They needed to delve into the geographical nuances of the far north, comprehend the habits of the soul beasts residing there, and amass sufficient supplies and medicinal provisions. In the ensuing days, the entire academy was enveloped in a flurry of activity. Shan Chuan guided his disciples in perusing extensive tomes and scrutinizing materials pertaining to the far north. Concurrently, they meticulously selected an array of soul equipment and medicines suitable for the extreme cold. At last, all preparations were complete. Shan Chuan led a team of elite disciples as they embarked on their expedition to the far north. This desolate expanse was a land cloaked in ice and snow, where the temperatures plummeted and fierce winds howled, making each step akin to treading upon a razor's edge. The expedition team trudged through the blizzards with great difficulty, their faces etched with determination. "Teacher Shan Chuan, the conditions here are exceedingly harsh. Can we possibly continue?" One disciple ventured to inquire, his voice barely audible amidst the howling storm. The mountains and rivers turned, their gaze resolutely fixed upon the crowd. "We must persevere. The heart of light lies ahead, and we cannot afford to falter. United in purpose, there is no challenge we cannot surmount." Inspired by the words of the mountains and rivers, the disciples re-energized their spirits and pressed onward through the swirling snow. Yet, a greater peril loomed behind them. A formidable pack of frost spirit beasts suddenly erupted from the snow, encircling the expedition team. "Be cautious. These frost spirit beasts possess formidable strength, and we must not be careless," warned the leader. In a swift motion, the mountains and rivers drew forth a long sword, unleashing a potent surge of soul power in preparation for battle. The disciples, undeterred, summoned their own martial spirits, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the frost spirit beasts. Amidst the fray, the mountains and rivers moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the throng of spirit beasts, and with each flash of the blade, another beast fell. The disciples, too, showed no signs of weakness. Through their harmonious cooperation and formidable soul techniques, they repelled the relentless onslaught of the beasts. After a grueling struggle, the expedition team finally drove back the assault of the frost spirit beasts, though a few disciples sustained injuries. The mountains and rivers promptly organized a moment of respite to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. "Master of the mountains and rivers, shall we continue our descent?" "These frost spirit beasts were merely an appetizer. Surely greater threats await us," expressed a concerned disciple, nursing their wounds. Shan Chuan nodded, fully aware that the path ahead would be fraught with greater challenges, yet the heart of light awaited us. "We must not falter. Otherwise, the peace of Douluo Continent would remain unprotected." After enduring countless crises and trials, the expedition team finally reached the most profound depths of the far north. Here, an immense iceberg loomed majestically, its summit radiating soft beams of light. "That is the heart of light." Shan Chuan excitedly pointed towards the luminous peak of the iceberg, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. "Master Shan Chuan, how shall we ascend? This iceberg is far too lofty, and the surrounding walls are smooth with ice, offering no foothold for climbing." The disciples displayed expressions of concern. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. "I have a plan," he declared. "We can harness our soul power to create grooves in the icy wall, allowing us to ascend along them." Without delay, Shan Chuan unleashed a formidable wave of soul energy, carving a series of indentations into the ice. The disciples followed suit, utilizing their own soul power to slowly climb upwards along the channels. As they ascended, shards of ice occasionally fell, presenting numerous hazards. Yet, bolstered by their unwavering determination and formidable soul energy, Shan Chuan and his disciples ultimately triumphed in reaching the summit of the ice mountain. There, they beheld the heart of light, quietly suspended in the air, emanating a soft yet powerful radiance, as if awaiting their arrival. "Is this truly the heart of light?" they marveled, overwhelmed by its immense power. Shan Chuan stepped forward, reaching out to touch the heart of light. Suddenly, a warm and potent force surged forth from the soul artifact, enveloping him entirely. His body began to tremble, and an expression of agony crossed his face. "Shan Chuan, teacher!" the disciples exclaimed in alarm, eager to rush to his aid. "Do not approach," Shan Chuan uttered with great difficulty. "This is the power of the heart of light testing me. I must face it alone." Amidst the tormenting struggle, Shan Chuan, bolstered by his unwavering will and formidable soul power, gradually acclimated to the heart of light's force. Ultimately, he succeeded in harnessing the heart of light, and at that moment, his strength saw a remarkable enhancement. We have triumphed. The disciples cheered exuberantly, flocking to congratulate Shan Chuan. Indeed, we have succeeded, he reflected. Though this expedition was fraught with peril and challenges, we prevailed through unity and courage. Upon returning to the academy with the heart of light, Shan Chuan was met with a fervent welcome from the entire faculty and student body. The glory of the Douluo Continent seemed but a fragile veil of peace, easily shattered with a mere touch. Standing atop the highest point of the academy, Shan Chuan gazed into the distant sky, a wave of inexplicable unease swelling within him. Ever since bringing the heart of light back, the academy's strength had seen a significant elevation. Yet Shan Chuan understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. "Teacher Shan Chuan, look over there," a disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. As Shan Chuan gazed in the direction indicated by his disciple, he observed a shadow swiftly dart across the horizon, vanishing beyond the distant mountains. What was that? A pang of unease gripped Shan Chuan's heart as he immediately summoned the core disciples of the academy. "Did any of you catch a glimpse of that shadow?" he inquired with gravity. The disciples shook their heads in unison, expressing that they had never witnessed such an eerie phenomenon. "It appears that new variables may be emerging on the continent," Shan Chuan remarked solemnly. "We must remain vigilant and fortify the Academy's defenses. Furthermore, I require you to conduct a discreet investigation to ascertain if any nefarious plots are afoot." "Yes, Master Shan Chuan," the disciples responded in unison, their eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Just as Shan Chuan was reinforcing the Academy's defenses, a mysterious challenge letter arrived at the institution. The letter bore no signature, only a chilling message. "The peace of Douluo Continent is about to be shattered, and your academy shall be the first casualty." Upon reading the challenge letter, Shan Chuan's expression darkened ominously. He promptly summoned all the faculty members and core disciples of the academy to deliberate on a strategy. This missive was evidently a calculated provocation. Yet we must not let our guard down. Shan Chuan spoke with gravity, asserting that we must be fully prepared to face the impending challenge. "Master Shan Chuan, what course of action should we take?" inquired a disciple. "First and foremost, we must fortify the academy's defenses. All faculty and senior disciples shall be divided into small groups to take turns patrolling the periphery of the academy. Furthermore, we must ensure an ample supply of resources and medicinal provisions to address the potential confrontations that may arise. Lastly, I implore you to remain vigilant. Should any unusual circumstances present themselves, report immediately," Shan Chuan commanded with urgency. "Understood." The group responded in unison, swiftly mobilizing into action. As night descended, the academy was enveloped in a tranquil stillness. Yet, this serenity was soon shattered. A cohort of shadowy figures clad in black suddenly materialized around the academy, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual power as they launched a fierce assault on the institution. "Trouble! We are under attack." The patrolling disciples immediately raised the alarm. Upon hearing the alarm, Shan Chuan immediately led his core disciples out of the dormitory to confront the enemy. Drawing his longsword, he unleashed a formidable soul force, striking towards a dark-clad soul master. The clash of sword light and soul power resonated with a thunderous boom. The dark-clad soul master was sent flying by Shan Chuan's blade. However, a greater number of foes surged from all directions. "Be cautious, everyone. These enemies possess considerable strength," Shan Chuan warned his disciples loudly. In response, the disciples released their own martial spirits, engaging in fierce combat with the dark-clad soul masters. Throughout the battle, Shan Chuan moved like a bolt of lightning amidst the adversaries, each flash of his sword resulting in the downfall of an enemy. Meanwhile, the disciples, through their harmonious cooperation and powerful soul techniques, repelled the attackers one by one. Yet, the enemies appeared to be inexhaustible, coming in relentless waves. Shan Chuan and his disciples gradually felt overwhelmed, the situation growing increasingly dire. "Master Shan Chuan, what shall we do?" one disciple asked anxiously. The mountains and rivers paused for a moment, suddenly struck by inspiration. "I have a plan. We can harness the power of the heart of light to ensnare these foes." Without hesitation, he retrieved the heart of light and raised it high. Instantly, a formidable radiance surged forth from the soul artifact, illuminating the entire academy as if it were midday. The power of the heart of light erupted, enveloping all the dark-clad soul masters within its embrace. They emitted wails of despair as their bodies gradually disintegrated in the brilliance. "Excellent," Master Shan Chuan, you have succeeded. The disciples cheered with exuberance, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. Indeed, we have triumphed. However, this enemy was merely a preliminary test. The true challenge lies ahead. Shan Chuan remarked with a sense of reflection. Following the battle, Shan Chuan promptly dispatched a report detailing the conflict to the Douluo Palace. Soon after, an envoy from the palace arrived at the academy once more. President Shan Chuan, we are aware of the events that transpired during this battle. The dark-clad soul masters belong to a mysterious dark force that has been covertly plotting to disrupt the peace of the Douluo Continent, the envoy stated gravely. A dark force? Why would they do such a thing? Shan Chuan inquired. The envoy shook his head. We are uncertain of their specific intentions, but it is clear they will not relent easily. The Douluo Palace has decided to fully support your academy in the fight against this dark force. Thank you for the support from the Douluo Palace, Shan Chuan expressed with gratitude. President Shan Chuan, we also possess a powerful soul artifact known as the Shield of Guardianship. This artifact possesses formidable defensive capabilities, capable of protecting the academy from the incursions of the dark forces. We have decided to lend you the Shield of Guardianship for your use. The envoy produced a soul artifact radiating a golden light and handed it to Shan Chuan. The Shield of Guardianship? Shan Chuan received the artifact, feeling a wave of immense power emanating from it. Indeed, with the Shield of Guardianship, your academy's defensive strength will be significantly enhanced, the envoy affirmed. Thank you for the trust and support of the Douluo Palace. Shan Chuan solemnly accepted the Shield of Guardianship, his heart brimming with appreciation. With the enhancement of the Shield of Guardianship, the academy's defensive capabilities were greatly bolstered. However, the dark force did not relent. Rather, they intensified their assaults on the academy. One night, the dark force launched a large-scale attack once more. This time, their onslaught was more ferocious, comprising not only dark-clad soul masters, but also various formidable soul beasts. The academy was shrouded in darkness, the situation perilously precarious. All disciples, prepare for battle. Shan Chuan commanded loudly, leading his disciples out of the academy to confront the enemy. The battle was imminent as Shan Chuan drew his longsword, unleashing a surge of powerful soul energy, and struck toward the leader of the dark-clad soul masters. Meanwhile, the disciples unleashed their martial souls, engaging in fierce combat with their adversaries. The powers of the Heart of Light and the Shield of Guardianship played a significant role in the battle, providing not only protection to the disciples of the academy, but also inflicting considerable damage upon the enemies. However, the onslaught from the dark forces surged relentlessly, seemingly without end. Teacher Shan Chuan, can we triumph? One disciple anxiously inquired amidst the fray. Shan Chuan turned around, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the crowd. We must triumph. For the peace of Douluo Continent, for the honor of our academy, we cannot afford to lose. Inspired by Shan Chuan's fervor, the disciples rekindled their spirits and resumed their fierce battle against the enemy. In the heat of combat, Shan Chuan, wielding formidable soul power and exquisite swordsmanship, felled enemy after enemy. Meanwhile, the disciples, through their harmonious coordination and potent soul abilities, repelled their foes one by one. After a grueling struggle, the dark forces finally faltered and began their retreat. Leading his disciples in a victorious pursuit, Shan Chuan expelled the enemies from the academy's territory. We have won. The disciples erupted in jubilant cheers, rushing forward to congratulate Shan Chuan. Indeed, we have emerged victorious. Yet, this triumph is but fleeting. The dark forces will not relent so easily. We must persist in our efforts and enhance our abilities if we are to truly safeguard the peace of Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan reflected. Once the battle had concluded, Shan Chuan promptly gathered all the disciples for a profound debriefing. Dear students, this battle has imparted a vital lesson. The peace of Douluo Continent is not eternal. The dark forces are ever watchful, coveting our tranquil existence. We must remain vigilant. Shan Chuan spoke solemnly. Master Shan Chuan, what should we do? A disciple inquired. First and foremost, we must continue to train diligently, enhancing our strength. Only with formidable power can we stand resolute against the dark forces. Secondly, we must unite as one, supporting one another. It is through our seamless collaboration that we have repeatedly repelled our adversaries in battle. Lastly, we must maintain vigilance, always prepared to face new challenges, Shan Chuan advised earnestly. Yes, Master Shan Chuan. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Mountains and rivers gazed upon these vibrant disciples, their hearts brimming with hope. They understood that these disciples would embody the future promise of the Douluo Continent, destined to shoulder the solemn duty of safeguarding peace. Students, the future of the Douluo Continent lies within your grasp. I firmly believe that with relentless effort and determination, you shall forge your own illustrious chapters, mountains and rivers encouraged. Their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The disciples, deeply inspired by these words, fervently exclaimed, "We will," beneath the sky of the Douluo Continent. The Soul Master Academy, established by mountains and rivers, stood as a towering beacon, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Mountains and rivers, revered as a legendary figure by many, were not merely a formidable soul master, but also an exceptional leader and heir. Under their guidance, the Academy's future was destined to be even more resplendent, ensuring better protection for the peace of the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, mountains and rivers would persist in their mission of inheritance, directing the soul masters of the Douluo Continent and inscribing their own legendary tales. The awakening path of Douluo. Once again, the skies of the Douluo Continent were shrouded in ominous clouds, an inexplicable sense of oppression permeating the air. Standing in the training grounds of the Academy, mountains and rivers gazed into the distant horizon, a strong wave of unease surging within. Since the last repulsion of the dark forces, the continent seemed to have temporarily regained its tranquility. Yet mountains and rivers knew that this calm was merely the eye of the storm. "Teacher, mountains and rivers, look over there," a disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the distant sky in astonishment. As Shan Chuan gazed in the direction indicated by his disciple, he beheld a peculiar radiance shimmering in the sky, only to vanish beyond the distant mountains. What could that be? A sense of urgency gripped Shan Chuan's heart as he promptly summoned the core disciples of the Academy. "Who among you recalls that mysterious light?" he inquired with utmost seriousness. The disciples shook their heads in unison, indicating they had never witnessed such an enigmatic phenomenon. "It appears that there may be new variables emerging on the continent," Shan Chuan remarked gravely. "We must remain vigilant and bolster the Academy's defenses. Furthermore, I require you to discreetly investigate whether any nefarious activities are afoot." "Yes, Master Shan Chuan," the disciples responded in unison, their eyes alight with unwavering determination. Just as Shan Chuan was strengthening the Academy's defenses, the mysterious light reappeared, this time hovering above the Academy for a brief moment before gently descending, ultimately disappearing into the mountains behind the Academy. "Master Shan Chuan, the light has landed in the rear mountains," one disciple hastily reported. Upon sensing a stir within the mountains and rivers, the leader promptly guided several core disciples to the rear mountain for an inspection. They traversed through the dense thicket and arrived at the site where the radiance had vanished. There, they encountered a peculiar stone, emanating a faint glow, as if beckoning them closer. "What is this?" one disciple inquired with curiosity. Shan Chuan stepped forward, meticulously examining the stone. Suddenly, he felt a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from the stone, resonating intensely with the soul energy within him. This was a soul stone, and a remarkably rare one at that. Shan Chuan spoke gravely, suggesting that it might be connected to the future of our Academy. "A soul stone? What purpose does it serve?" the disciples inquired with curiosity. "The soul stone is an essential aid for soul masters in their cultivation. It enhances a soul master's soul energy and can even assist in awakening new soul skills," Shan Chuan elucidated. "We must bring this soul stone back to the Academy for further study." "Yes, Teacher Shan Chuan," the disciples replied in unison, carefully transporting the soul stone back to the Academy. Upon their return, Shan Chuan immediately organized a clandestine meeting, inviting several esteemed teachers and core disciples to collectively research this enigmatic soul stone. "Director Shan Chuan, the soul energy within this soul stone is extraordinarily potent, yet we have yet to ascertain its precise applications," remarked a senior teacher. "I have an idea. We could attempt to fuse the soul stone with the Academy's soul tools and observe whether it yields new effects," Shan Chuan proposed. "That is an excellent suggestion. We should certainly give it a try," the senior teachers concurred. Through their concerted efforts, the soul stone was successfully fused with the Academy's soul tools. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the soul tool, illuminating the entire Academy as if it were daylight. Within the light, a figure gradually materialized, a venerable elder clad in an ancient robe, his face etched with the marks of time, yet his gaze remained remarkably clear and resolute. "I am the guardian of the soul stone. You have finally discovered me." The elder's voice resonated with depth and power. "Who are you?" Shan Chuan asked in astonishment. I am an ancestor of the Douluo Continent. To protect this soul stone, I have slumbered here for countless years. Now, you have awakened me and validated your potential. The elder replied with a smile. Can you divulge the secrets of the soul stone to us? Shan Chuan inquired eagerly. Certainly. This soul stone is known as the Stone of Awakening. It possesses formidable power, capable of aiding soul masters in awakening new soul skills and even enhancing the quality of their martial souls, the elder explained slowly. However, to harness its power, one must undergo a series of trials. Trials? Shan Chuan and the disciples exchanged glances, filled with anticipation and trepidation. Yes, trials. Only by overcoming these trials can you truly wield the power of the Stone of Awakening, the elder concluded, his figure gradually fading into the light. Teacher Shan Chuan, how shall we pass the trials? The disciples inquired with excitement. The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment and said, the elder speaks of trials. It must surely pertain to our martial souls and soul power. We must first enhance our own strength to earn the right to face such trials. Indeed, Teacher Shan Chuan. The disciples responded in unison, immediately immersing themselves in rigorous training. Over the ensuing months, the Academy's disciples devoted themselves day and night, relentlessly honing their soul power and martial soul skills. Shan Chuan personally guided them, assisting in breaking through their bottlenecks and elevating their strength. At last, one fateful night, as Shan Chuan was engrossed in his practice, he suddenly sensed a formidable wave of soul power. He promptly opened his eyes to discover the awakening stone radiating a brilliant light. Disciples, the awakening stone is stirring, Shan Chuan exclaimed. The disciples halted their training and gathered around. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the awakening stone, enveloping Shan Chuan entirely. He felt an immense force surging within him, his martial soul beginning to transform, as an unprecedented power awakened inside him. Teacher Shan Chuan, what is happening to you? The disciples inquired anxiously. Mountains and rivers closed their eyes, wholeheartedly sensing the changes within. His martial spirit, an ordinary longsword, suddenly transformed into a resplendent sword of light, its blade inscribed with enigmatic runes, emanating a powerful surge of soul energy. I have awakened a new soul skill, exclaimed Mountain River, his eyes alight with excitement. Splendid. Master Mountain River, rejoiced the disciples, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. Disciples, it is now your turn. The power of the awakening stone is finite. You must seize the moment. Undergo the trials and awaken your own soul skills, Mountain River urged his students. Yes, Master Mountain River. The disciples responded in unison, fervently attempting to commune with the awakening stone. Encouraged by Mountain River, the disciples embarked on their quest to awaken new soul skills. Some sat cross-legged, while others wielded their martial spirits, fully immersing themselves in the power of the awakening stone. One disciple, whose martial spirit was a fiery phoenix, suddenly felt an intense flame igniting within him. His phoenix spirit transformed into a brilliant firebird, enveloping him in searing flames. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had awakened the new soul skill, Blazing Inferno. Another disciple, with a colossal hammer as his martial spirit, felt a surge of tremendous power coursing through him. His giant hammer morphed into a dazzling light hammer, radiating potent waves of soul energy. When he opened his eyes, he discovered he had awakened the new soul skill, Earth-Shattering Collapse. As time progressed, an increasing number of disciples successfully awakened new soul skills. Their strength soared, and the atmosphere within the academy grew ever more fervent and charged. Master Mountain River, we have succeeded, the disciples exclaimed excitedly, gathering around to showcase their newly awakened soul skills. Mountains and rivers observed these vibrant disciples, filled with a profound sense of satisfaction and pride. He understood that these young aspirants would embody the future hope of the Douluo Continent, entrusted with the noble duty of safeguarding its peace. My dear students, you have all performed admirably. This awakening not only enhances your individual prowess, but also significantly elevates our academy's overall strength. However, you must remember that the true challenges lie ahead. We cannot afford to be complacent. Mountains spoke with earnest gravity. Yes, Teacher Mountains. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. With the awakening of the disciples, the academy's strength had indeed experienced a remarkable augmentation. Mountains recognized their readiness to confront the forthcoming trials. He resolved to lead them to various corners of the Douluo Continent in search of additional soul stones and soul tools, further bolstering the academy's collective might. Students, our journey has only just begun. The Douluo Continent is replete with countless mysterious locales, concealing formidable soul stones and soul tools. Our mission is to discover them, augment our capabilities, and protect the peace of Douluo Continent. Mountains inspired his disciples. Yes, teacher mountains. They chorused, their eyes brimming with anticipation and fighting spirit. Under Mountain's guidance, the Academy's disciples embarked on a new odyssey. They traversed dense jungles, crossed turbulent rivers, and overcame innumerable formidable obstacles. Throughout their expedition, they encountered various powerful soul beasts and perilous challenges, yet they surmounted each with steadfast resolve and formidable strength. Teacher mountains, there lies an ancient ruin ahead. Let us explore it. One disciple exclaimed excitedly. Mountains and rivers nodded. Very well, let us take a look. They arrived at the ruins, where ancient runes and mechanisms were strewn about. With utmost caution, mountains and rivers led his disciples into the relics, embarking on a quest to unveil its secrets. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a soul artifact, the wheel of time and space, radiating an overwhelming spiritual power. This artifact possessed formidable abilities, capable of manipulating time and space, making it an exceedingly rare treasure. Master mountains and rivers, is this the wheel of time and space? Its power is truly immense. The disciples exclaimed in awe. As Shan Chuan stepped forward, he meticulously observed the wheel of time and space. Suddenly, a formidable surge of soul energy erupted from the soul device, enveloping Shan Chuan entirely. His body began to tremble, and the expression on his face contorted in agony. Teacher Shan Chuan, the disciples exclaimed, rushing forward in a bid to assist. Do not approach. Shan Chuan struggled to articulate. This is the power of the wheel of time and space testing me. I must confront it alone. Amidst his painful struggle, Shan Chuan, fortified by his unwavering will and immense soul power, gradually acclimated to the wheel's might. His form became shrouded in layers of mysterious auras. As time seemed to stagnate around him and space quietly warped. I can feel it. His voice resonated in the void. As his consciousness began to merge with the wheel of time and space, suddenly, a radiant burst of light erupted from the wheel, illuminating the entire relic as if it were midday. Within this brilliance, Shan Chuan's silhouette ascended slowly, and in that moment, his martial spirit, a resplendent sword of light, underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Surrounding the sword were ripples of time and space. Each swing appeared capable of rending the fabric of space and distorting time itself. I did it. Shan Chuan's voice brimmed with joy and exhilaration as he successfully integrated the power of the wheel into his martial spirit. Teacher Shan Chuan, you are truly remarkable. The disciples cheered, eagerly converging to offer their congratulations. Indeed, we have triumphed. This trial has not only enhanced my strength, but also deepened our understanding of the power of time and space. Shan Chuan reflected with heartfelt emotion. With Shan Chuan's successful fusion of the wheel's power, the atmosphere within the academy grew increasingly vibrant. The disciples gathered closely. Their curiosity piqued as they inquired about the mysteries of temporal power. Teacher Shan Chuan, what is the power of time and space? What purpose does it serve? One disciple asked. Intrigued, the mountains and rivers smiled as they elucidated. The power of time and space is an exceedingly enigmatic force, capable of manipulating both time and dimension. In the throes of battle, we can harness this temporal energy to induce a state of stasis, momentarily immobilizing our foes and thereby gaining a strategic advantage. Simultaneously, we may utilize this power for spatial leaps, swiftly traversing the battlefield to any desired location, or even transporting adversaries to distant realms. Remarkable, the disciples exclaimed in awe, their eyes shimmering with a fervent desire for such power. However, the application of temporal forces demands an extraordinary level of soul energy and precise control. A moment's carelessness could instigate chaos across time and space, posing a grave threat to oneself. The mountains and rivers solemnly cautioned. Master Shan Chuan, we will strive to cultivate our abilities. The disciples replied in unison, their eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. Upon successfully merging with the wheel of time and space, Shan Chuan resolved to lead the disciples on a temporal journey. They would employ the power of time and space to explore the past and future of the Douluo Continent, seeking more soul stones and soul artifacts to enhance the Academy's overall strength. Dear students, our voyage through time is about to commence. During this expedition, we shall traverse through epochs, venturing into uncharted territories. This is not merely an adventure. It is a rare opportunity for learning. Are you prepared? Shan Chuan inspired the disciples. Ready, Master Shan Chuan. They responded in chorus, their eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Under Shan Chuan's guidance, the disciples activated the power of time and space. Ripples of temporal energy unfurling around them, enveloping them gently. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and they vanished from their original location, embarking on their temporal journey. When Shan Chuan and the disciples reopened their eyes, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Before them lay an expansive battlefield, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The sounds of war drums and clashing steel echoing in a relentless cacophony. Where are we? One disciple inquired, astonished. The mountains and rivers encircle the surroundings, revealing an atmosphere steeped in antiquity. Soldiers clad in ancient armor wield long spears and shields, engaging in fierce combat. We have traversed into an ancient battlefield, Master Shan Chuan remarked. It appears that the power of time and space has transported us to the past of Douluo Continent. What shall we do, Master Shan Chuan? The disciples inquired anxiously. Let us first observe the situation and see if we can discover a way to return to the modern era, Shan Chuan replied. They cautiously concealed themselves in a corner of the battlefield, keenly watching the unfolding skirmish. Suddenly, a general adorned in golden armor captured Shan Chuan's attention. This commanding figure, brandishing a colossal battle axe, exuded an air of authority as he directed his troops in combat. This general possesses remarkable strength. His martial spirit appears to be a battle axe, Shan Chuan whispered. Should we not assist him? One disciple questioned. The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment and said, Very well, let us assist him. Perhaps he can divulge some insights regarding the fabric of time and space. They stealthily approached the general and, with a sudden onslaught, aided him in repelling the surrounding foes. The general turned around, astonished as he beheld the mountains, rivers, and their disciples. Who are you? What brings you to this place? He inquired. Mountains and rivers bowed in homage as they spoke. General, we are soul masters from the future. We have traversed the fabric of time and space to arrive here, hoping you might assist us in finding a way back to the modern era. The general, momentarily taken aback, swiftly regained his composure. I see, you are time travelers. I have heard tales of time and space, yet I have never encountered true travelers of time. Since you have aided me, I am willing to lend my assistance in return. Thank you, General. Mountain River expressed gratefully. With the general's support, Mountain River and his disciples sought out an ancient soul master. This master possessed formidable soul power and an extensive knowledge of soul mastery. After listening to Mountain River's intentions, he nodded, indicating his willingness to help. The power of time and space is an exceedingly mysterious force. Your ability to harness it signifies immense potential. I can impart some ancient soul master techniques to aid you in mastering this power. Thank you, Master. Mountain River and his disciples chorused in gratitude. In the days that followed, the soul master taught them numerous ancient techniques, including how to better control their soul power, how to utilize soul skills to create formidable attacks, and how to remain calm and decisive in battle. These teachings greatly enhanced the cultivation of Mountain River and his disciples, further elevating their strength. Mountain River, your talents are truly exceptional. I believe that you will undoubtedly become legends of the Douluo Continent in the future, the Soul Master remarked with admiration. Thank you for your kind words, Master. We will strive to live up to your expectations, Mountain River humbly replied. After a period of diligent study, Mountain River and his disciples finally grasped sufficient knowledge and prepared to return to the modern era. With the assistance of the Soul Master and the General, they activated the power of time and space, and ripples of temporal energy began to unfold around them once more. Mountain River, I hope that you will continue to carry forward the spirit of the Soul Masters and safeguard the peace of the Douluo Continent in the future, the Soul Master imparted. We will, Master, Mountain River responded resolutely. In a flash of light, Mountain River and his disciples returned to the modern era. They found themselves once again standing in the back mountain of the academy, as if nothing had transpired. Teacher Mountain River, we are back, the disciples exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, we have returned. This journey through time has been immensely fruitful. However, we must not rest on our laurels. The future of the Douluo Continent requires our continued efforts. Mountain River reflected. Teacher Mountain River, we will strive onward. The disciples replied in unison, their eyes shimmering with determination. Upon returning to the academy, Mountain River immediately gathered all his disciples for a profound debriefing. Dear students, this journey through time has profoundly illuminated the rich history of the Douluo Continent and the enduring spirit of the soul masters across generations. As soul masters of the new era, we must not only inherit the techniques and spirit of ancient soul masters, but also continually innovate and enhance our own strengths. Mountain River spoke solemnly. What should we do, teacher Mountain River? A disciple inquired. Firstly, we must persist in our cultivation, enhancing our spiritual power and soul skills. Secondly, we should maintain an open mind, absorbing the wisdom of ancient soul masters and integrating it with modern technology and knowledge to forge our own path as soul masters. Lastly, we must unite in purpose, collectively safeguarding the peace of the Douluo Continent. Shan Chuan spoke with profound sincerity. Indeed, Master Shan Chuan. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. As Shan Chuan gazed upon these vibrant disciples, his heart brimmed with hope. He understood that these young souls would embody the future of the Douluo Continent, bearing the solemn responsibility of safeguarding its peace. Dear students, the future of Douluo Continent lies in your hands. I firmly believe that through your diligent efforts, you will undoubtedly forge a magnificent chapter of your own. Shan Chuan encouraged his disciples, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Deeply inspired by his words, the disciples exclaimed in unison, "We will." Beneath the skies of Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy established by Shan Chuan stood like a towering lighthouse, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Shan Chuan himself was revered as a legendary figure among many. Not only was he a formidable soul master, but also an exceptional leader and inheritor. Under his guidance, the Academy's future promised to be even more resplendent, and the peace of Douluo Continent would be better protected. Shan Chuan would continue to shoulder the mission of inheritance, guiding the soul masters of Douluo Continent and writing their legendary tales. Standing on the gentle slope of the Academy, Shan Chuan gazed at the distant sea of clouds, his heart filled with reminiscences of his previous journey through time and space. However, fate seemed reluctant to allow him a tranquil existence. Suddenly, a peculiar black light streaked across the sky, hurtling directly towards him. Before Shan Chuan could react, he was enveloped by the dark radiance. After a whirlwind of sensations, he found himself amidst an unfamiliar forest. Shan Chuan was taken aback, realizing he might have been ensnared in an inexplicable transdimensional event. He attempted to harness his soul energy, only to find that it flowed sluggishly within him, seemingly constrained by the oppressive environment surrounding him. What exactly is happening? Where am I? Shan Chuan murmured to himself. At that moment, a deep, rumbling growl echoed from ahead. Shan Chuan's senses heightened as he drew forth his luminous sword spirit. However, due to the suppression of his soul energy, the radiance of the sword spirit was faint. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast came into view. This creature bore a resemblance to a wolf, yet its size was magnified several times that of an ordinary wolf, and its eyes emitted a haunting green glow. "Human, you have trespassed into my territory," the soul beast declared, speaking with a human voice. Shan Chuan, feigning calmness, spoke. "Greetings, I did not intend to intrude. I was inexplicably brought here." The soul beast, however, paid no heed to his explanation, declaring, "Regardless of your arrival, you must perish within my domain." With that, the soul beast lunged towards Shan Chuan. Although his soul power was suppressed, Shan Chuan was no stranger to adversity. He nimbly evaded the beast's assault and struck at its back with his light, sword martial spirit. Yet, the blade merely grazed the creature, producing a few sparks without inflicting any significant damage. Infuriated, the soul beast whirled around and charged at Shan Chuan once more, baring its cavernous maw and revealing its razor-sharp fangs. Shan Chuan realized that continuing to engage in a brute force struggle was futile. As he deftly evaded the soul beast's assaults, he contemplated a strategy. He discerned that the creature's vulnerability might lie in its eyes, for it recoiled whenever an attack drew near to that sensitive area. Amidst his evasive maneuvers, an idea suddenly flickered in his mind. He was profoundly intrigued by the power of the soul ring. Perhaps absorbing the soul ring of this beast could augment his own strength. However, the process of absorption was perilous, especially since his soul power was currently suppressed. Gritting his teeth, Shan Chuan resolved to take the risk. He feigned a weakness, allowing the soul beast's attack to miss its mark, and then, with all his might, he charged toward the creature's eyes. The soul beast, taken aback by Shan Chuan's audacious offensive, instinctively recoiled in panic. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan thrust his sword into the eye of the soul beast, which let out a piercing scream. Without a moment's hesitation, Shan Chuan swiftly withdrew his spirit power and began to absorb the soul ring. Sensing Shan Chuan's intent, the soul beast struggled wildly. However, as Shan Chuan continued to absorb the soul ring, its strength gradually diminished. After a fierce struggle, Shan Chuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul beast's soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, a surge of formidable power coursed through Shan Chuan's body. His spirit power began to recover rapidly, now more robust than ever before. His light, sword martial spirit underwent a transformation, its blade becoming more radiant, while the ripples of space-time around him grew increasingly pronounced. "Ha! It seems I am indeed somewhat fortunate," Shan Chuan exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, he noticed peculiar patterns appearing on his body, resembling ancient runes. After studying them for a while, Shan Chuan discovered that these runes enhanced his control over spirit power. Just as he reveled in the joy of acquiring the soul ring, he was suddenly interrupted by a cacophony of noise. The mountains and rivers moved towards the direction of the clamor, discovering a group of soul masters besieging a formidable soul beast. This soul beast represented a prime target. "We must acquire its soul ring," one of the soul masters proclaimed. However, the soul beast was exceedingly powerful, emanating an aura so potent that it deterred the soul masters from approaching with ease. Shan Chuan stepped forward and inquired, "Do you require assistance?" The soul masters, upon noticing Shan Chuan, warily asked, "Who are you? From whence do you hail?" Shan Chuan succinctly recounted his experiences. Upon hearing his tale, the soul masters exchanged glances. Sensing that Shan Chuan was not fabricating his story, "If you can truly assist us, it would be nothing short of ideal," the soul masters remarked. Shan Chuan nodded slightly, then proceeded towards the formidable spirit beast. After Shan Chuan entered the fray, he swiftly subdued the soul beast using the powers of the newly acquired soul ring and the forces of time and space. Witnessing this, the soul masters launched even more fervent assaults. Through their united efforts, the soul beast was ultimately vanquished. "Thank you for your assistance. You are truly formidable," one of the soul masters remarked to Shan Chuan. The mountains and rivers smiled and replied, "You are most welcome. We are all soul masters, and it is only natural to assist one another." After the battle concluded, the soul masters gathered together to engage in conversation. "Did you not experience any backlash while absorbing the soul ring? I have heard that absorbing the soul rings of powerful soul beasts can be perilous," inquired one curious soul master. Shan Chuan shared his experiences, including how he daringly absorbed soul rings despite the suppression of his soul power. The soul masters, upon hearing this, were deeply impressed by Shan Chuan's courage and wisdom. "What is the temporal power you utilized during battle? It appears truly extraordinary," inquired another soul master. Shan Chuan elucidated, "This is a power I have acquired from a mysterious realm, capable of manipulating certain aspects of time and space." Upon hearing this, the soul masters were filled with envy and longing. After conversing with the soul masters, Shan Chuan learned that there exist numerous formidable soul artifacts in this world. These artifacts can significantly augment a soul master's prowess. "Possessing a fine soul artifact equates to an additional layer of security," remarked one of the soul masters. The mountains and rivers exhibited great interest in the soul instruments, prompting them to embark on a quest alongside the soul masters in search of these mystical artifacts. They traversed the forest, diligently seeking out potential hiding spots for the soul instruments. At last, they stumbled upon an ancient cave, where they sensed an unusual aura emanating from within. The mountains and the soul masters cautiously ventured into the cavern. A mysterious aura pervaded the air, and the walls were adorned with ancient runes. These inscriptions appeared to be quite extraordinary, prompting Shan Chuan to advise everyone to tread carefully. As they delved deeper into the cave, a sudden sound of a mechanism activating echoed through the darkness. "There are traps," the soul masters exclaimed in alarm. Shan Chuan meticulously surveyed his surroundings and discovered a loose stone. With a determined effort, he shifted the stone aside, causing the mechanism to cease its operation. As they pressed onward, they beheld a treasure chest. Could the soul artifact be contained within? An excited soul master exclaimed. Shan Chuan stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. Inside lay a golden spear, emanating a formidable aura of soul energy. "This is the soul artifact we have been seeking," the soul masters exclaimed in jubilation. However, a dilemma soon arose. To whom should this soul artifact belong? "I was the first to discover it. It rightfully belongs to me," declared one soul master. "Yet, each of us has made significant contributions. Why should it be yours alone?" countered another soul master. As the mountains and rivers observed the quarreling spirit masters, they spoke. Let us not dispute any longer. This spirit artifact rightfully belongs to the one most capable of wielding it. We shall engage in a contest. The victor shall claim this artifact. The spirit masters found this proposition agreeable, and thus commenced their competition. After an intense series of trials, one spirit master emerged victorious. Congratulations. This spirit artifact is now yours, declared the mountains and rivers. The fortunate spirit master, filled with joy, expressed his gratitude to the mountains and rivers as well as to his fellow spirit masters. Let us continue our exploration of this world, for many mysteries await us. The mountains and rivers urged, and so they set forth on their journey once more. Uncertain of what lay ahead, they were nevertheless imbued with hope for the future. In the days that followed, they encountered a myriad of challenges, including formidable spirit beasts and intricate spirit skill traps. Yet, through the bonds of friendship, wisdom, and courage shared among them, the mountains and rivers and their companions triumphed over each obstacle they faced. In this unfamiliar world, Shan Chuan gradually flourished, incessantly absorbing soul rings, seeking soul tools, and enhancing his own prowess. He understood that he might never return to his original realm, yet he bore no regrets. For he had discovered his own value and significance in the Douluo Continent. As time passed, Shan Chuan's renown spread throughout this world, earning him the admiration of many soul masters. The tales of him and his companions transformed into legends upon the Douluo Continent. One day, Shan Chuan heard whispers of a mysterious castle at the end of the continent, said to conceal secrets that could alter the fate of the entire land. Let us venture to that castle, Shan Chuan proposed. Though the soul masters were acutely aware that the journey to the castle was fraught with peril, they unhesitatingly agreed. Thus, Shan Chuan led the soul masters toward the continent's edge, their silhouettes appearing remarkably resolute beneath the setting sun. The path to the castle was arduous. They needed to traverse dense mountains and navigate turbulent rivers. Amidst the mountains, they were besieged by a ferocious storm. The howling winds threatened to cast them down the cliffs. Stay close together, do not scatter, Shan Chuan shouted. They clasped hands, struggling to withstand the tempest. Throughout the storm, Shan Chuan continually wielded his temporal power to stabilize their bodies. At last, they successfully emerged from the mountains. As they crossed the river, they encountered an assault from aquatic soul beasts lurking beneath the surface. The sudden onslaught injured several among them. Be cautious, Shan Chuan warned. He employed his light, sword martial spirit to conjure temporal barriers in the water, shielding them from the soul beasts' attacks. Through their collective effort, they successfully navigated the river. After a lengthy journey, they finally beheld the enigmatic castle. Towering into the clouds, it emanated an aura of mystery. This castle appears truly enigmatic. I wonder what secrets lie within, remarked one soul master. Mountains and rivers suggested, let us venture inside. As they entered the castle, they were met with a myriad of intricate mechanisms. Be cautious of the traps, mountains and rivers advised. They meticulously explored the castle, where the complexity of the devices posed a formidable challenge, as a single misstep could trigger perilous traps. In a grand hall, they discovered an enormous crystal sphere that exuded an air of profound significance. This crystal sphere appears quite extraordinary, remarked mountains and rivers. As they approached it, the sphere suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance. Within that luminescence, an image materialized, revealing the history and future of the Douluo Continent. They learned that the continent faced an immense crisis, and in a forthcoming battle, it risked annihilation. The arrival of mountains and rivers and their companions was destined to avert this calamity. We must uncover the means to save the continent, mountains and rivers declared resolutely. From the vision presented by the crystal sphere, they understood that they needed to gather fragments of divine artifacts scattered across the world and assemble them to rescue the continent. Thus, mountains and rivers led the soul masters on a new quest, dispersing across the globe in search of the sacred relics. In the quest of the mountains and rivers, countless difficulties and challenges were encountered. Yet, he never surrendered. Upon an ancient continent, he discovered the first fragment of a divine artifact. This shard emanated a formidable power, and as soon as he made contact, an overwhelming surge of information flooded into his mind. He grasped the origin and purpose of this fragment. It seems we have found the right object, he remarked. With utmost care, he secured the fragment and continued his search. Through the collective efforts of his companions, they gradually unearthed additional fragments. Once all the pieces were gathered, they ascended a mysterious peak, where they commenced the assembly of the divine artifact. Mountains and rivers, along with the other soul masters, meticulously assembled the fragments according to the instructions within the crystal ball. After considerable effort, the artifact was finally reconstructed. It radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the entirety of the Douluo Continent in its glow. At that moment, the force that had instigated the crisis also emerged. A breathtaking final battle ensued. Shan Chuan, wielding a divine artifact, led the soul masters into the fray against their adversaries. Throughout the battle, Shan Chuan adeptly harnessed the advantages of temporal and spatial power, continuously weaving between foes and allies alike. Ultimately, through their united efforts, they triumphed in rescuing the Douluo Continent. After the conflict subsided, Shan Chuan emerged as a hero of the Douluo Continent. The tale of him and his companions became a cherished narrative, evolving into an everlasting legend within the realm of Douluo. The mountains and rivers have finally found their sanctuary in this world. He continues to explore within this realm, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent. The elevation of soul power in Douluo. After successfully rescuing Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan's fame soared, yet he remained humble and unpretentious. On the contrary, he increasingly sensed that his soul power possessed untapped potential and recognized that this world held numerous mysteries awaiting his exploration. One day, while delving into a mysterious ancient ruin, Shan Chuan stumbled upon a crystal emanating an extraordinary light. The moment he touched the crystal, a surge of potent energy coursed through his body, causing his soul power to fluctuate uncontrollably. What is happening? A mix of astonishment and exhilaration filled Shan Chuan's heart. At that moment, his companions were also drawn to the pulsating energy. Shan Chuan, are you all right? One companion inquired anxiously. I am uncertain, but I sense that my soul power is on the verge of undergoing a transformation, Shan Chuan replied. As the energy continued to flow, the space surrounding Shan Chuan began to warp, and a faint blue glow enveloped him. Although he had already absorbed a considerable number of soul rings, at this moment, those rings seemed to be summoned, swirling around his body. This is a sign of soul ring awakening, an experienced elder soul master exclaimed excitedly. Mountains and rivers closed their eyes, concentrating on the subtle changes within their soul power. He discerned that his soul ring was gradually merging with a new force, one that seemed to emanate from the depths of the cosmos, imbued with boundless mysteries. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. At that moment, a qualitative transformation occurred within his first soul ring. The once ordinary soul skill was significantly enhanced. My first soul skill can now inflict double damage upon adversaries and additionally induce a brief state of dizziness, he proclaimed with exhilaration. His companions rejoiced for him, yet they understood that this was merely the beginning. With the awakening of his first soul ring, a profound desire surged within him. He yearned to seek new soul rings to further augment his strength. Let us embark on a quest for new soul beasts. I am certain there exists a soul ring that is perfectly suited for me, he declared to his companions. They all expressed their agreement. Thus, they set forth on their journey to find soul beasts. Amidst a dense forest inhabited by soul beasts, they encountered a colossal flame leopard. This majestic creature radiated intense heat, its power formidable. This flame leopard's soul ring appears to be quite fitting for me, yet its strength should not be underestimated, he remarked, gazing at the magnificent beast. We shall assist you, his companions assured him. The mountains and rivers shook their heads and said, I must acquire this soul ring on my own. It is also a test of my own strength. Shan Chuan approached the flame leopard alone. Sensing the impending threat, the flame leopard let out a furious roar and lunged towards Shan Chuan. Mountains and rivers swiftly summoned forth their luminous sword spirit, harnessing the power of time and space to decelerate the fiery leopard's speed before lunging towards its head. The fiery leopard, agile in its movements, deftly evaded the assault by sidestepping and retaliated with a swipe of its claws aimed at the mountains and rivers. Shan Chuan leaped backward, evading the assault of the flame leopard. Your speed is commendable, yet still insufficient, he remarked. The flame leopard appeared to comprehend his words, launching another attack, this time with even greater swiftness. The mountains and rivers continuously harnessed the power of time and space to evade the onslaught of the fiery leopard, all the while seeking its vulnerabilities. At last, the mountains and rivers discerned a fleeting pause in the leopard's attack. Seizing this moment, they thrust their radiant sword fiercely into the beast's abdomen. Wounded, the fiery leopard became even more frenzied, yet its strength began to wane. After an intense battle, the fiery leopard ultimately collapsed to the ground. Mountains and rivers approached the flame leopard, commencing the absorption of its soul ring. He settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his own soul power into the soul ring of the flame leopard, fervently hoping that this infusion would significantly enhance his strength. In his heart, he silently prayed. As his soul power flowed in, the soul ring of the flame leopard began to gradually meld with his body. Shan Chuan felt a surge of intense energy flow into his body, refining his soul power in the process. Shan Chuan opened his eyes once more. Having successfully absorbed the soul ring of the flame leopard, my second soul skill can unleash a powerful fiery impact. The power of this skill is astonishing, he exclaimed with excitement. After absorbing the new soul ring, Shan Chuan was filled with fresh aspirations. I wish to seek a soul tool that complements my new soul skill, enabling me to maximize my capabilities, he conveyed to his companions. They nodded in agreement, embarking on a quest for information regarding soul tools. Eventually, they stumbled upon a legend concerning the location of fragments of divine artifacts. It was said that on a mysterious island lay numerous powerful fragments of divine artifacts. Perhaps we could find a suitable soul tool for Shan Chuan there, one of his companions remarked. They set sail towards the enigmatic island aboard a spirit master vessel. At sea, they faced various perils, including fierce storms and attacks from sea spirit beasts. Yet, through their unwavering determination and collaboration, they successfully reached the island. Upon their arrival, they encountered numerous peculiar creatures and formidable restrictions. This place appears perilous, but we must find a soul tool that suits me, Shan Chuan stated resolutely. They cautiously explored the island, and deep within, they discovered a fragment radiating a dazzling light. This fragment was unlike any Shan Chuan had previously encountered. It emanated a warm energy. This fragment seems perfect for me, Shan Chuan declared. As he approached to grasp the fragment, a powerful force surged into his body. His soul power merged with the fragment's energy, which gradually transformed into a sword in his hands. The might of this sword is incredible. I feel a unique bond with it, Shan Chuan joyfully remarked. As Shan Chuan continued to grow, his companions were equally diligent, persistently seeking soul rings and tools that suited them, significantly enhancing their strength. Shan Chuan, look, we have all become remarkably powerful. We can now challenge even mightier foes together, one companion proclaimed. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, however, we must not become complacent. There remain numerous unknown perils in this world. Just as they were preparing to depart from the island, a group of enigmatic powerhouses materialized before them. You have obtained fragments of the divine artifact on our island. They must be surrendered, declared one of the mysterious figures. The mountains and rivers held the sword in hand and proclaimed, this sword belongs to me. We shall not relinquish it. Upon hearing this, the enigmatic powerful beings launched their assaults. Shan Chuan and his companions displayed unwavering courage as they fought side by side, engaging in a fierce battle against the enigmatic powerful foes. In the midst of the conflict, Shan Chuan showcased the formidable might of his newly acquired soul skills and soul artifacts. He harnessed the powers of time and space along with fiery surges to repel the adversaries time and again. His comrades also exhibited their unique strengths, coordinating seamlessly to gradually gain the upper hand. Ultimately, the mysterious adversaries were vanquished by their efforts. You are indeed formidable. We shall spare you today, declared the enigmatic foes before retreating in defeat. Shan Chuan and his companions successfully returned to the Douluo Continent, where they were met with an enthusiastic reception from the populace. You are truly remarkable, bringing hope to our land, the people exclaimed in jubilation. Mountains and rivers beheld the jubilant crowd, and his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. He understood that their mission was not yet complete. They must continue to safeguard this continent. Shan Chuan recognized that he had evolved into a formidable soul master, and he felt compelled to impart his knowledge and experience to a greater number of individuals. Thus, he, alongside his companions, established a Soul Master Academy. Within the walls of this institution, Shan Chuan personally guided the aspiring young soul masters on the intricacies of cultivating soul power, the art of absorbing soul rings, and the selection of soul tools that suited their unique abilities. I hope you all can become as powerful as we are, safeguarding this continent. Shan Chuan encouraged the young soul masters. Inspired by his words, the young aspirants felt invigorated. Under Shan Chuan's mentorship, an increasing number of young soul masters flourished. Under their vigilant guardianship, the Douluo Continent blossomed into an era of unparalleled prosperity. As Shan Chuan gazed upon these young spirit masters, his heart brimmed with hope. I firmly believe that through our collective efforts, the Douluo Continent shall forever remain in peace, he remarked with deep emotion. Standing atop the academy's rooftop, he looked towards the distant sky, filled with anticipation for the future. He understood that he, along with his companions and these promising young spirit masters, would together compose an even more magnificent chapter for the Douluo Continent. At the edge of the enigmatic starry great forest, Shan Chuan lingered, his gaze reflecting both a vigilant awareness of the unknown perils and an insatiable curiosity. He understood that this was the pivotal location for him to acquire a soul beast and awaken his soul ring. Yet the lurking, terrifying power concealed in the shadows filled him with trepidation. "Shan Chuan, are you truly intent on entering?" inquired Xiaowu, her voice tinged with concern. Xiaowu, a 10,000-year-old soul beast transformed from a soft-boned rabbit, had been captivated by Shan Chuan's resilience and uniqueness since their acquaintance, and had resolved to accompany him on this perilous journey. Mountains and rivers took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "I must venture forth. Only in doing so can I grow stronger and establish my place in this world teeming with dangers and opportunities." Xiaowu shook her head in resignation. "Then you must stay closely by my side. The soul beasts within the Douluo forest are far more complex than they appear." They cautiously ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, where the towering trees stood tall and dense, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a deep, menacing growl echoed around them, and a white 10-year wind wolf emerged before them. The creature's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, and its lithe form clearly regarded Shan Chuan and Xiaowu as its prey. Shan Chuan clenched his fist, acutely aware of the oppressive aura radiating from the wind wolf. Although a tinge of anxiety coursed through him, it was overshadowed by a profound exhilaration. This was his inaugural encounter with a soul beast assault. The wind wolf launched its attack first, dashing towards Shan Chuan like a bolt of white lightning. With a swift sidestep, Shan Chuan evaded its strike. Xiaowu, observing from the sidelines, chuckled and remarked, "Shan Chuan, though the wind wolf possesses remarkable speed, its attacks are rather predictable. Simply identify its weaknesses, and you shall prevail." Observing the wind wolf's movements with great scrutiny, Shan Chuan noticed that it paused briefly after each attack. When the wind wolf lunged once more, he seized the opportune moment, leaping forward with swift determination. Just as the creature prepared to pivot for another strike, he unleashed a powerful blow to its abdomen. The wind wolf howled in pain. After an intense battle, Shan Chuan emerged victorious, adorned with several scratches from the beast's claws, yet he paid them no heed. His face illuminated with the joy of triumph. Xiaowu regarded Shan Chuan with admiration, exclaiming, "You are remarkably brave and possess commendable combat instincts. However, this is merely the beginning. Greater soul beasts await you." As they ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, they encountered a century-old mandala snake, its body a vibrant green adorned with black stripes, its venomous fangs glimmering ominously. "Shan Chuan, the venom of this mandala snake is formidable. You must exercise caution," Xiaowu cautioned. The mandala snake flicked its tongue, hissing menacingly before launching an attack. Its body coiled and slithered with astonishing speed. Shan Chuan remained vigilant, focusing intently on the encounter. As the snake drew near, he kicked a nearby branch, striking the creature on its head and momentarily disrupting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowu sprang into action, her body propelling upwards like a coiled spring, delivering a decisive punch to the snake's vulnerable spot. The mandala snake writhed briefly before collapsing to the ground. Shan Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Xiaowu, thank you. Without you, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to handle this." Xiaowu replied with a smile, "We are partners, after all." Through relentless exploration and combat, Shan Chuan finally encountered a millennium soul beast, the flame leopard. That was well suited to him. The flame leopard emanated intense, searing flames and possessed formidable strength. "Shan Chuan, the flames of this leopard are incredibly potent. You must be cautious of its range of attack," Xiaowu advised earnestly. Shan Chuan nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. The flame leopard launched the first assault, unleashing a torrent of fire that surged toward Shan Chuan. Swiftly, he rolled on the ground, evading the fiery onslaught. Thereafter, Shan Chuan initiated his counterattack. A surge of formidable power erupted from his being as he charged towards the flame leopard. Observing Shan Chuan's advance, the flame leopard exhaled another blast of flames. Yet, Shan Chuan did not falter. He concentrated his energy, enveloping his body with spiritual strength, and boldly charged into the inferno. The flame leopard, taken aback by Shan Chuan's fearlessness in the face of flames, was momentarily astonished. Upon nearing the flame leopard, Shan Chuan delivered a powerful punch to its head. The impact forced the flame leopard to stagger backwards, enraged as it let out a ferocious roar and prepared to strike once more. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce struggle for survival against the flame leopard. Throughout the battle, the protagonist relentlessly transcended his limits, experiencing a continuous enhancement of his soul power. Ultimately, he triumphed over the flame leopard, which collapsed to the ground and transformed into a radiant light before vanishing. In the aftermath, a magnificent soul ring materialized around him. "Congratulations, Mountain River, you have successfully acquired a Millennium Soul Ring," exclaimed Xiao Wu with exuberance. Shan Chuan felt the surging soul power within him, and his heart brimmed with joy. He understood that this was a significant step towards his ascension to strength. After acquiring the soul ring, Shan Chuan began his quest for the soul artifact. He had heard whispers of ancient ruins hidden deep within the soul beast forest, where powerful soul artifacts might be concealed. They stumbled upon an ancient castle nestled in a secluded valley. The castle's grand entrance was tightly shut, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes. It appeared to be quite extraordinary. Within its walls lay the potential for soul artifacts, yet it also harbored the possibility of danger. As Xiaowu cautioned, the mountains and rivers displayed no hesitation as he stepped forward, his hand brushing against the runes etched upon the grand door. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and the door creaked open slowly. They entered the castle, where an air of mystery enveloped them. In the hall, a sword radiating a chilling luminescence caught their attention. "This sword appears to be extraordinary," remarked Shan Chuan. As he approached the blade, a formidable force surged forth, enveloping him entirely. Shan Chuan felt as though his very soul was being stretched by this overwhelming power, and he struggled in agony. "Shan Chuan!" Xiao Wu cried, yearning to assist him, yet was thwarted by an unseen force. Mountains and rivers endure through suffering, their resilience unwavering. Gradually, that power began to be absorbed by him, the radiance of the sword softening with each passing moment. Ultimately, he successfully tamed the sword, which transformed into his soul weapon, further enhancing his prowess. Shan Chuan departed from the castle with Xiao Wu, continuing their exploration within the vast starry forest. They encountered a myriad of soul beasts, some filled with hostility towards them, while others exhibited curiosity. On one occasion, they came across a small fox soul beast. The little fox had injured its leg and appeared to be in a state of great distress. Mountains and rivers evoke compassion within him. As he kneels down to tend to the wounds of the little fox, the creature, sensing the kindness emanating from him, nudges its head affectionately against his hand. "You are truly a benevolent soul," remarked Xiao Wu. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. Every life deserves respect. As time progressed, the mountains and rivers continued to flourish in the Douluo Continent. His name gradually spread, becoming a legend in the eyes of many. One day, a formidable team of spirit masters arrived at the Stardow Forest, intent on capturing a powerful spirit beast. "We discovered this place first. You cannot capture spirit beasts here," proclaimed the mountains and rivers. The captain of the spirit master team looked disdainfully at him, saying, "You insignificant mortal dare to obstruct us?" The mountains and rivers stand undaunted. "I shall not permit you to act with impunity here." The Soul Master team launched their assault, and Shan Chuan fought valiantly alongside Xiao Wu. With his soul sword wielded fiercely, a formidable power emanated from its blade. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu showcased her agile prowess, relentlessly striking at the foes. After a fierce battle, Shan Chuan and his comrades successfully repelled the Soul Master team. "Shan Chuan, you have grown stronger once again," remarked Xiao Wu. Shan Chuan gazed into the distance, aware that his journey through Douluo was far from over. He anticipated encountering numerous challenges ahead, yet he possessed an unwavering conviction to continually grow stronger and forge his own legend in this enchanting realm. In the days that followed, Shan Chuan roamed the Douluo Continent, consistently confronting more formidable soul beasts to acquire higher-level soul rings, all while seeking out even more potent soul tools. His friendship with Xiao Wu deepened significantly. Together, they faced various perils, supporting one another in this world governed by the survival of the fittest. The name of Shan Chuan echoes ever more resoundingly across the Douluo Continent, his tale recounted by many, serving as an inspiration for countless individuals to pursue their dreams. He himself continues to forge ahead on this enchanting land, delving into the mysteries that lie beyond the horizon, penning a resplendent chapter that is uniquely his. He is aware that as long as faith resides in his heart and relentless effort accompanies his endeavors, there exists nothing he cannot conquer. Like a brilliant star, he radiates a distinctive luminescence within the sky of the Douluo Continent. Whether confronted by the terrifying legions of soul beasts or those envious entities among soul masters seeking to suppress him, Shan Chuan resolutely dismantles their challenges with indomitable will and exceptional prowess. He perpetually transcends his limits, advancing ever further along the path of a soul master, ultimately becoming a figure of true legend. The journey of Douluo's soul beasts in the path of awakening. The renown of Shan Chuan and Xiaowu gradually spread throughout the starry forest, becoming known to many spirit masters and small creatures alike. One day, they ventured into a valley that had never been explored before. The valley was suffused with a rich aura of soul power and teemed with many peculiar plants. This place feels quite unusual, Shan Chuan, Xiaowu remarked. Her vigilance heightened as she surveyed their surroundings. Indeed, yet danger often accompanies opportunity, Shan Chuan replied, gripping the soul sword firmly in his hand. Suddenly, a colossal shadow leopard leapt forth from the darkness. This shadow leopard was even more imposing than the flame leopard they had encountered previously, its fur resembling the shadows of the night, with eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light. Be cautious of its shadow power, Xiaowu warned. The shadow leopard emitted no roar. It lunged directly at Shan Chuan. He felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the creature and swiftly summoned his soul power. As the shadow leopard approached, Shan Chuan unleashed a new soul technique. A layer of blue luminescence enveloped his light sword spirit, signifying the skill eye spike impact he had acquired after merging with a new soul ring. Mountains and rivers infused their soul power into the luminous sword, thrusting it towards the shadow leopard. The azure radiance enveloping the sword transformed into a shard of ice, hurtling towards the creature. In a fleeting motion, the shadow leopard evaded the icy projectile, yet its claws grazed Shan Chuan's arm. Such swiftness! Shan Chuan furrowed his brow. The shadow leopard launched another assault, its form flickering in and out of the shadows. Shan Chuan focused intently, harnessing the power of time and space to discern the location of the beast. Suddenly, he dashed in a particular direction, swinging the sword and striking the shadow leopard's tail. The creature howled in pain. Enraged, it charged towards Shan Chuan with even greater speed. Shan Chuan remained vigilant, fighting alongside Xiaowu. Xiaowu nimbly leaped, evading the shadow leopard's strikes, while simultaneously targeting its eyes and abdomen with her fists. Meanwhile, Shan Chuan utilized the ice shards to continually restrict the creature's movements. After a fierce battle, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the shadow leopard, which collapsed to the ground and dissipated into a beam of light, granting Shan Chuan a newfound enhancement of soul power. You have grown stronger, Shan Chuan, Xiaowu remarked with a smile. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon an ancient cave, emanating waves of mysterious power. Perhaps there lies a treasure within, Shan Chuan suggested. They cautiously ventured into the cave, where an ancient aura enveloped them, and the walls were inscribed with runes. At the center of the cave, a radiant crystal orb awaited. As Shan Chuan approached the orb, it suddenly emitted a beam of light that enveloped his body. The mountains and rivers sensed a powerful influx of information into their minds, revealing knowledge of an ancient soul skill. What is this soul skill? Xiaowu inquired with curiosity. Shan Chuan shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Yet he sensed an undeniable strength within. After departing from the cave, Shan Chuan and Xiaowu continued their exploration of the Stardow forest. They encountered a charming little squirrel spirit beast. The squirrel, upon seeing them, exhibited no fear. Instead, it approached them eagerly. Greetings, I am Xiaosong. The squirrel chirped in a youthful voice. Hello, Xiaosong, Shan Chuan replied with a smile. Xiaosong then led them to the edge of a small lake, where an array of peculiar fish spirit beasts swam gracefully. The fish here are truly delectable. Would you care to sample some? Xiaosong inquired. Shan Chuan and Xiaowu shook their heads. Xiaosong gazed at them, his eyes brimming with curiosity. You are not here to capture us, are you? The mountains gently shook their heads, assuring, we shall not bring you harm. Little Pine beamed with joy, exclaiming, then you are indeed friends. The lives of Shan Chuan and Xiaowu in the starry forest were imbued with delight. One day, a mysterious soul beast approached Shan Chuan. Are you Shan Chuan? Inquired the enigmatic creature. Indeed. And who might you be? Shan Chuan replied with caution. I am the guardian of the starry forest, and I am aware of your extraordinary potential. I am willing to bestow upon you a soul ring, declared the mysterious soul beast. The mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic spirit beast. Why? You may wonder. Because you share a profound connection with our Star Doe forest, the mysterious spirit beast proclaimed. Shan Chuan gazed gratefully at the enigmatic spirit beast and expressed his gratitude. The mysterious spirit beast presented a colossal soul ring before him. Shan Chuan settled into a cross-legged position and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. During the process, he felt a tremendous surge of power flowing into his body. His soul power continuously escalated, and the potency of the awakened soul ring intensified. "What is happening?" Xiao Wu inquired in astonishment. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he concentrated on absorbing the soul ring. Once he completed the absorption, a radiant golden aura enveloped his body. "My soul power has significantly increased, and I have awakened a new soul skill," he exclaimed with exhilaration. The new skill is the light shield, capable of withstanding formidable attacks. Shan Chuan and Xiao Wu bid farewell to the Star Doe forest and embarked on a new journey. They arrived in a bustling city, teeming with various soul masters and soul beasts. "It is quite lively here," remarked Xiao Wu. "Indeed, there are greater opportunities and challenges awaiting us," Shan Chuan replied. They settled in a Soul Master Academy, where the students gazed at them with curiosity. "Where do you come from?" one student inquired. "We hail from the Star Doe forest," Shan Chuan answered. The students looked at them with envy. Within the academy, Shan Chuan and Xiao Wu continued their training. The mountains and rivers continually challenge more formidable disciples, and his strength is ceaselessly advancing. One day, a powerful soul master confronted the mountains and rivers. "I have heard of your prowess. Today, I shall witness the extent of your might," declared the soul master. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he drew forth the soul sword, preparing for battle. The clash commenced, with the soul master unleashing a formidable assault, yet the light shield wielded by Shan Chuan successfully withstood the onslaught. Subsequently, Shan Chuan unleashed a new soul technique, forcing the soul master to retreat. "You are indeed powerful, but I shall not be defeated," declared the soul master. The soul master launched an even more ferocious attack, while Shan Chuan skillfully evaded the strikes, searching for an opportunity. Ultimately, it was through the combination of Ice Spike Impact and the Light Shield that Shan Chuan triumphed over the soul master. "You are truly remarkable." The soul master conceded with admiration. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "Thank you." Within the academy, the mountains and rivers forged numerous friendships with Xiao Wu. Together, they cultivated, fought, and grew. The name of Shan Chuan has grown increasingly renowned within the academy, his tale transforming into a legend among the students. One day, a mysterious figure approached Shan Chuan. "Are you Shan Chuan?" the enigmatic individual inquired. "Indeed, and who might you be?" Shan Chuan responded. "I am your adversary." The mysterious figure replied with a chilling smirk. The mountains and rivers watched the mysterious figure with vigilance. "What do you intend to do?" they inquired. "I seek to vanquish you and become the most formidable soul master on the Douluo Continent," replied the enigmatic stranger. Shan Chuan gripped the soul sword tightly in his hand, resolute in his determination to thwart you. The mysterious figure launched an assault, prompting Shan Chuan and Xiao Wu to fight side by side. Despite the formidable strength of the enigmatic adversary, Shan Chuan and Xiao Wu demonstrated remarkable synergy, employing a variety of soul skills and tactics to engage in a fierce battle. After a grueling struggle, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the mysterious figure. "You are indeed powerful, but I shall not surrender," the mysterious figure declared. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "I shall continue to grow stronger, leaving you no opportunity." Within the academy, the mountains and rivers persistently honed their skills, their power steadily ascending. They understood that the journey through the Douluo Continent was far from over, and an array of challenges awaited them. Yet, they harbored an unwavering belief to perpetually strengthen themselves and forge their own legend within this enchanting realm. The bond between them and Xiao Wu deepened with each passing day, as they faced myriad dangers together, supporting one another in this world governed by the law of the jungle. Mountains and rivers resemble a resplendent star, illuminating the skies of the Douluo Continent with their distinctive brilliance. Whether confronted with the terrifying legions of soul beasts or those envious soul masters seeking to suppress him, he, with unwavering determination and exceptional prowess, resolved each challenge. He continually transcended his own limits, journeying further along the path of soul masters, ultimately becoming a truly legendary figure. His name shall be eternally engraved in the annals of the Douluo Continent's history, becoming an idol and a paragon in the hearts of countless individuals. The awakening of Douluo's soul tools and soul rings. After battling with the enigmatic being, Shan Chuan's reputation within the academy soared, yet he remained undeterred by this newfound acclaim. One day, he resolved to venture alone into a mysterious forbidden zone located in the academy's rear mountains, rumored to harbor ancient and formidable power fluctuations. As he stepped into the forbidden area, the atmosphere around him seemed to grow heavy with anticipation. Suddenly, a colossal three-headed hound's spirit materialized before him, shrouded in a swirling black mist, each head emitting a deep, resonant growl in unison. "Are you the guardian spirit of this place?" Shan Chuan inquired, taking a deep breath. One of the hound's heads snarled fiercely, "Mortal, this is not a realm for your kind. Leave at once." Shan Chuan grasped the soul sword tightly in his hand, resolutely seeking methods to enhance his strength, unwilling to retreat easily. The Cerberus, upon sensing his determination, launched an immediate assault. Its three heads unleashed torrents of black flames, shards of ice, and bolts of dark lightning. Shan Chuan swiftly conjured a shield of light, successfully deflecting these fierce onslaughts. This foe was indeed formidable, Shan Chuan mused to himself. He continuously analyzed the attack patterns of the Cerberus in his mind while channeling the soul power within him. He observed that although the intervals between the attacks from each of the three heads were brief, there was a notable overlap in the coverage of their simultaneous strikes. As the opportunity presented itself, Mountain River, with remarkable precision, suddenly withdrew his radiant shield just as the flames and icy shards of the three-headed hound approached. In a swift motion, he darted towards the beast. The three-headed hound, taken aback by Mountain River's audacity, found itself unable to evade the impending confrontation. Shan Chuan fiercely thrust the soul sword into the center of the three-headed hound's skull. The creature, feeling the pain, angrily thrashed its body. Shan Chuan was thrown aside but quickly regained his footing. During the skirmish, he unexpectedly discerned a significant weakness on the hound, a scale on its chest that emitted a faint glow. He resolved to seize the opportunity to strike there. After a series of maneuvers and attacks, Shan Chuan finally succeeded in piercing the scale on the hound's chest with the soul sword. The hound let out a chilling shriek, its massive form gradually collapsing. As it fell, a powerful soul ring materialized before him. Shan Chuan, sensing the energy contained within the soul ring, felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Absorbing this soul ring could pose considerable risk, yet the potential for immense power gain was undeniable, he mused. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, sat cross-legged, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. The energy surged into his body, and Shan Chuan experienced a searing pain as if his meridians were being scorched by fierce flames. Nevertheless, he persevered, and amid the agony, he sensed his soul power undergoing continuous transformation and enhancement. "I cannot give up," he encouraged himself inwardly. As time passed, Shan Chuan successfully absorbed the formidable soul ring. "My soul power has undergone a qualitative leap, and I feel my control over it has become even more precise," he exclaimed as he rose, brimming with excitement. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan discovered a peculiar soul artifact deep within the forbidden area. It was a longbow radiating with a spectrum of colors, its body adorned with ancient runes. As Shan Chuan approached the longbow, a surge of immense power coursed through his entire being upon his touch. "This bow was extraordinary, seemingly resonating with the soul force within me," Shan Chuan remarked. He attempted to draw the longbow, realizing it demanded a tremendous amount of soul power. Yet, upon successfully pulling it back slightly, a brilliant light arrow began to coalesce upon the bowstring. At that moment, a small fox-like spirit beast scampered over. "Who are you? Why have you taken what we guard?" inquired the little fox, speaking with human words. The mountains and rivers elucidated, "I did not intend to offend. I am merely here to explore, to discover that this bow is fated to be mine." The little fox circled around the mountains and rivers, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "This bow is a sacred relic of our clan. You may take it if you wish, but you must promise me to wield it wisely, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals," the little fox declared. Shan Chuan nodded solemnly and replied, "I promise you." The little fox glanced at Shan Chuan and then turned to depart. Shan Chuan meticulously examined the longbow he held in his hands. He discerned a peculiar connection between the power of the bow and the newly absorbed soul ring, contemplating that their union might yield unexpected results. Upon returning to the academy, Shan Chuan entered seclusion, intent on mastering the utilization of the longbow as a soul weapon. During his retreat, his friends expressed deep concern for him. Xiaowu would frequently visit the site of his seclusion, softly murmuring, "Shan Chuan, you must succeed." Within the confines of his secluded chamber, Shan Chuan, though unable to respond to Xiaowu, could nonetheless feel the warmth of his friend's concern. After an arduous period of exploration, he finally uncovered the secret to harmonizing the might of the longbow with the power of the soul rings. When he drew the bowstring once more, not only did the luminous arrows possess enhanced potency, but they were also imbued with unique effects bestowed by the new soul ring, capable of striking at the very essence of his foe's souls. After Shan Chuan emerged from the barriers, he shared the delightful news with his friends. "Shan Chuan, you have grown even more formidable now." Friends offered their heartfelt congratulations. However, there were some envious individuals within the academy. A student named Jack remarked, "Shan Chuan, do not presume that your recent achievements make you exceptional. Let us settle this in the arena of practical combat." Mountains and rivers discern that Jack is deliberately provoking, yet he does not wish to show weakness. "Very well, I accept your challenge." In the arena of combat, Jack unleashes his most formidable soul skill and charges toward the mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers remained tranquil as Shan Chuan first employed a radiant shield to fend off Jack's assault. Subsequently, he grasped his longbow and released an arrow imbued with a soul-shattering light towards Jack. Upon being struck by the luminous arrow, Jack trembled violently, as if his very soul had endured a grievous blow, causing him to collapse to the ground. This contest further elevated Shan Chuan's prestige within the academy. However, he understood that this was merely a fleeting moment. He must continually strive for self-improvement. "My aspirations transcend mere supremacy within the academy. I yearn to become a preeminent soul master across the entire Douluo Continent," Shan Chuan resolutely declared within his heart. Thus, he resolved to depart from the academy and venture into the vast world beyond. Without hesitation, Xiaowu chose to accompany him. Together, they embarked on a new journey, encountering a myriad of soul beasts along the way. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a horde of soul beasts led by a millennium tree spirit, the ancient tree spirit. Upon spotting Shan Chuan and Xiaowu, brandished its colossal branches in a sweeping motion towards them. Shan Chuan and Xiaowu deftly evaded the onslaught. Mountains and rivers released several beams of light arrows from a longbow, striking the body of the tree demon, yet it appeared largely unscathed. Xiaowu, utilizing her agile prowess, leaped onto the branches of the tree demon, delivering powerful blows to its trunk. Through their combined efforts, they finally triumphed over the tree demon. Throughout this encounter, mountains and rivers continually absorbed knowledge from the battle, refining his combat skills and mastery over soul power. As time progressed, the name of mountains and rivers spread further across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at the ruins of an ancient castle, rumored to conceal higher secrets regarding soul beasts and soul tools. Upon entering the castle ruins, a mysterious and perilous aura enveloped the surroundings. Mountains and rivers grasped the longbow tightly, while Xiaowu prepared herself for battle. Unknown dangers awaited them ahead, yet in Shan Chuan's heart, there resided an unwavering courage. He understood that only through relentless challenges could one truly grow and inscribe their own legend upon the enchanting and perilous Douluo Continent. Within the ruins of the castle, they encountered a myriad of traps and more formidable soul beasts. However, armed with his intellect, bravery, and ever-enhancing strength, Shan Chuan transformed peril into safety time and again. Throughout this journey, he gained a clearer understanding of his abilities and the direction of his future. He no longer found satisfaction solely in his own prowess. He aspired to discover a path toward a more harmonious coexistence among soul masters, soul beasts, and soul tools. A pursuit that bore profound significance for the peaceful development of the entire Douluo Continent. As their exploration deepened, Shan Chuan uncovered an ancient scroll, inscribed with lost soul skills and secrets of soul beast evolution. This discovery proved to be a remarkable boon, akin to a priceless treasure. With this newfound knowledge, he and Xiaowu continued their journey along the road filled with uncertainties and challenges, determined to compose an even more extraordinary tale of their own. The power of the soul rings in Douluo. The mountains gradually opened their eyes, revealing the vast and enigmatic starry forest before them. He understood that he must swiftly enhance his strength to survive in the perilous yet opportunistic realm of Douluo Continent. The awakening of his soul ring was merely the initial step on his path to becoming a formidable force, and now he yearned for greater power. Cautiously, he traversed the forest, where the towering trees stood lush and dense, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound captured his attention. He halted, alert, and beheld a small white fox peering out from the underbrush. Its eyes sparkled like blue jewels, radiating a keen intelligence. The fox gazed curiously at him, seemingly devoid of any malice. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired softly. The little fox tilted its head, offering no reply, but instead bounded closer to him. A stirring within him arose. He sensed a unique aura emanating from the fox. Perhaps it was a soul beast. At that moment, a larger wolf leapt forth from nearby, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Clearly perceiving both him and the little fox as prey. "Be careful," he instinctively positioned himself in front of the fox, drawing the short blade from his waist. He recognized that, although it had yet to become a soul weapon, it remained an essential tool for his survival in this world. The wolf lunged ferociously, and he deftly sidestepped, thrusting his blade towards the beast. The wolf reacted swiftly, twisting in midair to evade the strike. It charged at him once more, this time with increased speed. He dared not underestimate it. Concentrating, he summoned the faint soul power within him. To his astonishment, he discovered that in the throes of life and death peril, his soul power flowed with newfound fluidity. Just as the wolf was about to sink its teeth into him, a flash of blue light erupted, and the little fox emitted a piercing cry. The wolf was momentarily stunned, its body trembling. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged his blade into the wolf's vital point, and with a mournful howl, the beast collapsed to the ground. Shan Chuan let out a sigh of relief and turned to glance at the little fox. "Thank you," he said. The little fox wagged its tail and darted into the depths of the forest. Although Shan Chuan felt a sense of curiosity, he understood that he could not force the issue. So he continued on his journey. As he walked, he arrived at a serene valley. A gentle mist enveloped the area, and the air seemed to pulsate with a rich aura of soul energy. He knew that powerful soul beasts must reside here. Suddenly, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure, and a gigantic black panther emerged slowly from the fog. The panther's coat shimmered with a metallic sheen, and its eyes blazed like twin flames. Shan Chuan understood that he was no match for the black panther, yet he was unwilling to concede easily. Taking a deep breath, he purchased a pair of windwalker boots from the system. The moment he donned the boots, he felt his speed multiply exponentially. The black panther seemed to sense this transformation, letting out a low growl before lunging towards him. With a powerful push from his feet, Shan Chuan shot forward like a bolt of lightning. As he approached the panther, he executed a swift roll and, in a fluid motion, thrust his dagger towards the creature's back. The panther yelped in pain, its fury escalating as it turned to attack. In the ensuing struggle, Shan Chuan discerned that while the panther was formidable, its attacks followed a discernible pattern. He began to respond with calmness, leveraging the speed advantage granted by the windwalker boots to gradually wear down the panther's stamina. After a fierce battle, the panther's movements became sluggish. Seizing the moment, Shan Chuan summoned the soul power within him, channeling all his strength into the dagger. With a mighty shout, he charged towards the panther's vital point. The panther attempted to evade, but it was too late. The dagger pierced its heart with unerring accuracy, and the panther let out a thunderous roar before crashing to the ground. Mountains and rivers heaved with exhaustion, his body weary from the immense consumption of soul energy. Yet, he understood that this battle had bestowed upon him considerable rewards. From the Black Panther, he had acquired a total of 2 soul rings, 1 yellow 100-year soul ring and 1 purple 1,000-year soul ring. Shan Chuan sat cross-legged, initiating his cultivation method, preparing to absorb the 2 soul rings. His heart brimmed with anticipation, for he understood that the absorption of these 2 soul rings would herald a transformative leap in his strength. As the yellow soul ring encircled his martial spirit, he felt a warm surge of soul power flow into his being, significantly enhancing both his strength and speed. However, when the purple soul ring embraced his martial spirit, he was engulfed by excruciating pain. The potent energy contained within the purple soul ring threatened to rupture his body. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, ultimately succeeding in absorbing the purple soul ring through sheer determination. Upon completing the absorption, Shan Chuan rose, acutely aware that his soul power had ascended to unprecedented heights. He gazed upon the distant expanse of the great forest, his spirit ignited with ambition. He recognized that a long journey lay ahead. He must continually elevate his prowess to explore the enigmatic Douluo Continent. As he ventured forth, he arrived at the bank of a crystalline stream. The water shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Just as Shan Chuan contemplated crouching down for a sip, he noticed a small, radiant object glimmering within the water. After considerable effort, he retrieved it, a delicate crystal necklace. The moment he grasped the necklace, a brilliant light enveloped him, and the crystal melded with his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had acquired a unique ability to sense the emotions of nearby soul beasts. This newfound capability allowed him to interact with soul beasts with remarkable ease. He ventured into a soul beast habitat teeming with various creatures. There, he observed a young deer weeping sorrowfully, having lost its mother. A wave of compassion surged within Shan Chuan, compelling him to assist the forlorn creature. Utilizing his recently acquired ability, he began to search for the deer's mother. In the course of his quest, he encountered numerous other soul beasts. While some regarded him with suspicion, others welcomed him with warmth. He gradually came to understand that the realm of soul beasts was rich with diverse emotions and intricate relationships. At long last, he located the fawn's mother. The moment they reunited, the young deer leaped joyfully, and its mother expressed profound gratitude toward Shan Chuan. In that instant, he gained a deeper appreciation for the world's diversity. Shan Chuan continued his exploration within the depths of the forest, yearning to discover more formidable soul beasts and acquire an abundance of powerful soul rings. His aspiration was to become the mightiest soul master on the Douluo Continent, safeguarding all that he held dear. As he ventured further into the woodland, he encountered a colossal bear-like soul beast, radiating an overwhelming aura that rendered Shan Chuan breathless. "You little rascal, how dare you intrude upon my territory?" roared the bear-like soul beast. Shan Chuan took a deep breath, fully aware that retreat was not an option. He retrieved another soul device, a shield bracelet, which he had purchased earlier from his backpack. This shield bracelet was capable of withstanding formidable attacks in critical moments. "Senior, I merely passed through this area, harboring no ill intentions," Shan Chuan said respectfully. The bear-like spirit beast snorted disdainfully. "Pass through? This is my territory, and only the mightiest soul masters are permitted to traverse here. Mountains and rivers are aware that they must demonstrate their prowess." He summoned the soul power within him, and the soul rings upon his body shimmered with radiant brilliance. "Senior, I am willing to accept your challenge." The bear-like spirit beast gazed into Shan Chuan's resolute eyes and nodded. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." With that, the bear-like spirit beast launched a ferocious assault toward Shan Chuan. Shan Chuan utilized his shield bracelet to withstand the assault of the bear-type soul beast, and subsequently unleashed his newly acquired soul skill in a counterattack. The clash between them was extraordinarily intense, with the surrounding environment ravaged by the formidable fluctuations of soul power. Throughout the battle, Shan Chuan relentlessly tapped into his potential, honing his soul skills with increasing finesse. The bear-type soul beast regarded him with newfound respect, astonished by the remarkable strength exhibited by this young soul master. After an arduous struggle, Shan Chuan at last discerned the beast's vulnerabilities. He executed a decisive strike, and the bear-type soul beast staggered before collapsing. From its fallen form, Shan Chuan obtained an orange 10,000-year soul ring. As he absorbed this soul ring, he experienced an unprecedented weight of pressure. However, drawing upon his unwavering resolve and the experience he had amassed, he successfully assimilated the orange soul ring. Upon completing the absorption, Shan Chuan's prowess surged to new heights. He transformed into a formidable soul master, his name gradually echoing across the Douluo Continent. Yet, Shan Chuan remained humble. Aware that his journey was merely commencing, he resolved to continue exploring the enchanting realms of the Douluo Continent, ceaselessly challenging himself in pursuit of even greater power. The odyssey of Douluo and his personal growth unfolds. After successfully absorbing the orange eternal soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in his prowess. He resolved to depart from the familiar forested expanse and venture towards the human settlements, seeking to uncover more knowledge about the world of soul masters and to search for soul tools and rings that might better suit him. He arrived at a quaint town on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. The town was bustling with activity, predominantly filled with soul masters and their companions. Shan Chuan's presence garnered considerable attention, as he exuded a unique and enigmatic aura. "Look, that young man seems quite extraordinary," remarked a young soul master to his companion. "He could very well be a hidden master," the companion replied. Shan Chuan entered the soul master shop nestled within the quaint town, where an array of peculiar soul tools adorned the shelves. His gaze was captivated by a long sword emanating a mesmerizing azure glow. This sword appeared to be exquisite. "It looks quite impressive," Shan Chuan remarked to the proprietor. The owner scrutinized him for a moment, explaining that this remarkable soul tool was acquired from a formidable sea spirit beast, and thus, its price was rather steep. After pondering over the soul coins he currently possessed, Shan Chuan hesitated momentarily before deciding to take a leap of faith. "Boss, may I first try it out?" he inquired. The proprietor, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. Grasping the longsword, Shan Chuan instantly felt a refreshing surge of energy flowing through his arm and into his body, sensing a remarkable harmony between the sword and his soul power. "I'll take it," Shan Chuan declared, determination etched on his face. Upon exiting the shop, he encountered an elderly man who exuded an ethereal aura and radiated a formidable wave of soul power. "Young man, that sword is indeed impressive. But do you know how to unleash its fullest potential?" the elder inquired. Shan Chuan shook his head. He had only just acquired this sword and was merely beginning to explore its potential. The elder smiled knowingly, revealing that the true power of this sword lay in its ability to merge with the wielder's soul technique, as well as its capacity to transform its form according to the wielder's intent. With a heart full of joy, Mountain River eagerly sought the counsel of the elder. The elder, in turn, began to impart his wisdom with great patience. Under the elder's tutelage, Mountain River gradually came to comprehend the unique powers of the sword. After parting ways with the elder, Mountain River continued to explore the quaint town. He heard whispers of a legend concerning soul beasts, rumored to inhabit the nearby mountains, where a group of unprecedented soul beasts might possess extraordinary soul rings. Mountains and rivers beckoned to him, urging him to explore the majestic peaks. Upon his arrival, he indeed encountered several soul beasts of extraordinary appearance. These creatures resembled wolves, yet their entire forms radiated a golden luminescence, with eyes that twinkled like distant stars. The mountains and rivers approached cautiously, as these soul beasts seemed to sense his arrival, adopting defensive postures. "I mean no harm. I merely wish to understand you." Shan Chuan endeavored to convey goodwill through his soul power. One of the soul beasts stepped forward, regarding Shan Chuan with a peculiar gaze. "Human, you possess a unique aura. Yet our soul rings are not something you can covet." The mountains and rivers spoke earnestly. "I do not wish to seize your soul rings. Rather, I yearn to gain a deeper understanding of the spirit beasts. Perhaps we could even forge a friendship." The spirit beasts exchanged glances, seemingly in silent communication. After a moment, the leading spirit beast replied, "You may approach us, but refrain from any improper actions." The mountains gradually drew nearer, and he began to interact with these spirit beasts. He discovered that these creatures possessed an intelligence that rivaled that of humans. During his time spent with the spirit beasts, he unexpectedly uncovered a unique awakening ability of his soul ring. One of his yellow century-old soul rings, through amicable contact with the golden light wolf spirit beasts, suddenly emanated a warm energy, a force that instilled a sense of security and tranquility in the surrounding beings. What could this phenomenon be? He pondered, filled with both curiosity and delight. He continued to engage in profound exchanges with the spirit beasts, learning a wealth of knowledge regarding their survival, evolution, and the formation of soul rings. Upon leaving the mountains, he arrived in a grand city, where a soul master competition was underway, drawing practitioners from far and wide. Mountains and rivers also registered for the competition. During the contest, he encountered a myriad of opponents. Among them was a noble scion who looked down upon him with disdain, questioning, "How dare a nameless nobody like you participate in this competition?" The mountains and rivers paid no heed to his provocations, plunging directly into a state of combat. Throughout the competition, relying on his unique soul skills, formidable soul weapons, and the wisdom gleaned from his communion with soul beasts, he forged a path through his adversaries. His ethereal azure sword played a pivotal role in the fray, constantly shifting its form, at times augmenting the sharpness of its blade, at others transforming into a shield to deflect assaults. Moreover, the profound emotional bond he established with the soul beasts enabled him to better comprehend his opponent's sentiments during battle, allowing for more precise strikes and defenses. As the contest progressed, the strength of his adversaries escalated. One opponent, in particular, wielded an exceptionally powerful beast martial soul, rendering it nearly invincible in the heat of battle. The mountains and rivers were engulfed in fierce battle, yet he did not yield. With a calm demeanor, he meticulously analyzed his opponent's attacking patterns while summoning every ounce of strength within him. At a crucial moment, he awakened a new soul skill. His entire being was illuminated by the radiance of his soul rings as a mysterious power erupted from within. This force amalgamated the strength of his soul weapon, the wisdom gleaned from soul beasts, and the combat experience he had amassed over time. With this newfound soul skill, he swiftly turned the tide of battle and successfully vanquished his foe. His triumph elicited resounding cheers from the audience, marking him as a dazzling new star in this contest. The victory bestowed upon him numerous advantages, including a substantial monetary reward and the companionship of like-minded allies. However, he remained unsatisfied. Fully aware that his ambition was to become the foremost soul master in the Douluo Continent, he pressed onward in his journey, seeking out more soul beasts and soul weapons, continuously awakening the power of his soul rings. He understood that countless challenges awaited him, yet he brimmed with confidence, for he believed that through relentless effort, he would undoubtedly realize his aspirations. In his interactions with diverse characters, he grew continually. The extraordinary bond he forged with soul beasts deepened his understanding of this world, while his competition and exchanges with other soul masters propelled his progress. In this realm teeming with enchantment and challenges, the saga of his journey on the Douluo Continent is still being inscribed. The mountains and rivers have departed from the city, embarking on a new journey of exploration. He advances towards the legendary sacred land of soul beasts in the far northern realm. It is said that there reside soul beasts of such formidable strength that they could astonish the entirety of the Douluo Continent, concealing within them numerous secrets of precious soul rings and soul tools. On his way to the far north, he encounters a team of soul masters who are similarly bound for that destination. "Greetings, my friend. Are you also journeying to the far north?" inquired one of the soul masters from the team. Shan Chuan nodded, acknowledging the truth. "Indeed, I have heard that there exist numerous formidable soul beasts and precious resources in that vicinity. Thus, we can journey together, as it would be considerably safer," remarked the soul master. After some contemplation, Shan Chuan acquiesced. Throughout their journey, they exchanged their experiences and knowledge with one another. Among the group was a soul master proficient in healing techniques, who imparted to Shan Chuan invaluable insights on how to sustain his stamina during battle and prevent his injuries from worsening. In return, Shan Chuan shared the wisdom he had gleaned from the soul beasts with them. As they approached the extreme northern lands, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Shan Chuan sensed the chilling effects on his soul power, yet his determination propelled him forward. Upon entering the frigid expanse, they found themselves in a world blanketed in ice and snow, with colossal glaciers and towering snow-capped mountains surrounding them. It was here that they encountered a massive ice spirit snow wolf, whose soul power radiated with formidable intensity, sending a bone-chilling cold through the air as they drew near. Mountains and rivers, they tread cautiously. Shan Chuan drew forth his azure-long sword, its blade emanating a warm glow that provided a modicum of protection against the biting cold. They engaged in a heart-stopping battle with the ice spirit snow wolf. During the fray, Shan Chuan discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. Seizing the moment, he deftly utilized his agility and the power of his soul weapon to successfully strike at the wolf's eyes. Inflicted with pain, the ice spirit snow wolf became increasingly frenzied. However, through the collaborative efforts of their team, it was ultimately vanquished. From the fallen beast, Shan Chuan acquired a white, millennia-old soul ring. The process of absorbing this soul ring proved exceedingly arduous, as the frigid environment of the far north severely impacted his soul power circulation. Nevertheless, bolstered by his indomitable will, he persevered through the chill and ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul ring. With this newfound power, Shan Chuan's soul skills experienced a remarkable breakthrough. He discovered that in icy surroundings, his abilities could manifest unique effects, such as freezing his adversary's movements or utilizing the frigid air to obscure his presence. After departing from the far north, Shan Chuan and his companions parted ways. He continued his solitary journey, aiming to explore uncharted territories and seek further opportunities to enhance his strength. He arrived at a cursed island, rumored to harbor formidable evil beasts, yet also concealing treasures capable of altering one's fate. Upon ascending the island, Shan Chuan was enveloped by a suffocating aura. The soul beast here exuded an overwhelming malevolence, launching a fierce assault upon his arrival. Mountains and rivers must exert their utmost efforts to confront the challenges ahead. In the struggle against these malevolent beasts, his heart endures its own trials. At times, he ponders the true purpose behind his relentless pursuit of power. Yet, in those moments of doubt, he recalls the friends he cherishes in this world, along with those he is sworn to protect. His conviction grows ever stronger, and he resolves to overcome all obstacles in his quest for what he desires on this perilous island. Deep within the island's confines, he discovers a dagger emanating an aura of darkness. This blade appears to possess formidable magical power, yet he senses it is ill-suited for him. Just as he intends to depart, an evil soul master materializes before him. "Boy, surrender all that you have acquired on this island, or today shall mark your demise," The malevolent soul master threatens. The mountains and rivers tighten their grip on the azure-long sword, declaring that acquiring what is mine would not be so effortless. He engaged in a fierce battle with the malevolent soul master. This confrontation was not merely a clash of weapons, but also a contest of soul techniques. With his wisdom and strength, Shan Chuan gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he vanquished the malevolent soul master and successfully purified the dagger that exuded a dark aura, transforming it into his own soul weapon. This purified dagger became yet another formidable ally for Shan Chuan. Shan Chuan continues his adventures in the Douluo Continent, during which he relentlessly grows, interacts with a myriad of characters, and delves into the mysteries of soul beasts and soul tools, awakening the power of his soul rings. His name gradually spreads across the Douluo Continent, becoming a legendary figure spoken of by many soul masters. However, Shan Chuan remains unperturbed by this burgeoning fame. He understands that his journey is far from over, and he will persist in his ascent towards the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. The conflicts and growth of Douluo. The adventures of Shan Chuan in the Douluo Continent gradually transformed him into the focal point of attention from all quarters, consequently igniting a series of conflicts. Upon arriving at a bustling city-state, a place where commerce intertwines with the culture of soul masters, Shan Chuan was immediately enveloped by an extraordinary atmosphere. It seemed that the streets and alleys were abuzz with discussions about this suddenly ascendant soul master. At the heart of the city-state stood a magnificent soul master tower, a gathering place for the soul masters of the realm and a battleground for various soul master factions vying for supremacy. As Shan Chuan curiously approached the tower, he was abruptly halted by the guards stationed at the entrance. Outsiders are not permitted to enter without authorization, one guard stated coldly. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. I merely wish to enter and observe, for I harbor a profound curiosity regarding the cultivation methods of soul masters. Humph. This is not a place for insignificant individuals like you to trespass. The guard regarded him with disdain. At that moment, a soul master adorned in resplendent attire emerged. Ah, where does this rustic fellow come from, daring to act so audaciously before me? Shan Chuan cast a glance at him, stating that he merely wished to enter for a visit, dismissing any notion of arrogance. The young master of the affluent family, a soul master, was infuriated by embarrassment, declaring that unless a sufficient amount of soul coins was presented today, one should not even contemplate leaving this place. The mountains and rivers within his heart seethed with indignation. He typically refrained from quibbling over monetary matters, yet the other party's unreasonable antics provoked him. I possess no soul coins for you, nor do you have the right to impede my passage. Upon hearing this, the wealthy young master, a soul master, erupted into laughter. No soul coins. Then prepare to be taught a lesson. He summoned his martial spirit, a colossal fiery eagle. As the flaming eagle manifested, it radiated an intense heat, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar instantaneously. The mountains and rivers summoned their own ethereal blue sword, its blade shimmering with a ghostly radiance. I am eager to witness the prowess of your flame eagle. As the two stood poised for confrontation, an elder emerged from the confines of the Soul Master Tower. What is the meaning of this? Are you fighting on my territory, as though the Soul Master Tower does not exist? The affluent young Soul Master hastily replied, Elder, this fellow seeks to forcibly intrude into our Soul Master Tower. I merely intended to teach him a lesson. The elder turned his gaze toward the young man, inquiring, Young man, what is your purpose in wishing to enter the Soul Master Tower? The tranquil mountains and rivers responded, expressing a profound yearning for knowledge regarding the cultivation of soul masters, desiring to delve deeper into the mysteries within. The elder pondered for a moment and said, If that is the case, then come inside with me. The wealthy young master's expression shifted dramatically, and he interjected, Elder, this, however. The elder shot him a fierce glance, warning, should you continue to exhibit such disrespect, do not blame me for enacting punishment upon you. Shan Chuan followed the elder into the Soul Master Tower, where he beheld a plethora of soul skill manuals and research materials concerning soul beasts and soul rings. As he delved into these documents, Shan Chuan gained a new understanding of soul rings. In a secluded corner, he stumbled upon a unique method for awakening a soul ring, which required forging a covenant with a particular type of soul beast. Mountains and rivers compelled him to depart from the city-state in search of this ethereal beast. He ventured into an ancient forest, where legends spoke of a mystical spirit deer, believed to be connected to the awakening of a unique soul ring. In the heart of the forest, Shan Chuan searched with great caution, Suddenly, he was enveloped by the melodious call of a deer. Following the sound, he beheld a mystical stag, radiating a resplendent white light. Its eyes sparkled like the stars above. "Are you the ethereal stag I have been seeking?" Shan Chuan inquired softly. The stag glanced at him and nodded gently. "I wish to forge a pact with you to awaken my soul ring," Shan Chuan expressed earnestly. The stag appeared to contemplate his request, and after a moment, it approached him and nuzzled his hand with its head. At that very instant, a band of poachers emerged, their eyes set greedily on the invaluable stag. "Capture it!" The poachers shouted as they charged forward. Mountains and rivers swiftly summoned a cerulean long sword, standing protectively before the spirit deer. "You shall not harm it." The poachers, perceiving that the young soul master was but a mere boy, laughed derisively. "Do you truly believe you can stop us?" They surged forward, yet Shan Chuan displayed no hint of retreat. He unleashed his most formidable soul technique, engaging the poachers in a fierce battle. Throughout the conflict, Shan Chuan discovered the cunning nature of these poachers. Their methods of attack varied and unpredictable. However, through the profound connection he shared with the spirit deer, it utilized its unique abilities to disrupt the poachers' assaults, allowing Shan Chuan to respond more effectively. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately vanquished all the poachers. This encounter deepened the bond between Shan Chuan and the spirit deer. Upon returning to the city-state, Shan Chuan prepared for his soul ring awakening, accompanied by the spirit deer to a vast, open meadow outside the city. Following the method observed earlier within the Soul Master Tower, Shan Chuan forged a covenant with the spirit deer. Upon the establishment of this bond, a wondrous halo of light enveloped his being. One of his blue soul rings began to shimmer, a ring that he had previously awakened. As the radiance continued to surge, the blue soul ring underwent a remarkable transformation. It emanated a formidable icy blue energy, which not only amplified his offensive capabilities but also endowed him with a unique ability, a fleeting realm of ice. Within this icy domain, Shan Chuan's movements became markedly swifter, and his attacks bore an added freezing effect. The transformation of the mountains and rivers incited a sense of envy and concern among certain soul masters within the city-state. A formidable organization of soul masters commenced a clandestine scheme to counteract the burgeoning power of the mountains and rivers. The leader of this organization, a middle-aged soul master named Kronos, expressed his apprehensions. "This entity is growing increasingly powerful. If we allow it to continue unabated, it will undoubtedly pose a threat to us in the future," Kronos declared to his subordinates. "What course of action should we take against him?" one of his followers inquired. Kronos responded with a sinister smile. "First, we shall disseminate some rumors, alleging that he is colluding with malevolent soul beasts, and then we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him." Consequently, rumors regarding the mountains and rivers swiftly spread throughout the city-state, leading many to cast accusatory glances toward them. Upon learning of this rumor, Shan Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of anger within. How could these individuals so brazenly slander me when I have never engaged in such actions? Shan Chuan expressed to the spirit deer. The spirit deer emitted a low growl, seemingly conveying its support for him. Shan Chuan resolved to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme. He embarked on an investigation into the origin of the rumor, and after diligent efforts, he ultimately unveiled it to be the nefarious plot of Kronos. Mountains and rivers resolved to confront Kronos directly. He arrived at Kronos' residence. "Kronos, why do you spread such slanderous rumors about me?" Mountains and rivers inquired with indignation. Kronos, upon seeing him, displayed a hint of disdain. "Humph, how dare you come here? Do you believe you can intimidate me? Your actions are unethical. What compels you to behave this way?" Mountains and rivers pressed. Kronos erupted into laughter, declaring, "This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Given your formidable strength, I naturally must eliminate you." With that, he summoned his martial spirit, a colossal dark magic wolf. The mountains and rivers summoned the ethereal azure sword and the spiritual deer. "Today, I shall make you aware of the price of slandering me," declared Shan Chuan resolutely. The battle between the two was on the verge of erupting. Kronos did not anticipate that Shan Chuan would dare to launch a direct assault, and he felt a surge of irritation. His dark magic wolf, imbued with formidable dark power, lunged towards Shan Chuan. The mountains and rivers harnessed the realm of ice, temporarily restraining the movements of the dark magic wolf. He then unleashed his most formidable soul technique, the azure longsword radiating with resplendent light. A breathtaking battle ensued between him and Kronos. During the confrontation, he discerned that although Kronos possessed immense power, his attacks were overly reliant on dark forces, exposing significant vulnerabilities within his soul techniques. Mountain River seized upon these vulnerabilities, relentlessly assaulting Kronos. Gradually, Kronos found himself at a disadvantage, his composure beginning to waver. Under the onslaught of Mountain River's formidable attacks, Kronos' dark wolf spirit was shattered, leaving him grievously wounded. "You dare to harm me. I shall not let you go unpunished." Kronos snarled menacingly. Shan Chuan proclaimed, "You were the one who first slandered me. Today serves merely as a lesson for you." This confrontation not only clarified Shan Chuan's reputation within the city-state, but also allowed many to recognize him as a trustworthy soul master. Subsequently, Shan Chuan embarked upon his adventurous journey once more. His bond with the spirit deer deepened, and he continuously enhanced his strength, inscribing his own legend upon the challenge-laden, yet opportunity-rich Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers are aware that numerous challenges await him in the future, yet, as long as he possesses unwavering faith, he is confident in his ability to surmount all obstacles. He continues to delve into the realm of soul beasts, in search of more formidable soul devices, persistently awakening his soul rings and engaging with a multitude of characters, whether in camaraderie or conflict. Each interaction serves as a stepping stone for his growth. Throughout this journey, he gradually comprehends his mission, which transcends the mere pursuit of immense power. It is also a quest to uphold peace and justice in the Douluo Continent. The emergence of soul devices in Douluo unfolds. Shan Chuan cautiously traversed the ruins, each step imbued with trepidation. The surrounding walls were adorned with ancient runes, exuding an aura of mystery. Suddenly, a concealed projectile hurtled toward Shan Chuan. With swift reflexes, he evaded the attack by sidestepping. "Who goes there?" he called out warily. From the shadows emerged several figures cloaked in black, their features obscured. "Outsiders, this is not a place for you," one of the cloaked figures proclaimed coldly. The mountains and rivers clenched their fists, sensing the ill intentions of these individuals. "I have merely come to explore, with no intention of causing offense." "Humph. The treasures here are not for your covetous eyes," the shadows declared before launching their assault. The mountains and rivers unleashed their soul techniques, engaging in a fierce battle. In the midst of combat, the protagonist discerned that while the attacks of his adversaries appeared chaotic, they were imbued with deeper significance. Just as he began to acclimate to their rhythmic onslaught, he suddenly realized that their assaults seemed to be guiding him toward a specific destination. "Where do they wish to lead me?" A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. He feigned a retreat under their relentless assault, moving toward that enigmatic direction. Abruptly, he stumbled upon a colossal stone door, adorned with peculiar engravings. As he approached the door, it swung open of its own accord, revealing a dazzling luminescence within. Behind the threshold lay a sword, exuding an aura of antiquity. It was a soul artifact. A jolt of astonishment coursed through him. Just as he intended to draw near to the soul artifact, the shadowy figures escalated their attacks, seemingly intent on preventing him from claiming it. Thus commenced a psychological duel with the enigmatic beings. The mountains and rivers are aware that in order to obtain the soul vessel, one must first confront these shadowy figures. "Who are you? Why do you seek to impede my progress?" As he fought, the protagonist inquired. The shadows offered no response, only incessantly launching their assaults. Shan Chuan commenced an analysis of their psyche amidst the battle. He speculated that these individuals might be the guardians of the soul instrument. Yet they appeared reluctant to allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders, or perhaps they were entangled in a more sinister plot. If he could convince them of his benign intentions, he might be able to acquire the soul instrument. Contemplating this, Shan Chuan endeavored to soothe them with his words. "I am genuinely interested only in this soul instrument. I harbor no malice towards this place. I assure you, should I obtain it, I will safeguard it with the utmost diligence." The shadows seemed to hesitate for a brief moment, but soon intensified their onslaught once more. The mountains and rivers are aware that mere words are insufficient. One must demonstrate true strength. He summoned the soul power within him and launched a fervent assault against the shadows. His strikes grew increasingly ferocious, causing the shadows to falter. At a critical moment in the battle, one shadow suddenly declared, "If you can pass our trial, we shall bestow upon you the soul artifact." The mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I accept your trial." The trial of the soul beast is one of faith and trust. After the shadows vanished, they were replaced by a colossal soul beast. This creature, towering like a mountain, radiated a formidable aura. One must pass its trial in order to obtain the soul artifact. The voice of the earlier shadows echoed once more. As Shan Chuan gazed upon the colossal spirit beast before him, a twinge of fear gripped his heart. Yet he understood that this was a challenge he must confront. The spirit beast charged toward Shan Chuan, but he did not waver. He unleashed his soul skills, endeavoring to strike at the creature's vulnerabilities. Amidst the clash, Shan Chuan discerned that although this spirit beast was formidable, there seemed to be a flicker of intelligence within its gaze. This reminded him of the cunning old fox spirit he had encountered previously. I mean you no harm. We are merely engaged in a transaction. Shan Chuan attempted to communicate with the spirit beast. It appeared to comprehend his words, and its onslaught eased slightly. Shan Chuan continued to interact gently with the spirit beasts, employing his tender approach to win their trust. Gradually, the spirit beasts began to accept him. Ultimately, they acknowledged Shan Chuan and parted to clear the path. As the mountains and rivers converged upon the soul weapon, the moment he grasped it, an overwhelming force surged into his being. This weapon, a long sword adorned with ancient runes, resonated perfectly with his martial spirit. This sword would become an indispensable companion in his struggle for survival within this realm, he mused with fervor. After the awakening of the soul ring and the acquisition of newfound abilities, he departed from the ruins. Upon returning to his quaint town, he secluded himself to engage in rigorous training, endeavoring to awaken a new soul ring. During this period of introspection, he perceived a steady augmentation of his soul power, recognizing it as the benefit bestowed by the soul weapon. At last, his soul power ascended to unprecedented heights, culminating in the successful awakening of a new soul ring. This ring, resplendent in purple, symbolized a millennium of strength. At the moment of its awakening, he felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his body, simultaneously enhancing his soul skills. With a flourish, he unleashed a newly acquired soul technique, a formidable beam of light emanating from his sword, distorting the very air around him with its formidable might. The heart of Shan Chuan was suffused with joy. He realized that he had ascended to a new echelon. Engaged in a psychological contest with other characters, Shan Chuan's rise sparked envy and trepidation in some. Among the most envious was Wang Ming, who had previously clashed with him. This fellow seethed with resentment, questioning what right Shan Chuan had to possess such a formidable soul artifact and to awaken a new soul ring. Consumed by jealousy, Wang Ming began to circulate rumors throughout the town, alleging that Shan Chuan had acquired his soul artifact and soul ring through unscrupulous means. These rumors swiftly spread across the town. Upon hearing these rumors, Shan Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of anger. How could these individuals tarnish my name in such a manner? He remarked to his companions. Determined to confront Wang Ming, he set out to seek an explanation. When Shan Chuan finally located Wang Ming, the latter feigned innocence. Wang Ming, why have you chosen to propagate these falsehoods? Shan Chuan demanded, his voice laced with fury. Wang Ming retorted, I have done no such thing. It is your own conduct that is in question. The mountains and rivers discerned Wang Ming's evasive arguments. Thus, he resolved to let his prowess speak for itself. The two engaged in a fervent debate in the town square. With his wisdom and empirical evidence, Shan Chuan deftly countered Wang Ming's rumors. Gradually, the townsfolk began to place their trust in Shan Chuan. Observing the failure of his nefarious scheme, Wang Ming slinked away in disgrace. A new adventure awaited. Accompanied by his spirit beast companions, the mountains and rivers did not pause in their eternal flow due to these events. He resolved to continue his exploration of the Douluo Continent. During one of his adventures, he encountered a wounded little wolf spirit beast. The leg of this small wolf spirit beast was injured, and it appeared exceedingly pitiful. Mountains and rivers evoke a sense of compassion. He employed his soul energy to heal the wounds of the little wolf spirit beast. The little wolf spirit beast sensed the kindness emanating from him and developed a fondness for him. You are truly a good person. The little wolf spirit beast spoke with articulate words. Mountains and rivers smiled. Are you not afraid of me? I am human. The little wolf spirit beast shook its head. You are unlike other humans. From that moment on, the little wolf spirit beast became a companion to mountains and rivers. Together, they ventured across the Douluo Continent, confronting various dangers. During an encounter with a formidable spirit beast, the little wolf spirit beast utilized its speed and agility to assist mountains and rivers in evading the attack. In return, mountains and rivers wielded his longsword and spirit abilities to counterstrike the adversary. Their harmonious cooperation successfully repelled the powerful foe. As time passed, Mountains and rivers experienced numerous events in this world. He transformed from an ignorant mortal into a formidable spirit master. He endured countless battles and psychological struggles, forging profound friendships with spirit beasts while also acquiring precious spirit tools and spirit rings. Throughout this journey, not only did his strength increase, but his inner self also matured significantly. I will continue to explore this world, safeguarding those lives that require protection, while constantly enhancing my own abilities. Mountains and rivers vowed silently within. He understood that the road ahead was still long, and he would encounter more challenges and opportunities. Yet, he believed that as long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly inscribe his own legend in this fantastical Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers, accompanied by their companions, embark on a new journey. Their silhouettes, cast in the golden hues of the setting sun, exude a remarkable resolve as they march towards an uncertain future, ready to embrace fresh challenges and forge even greater glories. The latent crisis of Douluo. The adventures of Shan Chuan and Little Wolf in the Douluo Continent continue unabated. One day, they arrived at an ancient and enigmatic forest, shrouded in a delicate mist. The trees towered majestically, their age suggesting the presence of countless secrets yet to be unveiled. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered a mysterious group of soul masters. At the helm was a soul master named Ling Yu, distinguished by his flowing white hair and an air of haughty confidence in his gaze. "Look, there is a little wolf soul beast. Capturing it could fetch a handsome price," remarked one of Ling Yu's subordinates. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and positioned themselves in front of the little wolf. "You shall not harm it." Ling Yu cast a disdainful glance at the mountains and rivers. "And who might you be? A mere soul master dares to impede us?" Shan Chuan declared, "It is my friend, and I shall not permit you to harm it." Ling Yu scoffed dismissively and retorted, "Then do not blame me for being impolite." Behind him, a group of soul masters unleashed their martial spirits, poised to launch an assault on Shan Chuan and the little wolf. In his heart, Shan Chuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet he understood that for the sake of the little wolf, he must engage in battle. Mountains and rivers gripped the long sword in his hand, a soul weapon acquired from the ruins, emanating a faint glow. The little wolf sensed the impending danger, growling softly, its body taut and poised for battle. Ling Yu initiated the assault, summoning a colossal flame bird spirit, hurtling towards mountains and rivers. Shan Chuan deftly utilized the agility of his long sword, sidestepping the assault of the fiery avian. He was acutely aware of Ling Yu's formidable strength and understood that a direct confrontation would not serve him well. Shan Chuan began to contemplate his counter-strategy, noting that although Ling Yu's assaults were formidable, there existed brief pauses between each onslaught. He resolved to exploit this vulnerability, seeking an opportune moment to retaliate. Meanwhile, the little wolf harried Ling Yu's spirit master team from the sidelines, employing its swiftness and agility to incessantly disrupt the adversaries. Amidst the chaos of battle, the little wolf suddenly emitted a distinctive howl. The mountains and rivers were astonished to witness a faint halo enveloping the little wolf's body, a luminous aura that seemingly augmented its speed and strength. Was this a new ability of the little wolf? A surge of joy filled the heart of the mountains and rivers. Harnessing this newfound power, the little wolf launched a more ferocious assault on Ling Yu's team. It charged toward a soul master, who attempted to evade, but the little wolf's speed was too swift, and it pounced directly onto him, pinning him to the ground. Ling Yu, witnessing his subordinate being subdued by the little wolf, was filled with rage. He intensified the flames of the firebird, making its flames even more searing as it surged toward the mountains and rivers. Shan Chuan took a deep breath, channeling the soul energy within him into his longsword. The blade emitted a radiant glow, which collided with the flames of the firebird. Amidst the fierce battle, Shan Chuan sensed the continuous depletion of his soul energy. However, he also observed that this intense combat seemed to awaken the latent potential of his soul rings. His purple thousand-year soul ring began to shimmer, hinting at the emergence of newfound abilities. As the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he recognized this as an opportunity. No longer hesitating, he focused his energy, directing his soul power to converge towards the soul ring. The surrounding soul masters gazed at him in astonishment, sensing the formidable waves of soul power emanating from him. Ling Yu felt a twinge of panic. He had not anticipated such a transformation from Shan Chuan under these circumstances. With the continuous accumulation of soul power, Shan Chuan's purple soul ring suddenly erupted with a tremendous force. This power surged throughout his entire being, enhancing his physical strength and augmenting his soul skills. Mountains and rivers unveiled a new soul technique. A radiant blade imbued with formidable power erupted from the long sword, directly cleaving towards Ling Yu's fiery bird. The flame bird was struck by the luminous blade, vanishing in an instant. Ling Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such prowess from Shan Chuan. Following the conclusion of the battle, Ling Yu gazed at Shan Chuan, his heart brimming with admiration. "You are indeed powerful. I had underestimated you before," Ling Yu remarked. Shan Chuan remarked, "You should not harm the spirit beasts for the sake of profit." Ling Yu, feeling a twinge of shame, lowered his head. "I understand now. This time, I was in the wrong." Shan Chuan and Xiao Lang graciously accepted their apology. Through this confrontation, Shan Chuan and Ling Yu's team gained a deeper understanding of one another. Ling Yu revealed to Shan Chuan that they are a team dedicated to locating rare soul beasts to procure soul rings for their clients. Although their previous methods were indeed somewhat unethical, Shan Chuan urged them to alter their approach, emphasizing the importance of not solely prioritizing profit, but also honoring the lives of spirit beasts. Ling Yu reflected upon Shan Chuan's words, finding them profoundly insightful. As they continued their exploration of the forest, Shan Chuan and his companions encountered a spirit beast in distress. It was a white fox spirit beast, ensnared by a trap that had captured its leg. Shan Chuan and the little wolf hurried forward to offer assistance. The white fox, upon noticing them, was filled with vigilance in its eyes. The mountains and rivers gently reassured it, saying, "Do not fear, we shall assist you." With the aid of the little wolf, the mountains and rivers successfully unraveled the trap. The white fox gazed at the mountains and rivers, the wariness in its eyes dissipating. "Thank you," spoke the white fox in human words. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "You are most welcome." The white fox, sensing the goodwill of the mountains and rivers, resolved to follow them. Thus, the mountains and rivers gained yet another soul beast companion. With this new ally, they developed a fresh understanding of soul beasts. They discovered that not all soul beasts were malevolent. Many possessed their own emotions and wisdom deep within their hearts. They became even more resolute in their belief to protect soul beasts. In this world, both humans and soul beasts should coexist harmoniously, they mused. Together with their soul beast companions, they continued to explore the forest. They encountered numerous breathtaking vistas and faced perilous soul beasts, yet through their mutual trust and cooperation, they successfully navigated these challenges. One day, they heard a legend about an ancient ruin. It was said that within this ruin lay powerful soul artifacts and precious soul rings. Shan Chuan and his companions resolved to embark on an exploration of the ancient ruins. Upon their arrival at the site, they discovered that the ruins were sealed by an overwhelming force. The mountain and river sought to unravel the seal, yet he discovered that this task was far from simple. Together with the little wolf and other spirit beast companions, he diligently explored the means to breach the seal. After considerable effort, they ultimately unearthed the method to dismantle it. When the seal was finally lifted, a formidable force surged forth to greet them. As they ventured into the ruins, they beheld a myriad of precious artifacts, among which was a bow radiating a spectrum of vibrant colors. As Shan Chuan approached the bow, he sensed a profound resonance between it and his own soul power. He attempted to grasp the bow, and the moment his hand made contact, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his being. This bow became his new soul instrument. With the acquisition of this new artifact, Shan Chuan's strength surged dramatically. As they departed from the ruins, they encountered a series of traps. Shan Chuan and his team members collaborated seamlessly, successfully evading the traps that lay in their path. In the face of peril, they gained a profound understanding of the strength inherent in teamwork. Shan Chuan and his companions departed from the ruins, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their renown gradually spread, transforming them into legends in the eyes of many. Shan Chuan is aware that he has a long journey ahead. He must continually enhance his abilities, safeguard more soul beasts, and explore uncharted territories. Together with his soul beast companions, he strides toward a broader horizon, ready to embrace new challenges and inscribe his own magnificent narrative. In this enchanting yet perilous realm of Douluo Continent, the saga of Shan Chuan and his allies unfolds, their future brimming with boundless possibilities. The Odyssey of Resistance in Douluo. The legendary tale of Shan Chuan in the Douluo Continent continues to unfold. Yet a new crisis has quietly descended. At this moment, he is delving into a mysterious ruin in search of powerful soul weapons. This ruin conceals ancient forces, and it is said that the soul weapons within possess the power to alter the very fabric of the continent. Shan Chuan is acutely aware of this, but his objective is not to dominate the land. Rather, he aspires to harness this power to better safeguard his homeland. Just as he is intently focused on deciphering the mechanisms within the ruin, a formidable aura suddenly envelopes the entire site. Shan Chuan, on high alert, raises his gaze to witness dark clouds swiftly gathering in the sky, from which several figures gradually descend. These are the deities of the Douluo Continent. Leading them is the Thunder God, whose form crackles with blinding electricity, his eyes radiating authority and vigilance. Shan Chuan, how dare you trespass in search of forbidden artifacts? Do you comprehend the calamity this may incite? The Thunder God's voice reverberates through the ruins like thunder. In a moment of trepidation, he realized that the deities had undoubtedly misconstrued his intentions. With utmost reverence, he elucidated, "Mighty Lord of Thunder, I have merely ventured into this realm in the hopes of discovering treasures that could aid in the protection of our continent. I harbor no ulterior motives. My heart is filled with reverence for this land, and I hold no desire to bring about its destruction." However, the gods appeared to remain unconvinced by his words. The god of war stepped forward, emanating an intense aura of martial spirit, and scoffed, "Humph, you, a mere mortal, have seen your power escalate at such an alarming rate while continuously delving into these perilous territories. How can we possibly place our trust in you?" The spirit beasts of the mountains and rivers sensed their master's predicament. The little wolf growled softly, while the white fox perked up its ears, adopting a defensive stance. The Thunder God was the first to launch an assault, thrusting his palms forward, unleashing a formidable bolt of lightning that surged towards the mountains and rivers. This lightning was imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, warping the very fabric of space in its wake. Without a moment's hesitation, Shan Chuan swiftly summoned the newly acquired soul weapon, a colossal sword radiating with an ethereal blue glow. As he channeled his soul energy into the blade, it erupted in a dazzling blue shield, colliding fiercely with the oncoming lightning. The resulting explosion echoed with a thunderous roar, causing the very ruins to tremble. Witnessing the thwarting of the Thunder God's assault, the war god charged toward Shan Chuan, wielding his battle axe with remarkable speed, appearing before him in an instant. The axe slicing through the air with a chilling whistle. Beneath the mountains and rivers, he moved with agile steps, sidestepping the onslaught of the war god. With a swift swing of his mighty sword, he unleashed a crescent blade of silvery light, aimed at the war god's flank. Just as the luminous blade was about to strike its mark, the god of light intervened. He extended a hand, and a radiant shield of white light materialized before the war god, thwarting the attack launched by the agile warrior. Shan Chuan, your actions have surpassed the bounds of our tolerance. Today, we must put an end to your recklessness, the god of light proclaimed with a commanding voice. Mountains and rivers gazed upon the deities before him, his heart heavy with resignation. He understood that unless this misunderstanding was resolved entirely, he could not continue his journey of guardianship. O Lord of Light, I harbor no ill intentions. I am willing to endure any trials you impose to prove my innocence, he declared earnestly. Yet, the gods paid no heed to his words. Convinced that the strength of the mountains and rivers posed a significant threat to the balance of the continent. At this moment, the soul beast companions of Shan Chuan played a crucial role. The little wolf grasped the corner of Shan Chuan's garment, signaling him to flee deeper into the ruins. Instantly, Shan Chuan comprehended the wolf's intent and dashed towards the heart of the relics. The gods pursued relentlessly. Amidst the chase, Shan Chuan sensed his soul energy depleting incessantly. Yet he also discerned a peculiar phenomenon. The soul rings within him seemed to undergo a transformation under such perilous circumstances. His Millennium Soul Ring began to shimmer, as if drawn by some enigmatic force. A flicker of realization ignited within Shan Chuan. He understood this could be a fortuitous opportunity. He began to focus, channeling the power contained within the soul ring. As he guided it, the Millennium Soul Ring suddenly unleashed a formidable wave of soul energy, which surged toward Shan Chuan's consciousness. In Shan Chuan's mind, ancient images began to unfold, depicting a harmonious coexistence between soul beast and humanity, as if an age-old force was guiding him toward the righteous path. At that moment, the little wolf unexpectedly unleashed a peculiar soul skill, surrounding its form with a delicate purple glow. This luminescence transformed into chains that snaked toward the deities. The gods, caught off guard by the wolf's unexpected offensive, found themselves momentarily flustered, seizing the opportunity while the gods were momentarily hindered by the wolf's attack. Shan Chuan ceased his flight. Drawing a deep breath, he addressed the divine beings with resolute clarity. Esteemed deities, you have long believed that I would disrupt the balance of the continent. Yet, all my actions are aimed at combating the dark forces lurking within this land. My quest for soul artifacts is not a pursuit of dominance, but rather a means to strengthen my own capabilities, enabling me to better safeguard us all. The Thunder God, upon hearing Shan Chuan's words, softened his expression slightly, inquiring, "Are you speaking the truth?" The mountains and rivers nodded resolutely. "I swear by my soul that all my actions are born of goodwill." The deities began to converse amongst themselves, gradually discerning from the glimmer in the mountains and rivers' gaze and his past experiences that he appeared to be speaking the truth. After a moment of contemplation, the god of light spoke, "Mountains and rivers, while we place our trust in you, the soul artifact you wield indeed harbors perilous power. You must ensure that it never falls into the hands of malevolent beings." Mountains and rivers promptly nodded, affirming, "I assure you, I pledge my life to this promise." Once the misunderstanding was resolved, the deities vanished. As Shan Chuan gazed at the heavy sword in his hand, a multitude of emotions surged within him. This soul weapon would become an indispensable tool in his quest to safeguard the continent. Alongside his soul beast companions, he continued to explore the ruins. Ultimately, they uncovered the fabled soul weapon, a staff radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, crowned with an enormous star gem at its pinnacle. The moment Shan Chuan grasped the staff, he felt his soul power harmoniously merge with it, further enhancing his soul rings through the staff's formidable strength. "I shall wield this power to protect the entire Douluo Continent," he mused inwardly. Armed with his newly acquired soul weapon, he departed the ruins with his soul beast companions. Yet, Shan Chuan was acutely aware that countless unknown dangers awaited him across the continent. With this newfound strength, he would continue his journey to defend the Douluo Continent, embracing more challenges and etching his own legend. Upon acquiring a new soul artifact, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. He and his soul beast companions continued their explorations across the Douluo Continent, seeking further opportunities and challenges. One day, Shan Chuan came across news of an astonishing development. A vast expanse of rare soul beasts had emerged upon a distant ice field, and a mysterious soul ring was in the process of gestation. This revelation stirred his excitement, prompting him to resolve to journey to the ice field and uncover the truth. The mountains and rivers embarked on a journey towards the icy expanse. The frigid winds howled across the glacial terrain, with snowflakes swirling through the air. Undeterred by the biting cold, the mountains and their spirit beast companions pressed onward. Deep within the frozen wilderness, they encountered a pack of white ice phantoms. Wolves emanating an aura of chilling frost, their eyes gleaming like sapphires. Upon sensing the presence of the mountains and their companions, the ice phantoms assumed a menacing stance. Ready to attack, Shan Chuan swiftly signaled his spirit beast companions to exercise caution. The little wolf stood beside Shan Chuan, its gaze fixated intently on the ice soul wolves. Meanwhile, the white fox took refuge behind Shan Chuan, sensing the formidable danger posed by these ice soul wolves. Mountains and rivers stepped forward, attempting to communicate with the ice spirit wolves. "We mean no harm. We are merely passing through," spoke mountains and rivers. The ice spirit wolves appeared to comprehend his words, yet they remained vigilant. One particularly large ice spirit wolf slowly emerged from the pack. "Humans, this icy expanse is our territory. You must leave at once." The ice spirit wolf articulated with human speech. The mountains and rivers are aware that to traverse the icy expanse with ease, one must earn the approval of the ice spirit wolves. He commenced to unveil his soul power, presenting some precious items he had gathered during his journey, in an attempt to barter for permission to cross the frozen terrain. The ice spirit wolves, recognizing his sincerity, began to waver in their resolve. Ultimately, the largest among them spoke. "Very well, you may pass through the icy expanse, but you must not disturb anything within our domain." Shan Chuan nodded appreciatively. During his journey across the ice expanse, he discovered a unique rapport with the ice spirit wolves. These ethereal creatures appeared to harbor little animosity towards him, the outsider. They traversed the icy landscape with remarkable ease, and at the edge of the frozen plains, they uncovered a vast ice cavern. Shan Chuan sensed a formidable surge of soul energy emanating from within the icy cavern. He knew that the enigmatic soul ring lay hidden within. As he ventured into the depths of the ice cave, the temperature plummeted further, an icy chill piercing his very being. Deep within the cavern, a soul ring radiating a kaleidoscope of colors floated gracefully in the air. This soul ring exuded immense power, and as Shan Chuan approached, he felt his own soul energy being subdued by an overwhelming force. Mountains and rivers are aware that this presents a formidable opportunity, yet it also poses a significant challenge. He took a deep breath, summoning the soul energy within him, striving to absorb this soul ring. His soul beast companions also sensed his intention and gathered to protect him. A faint halo began to envelop Shan Chuan's body, as his soul power continuously converged into the depths of his spirit. The soul ring gradually approached him, and as it drew nearer, he felt an overwhelming pressure. His body began to strain under this burden, yet he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he steadfastly guided the soul ring onward. At last, the soul ring fused with his being. With this integration, Shan Chuan's soul power experienced a remarkable enhancement. His soul ring awakened a new ability, Soul Freeze. This ability enables him to instantaneously immobilize the souls of his adversaries, rendering them incapable of action. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan emerged from the icy cavern. The ice spirit wolves gazed upon him with a glimmer of envy in their eyes. Having witnessed his successful feat, human, you possess great strength, remarked the leader of the ice spirit wolves. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, it would have been arduous for me to absorb this soul ring. The leader of the ice spirit wolf shook his head and replied, this is your own endeavor. After bidding farewell to the mountains and the ice spirits, the traveler continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered an elderly man, clad in a flowing white robe, with a kindly visage. Young one, the aura that surrounds you is quite extraordinary, the old man remarked. The mountains and rivers inquired with curiosity, old man, who are you? The elderly gentleman smiled gently and replied, I am merely a man who has lived on this land for a considerable time. I perceive your strength, yet I sense that there remains a wealth of potential within you yet to be realized. Upon a stirring within the mountains and rivers, he recognized that there remained much for him to learn. Dear elder, might you impart some wisdom to me? The old man nodded, certainly. But you must understand that the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Shan Chuan nodded resolutely. Under the guidance of the elder, Shan Chuan's spiritual power underwent further enhancement, and his proficiency in wielding soul tools became increasingly adept. However, Shan Chuan's burgeoning strength attracted the attention of certain malevolent forces. A sinister organization of soul masters set its sights on Shan Chuan's soul tool, dispatching numerous experts to seize it from him. Mountains and rivers, along with his soul beast companions, were besieged by these individuals. Surrender your soul instruments, or today shall mark the end of your existence, a malevolent soul master spoke menacingly. Shan Chuan grasped the heavy sword in his hand, his soul beast companions poised for battle. You shall not prevail, he declared resolutely. The clash of combat was imminent, as Shan Chuan and his allies confronted formidable challenges. Yet, they did not falter. Through their profound camaraderie and formidable prowess, they engaged in a fierce confrontation against the malevolent soul masters. In the heat of battle, Shan Chuan showcased his strength and cunning. Employing his newly awakened soul skill, Soul Freeze, he successfully immobilized the souls of several wicked soul masters, granting them precious time in their struggle. His soul beast companions played pivotal roles as well. The sharp attacks of the little wolf, the robust defense of the white fox, and the recently befriended ice spirit wolf joined forces, standing united against the nefarious foes. After an intense skirmish, Shan Chuan and his companions triumphed, driving back the evil soul masters. Their heroic deeds resonated throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Mountains and rivers have become the heroes in the hearts of the people. He continues to explore the Douluo Continent alongside his soul beast companions, fully aware that greater challenges await him in the future. Yet, he remains undaunted. He will persist in his efforts to cultivate, enhancing his strength to safeguard the Douluo Continent. He firmly believes that as long as he harbors conviction within his heart, he can surmount any obstacle. In this realm brimming with fantasy and adventure, the legendary tale of mountains and rivers is still unfolding. He will embrace the forthcoming challenges with his dreams and beliefs, creating even more brilliance. The Battle of Douluo's soul beast form. Shan Chuan has been wandering in the enigmatic starry great forest for several days. He is acutely aware that danger lurks at every turn. Yet in pursuit of a soul ring suitable for himself, he must venture forth with utmost caution. At this moment, he clutches a rudimentary yet sharp iron sword in his hand. This sword is his sole weapon at present and serves as his first soul tool. The creation of this soul tool is rather extraordinary. During a fortuitous encounter in an ancient mine, Shan Chuan sensed a faint yet pure ripple of metallic soul power. Utilizing his keen perception, he dedicated several days to extracting the ore infused with soul energy, subsequently engaging in relentless forging and polishing. Although the process was arduous, under his meticulous craftsmanship, the iron sword gradually emanated a distinctive luster, with subtle patterns of soul energy flowing along its blade. When he first infused it with soul power, the sword trembled as if endowed with life, and he could feel its yearning for the soul energy. As Shan Chuan traversed the landscape, the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to cascade through the layers of leaves. Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl echoed from ahead, causing his heart to race. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal wolf-like soul beast, emanating an ethereal azure glow. Its eyes, akin to profound amethyst gems, radiated a chilling malice. Shan Chuan recognized this formidable creature as the purple shadow demon wolf, known for its agility and formidable offensive prowess, a significant challenge for him at this juncture. The purple shadow demon wolf launched the first assault, dashing towards Shan Chuan like a bolt of blue lightning. He swiftly sidestepped while thrusting his iron sword at the beast. In a remarkable display of agility, the wolf twisted mid-air to evade the blade, then slashed at Shan Chuan's face with its razor-sharp claws. He leaped back, silently lamenting the creature's swiftness. "I cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely," he pondered. Channeling his soul power into the iron sword, it erupted in a brilliant light. Shan Chuan initiated a counteroffensive, employing the sword techniques he had mastered in the mundane world. The flashes of his strikes momentarily overwhelmed the purple shadow demon wolf. However, being a soul beast fortified by soul power, its combat experience far surpassed that of an ordinary adversary. It abruptly halted, then unleashed a tremendous surge of soul energy, causing the very air around them to feel as if it had frozen. Is it preparing to deliver a fatal blow? Shan Chuan's heart raced with alarm. Just as he braced himself to withstand the impending attack, the purple shadow demon wolf unexpectedly pivoted and retreated into the depths of the forest. Shan Chuan stood momentarily stunned, then realized that the wolf had deemed him unworthy of further confrontation, recognizing its own limitations. Yet, he chose not to pursue, aware that he lacked the requisite strength to fell such a formidable soul beast. As the mountains and rivers delved deeper into the forest, he arrived at the edge of a tranquil lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing the lakebed beneath. Upon a massive rock by the water's edge, he discovered a stone emanating a gentle glow. Approaching it, as his hand made contact with the stone, a warm surge of soul energy flowed into his body. He recognized that this could be a significant opportunity in his quest for a soul ring. Just as he became enraptured by this soul energy, the lake's surface suddenly erupted in tumultuous waves. A colossal water-type soul beast leaped from the depths, an ice spirit water serpent. Its body stretched for dozens of meters, adorned with translucent scales that glimmered and radiated an intense chill. "Human, how dare you covet my domain?" the ice spirit water serpent spoke, its voice sharp and cold as a blade. Mountain River hastily exclaimed, "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely happened upon this stone, believing it might serve some purpose for me." The ice soul water dragon snorted coldly. "Do you think you can easily depart from here? You are the first human to dare intrude upon my domain." With that, the ice soul water dragon swung its massive tail towards Mountain River. Knowing he could not withstand such force, Mountain River concentrated his soul energy in his feet and leaped towards a nearby grand tree. The tail of the ice soul water dragon struck the tree with tremendous force, causing it to splinter instantly. "I cannot continue to evade like this," Mountain River pondered. He once again channeled his soul energy into the iron sword, discovering that, upon absorbing his energy, the sword's blade became adorned with peculiar runes. These runes emanated a formidable power, instilling him with a profound sense of strength. Shan Chuan brandished his iron sword as he charged towards the icy water dragon, which opened its gaping maw to bite at him. In a swift maneuver, Shan Chuan leapt through the dragon's jaws, simultaneously thrusting his sword towards its eye. The icy water dragon recoiled in pain, furiously sweeping its claws toward Shan Chuan. Struck by the claws, Shan Chuan was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Mountains and rivers felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, yet he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. I cannot perish here. I shall become a formidable force. His heart brimmed with resolute determination. The ice-soul water serpent lunged at him once more. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his soul power and bellowed, sort of demon breaking. In an instant, the iron sword released a colossal beam of light, slicing towards the ice-soul water serpent. Sensing this overwhelming force, the serpent attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The light sword struck the serpent with tremendous force, shattering its scales, and it let out a mournful cry as its body began to collapse. As the ice-soul water serpent fell, a blue soul ring ascended from its form. Mountains and rivers understood that this was the soul ring he had long sought. Yet he dared not let his guard down. Following the method he had learned in the Douluo Continent for soul ring absorption, he cautiously approached the soul ring. Just as he was about to absorb it, the spirit of the ice-soul water serpent suddenly materialized. Human, should you dare to absorb my soul ring, I will haunt you even in death. Mountains and rivers gazed upon the soul of the ice-soul water serpent, declaring, I possess no alternative. I must grow stronger to endure within this world. The soul of the ice-soul water serpent roared in fury, charging towards the mountains and rivers. Yet, with eyes shut tight, he resolutely channeled his soul power, beginning to absorb the soul ring. The soul of the ice-soul water serpent relentlessly assaulted his mental defenses, and he felt as though his head might explode, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Time became indistinguishable, and eventually, the soul of the ice-soul water serpent began to dissipate, allowing the mountains and rivers to successfully absorb the soul ring. He sensed a profound leap in his strength. His soul power grew more robust, and he acquired a new soul skill, Ice Soul Shield. This skill enveloped him in a cerulean shield, capable of not only withstanding attacks, but also inflicting a freezing effect on any foes who dared to approach. After absorbing the spirit ring, Mountain River continued his exploration within the Douluo forest. He encountered a myriad of spirit beasts, some of whom regarded him with hostility, while others observed him with curiosity. He learned to coexist peacefully with a few weaker spirit beasts, gaining a wealth of knowledge about the Douluo Continent from them. One day, he came across an injured little fox spirit beast. The fox had caught its leg in a hunter's trap, blood streaming from the wound. Feeling a surge of compassion, Mountain River utilized his knowledge of herbal medicine to tend to the fox's injury. The little fox looked at him, its eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, human. The fox spoke, articulating words with unexpected clarity. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, You're welcome, but do exercise caution in the future. The little fox replied, Do you know? Deep within the forest lies an ancient relic, where it is said that many powerful treasures are hidden, yet numerous perilous traps also await. As the heart of the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he understood that the time for exploration had yet to arrive. He must first elevate his own strength. As time progressed, his experiences in the starry forest deepened significantly. His iron sword, a manifestation of his soul, continuously evolved. Eventually, he stumbled upon a mysterious or within the lair of a soul beast. Upon integrating this or into his iron sword, its power surged to newfound heights. The runes adorning the blade grew increasingly intricate, enabling it to unleash a variety of soul force abilities. In a fierce battle, Shan Chuan confronted a formidable flame leopard spirit beast. The leopard's attacks were relentless, its flames threatening to engulf Shan Chuan entirely. Armed with an iron sword, he invoked the Ice Soul Shield, which absorbed the fiery onslaught, resonating with a series of thunderous roars. Subsequently, Shan Chuan unleashed a newly mastered skill, the Flame Sword Break, igniting his sword in a blaze of flames as he charged towards the flame leopard, engaging in an intense confrontation. Ultimately, through his wit and valor, Shan Chuan triumphed over the flame leopard. From this victory, he acquired a Crimson Soul Ring, significantly enhancing his fiery attribute soul power. Mountains and rivers have gradually transformed him into a formidable human warrior, one that even the soul beasts regard with reverence. He no longer struggles for mere survival in the Douluo Continent. Instead, he has cultivated his own aspirations and ideals. His quest is to unveil the myriad secrets of this world and to ascend to the pinnacle of existence within the Douluo Continent. His legendary tale continues to unfold. The abyssal blue soul beast of Douluo. As Shan Chuan delved deeper into the vast and enigmatic forest of stars, he transformed from an inexperienced traveler to a formidable soul master, instilling fear in many lower-tier soul beasts. One day, he arrived at an ancient thicket within the woods, where an aura of mystery lingered, suggesting the possible concealment of precious treasures or powerful soul beasts. His gaze fell upon a soul beast not far away, resembling a raccoon but possessing extraordinarily large ears that emitted a ghostly green glow. It was a spectral spirit raccoon. The creature regarded Shan Chuan with vigilance, its small eyes brimming with wariness. "Human, have you returned to encroach upon our territory once more?" Its voice resonated within Shan Chuan's mind. Shan Chuan hastily waved his hand and said, "I did not mean any offense. I merely passed through this place." The ethereal spirit fox, however, let out a disdainful snort and replied, "You humans are never up to any good. Each time you come, it is only to hunt us soul beasts." As the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he resolved to alter the perception that the ethereal light spirit fox held of him. Thus, he retrieved several spirit fruits from his spatial soul guide, an artifact acquired during his previous trials, capable of storing items and possessing a degree of defensive prowess. "I harbor no ill intentions. These spirit fruits are beneficial to me, but I believe they may serve to restore your soul power more effectively," he earnestly expressed. The ethereal light spirit fox gazed in surprise at the fruits being offered by him, hesitating momentarily before accepting them. "Do you truly have no ulterior motives?" it inquired. "Indeed, I merely desire for us to coexist harmoniously," he replied with a smile. Perhaps the flavor of the spirit fruits had somewhat eased the fox's wariness, for it began to engage in conversation with him. "Did you know? Deeper within this forest lie many wondrous places. There exists a spiritual spring whose waters possess the ability to cleanse and rejuvenate the very marrow of one's essence. However, it is fiercely protected by potent restrictions and guarded by a formidable spirit beast. A stirring within the mountains and rivers signified a tremendous opportunity for him. Yet, he was reluctant to jeopardize the fragile bond he had painstakingly forged with the ethereal spirit fox due to his own avarice. "Could you perhaps guide me on how to reach that place?" he inquired. The spirit fox pondered for a moment and, recognizing his sincerity, decided to offer him a general direction. "However, you must exercise caution. It is indeed a perilous realm." After bidding farewell to the ethereal spirit fox, Shan Chuan proceeded in the direction it indicated. Not long after, he encountered his old friend, the once injured little fox spirit. At this moment, the little fox had grown a bit, appearing more spirited and lively. "Shan Chuan, why do you venture into such perilous places again?" the little fox inquired with concern. Mountains and rivers conveyed their thoughts to the little fox, who furrowed her brow. "Brother Mountain River, that place is indeed perilous. I have heard tales of many formidable soul masters who ventured there and never returned." Mountains and rivers spoke. "I am aware, yet I yearn to grow stronger. Only by ceaselessly challenging myself can I endure in this perilous world." The little fox gazed into the resolute eyes of the mountains and rivers and no longer offered objections. "Brother Shan Chuan, then I shall accompany you on your journey." The mountains and rivers stirred with a touch of emotion. "Thus, we shall proceed with caution." They advanced along the meandering path, skillfully avoiding numerous formidable soul beast territories. At long last, they beheld the region described by the ethereal light spirit, the spirit fox. A delicate mist enveloped the area, rendering the surrounding flora and trees exceedingly grand. Beside the spiritual spring lay a slumbering soul beast, resembling a qilin yet radiating a haunting blue luminescence. This was the guardian beast of the spiritual spring, the azure qilin. Shan Chuan and the little fox approached cautiously, striving to make no sound. However, just as they neared the spirit spring, the azure qilin suddenly opened its eyes. From those eyes emanated two beams of blue light, and Shan Chuan felt as though his very soul had been frozen. "How dare you intrude upon my domain?" echoed the voice of the azure qilin within their minds. Resonating like thunder, the mountains and rivers hastily clarified, "Esteemed qilin, we harbor no intention of offense. We merely heard that a spiritual spring resides here, and we wish to harness its powers to enhance our abilities. Should you grant us permission, we are prepared to pay any price." The ethereal blue qilin snorted disdainfully. "Humans, in their relentless pursuit of strength, resort to any means necessary. How can I place my trust in you?" Shan Chuan felt a tightening in his heart, acutely aware of the challenge in persuading the azure qilin. At that moment, inspiration struck him as he recalled his iron sword soul artifact. He drew forth the sword and infused it with his soul power. Instantly, the sword radiated a resplendent glow, with runes shimmering within the brilliance. "Esteemed qilin, This is a soul artifact forged with my own soul power, embodying my conviction. I wish to use it to demonstrate my sincerity, Shan Chuan declared. The azure Qilin regarded the iron sword with a flicker of surprise in its eyes. Indeed, this soul artifact was extraordinary, yet it was still insufficient. Shan Chuan clenched his teeth and recounted his experiences in the Douluo Continent, his original intentions, and his fervent desire for peaceful coexistence to the azure blue Qilin. The Qilin listened intently, and after a long pause, it spoke softly. In light of your sincerity, I shall grant you the opportunity to utilize the spiritual spring. However, you may only absorb a small portion of the spring water, and this must be conducted under my vigilant supervision. The mountains and the little fox were overjoyed. Promptly expressing their gratitude to the azure unicorn, they approached the spirit spring and, following the guidance of the azure unicorn, began to absorb the spring water. Shan Chuan felt a powerful force surging into his body, his soul power being continuously refined, while his physique grew increasingly robust. During the process of absorbing the spring water, Shan Chuan suddenly sensed a force stirring within him. He recognized this as a sign that his soul ring was about to awaken. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He understood the gravity of the moment. He quickly calmed himself, channeling his soul power to guide that burgeoning force. Brother Shan Chuan, what is happening to you? The little fox inquired anxiously. I'm fine. I am about to awaken a new soul ring, Shan Chuan replied through gritted teeth. As time passed, a faint golden glow began to emanate from Shan Chuan's body. The radiance intensified, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent soul ring encircling him. This is my fourth soul ring. I feel my strength has ascended to a new level, Shan Chuan exclaimed with excitement. The azure unicorn regarded Shan Chuan, a hint of approval gleaming in its eyes. You, human, are quite remarkable. Make good use of your power. After bidding farewell to the ethereal blue Qilin, Shan Chuan departed from the spirit spring alongside the little fox. During their journey, however, they encountered some troubles. A hunting party composed of human soul masters spotted the little fox beside Shan Chuan, intent on capturing it. Surrender that spirit beast, or you shall not leave, growled one of the soul master leaders menacingly. The mountains and rivers gazed coldly upon them, these individuals who would stop at nothing to serve their own interests. I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. The leader of the spirit masters disdainfully remarked, You foolish creature, do you truly believe you can challenge us? With so many of us, we fear not a single one of you. With that, he commanded his team to launch an assault against the mountains and rivers, as well as the little fox. Mountains and rivers, wielding an iron sword, unleashed his newfound soul technique. First, he conjured the ice spirit shield, sheltering the little fox behind him, and then charged towards the hunting party. His sword danced like lightning amidst the foes, leaving the members of the hunting team astonished by his formidable prowess, causing them to descend into a state of disarray. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, an inner monologue echoed. These individuals resemble the invaders of Ur, driven solely by their desire to plunder. I cannot allow them to harm the little fox. After a fierce confrontation, the mountains and rivers successfully repelled the hunting party. The members of the hunting team fled in disarray. The little fox gazed gratefully at the mountains and rivers, saying, Thank you, brother mountain river. The mountains and rivers smiled as they gently patted the little fox's head, declaring, We are friends, and naturally, I shall protect you. After experiencing these events, Shan Chuan became even more resolute in his determination to become a powerful figure on the Douluo Continent, to safeguard the weak and uphold peace. He continued on his journey, unaware of the challenges and opportunities that awaited him ahead. The journey of bonds in Douluo. In the enchanting expanse of the starry forest, Mountain River and the little fox continued their journey, their bond growing ever more intimate. Mountain River's affection for the fox transcended mere companionship. It was a profound reflection of his attitude towards all soul beasts. They soon arrived at a region lush with extraordinary herbs, each exuding an alluring fragrance. Mountain River instantly recognized several of these as precious materials capable of enhancing soul power. Just as he contemplated gathering some, a magnificent unicorn soul beast materialized before them. This unicorn, resplendent in its pure white coat and adorned with a spiraled horn upon its brow, radiated a celestial glow. Upon observing Mountain River's approach towards the herbs, a fierce expression ignited in its eyes. Human, these herbs are under my protection. You are forbidden to pluck them. The unicorn soul beast declared with an air of haughty authority. Shan Chuan promptly replied, Esteemed unicorn, I understand the significance of these herbs to you. My intention is merely to gather a few for research purposes, with no ulterior motives. Furthermore, I am willing to perform a task for you in exchange for the privilege to utilize these herbs." The unicorn spirit regarded him with a hint of disdain. "What could you possibly do for me?" After a moment of contemplation, the mountains and rivers proposed. "I can assist you in eliminating some of the lower-tier soul beasts that frequently disturb your tranquility." The unicorn soul beast pondered for a brief moment and replied, "Very well. But you may only gather a limited quantity of herbs." Shan Chuan nodded gratefully, expressing his thanks to the unicorn lord. He began to gather herbs with utmost care, while the little fox assisted him diligently. During the gathering process, Shan Chuan inadvertently pricked his hand on a thorny herb. "Are you all right, brother Shan Chuan?" The little fox inquired with genuine concern. The mountains and rivers shook their heads with a gentle smile, indicating that such minor injuries were of no consequence. After they had gathered the herbs, the mountains and rivers did not forget their promise. They began to search for the lower-tier soul beasts in the vicinity. It was then that they stumbled upon several sharp-toothed rabbits, soul beasts caught in the act of devouring the unicorn soul beast's herbs. The mountains and rivers did not directly assault the sharp-toothed rabbit spirit beasts. Instead, they emitted a gentle voice infused with soul power. "Sharp-toothed rabbits, you must refrain from consuming these herbs, for they belong to the esteemed unicorn lord." The sharp-toothed rabbit spirit beasts, sensing no malice from the mountains and rivers, huddled together in trepidation. "We are famished, and we have no alternative." The mountains and rivers retrieved some provisions from their soul-guiding storage device and tossed them to the sharp-toothed rabbit soul beasts. "You may consume this instead. Refrain from devouring the herbs of the esteemed unicorn." The sharp-toothed rabbit soul beasts joyfully feasted on the provisions before scampering away. Shan Chuan returned to the side of the unicorn spirit beast, offering some provisions to it. "My esteemed unicorn, I have taken care of everything." The unicorn spirit beast gazed at Shan Chuan with a hint of astonishment, remarking, "You, human, are indeed quite extraordinary. You may depart now. Feel free to take the portion of herbs you desire." After expressing his gratitude to the unicorn spirit beast, Shan Chuan departed with the little fox. In another part of the forest, Shan Chuan stumbled upon an injured bear spirit beast. This bear appeared exceedingly feeble, with several deep wounds adorning its body. A wave of sympathy surged within the mountains and rivers as he approached the bear spirit beast alongside the little fox. "Brother bear, how have you sustained such injuries?" The bear spirit beast cast a weak glance in his direction and replied, "I was wounded while battling other spirit beasts, and I lack the strength to move." Shan Chuan promptly retrieved his herbs and began to tend to the wounds of the bear soul beast. The little fox assisted him beside. "Brother Shan Chuan, why must we aid this bear soul beast? It could potentially turn against us," the little fox inquired softly. Shan Chuan remarked, "Every life deserves compassion, whether it be human or spirit beast. If we do not extend our assistance today, it may perish here." Under the attentive care of Shan Chuan and the little fox, the bear spirit beast's injuries gradually began to mend. It gazed gratefully at Shan Chuan and the little fox. "Thank you, humans. I had always perceived humanity as malevolent. Yet you have altered my perspective," the bear spirit beast expressed. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "Dear brother bear, I hope you take good care of your injuries and continue to forge ahead." The mountains and rivers sensed that their spiritual energy had reached yet another bottleneck. They understood that it was imperative to seek a new spirit ring to achieve a breakthrough. They arrived near an ancient ruin, which emanated an aura of mystery. Surrounded by formidable barriers, mountains and rivers yearned to delve into the ruins, yet he was acutely aware of the peril that lurked within. Just as he hesitated, an ancient phoenix spirit beast manifested before him. This phoenix, enveloped in flames, exuded an aura of unparalleled majesty. "Human, you should not venture here," Shan Chuan respectfully spoke. "Phoenix Lord, I am aware that this place harbors great peril, yet I seek a means to transcend my own soul power. I require a formidable soul ring." The phoenix soul beast cast a glance at him, for the soul rings here are not so easily obtained, and within lie numerous treacherous prohibitions and traps. The mountains and rivers resolutely declared, "I am aware, yet I do not fear adversity. I am willing to take the risk." The phoenix soul beast pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. If you can overcome the trials within, you shall be rewarded with a formidable soul ring. However, should you falter, you will perish within." The mountains and rivers nodded in gratitude, expressing their thanks to the great phoenix. He and the little fox cautiously ventured into the ruins. Within the ruins, an aura of mystery enveloped them, with the surrounding walls adorned with ancient runes. As they proceeded, they unexpectedly encountered a mechanized trap, and countless sharp arrows were unleashed upon them. Shan Chuan swiftly conjured the ice spirit shield, sheltering the little fox behind him. The arrows struck the shield, producing a series of thunderous booms. "Little fox, stay behind me. I shall devise a solution," Shan Chuan proclaimed. Mountains and rivers converged their soul power, unleashing the skill of flame sword break. A blazing inferno ignited upon the iron sword, which was then plunged into the ground, causing flames to spread across the surface and melt the arrows that rained down upon them. They pressed onward, ultimately discovering the location of the soul ring. However, a formidable soul beast stood guard. This beast resembled a gluttonous creature, its eyes gleaming with a covetous light. "How dare you come to seize my soul ring?" Shan Chuan spoke. "Lord Taotai, I am not here to seize anything. My only desire is to transcend my own soul power. I harbor no other malice." The Taotai spirit beast snorted coldly. "Humans, I have witnessed far too much of your ill intentions. Today, I shall not permit you to easily claim the soul ring." With that, the Taotai spirit beast lunged toward Shan Chuan. Shan Chuan wielded an iron sword, engaging in a fierce battle against the voracious soul beast, Taotai. During the confrontation, Shan Chuan discerned the beast's formidable assaults, as its maw possessed the capacity to devour all. Mountains and rivers engaged in battle while contemplating strategies. He recalled his ice spirit shield, envisioning the prospect of luring the gluttonous soul beast towards it, subsequently freezing it with his soul power. The mountains and rivers began to execute this plan, luring the gluttonous soul beast towards the ice crystal shield, and then utilizing soul energy to encase the beast in ice. The gluttonous soul beast thrashed about, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered the ice crystal shield. Shan Chuan was momentarily staggered, yet he remained undeterred. He summoned his soul skill once more, engaging in a final confrontation with the formidable Taotai soul beast. After an intense battle, Shan Chuan ultimately subdued the Taotai soul beast. He carefully extracted the soul ring from its body and began the arduous process of absorption. The experience was excruciating, as if his very flesh were being torn apart. "I cannot afford to fail. I must grow stronger," he intoned in his heart. With unwavering focus, he directed the power of the soul ring into his being. Gradually, Shan Chuan succeeded in assimilating the soul ring. He felt a tremendous surge in his soul power, and his physique became significantly more robust. Together with the little fox, he departed from the ruins and returned to the forest. Within the verdant embrace of the woods, Shan Chuan continued to express his affection for the little fox and other soul beasts. He utilized his herbal remedies to aid the injured soul beasts and employed his strength to protect the vulnerable among them. The mountains and rivers are aware that on this continent of Douluo, the bond between him and the spirit beasts will deepen with time. He shall continue to wield his strength to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this world. The tale of him and the little fox unfolds further, and his legend is perpetually recounted across the land of Douluo, accompanied by spirit beasts and spirit artifacts. After the elevation of his soul power level, Shan Chuan was acutely aware of the necessity to continuously enhance his strength. One day, while traversing a desolate expanse, the sky suddenly darkened, and a colossal avian soul beast circled overhead. This creature exuded a pungent scent of sulfur, its enormous wings stirring up a tempest. Shan Chuan's heart raced. He had never encountered such a formidable soul beast before. "How dare a diminutive human intrude upon my domain?" the avian soul beast screeched, gripping his soul dagger tightly. Shan Chuan replied, "I mean no harm. I am merely passing through." The avian soul beast scoffed, stating that passage was not permitted, for this territory belonged solely to it. As the two parties reached an impasse, a wolf-like soul beast lunged from the side. "Friend, let us confront it together." Shan Chuan cast a grateful glance at the wolf-like soul beast. The avian soul beast, upon noticing its presence, let out another furious roar. "You traitor, colluding with a human." Instantly, combat erupted. The avian soul beast swooped down, its sharp claws aimed at Shan Chuan. He swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously brandishing his dagger, unleashing a blade of soul power towards the avian beast. The creature adeptly flapped its wings, evading the assault. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf-like soul beast launched its attack, pouncing from the side. However, the avian soul beast retaliated with a powerful flap of its wings, sending the wolf-like creature tumbling back several meters. Shan Chuan contemplated inwardly, This avian soul beast is exceedingly powerful. I must discern its weakness. He began to meticulously observe the beast's movements, noting that it paused briefly after each attack. When the avian soul beast swooped down once more, Shan Chuan seized the moment, channeling all his strength to hurl the dagger. The dagger transformed into a streak of light, piercing accurately into the avian soul beast's eye. The creature emitted a mournful cry, its power beginning to wane. The wolf-like soul beast seized the chance to leap forward, sinking its teeth into the avian soul beast's neck. After a fierce struggle, the avian soul beast finally succumbed. Shan Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful for the presence of his companion. The wolf-like soul beast wagged its tail in acknowledgement. Through the course of this battle, Shan Chuan realized the necessity of acquiring additional soul skills. Thus, he resolved to seek out a second soul ring that would suit him. They arrived at a marshland, a habitat for numerous formidable soul beasts. Shan Chuan treaded cautiously, acutely aware of the myriad dangers lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a colossal water serpent soul beast surged forth from the swamp. Its massive form writhed as it flicked its long tongue. Human, this is the marsh of death, a place where you do not belong. The water serpent soul beast growled menacingly. The mountains and rivers were not intimidated by its grandeur. I have come here with a request. I wish to forge a pact with you and have you become my spirit beast. The water snake spirit beast, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter. You? Do you not realize that I am one of the most formidable spirit beasts of this marshland? Shan Chuan earnestly remarked. I am aware of your current strength, yet I possess immense potential. I firmly believe that our collaboration will yield even greater advancements. The water serpent soul beast gazed at Shan Chuan and inquired, what abilities do you possess that could inspire my trust in you? The mountains and rivers unveiled the might of their soul skills and soul weapons. After a moment of contemplation, the water snake soul beast agreed, very well. I am willing to enter into a covenant with you. During the process of forming this contract, Shan Chuan felt a surge of formidable power merging within him. He successfully absorbed the 200-year soul ring of the water snake soul beast, acquiring a new soul skill, water snake constriction. This skill permitted the summoning of countless water snakes to ensnare or assail foes. As Shan Chuan's strength continued to ascend, so too did his renown, spreading far and wide. Many soul masters began to regard him with a sense of awe. One day, in a quaint town, Shan Chuan encountered an elderly man gravely injured. Approaching him, Shan Chuan inquired, Elder, what has befallen you? The old man, weak and weary, replied, I am being pursued by a band of nefarious soul masters. My family possesses a precious soul weapon that they seek to seize. A profound sense of justice surged within Shan Chuan. Fear not, venerable elder. I shall protect you, he assured. No sooner had the words left his lips than the malevolent spirit masters gave chase. Hand over the elder, or we shall slay you. One of the wicked spirit masters threatened. Shan Chuan scoffed, You despicable villains, I shall not allow you to prevail today. As the battle loomed, Shan Chuan unleashed the full extent of his soul abilities, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the evil spirit masters. His wolf-type soul beast and water serpent soul beast joined the fray. The malevolent spirit masters were taken aback by Shan Chuan's formidable prowess, their composure faltering. Under the relentless assault from Shan Chuan and his soul beasts, the malevolent spirit masters gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Shan Chuan succeeded in repelling them. The elder expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, young man. You are truly a great hero. My family shall repay your kindness. Shan Chuan smiled and replied, There is no need for thanks, elder. It is my duty. Subsequently, the elder's family invited Shan Chuan to their home. Within the family estate, Shan Chuan beheld a wondrous soul artifact known as the Wheel of Time, capable of transporting individuals to the past or revealing glimpses of the future. Shan Chuan was profoundly intrigued by the soul artifact, prompting him to seek the wisdom of the elders from the old man's clan regarding its mysteries. Recognizing Shan Chuan's benevolent nature and formidable strength, the elders graciously imparted the knowledge of how to wield the Wheel of Time to him. Shan Chuan, accompanied by the cyclical essence of time, returned to the habitat of his wolf-like spirit beast and the water serpent spirit beast. He embarked upon the exploration of the secrets held within the Wheel of Time. After considerable effort, Shan Chuan finally mastered the art of wielding the Wheel of Time. Through its power, he glimpsed fragments of his past life, granting him a profound understanding of his history. Simultaneously, he beheld visions of the future of Douluo Continent. a future fraught with war and calamity. Determined, he resolved to avert such a fate. Mountains and rivers began their relentless cultivation, yearning to enhance their prowess in order to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Throughout this journey, the soul beasts accompanying them also underwent significant growth. The wolf-type soul beast evolved into the Wolf King, its strength and wisdom greatly amplified. Similarly, the water snake soul beast transformed into the Water Snake King, its soul techniques becoming remarkably formidable. The synergy between Shan Chuan and his spirit beasts grew increasingly harmonious. Together, they ventured into uncharted territories, confronting formidable adversaries. One day, Shan Chuan stumbled upon news regarding the relics of the gods. It was said that within this ancient site lay numerous powerful artifacts, as well as secrets that could enable soul masters to transcend their limits. Shan Chuan decided to embark on a journey to the ruins of the divine. Accompanied by his soul beasts, he set forth toward this sacred destination. Within the ruins of the divine, Shan Chuan encountered numerous trials and tribulations, facing formidable mechanisms and terrifying soul beasts. However, he and his soul companions remained undaunted. With unwavering conviction and formidable strength, they persevered through each challenge. At long last, they discovered the heart of the ruins. At its core lay a colossal divine soul crystal, radiating immense divine power. Shan Chuan felt the immense allure of this divine power, realizing that if he could absorb it, his strength would undergo a transformative leap. Thus, he commenced the absorption of the soul crystal of the divine. During this arduous process, his body endured excruciating pain. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. His spirit beast stood vigil beside him, offering unwavering mental support. After a grueling struggle, Shan Chuan ultimately succeeded in assimilating the power of the divine soul crystal, elevating his soul power to an unprecedented level. He departed from the remnants of the divine and returned to the Douluo Continent. By this time, Shan Chuan had emerged as one of the most formidable soul masters in the realm. He wielded his newfound strength to avert numerous impending calamities. He founded a harmonious organization, uniting the soul masters of the Douluo Continent to jointly safeguard their world. The tales of his bond with his spirit beasts and soul tools became legendary, eternally etched in the annals of Douluo. Standing atop the highest peak of the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan gazed upon the breathtaking land before him, his heart brimming with pride. He was acutely aware that his mission remained unfulfilled, and he would persist in his efforts to enhance the beauty of this world. He understood that in the days to come, numerous challenges would await him. Yet, he held steadfast in his belief that, with his spirit beasts and soul tools by his side, he would undoubtedly surmount all obstacles. The tale of the mountains and rivers continues, and its legend shall forever be recounted by the people. Under the influence of these majestic landscapes, the soul masters of the Douluo Continent no longer engage in conflict for personal gain. Instead, they have learned the virtues of unity and mutual assistance. Children look up to the mountains and rivers as their role models, diligently practicing in the hope of becoming great soul masters like them. As he gazed upon these changes, Mountain River was filled with a profound sense of gratification. He understood that this was the very goal he had tirelessly pursued. Furthermore, he vowed to continue crafting his own legendary tale on the enigmatic and challenging Douluo Continent. His gaze was resolute and radiant, as if he had already glimpsed the boundless hope that lay ahead. With this hope in his heart, he would forge ahead, delving into the mysteries of the spirit beast world. At the edge of the ancient forest on the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan stood, his heart brimming with an insatiable longing to delve deeper into the realm of soul beasts. This forest marked his initial foray into the world of soul beasts. Yet he understood that the distant unknown held far more wonders and perils awaiting him. Companions, let us set forth. Today we shall venture deeper into the forest, Shan Chuan proclaimed to the wolf-like soul beast by his side. The creature wagged its tail joyfully, its eyes sparkling with excitement. They traversed a winding path, surrounded by towering trees that grew ever more formidable, with sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting scattered specks of light upon the ground. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the air, imbued with an ancient and enigmatic power. Shan Chuan's instincts sharpened, and he drew a long sword-shaped soul tool from his back. This blade, which he had fortuitously acquired from an ancient ruin, bore mysterious runes that enhanced his soul power during combat. Before long, a colossal bear-like soul beast emerged before them, its massive form reminiscent of a mountain, its fur glistening with a metallic sheen. Intruders, "You are not welcome here," the bear-like soul beast intoned in a grave voice. Shan Chuan took a deep breath and stated, "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to explore this forest and comprehend the realm of the soul beasts." The bear-type soul beast snorted disdainfully, retorting, "You humans always come with ulterior motives." Shan Chuan hurried to clarify, "I am not like those individuals. My companions and I genuinely aspire to coexist peacefully with the soul beasts." Meanwhile, the wolf-type soul beast barked in agreement, seemingly endorsing Shan Chuan's words. The bear-type soul beast regarded them, its hostility slightly diminishing. I hope you truly mean what you say." As Shan Chuan ventured deeper into the unknown, he discovered that the soul beasts in this region possessed unique behaviors. Some soul beasts excelled at concealing their presence, effortlessly weaving through the branches, while others were capable of instantaneous movement through the earth. Throughout his exploration, Shan Chuan felt his soul power being continually nourished by the surrounding environment. He understood that the further he delved into the realm of soul beasts, the more his own strength would be enhanced. Suddenly, they arrived at the edge of a mysterious lake. The water shimmered with an extraordinary blue hue, emanating faint waves of soul energy. Intrigued, Shan Chuan approached the lake, but the wolf-like soul beast behind him let out a warning growl. At that moment, a colossal fish-like soul beast leaped forth from the waters. Its body appeared as if sculpted from crystal, radiating an enchanting glow. "You should not encroach upon my territory," echoed the voice of the fish-like soul beast within Shan Chuan's mind. Shan Chuan hurriedly apologized. "I am truly sorry. We merely passed by and were intrigued by this extraordinary lake, prompting us to come and take a look." The fish-shaped spirit beast chided him, "Your insatiable curiosity as humans often leads you into peril." As Shan Chuan was about to elucidate his thoughts, he suddenly perceived a faint glimmer emanating from the lake's depths. He pondered to himself that it might be a treasure of some sort or a clue related to the soul ring. Thus, he found himself irresistibly drawn to explore further. The wolf-like spirit beast seemed to comprehend his intent, anxiously pacing in circles by the lake's edge. Shan Chuan gently patted its head, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I shall exercise caution." The mountains and rivers gradually descended into the depths of the lake. The further he plunged, the greater the water pressure became. Yet his spirit power sustained him. Upon reaching a shimmering expanse of light, he discovered a soul ring emanating a radiant blue glow. This soul ring appeared to possess an ancient lineage. In the heart of the mountains, a surge of excitement coursed through him, for he recognized that this could be a pivotal opportunity to significantly enhance his prowess. Yet, he was acutely aware that assimilating this soul ring would not be a simple endeavor. Gradually, he approached the soul ring, embarking on an attempt to establish a connection. The soul ring appeared to possess its own consciousness, shifting its form continuously under the touch of his soul power. "Do you wish to absorb me? Do you possess the capability?" The soul ring seemed to challenge him. Mountains and rivers resolutely declared, "I am willing to try. I believe I possess this potential." He continuously infused his soul power into the soul ring, endeavoring to establish a connection with it. On the shore, the wolf-type soul beast awaited anxiously, while the fish-type soul beast quietly observed from the side, seemingly assessing whether mountains and rivers could succeed. The body of Shan Chuan began to bear an immense burden. As the power of the spirit ring relentlessly surged against him, he felt as though his soul power might burst, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. "I cannot give up. This is a splendid opportunity for me to enhance my strength," Shan Chuan silently encouraged himself. After a strenuous effort, he finally succeeded in establishing a connection with the spirit ring, commencing the absorption of its power. Under the transformative influence of the spirit ring, his body grew considerably stronger, and the capacity of his soul power experienced a remarkable enhancement. When he emerged from the depths of the lake, he had already become a soul master adorned with a new spirit ring. The wolf-type spirit beast joyfully leaped onto him, while the fish-type spirit beast regarded him with a hint of approval. "Thank you, my friend. Without your consent, I would not have attained this formidable spirit ring." Shan Chuan spoke to the fish-type spirit beast. The fish-type spirit beast flicked its tail and remarked, "Since you have successfully absorbed the spirit ring, it signifies that you are destined for it. I hope you will treat the spirit beasts well in this world." The mountains and rivers pressed onward, leading him and the wolf-like spirit beast into a secluded valley. Within this veil lingered an enigmatic aura, suggesting that the spirit beasts here possessed remarkable intelligence. Amidst the glades, he encountered a spirit beast resembling a white fox. Its gaze shimmered with cunning. "Human, your presence here indicates you possess a certain degree of skill," spoke the white fox spirit beast. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "I merely wish to explore more realms and delve into the world of soul beasts." The white fox-shaped soul beast circled around him, exclaiming, "You possess many intriguing items, such as your soul device." Shan Chuan gently caressed the sword-shaped soul artifact in his hand. "A treasure I acquired from a certain ruin." A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the white fox soul beast. "Might I take a look at it?" After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan deemed it appropriate to showcase his weapon, for he yearned to foster amicable relations with the spirit beasts. He unsheathed his sword, its blade shimmering with radiant runes. Upon witnessing the weapon, the white fox spirit beast's eyes widened in astonishment. "Surely, this is crafted from fragments of an ancient artifact?" Startled, Mountain River asked, "How do you know?" The white fox spirit beast replied with pride, "We spirit beasts have existed in this world far longer than you humans, and thus, naturally, we possess knowledge of ancient matters." The mountain ranges conversed extensively with the white fox spirit beast about the hidden secrets of the spirit beast realm. The white fox spirit beast revealed to him that deep within the valley lies an ancient palace, home to formidable soul artifacts, yet it is fraught with numerous perilous traps. Mountains and rivers stirred within him. He found himself captivated by the formidable soul instruments. Yet, he was acutely aware of the lurking dangers. Should he venture forth to explore? His heart was in turmoil. Should he succeed in acquiring those soul instruments, his prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the thought of being ensnared by traps or vanquished by powerful guardian soul beasts loomed ominously, rendering the endeavor a perilous gamble. The white fox-shaped soul beast perceived his hesitation and remarked, "If you possess sufficient strength and courage, you may attempt the journey. However, be well prepared." After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan glanced at the wolf-like spirit beast beside him and inquired, "Companion, would you care to join me?" The wolf-like spirit beast responded with 2 resolute barks, indicating its willingness. Thus, Shan Chuan and his wolf-like companion ventured deeper into the valley. They meticulously maneuvered around numerous traps, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the ancient palace. The grand doors stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes. Drawing upon his acquired knowledge, Shan Chuan endeavored to decipher the runes inscribed upon the door. After considerable effort, the doors began to creak open, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy. Inside the palace lay an array of diverse soul artifacts that left Shan Chuan spellbound. However, he remained undaunted by the allure of these treasures, fully aware that peril still lurked within. Indeed, a colossal stone gargoyle spirit beast materialized before them, wielding a massive stone axe. "Intruders, this is not a place for you," it declared. Shan Chuan gripped the sword-shaped soul device tightly in his hand, expressing our desire to merely observe, devoid of any ill intent. However, the gargoyle spirit beast was not swayed by his words. It brandished its stone axe and charged menacingly toward Shan Chuan. Mountains and rivers unleashed their soul skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the stone gargoyle spirit beast. The wolf-like soul beast also joined the fray, employing its agility to relentlessly target the vulnerabilities of the stone gargoyle. Amidst the clash, the mountains and rivers discerned that while the stone gargoyle possessed formidable defenses, its attack speed was comparatively sluggish. Shan Chuan seized the opportunity, channeling his spiritual energy into the sword-shaped soul device, unleashing a formidable blade of soul power that struck directly at the vital point of the gargoyle soul beast. The gargoyle soul beast crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Shan Chuan let out a long sigh, beginning his selection of a soul artifact suited to his needs. He opted for a bracelet-shaped soul artifact, which could enhance his defensive capabilities and, at critical moments, unleash a formidable shield. Shan Chuan departed from the ancient palace, accompanied by his newly acquired soul device and a wolf-type soul beast. Following this adventure, his journey of exploration within the realm of soul beasts persists. He is acutely aware that numerous uncharted territories await his discovery, and an array of formidable soul beasts yearn for his acquaintance. In this enigmatic world, he is destined to evolve continuously, penning his own legendary narrative. His heart brims with anticipation, and his resolve to engage with soul beasts in harmony and to explore this world alongside them has never been firmer. Each interaction with a soul beast, every new soul device acquired, and each awakening of a new soul ring fortifies his strength, instilling in him greater confidence within this wondrous realm. The bond he shares with the wolf-type soul beast grows ever deeper. They support one another like brothers, facing the unknown challenges together. In the days to come, Shan Chuan will persist in his quest to explore the world of soul beasts. Armed with his beliefs, soul device, and companion beasts, he seeks to unveil more secrets of this extraordinary world, aspiring to become a truly recognized human soul master within the realm of soul beasts. Thus unfolds the odyssey of adventures in the world of soul beasts. The mountains and the wolf-type soul beast continued their journey through the soul beast world of Douluo Continent, where the surrounding scenery grew increasingly primal and mysterious. They ventured into an ancient maple forest, where the leaves blazed like fire, carpeting the ground in a thick layer that crunched softly beneath their feet. The beauty of this place is truly breathtaking, Mountain River exclaimed in admiration. However, the wolf-type soul beast cautioned, yet, it may also conceal peril, its keen ears swiveling attentively. At that moment, a melodious sound of a flute wafted through the air. Mountain River and the wolf-type soul beast exchanged glances filled with curiosity. How could there be a flute in the depths of this maple forest? Following the enchanting melody, they stumbled upon an unusual little wooden cabin. In front of the cabin sat an elderly man clad in eccentric attire, holding a vibrant green flute, the very source of the enchanting music. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Mountain River approached politely. The old man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a profound light within. "Young one, what brings you to this treacherous maple forest?" The mountains and rivers elucidated. "I am delving into the realm of soul beasts, yearning to acquire deeper knowledge." The elder chuckled softly. "Your courage is indeed commendable. However, this place is far more complex than you might envision." Behind the mountains and rivers, a lupin soul beast growled softly, seemingly harboring a degree of wariness towards the elder. The elder glanced at the wolf cub and remarked, "You appear quite astute, little one. Yet, I perceive a unique aura emanating from you, a human." The mountains and rivers stirred within, sensing a unique aura. The elder rose to his feet, remarking that there was an essence about you that drew the soul beasts near, a rare and precious quality indeed. Mountains and rivers ponder, and I am also uncertain. I merely wish to coexist peacefully with the soul beasts. The elder nodded. "Do you know the secrets hidden within this maple forest?" The mountains and rivers shook their heads. The elder pointed towards the depths of the maple forest, where an ancient maple tree stood, adorned with a formidable soul ring. However, acquiring it was no simple task, for it was fiercely guarded by powerful soul beasts and shrouded in unique restrictions. As the heart of Shan Chuan stirred, he felt an urge to venture forth. The elder gazed at him and remarked, "You possess a spirited determination, young man. However, before you embark on your journey, I must bestow upon you a token." The elder produced a small cloth pouch from within his garments and handed it to Shan Chuan. "Within this pouch lies a seed. It may one day save your life in times of peril." Shan Chuan gratefully accepted the cloth bag, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, dear old man." With the elder's blessings, Shan Chuan and the wolf-shaped spirit beast ventured deeper into the maple forest. As they progressed further, the pressure around them intensified. Suddenly, a colossal firebird spirit beast manifested before them, its feathers ablaze with flames, and its eyes radiating a searing light. "How dare you intrude upon my domain, and covet the soul ring upon that maple tree?" The firebird spirit beast roared in fury. Shan Chuan calmly stated, "We mean no offense, but that soul ring is of great significance to us." The firebird soul beast, however, paid no heed to his words and lunged directly toward Shan Chuan. The mountains and rivers drew forth their sword-shaped soul weapon, engaging in a fierce battle with the firebird soul beast. The wolf-type soul beast stood by, aiding the fight by utilizing its swiftness to disrupt the firebird soul beast. Shan Chuan discerned the vulnerability of the firebird spirit beast lay in the sparsest feathers of its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, as the firebird descended in a dive, he exerted all his strength to thrust his sword-shaped soul device into its underbelly. Upon sustaining injury, the firebird let out an enraged screech. It flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Shan Chuan. He hastily evaded, feeling the searing heat of the flames nearly consume him. In his moment of despair, he recalled the seeds bestowed upon him by the elder. He swiftly retrieved the cloth pouch and cast the seeds upon the ground. In an instant, they took root and sprouted, transforming into a colossal vine plant that ensnared the firebird spirit beast, rendering it immobile. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan launched another assault, triumphantly defeating the firebird soul beast. He approached the ancient maple tree, where the soul rings shimmered with an even more resplendent brilliance than he had observed before. Shan Chuan began to attempt the absorption of the soul ring, seating himself upon the ground as he infused his soul power into the ring. Everything around him seemed to come to a standstill, as Shan Chuan became enraptured in the process of assimilation. His body was continuously transformed by the power of the soul ring, leading to a significant enhancement in his soul power capacity. Upon completing the absorption, he acquired a new soul skill, the Maple Leaf Shield. This skill allows him to instantaneously summon countless maple leaves to form a formidable shield, which not only boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, but also inflicts rebounding damage upon attackers. The mountains and rivers departed from the maple forest, bearing new treasures. As they continued along their path, they encountered an eccentric duo of spirit masters, one diminutive yet possessing a cunning gaze, and the other towering in stature but lacking in intellect. What do we have here? A lad accompanied by a spirit beast, adorned with numerous trinkets, remarked the shorter spirit master with a sly grin. What are your intentions? The vigilant mountain river inquired. The tall spirit master brandished his hefty club, declaring, "We shall do as we please. Surrender your valuables to us." The mountains furrowed their brows, disapproving of your actions. The diminutive soul master chuckled, remarking that this world operates on the principle of strength and supremacy. With that, he launched the first strike. Shan Chuan effortlessly evaded his attacks and unleashed his own soul abilities. His maple leaf shield withstood the onslaught of the towering soul master, after which he directed a soul power blade towards the diminutive soul master. The smaller soul master, taken aback by Shan Chuan's formidable strength, hastily sought refuge. A chaotic battle ensued between the two soul masters, Shan Chuan and the wolf-shaped soul beast. Amidst the fray, Shan Chuan discerned that despite the lack of synergy between the two soul masters, their respective soul abilities posed a significant threat. Shan Chuan calmly confronted his adversaries, wielding his sword-shaped spirit tool and employing his soul abilities to relentlessly assault the two soul masters. After a fierce battle, Shan Chuan triumphed over them. "You ought to reform your ways. Resorting to violence to seize what belongs to others is unacceptable," he admonished them. The two soul masters fled in disgrace. Mountains and rivers continue to explore the realm of spirit beasts, and his renown spreads ever further across this continent. Everyone is aware of a benevolent and formidable spirit master venturing through the world of spirit beasts, coexisting peacefully with these creatures while continuously enhancing his own prowess. As his strength escalates, the challenges he faces grow increasingly formidable. Yet, time and again, he triumphs over adversity through his ingenuity, the power of spirit tools, and the assistance of his spirit beast companions. His inner conviction becomes ever more resolute. He aspires to become a great spirit master who fosters harmony between humanity and spirit beasts. Along his journey, he encounters a myriad of fascinating spirit beasts, such as a loquacious squirrel spirit beast that reveals to him the locations of precious herbs, and a bumbling wild boar spirit beast, whose seemingly clumsy demeanor belies an astonishing strength in battle. The legendary tale of Shan Chuan continues to unfold in this mysterious and challenging world of soul beasts. He shines like a resplendent star, radiating a unique brilliance across the skies of Douluo Continent. Each new discovery he makes and every interaction with soul beasts and new characters deepens his understanding of this world, enriching his spirit further. He is acutely aware that countless unknowns await his exploration, and with unwavering faith, courage, and the companionship of his allies, he will persist in inscribing his own legend upon this enchanting Douluo Continent. The Odyssey of Soul Beasts. The mountains and the wolf-type spirit beast continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a place known as the Misty Forest, perpetually shrouded in a delicate veil of fog, where light was dim and visibility hindered. Upon entering the forest, the chill of the air enveloped Shan Chuan. "Companion, something feels amiss here," he remarked to the wolf-type spirit beast. The creature, alert, perked up its ears and tail. They tread cautiously, when suddenly, a faint sound of sobbing reached their ears. Exchanging a glance, Shan Chuan and the wolf-type spirit beast followed the sound's direction. In a clearing, they discovered a small fox spirit beast with several wounds adorning its body, curled up in a corner weeping. "What troubles you, little fox?" Shan Chuan inquired, kneeling beside it. The small fox lifted its head, eyes wide with terror. I got separated from my mother, and then I was attacked by a pack of wild wolves. Shan Chuan felt a tightening in his heart as he encountered the wolf-like spirit beast. The creature shook its head, indicating that it was not of its kind. Do not fear. We shall protect you, Shan Chuan reassured. At that moment, the surrounding trees began to sway, as if something were drawing near. Before long, a pack of wild wolf spirit beasts materialized before them. The eyes of these creatures gleamed with a sinister green light, and saliva dripped from their jaws. "Ha! We have found our meal," one of the wild wolf spirit beasts exclaimed, baring its teeth. Shan Chuan grasped the sword-shaped soul artifact tightly in his hand, declaring that anyone wishing to harm the little fox must first contend with him. The wild wolf soul beasts erupted in laughter, mocking the audacity of a mere human to oppose them. In an instant, battle ensued. Shan Chuan conjured the maple leaf shield and charged forward towards the wild wolf soul beasts. The wolf-shaped soul beast, undeterred, maneuvered with agility amidst the ranks of its foes, seeking out their vulnerabilities. Although the number of these wild wolf spirit beasts was considerable, their attacks were rather monotonous. Utilizing the agility of his sword-shaped soul tool, Yama continuously evaded the onslaught of the wild wolves while mounting a counterattack. Under the watchful gaze of the little fox spirit beast, Yama grew increasingly valiant in battle. He unleashed a new soul skill, transforming the maple leaf shield into a flurry of sharp maple leaf blades that soared toward the wild wolf spirit beasts. Struck by the blades, the wild wolves sustained injuries. Seizing the opportunity, a wolf-type spirit beast pounced upon the leading wild wolf spirit beast, swiftly severing its throat. Witnessing the defeat of their leader, the remaining wild wolf spirit beasts scattered in a frenzy. Shan Chuan let out a long sigh as he approached the little fox spirit beast. "Do not be afraid. The danger has passed." The little fox spirit beast gazed at Shan Chuan with gratitude and said, "Thank you, dear human brother." Shan Chuan, accompanied by the little fox spirit beast, continued their journey through the mist-laden forest. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with archaic characters that Shan Chuan meticulously deciphered. It detailed a unique method for the awakening of soul rings, eliciting a sense of elation from him. Just then, a shadow darted forth, seizing the little fox spirit beast. "Little fox!" Shan Chuan cried out in alarm. The wolf-like spirit beast lunged toward the shadow, with Shan Chuan hot on its heels. They pursued the shadow to the entrance of a cavern, where it vanished within. Shan Chuan cautiously entered the cave, immediately engulfed by a fetid stench. Deep within the cavern, they encountered a colossal shadow leopard spirit beast, its claws gripping the little fox spirit beast. "Why have you abducted the little fox?" Shan Chuan demanded, fury igniting his voice. The shadow leopard spirit beast sneered, "This little fox is a rare spirit beast. I intend to present it to my master, who will bestow upon me great rewards." In a fit of rage, Shan Chuan resolutely declared, "You shall not escape." Together with the wolf-like spirit beast, he launched an assault against the shadow leopard spirit beast. The shadow leopard, possessing remarkable swiftness, deftly maneuvered through the cavern, skillfully evading the onslaught from Shan Chuan and the wolf-like spirit beast. The mountains and rivers unleashed their full potential, as his sword-shaped soul tool incessantly delivered strikes. The wolf-type soul beast surrounded the shadow leopard soul beast, relentlessly tearing at it. However, the shadow leopard soul beast's defense was formidable, making it difficult for them to vanquish it in that fleeting moment. Shan Chuan contemplated deeply, determined to uncover the weaknesses of the shadow leopard soul beast. He meticulously observed its movements and discerned that its abdomen was notably vulnerable. He exchanged a knowing glance with the wolf-type soul beast, who understood the unspoken intent. Shan Chuan deliberately exposed a flaw, enticing the shadow leopard soul beast to leap towards him. At the precise moment the beast soared through the air, the wolf-type soul beast lunged from the side and seized the shadow leopard's abdomen with its powerful jaws. The creature howled in agony, and seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan thrust his sword-shaped soul weapon towards its critical point. The shadow leopard collapsed onto the ground, and the little fox soul beast was rescued by the wolf-type soul beast. "Thank you," the little fox soul beast expressed gratefully. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "No need for thanks." They continued to delve into the inscriptions upon the stone tablet. After considerable effort, the mountains and rivers finally succeeded in awakening a new spirit ring, as instructed by the tablet. This spirit ring bestowed upon him a novel ability known as mist concealment, which enabled him and his companions to shroud themselves in mist, evading detection by foes. With this newfound skill, he felt a significant enhancement in his prowess. Together with the wolf-like spirit beast, he emerged from the misty forest alongside the little fox spirit beast, which was preparing to part ways in search of its mother. The mountains and rivers bid farewell to the little fox spirit beast. As they continued along their path, they encountered a mysterious elder seated beneath a grand tree. Eyes closed in contemplation. "Young one," the elder spoke suddenly, opening his eyes. "You possess commendable strength, yet there remains much for you to learn." Shan Chuan stepped forward and inquired, "Dear sir, could you offer me some guidance?" The elderly man smiled gently and replied, "I can bestow upon you a precious gift, but you must agree to a condition." "What condition?" Shan Chuan asked eagerly. "You must pledge to safeguard the peace of this continent with your strength." The mountains and rivers resolutely declared, "I promise you." The old man retrieved a necklace from his bosom, upon which dangled a blue crystal. This necklace is a formidable soul artifact, capable of amplifying your spiritual power and safeguarding your life in critical moments. The mountains and rivers embraced the necklace, adorning their necks. "Thank you, dear grandfather." The mountains and the wolf-type spirit beast continued their adventurous journey. They arrived near a volcanic crater, where the environment was exceedingly harsh, with molten lava flowing everywhere. "How can there be so much lava here?" Mountain Stream inquired with curiosity, while the wolf-type spirit beast remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a flame dragon spirit beast erupted from the lava, its entire body ablaze. The emergence of the flame dragon caused the temperature in the vicinity to rise dramatically. "How dare you trespass into my territory?" The flame dragon spirit beast bellowed in fury. The mountains and rivers shrouded themselves in a veil of mist. As wolf-like soul beasts stealthily approached the flame dragon soul beast, they launched a sudden attack, catching the flame dragon soul beast off guard, unprepared for their unexpected emergence. The mountainous terrain wielded a sword-shaped soul weapon, thrusting towards the head of the fiery dragon soul beast. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped soul beast lunged at the dragon's legs. As the fiery dragon soul beast regained its composure, it unleashed a furious breath of flames. Shan Chuan swiftly evaded, conjuring a shield of maple leaves to deflect the fiery assault. Amidst the fierce battle, he discerned the vulnerability of the flame dragon soul beast lay within its eyes. Seizing the moment, as the beast briefly shut its eyes following a fiery breath, he charged towards it. With all his might, he thrust his sword-shaped soul artifact towards the creature's eye. The flame dragon soul beast roared in agony, thrashing its claws in a frenzied manner. The mountains and the wolf-like spirit beast evaded the assault of the fire dragon spirit beast, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity. After a fierce battle, the mountains ultimately triumphed over the fire dragon spirit beast. Within the lair of the fire dragon spirit beast, he discovered a crimson soul ring. Upon absorbing this soul ring, the mountains acquired a new soul skill, Flame Impact. This skill enables him to unleash a formidable wave of fiery energy, inflicting tremendous damage upon his adversaries. With a newfound soul skill, the protagonist departed from the volcanic crater alongside his wolf-like soul beast. His saga of adventure persists, marked by continuous growth and an unyielding pursuit of formidable foes, as his name reverberates ever more widely across the Douluo Continent. Through his own strength, he safeguards the peace of this realm, while the bond with his soul beasts deepens with each passing moment. Every escapade and each novel discovery enriches his understanding of this world, fortifying his spirit in the process. He is acutely aware that innumerable challenges await him on the horizon. Yet, he remains undaunted, prepared to forge his own legend upon this wondrous Douluo Continent, armed with his convictions, soul tools, and companions. Throughout this journey, he will encounter a myriad of intriguing individuals and events, his narrative unfolding like an endlessly captivating series, drawing ever more souls to explore the mysteries and challenges of the Douluo Continent, the secrets of soul beasts and the legends of soul tools. After the mountain and the wolf spirit beast departed from the volcanic crater, they continued their journey towards uncharted territories. Their footsteps led them into a realm known as the Forest of Starlight. This forest earned its name because, with the onset of night, the branches and leaves of the trees twinkle with myriad glimmers, resembling the scattered stars that adorn the night sky. Mountains and rivers curiously surveyed their surroundings, their hearts brimming with a desire to explore this enigmatic forest. "My companion, this place appears remarkably different," he murmured to the wolf-like spirit beast. The wolf-like spirit beast, in turn, was busily sniffing the air, its tail occasionally swaying, seemingly adapting to this peculiar environment. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a spirit deer radiating a blue luminescence materialized before them. The antlers of the spirit deer were as exquisite as coral, and its fur shimmered with a silk-like luster. Intruders, what brings you to the starry forest? The voice of the spirit deer resonated in Mountain's mind like a crystal-clear spring. The mountain stream replied respectfully, "We merely wish to explore this forest and understand the realm of the soul beasts, harboring no ill intentions." The spirit deer regarded him for a moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "Your aura is quite unique, unlike that of the avaricious humans. However, this forest conceals many perilous secrets. You must proceed with caution." After expressing gratitude to the spiritual deer soul beast for its guidance, Shan Chuan pressed onward. As they delved deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple, exuding a sacred aura and surrounded by intense fluctuations of soul energy. Perhaps treasures lie within, Shan Chuan mused. He glanced at the wolf-shaped soul beast, which nodded in agreement to explore the temple. Upon entering, they were nearly overwhelmed by a powerful force that surged towards them. Steadying himself, Shan Chuan observed a stone pedestal at the center of the temple's grand hall, upon which rested a bead radiating with a spectrum of colors. What might this be? Shan Chuan approached the pedestal with curiosity. Just as he reached out to grasp the bead, surrounding runes illuminated, unleashing a barrage of soul energy attacks directed at him. Swiftly, Shan Chuan conjured a maple leaf shield to defend himself. This must be a mechanism guarding the treasure, he thought. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped soul beast sought to identify the mechanism's weakness, scratching the walls with its claws and emitting low growls intermittently. After considerable effort, it discovered a symbol on the wall that appeared distinct from the others. Following the wolf-shaped soul beast's indication, Shan Chuan destroyed the symbol. The attacks ceased, allowing him to successfully retrieve the colorful bead. The moment he grasped the bead, a surge of potent soul energy coursed through his body, causing his soul rings to flicker with light. It turned out to be a unique treasure capable of facilitating the awakening of soul rings. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan seated himself to absorb the bead's power and initiate the awakening of his soul rings. During this process, he felt as though his soul had transcended into a wondrous realm, filled with myriad shimmering orbs, each representing a legacy of soul skills or powers. The consciousness of the mountains and rivers traverses within, continuously absorbing these formidable energies. His body undergoes a remarkable transformation, with his soul power becoming ever more robust and his soul rings increasingly substantial. Upon emerging from the state of awakening, he discovers that he has acquired 2 new soul abilities. The first, Stellar Radiance, enables him to summon light akin to the stars, allowing him to either assail adversaries or illuminate the shadows. The second, Spirit Deer's Guardian, grants him a fleeting share of the protective prowess of the spirit deer and facilitates a unique communion with the surrounding soul beasts. Shan Chuan stood up with exhilaration, sensing the transformation brought about by newfound strength. "My friend, we have grown stronger," he said with a smile to the wolf-like spirit beast, which wagged its tail joyfully. After departing from the temple, they took a respite by a stream. Shan Chuan gazed at his reflection in the water, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. "I am in a constant state of growth, yet this world holds many mysteries yet to be unveiled. I aspire to become a more formidable spirit master, so that I may safeguard the beautiful things and delve deeper into the realm of spirit beasts," he pondered silently. As they ventured further into the starlight forest, they encountered a mysterious elder, shrouded in a dark robe that obscured his features. "Young man, the spirit artifact you possess is quite extraordinary," the elder spoke in a raspy, deep voice. The mountains and rivers watched the old man with vigilance. "Who are you?" The elder slowly raised his hand, pointing at the sword-shaped soul artifact that lay beside the mountains and rivers. This sword possessed ancient power, yet it could be further enhanced. "When the heart of the mountains and rivers stirs, could you enlighten me on how to strengthen it?" The elder chuckled softly. "In the distant lands of the far north lies a castle of ice. Within this fortress resides a crystal of ice essence, which resonates with your sword-shaped soul weapon, amplifying its power manifold. In the heart of the mountains, there lingered a sense of hesitation. The far northern lands seemed both distant and perilous. Yet, in pursuit of greater strength, he resolved to embark on the journey. "Dear companion, would you join me?" he inquired, casting his gaze upon the wolf-like soul beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the wolf-like soul beast wagged its tail in affirmation, signaling its willingness to accompany him. Thus, they set forth on their expedition to the extreme north. Throughout their journey, they faced relentless storms and encountered several cold attribute soul beasts that sought to make them their prey. However, thanks to the prowess of Shan Chuan's soul techniques and the agility of the wolf-like soul beast, they deftly transformed peril into safety time and again. At long last, they arrived at the ice castle of the far north. The castle emanated a bone-chilling cold, and Shan Chuan felt as though his very blood was on the verge of freezing. Cautiously, they explored the castle, searching for the elusive ice soul crystal. In one grand hall, they stumbled upon a colossal ice pillar with the ice soul crystal perched atop it. However, guarding the ice pillar was a massive ice bear soul beast. Upon noticing Shan Chuan and his companion, the ice bear roared ferociously and charged towards them. Mountains and rivers manifested the ethereal deer guardian, enhancing its own defenses before charging towards the ice bear soul beast. The sword-shaped soul weapon appeared to have undergone a peculiar transformation in the frigid environment, its strikes imbued with a piercing chill. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce battle with the ice bear spirit beast. The ice bear spirit beast possessed tremendous strength. Each of its strikes forced the mountains and rivers to retreat several steps. However, the protagonist, with agile movements and in synergy with the wolf-type spirit beast, continuously sought the vulnerabilities of the ice bear spirit beast. He discerned that there was a fleeting moment of pause immediately following the beast's attack, and seizing this opportunity, he drove his sword-shaped spirit artifact mercilessly towards the ice bear's eye. Injured, the ice bear spirit beast furiously swung its claws. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the mountains and rivers unleashed the power of the starlight, enveloping the ice bear spirit beast in a celestial glow, causing it to momentarily lose its sense of direction. Seizing the chance, the wolf-type spirit beast lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the hind leg of the ice bear spirit beast. As the mountains and rivers ascended the icy pillar, they obtained the ice soul crystal. When he placed the ice soul crystal alongside the sword-shaped soul artifact, the latter emitted a dazzling radiance. The sword-shaped soul artifact absorbed the power of the ice soul crystal, becoming even sharper, with the runes upon it becoming more distinct. The mountains and rivers could sense that this soul weapon had undergone a profound transformation. Throughout this arduous journey, he had acquired a formidable new armament. Empowered by the essence of the newly forged soul weapon, Shan Chuan and the wolf-like soul beast embarked on their journey homeward. They were acutely aware that countless adventures awaited them on the Douluo Continent, along with a multitude of soul beast secrets yearning to be unveiled. With hearts brimming with anticipation and their strength continually augmenting, they would persist in crafting their own legendary tale. As they made their way back, Shan Chuan's heart swelled with visions of the future. Now endowed with greater abilities, I can better safeguard all that inhabits this land, he mused silently to himself. Both humans and soul beasts deserve to coexist peacefully in this world. With each step, he walked with renewed resolve, his gaze alight with an insatiable thirst for exploration. The wolf-like soul beast beside him seemed to sense his determination, closely trailing his side. Together, they resembled eternal companions, advancing through the enchanting and challenging realm of the Douluo Continent. Mountains and rivers are aware that as he continues to grow, he will encounter increasingly formidable spirit masters, more powerful spirit beasts, and challenges beyond imagination. Yet, he firmly believes that with his intellect, courage, and the unique bond he shares with spirit beasts, he will undoubtedly overcome all obstacles and emerge as a great spirit master, forever etched in the annals of this continent. Each adventure he undertakes, every interaction with spirit beasts, and the acquisition of new spirit skills and artifacts will form vital components of his legendary life, inspiring him to relentlessly strive for loftier aspirations. His name, Shan Chuan, will resonate across the Douluo Continent, becoming a symbol imbued with legend. Whether in the farthest corners of human society or within the tales of spirit beasts, his story will circulate, an epic narrative of harmonious coexistence between humans and spirit beasts, a relentless quest for exploration, and a courageous embrace of challenges. He will persist in his exploration of this enigmatic land, akin to an indefatigable wanderer, driven by a profound love for the world and an insatiable pursuit of strength. Journeying toward the uncharted horizons. Beside him, the wolf-like spirit beast will remain his most loyal companion, accompanying him through every hardship and confronting each challenge together. Their bond, akin to a seed that has grown into a towering tree through the passage of time, has become an integral part of their strength, enabling them to continually inscribe their own legend in this world. The tale of Shan Chuan continues to unfold, akin to a brilliant star illuminating the sky of the Douluo Continent with its unique radiance, captivating the attention of many as they embark on his legendary journey. Whether it be the aspiring young soul masters yearning for power or the soul beasts intrigued by humanity, they are all moved by his narrative, inspired by his indomitable spirit. Shan Chuan shall persist in carrying this attention and encouragement, forging even more magnificent chapters that belong solely to him upon the Douluo Continent. Each of his adventures, every decision he makes, and every battle he engages in will indelibly influence those around him and the fate of the entire Douluo Continent. He is like a gentle spring breeze, sweeping through every corner of this perilous and challenging world, bestowing hope and transformation upon both humans and soul beasts alike. His legendary saga shall eternally resonate across the Douluo Continent, becoming an everlasting myth. The silhouettes of the mountains and the wolf-like spirit beasts gradually recede in the afterglow of the setting sun as they stride confidently towards the future, a realm brimming with hope and the unknown. They remain unaware of the specific challenges that lie ahead, yet they are certain that as long as they stand together and harbor unwavering faith in their hearts, nothing is insurmountable. This optimism for the future and trust in one another shall serve as their wellspring of motivation as they continue their journey across the Douluo Continent. They are acutely aware that on this ever-changing land, each new day may usher in fresh opportunities and trials. However, they are prepared, and they shall greet each dawn with a more resolute stride and a braver heart, ready to embrace every new adventure that awaits them. Shan Chuan, a traveler from the realm of mortals, has inscribed his own legendary tale upon the enchanting Douluo Continent, a land brimming with soul power and mystery. Yet, this narrative is far from its conclusion. Together with his companions, a wolf-shaped soul beast, he shall persist in exploring, adventuring, and evolving within this wondrous world, destined to become an everlasting saga, forever etched in the annals of Douluo Continent. The legend of the soul beasts of Douluo. Mountains and rivers slowly open their eyes, revealing a strange and enchanting forest. Towering trees obscured the sky, allowing only scattered rays of sunlight to filter through the gaps in the leaves. He distinctly recalled being an ordinary individual, yet for reasons unknown, he had traversed into this so-called Douluo Continent. What could possibly be happening? He murmured to himself. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and began to explore this unfamiliar realm. Not venturing far, he soon heard a low, menacing growl. A surge of anxiety washed over him as he cautiously approached the source of the sound. Peering through the dense underbrush, he beheld a colossal soul beast. It resembled a wolf, yet was several times larger than an ordinary one, emanating an ethereal blue glow, with eyes that resembled two blazing flames. His heart raced, for he realized he was utterly defenseless against such a formidable creature. Just then, a faint light flickered across his arm. He glanced down to discover a peculiar pattern, reminiscent of an ancient rune. What could this mean? Confusion filled his mind. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the soul beast had already detected his presence and was charging toward him. The mountains and rivers instinctively recoiled to one side, leaving the soul beast to strike at nothing. Seizing the opportunity, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to discover a refuge or a weapon to utilize. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a sharp branch on the ground, which he swiftly picked up and gripped tightly in his hand. Although this branch might appear as a mere trifle to the soul beast, in that moment, it represented his only glimmer of hope. The soul beast launched another assault, opening its gaping maw to bite at the mountains and rivers. With determination, he thrust the branch fiercely towards the beast's eye, causing it to howl in pain and shake its head in fury. He took a few steps back, his heart racing, sweat soaking through his garments. I cannot be defeated like this, he encouraged himself in his mind. At that moment, the runes on his arm began to pulsate with intensified brilliance. Suddenly, a surge of formidable power erupted from within him, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. He felt his body becoming weightless, and instinctively sensed that he could gather the elemental forces surrounding him. Mountains and rivers endeavored to concentrate their strength into his hands, and soon a soft blue radiance manifested, gradually coalescing into a small orb of light. What manner of power is this? He marveled at the luminous sphere cradled in his palm. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the spirit beast lunged at him once more. Without hesitation, he hurled the orb towards the beast. Upon impact, the sphere struck the creature, eliciting a piercing cry before it collapsed, motionless upon the ground. Mountain River exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the earth. He gazed at the runes in his hand, his heart brimming with confusion, yet also an inexplicable thrill. He sensed that he had acquired some extraordinary ability in this realm. Days later, while wandering through the forest, he encountered an elderly man. Clad in a gray robe, the old man's eyes shimmered with profound insight. "Young one," he inquired, "I perceive an extraordinary aura surrounding you. How did you come to possess such power?" Shan Chuan recounted to the elder the occurrence of encountering a spirit beast, during which the runes on his arm suddenly illuminated. The elder nodded slightly, suggesting that the runes on Shan Chuan's arm might be an ancient legacy mark. In this Douluo Continent, power is derived from spirit beasts and spirit tools. Spirit beasts possess formidable spirit power, while spirit tools serve as aids for battle for spirit masters. "What, then, is my situation?" Shan Chuan inquired. "Perhaps you triggered a special force during your traversal, granting you a unique capability," the elder responded. "However, to truly grow stronger, you must awaken your spirit ring." "Spirit ring? What is that?" Shan Chuan asked with curiosity. The spirit ring is the crystallization of spirit power that coalesces after the death of a spirit beast. When a spirit master absorbs a spirit ring, they can acquire some of the abilities of the spirit beast, thereby enhancing their own strength, the elder elucidated. As the heart of Shan Chuan stirred, he resolved to seek a soul ring that would befit him. Under the guidance of an elder, Shan Chuan ventured into a valley frequented by soul beasts. The air within the valley was thick with an enigmatic aura as he treaded cautiously. Suddenly, he beheld a diminutive soul beast. This creature resembled a rabbit, yet its ears were akin to wings, shimmering with iridescent hues. It was a soul beast particularly suitable for novices, possessing a gentle soul ring that promised significant rewards if one were to absorb it, remarked the elder beside him. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply before advancing towards the soul beast. Upon noticing the presence of mountains and rivers, the soul beast displayed no trace of its previous wariness. Instead, it regarded him with curiosity. Mountains and rivers extended his hand, yearning to caress the soul beast. To his astonishment, the soul beast gently licked his hand, warming his heart. "I am about to absorb your soul ring. I hope you will not hold it against me," mountains and rivers murmured softly. The soul beast appeared to comprehend his words. Quietly lying down and closing its eyes, Shan Chuan sat cross-legged, commencing the process of absorbing the soul ring as instructed by the elderly sage. He focused his mental energy upon the soul beast, attuning himself to the essence of its soul ring. As time progressed, the power of the soul ring gradually permeated his being. Shan Chuan felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through him, distinctly aware of the enhancement in both his speed and power. "I have succeeded," he exclaimed with exhilaration. The elder nodded approvingly. "Indeed, you are a natural-born spirit master. Yet, this marks merely the first step on your path to greatness. You must continually seek out more formidable soul beasts and absorb higher-grade soul rings." The mountains and rivers bid farewell to the elder, embarking on a solitary journey. He understood that in the perilous yet opportunity-laden Douluo Continent, he had a long road ahead. No longer was he an ordinary individual. He had transformed into a soul master brimming with infinite potential. In the days that followed, he relentlessly challenged increasingly formidable soul beasts. He encountered fierce bear-like soul beasts, whose enormous paws nearly crushed him into a pulp. He also faced cunning serpent-like soul beasts, from which he narrowly escaped the clutches of their venom. Yet, time and again, he navigated peril with his intellect and ever-growing strength. The acquisition of a soul weapon brought an unexpected delight. On one occasion, while exploring an ancient cave, he was enveloped by an aura of mystique. The walls were adorned with archaic runes and designs. As he curiously surveyed his surroundings, he ventured deeper into the cave and discovered a sword emanating a chilling radiance. The hilt of the sword was embellished with a blue gem, and its blade was as clear as autumn waters. Upon grasping the sword, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, as if the weapon shared a unique bond with him. When he attempted to strike a massive rock with the sword, the blade effortlessly glided through it, shattering the stone into several fragments. Could this truly be a soul weapon? It was utterly enchanting. His heart brimmed with joy. He realized that with this soul weapon, his combat prowess would become significantly more adept. However, he also recognized that as his strength grew, the challenges he faced would escalate correspondingly. In this realm where the strong reigned supreme, he must continually elevate himself to safeguard both his own well-being and that which he cherished dearly. Shan Chuan's heart brimmed with indomitable spirit as he gazed into the distance, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. I shall carve out a realm of my own in this world, he vowed silently. During a fierce battle, Shan Chuan encountered a formidable horde of soul beasts. Each of these creatures possessed remarkable power, surrounding him with predatory intent. Gripping his sword tightly, Shan Chuan felt not a trace of fear. Come forth, I shall not be afraid of you, he proclaimed boldly. In an instant, the clash erupted, and Shan Chuan unleashed the myriad skills he had mastered, engaging in a desperate struggle against the soul beasts. His sword danced through the throng, each swing releasing a spray of crimson. After a grueling confrontation, he ultimately triumphed over the soul beast horde. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, his garments drenched in sweat and his body bearing numerous wounds. Yet, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. I have grown stronger once more, Shan Chuan mused, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. As time flowed on, Shan Chuan's reputation on the Douluo Continent gradually spread. He became a legendary figure in the eyes of many spirit masters, inspiring a host of young practitioners who aspired to emulate his combat techniques and fighting spirit. However, Shan Chuan remained humble, cognizant of the vast amount he still had to learn and improve upon. He continued to traverse the enchanting Douluo Continent, seeking ever more powerful soul beasts, soul rings, and soul tools, relentlessly augmenting his strength. His tale of adventure persists, and he is destined to inscribe his own glorious chapter upon this land teeming with challenges and opportunities. Titan Great Ape of Douluo. At the edge of the starry Great Forest, Mountain River stands, gazing upon this vast and enigmatic realm, which serves as the crucial ground for his enhancement of strength. He has resided in this world for a considerable time, encountering numerous battles and adventures. However, this time his objective is to obtain a soul ring of superior quality. Mountains and rivers deeply inhaled, slowly stepping into the vast starry forest. The surrounding trees stood tall and dense, with sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound piqued his alertness. He grasped the soul weapon's sword in his hand, which emitted a soft glow, a treasure he had fortuitously discovered in an ancient ruin. From the thicket, a small white fox-like soul beast cautiously emerged, its eyes sparkling like two purple gemstones. The little fox curiously regarded the mountains and did not launch an immediate attack. Hello, little one. Do you know where I might find powerful soul beasts in this forest? Mountains inquired gently. The small fox tilted its head, seemingly pondering the question, before turning and darting off in a particular direction. A spark of hope ignited within Mountains, thinking this might be a chance, and he carefully followed behind. The little fox weaved through the forest with remarkable speed, yet Mountains kept close in pursuit. After an indeterminate time, they arrived at a more open area, suffused with an aura of formidable danger. The little fox halted, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes. Before Mountains stood a colossal soul beast, a titan giant ape, its size akin to a mountain. Upon noticing Mountains and the little fox, the titan giant ape let out a thunderous roar, pounding its massive fists against its chest, causing the surrounding trees to tremble precariously. Why have you led me to this perilous place, little fox? Mountains chastised himself internally, but there was no time for further reflection. The titan giant ape lunged toward him, prompting Mountains to swiftly swing the soul weapon sword at the beast's arm. With a clang, Mountains felt his arm go numb, yet the titan giant ape appeared largely unscathed. This soul beast is too powerful. I must devise a strategy, he thought while evading the titan giant ape's attacks. At that moment, the little fox emitted a series of sharp cries, bounding around the titan giant ape with agility. The titan giant ape grew increasingly agitated by the little fox's antics, attempting to catch it, but the little fox proved to be exceedingly nimble. Seizing the opportunity, Mountains concentrated his spiritual energy, channeling his soul power into the sword. The blade shimmered with a radiant light as Mountains shouted, charging toward the titan giant ape's eyes. The titan giant ape, taken aback by Mountains' sudden ferocity, quickly recoiled. However, Mountains had already reached it, and the sword's edge grazed the titan giant ape's eye. In pain, the titan giant ape became even more enraged, launching an attack against Mountains. The mountains and rivers understood that continuing in this manner was futile, for his soul power was steadily depleting. Suddenly, he discerned a spot on the Titan giant ape that emanated a notably potent soul energy. He surmised that it might be the location of its soul ring. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take a daring risk. Seizing an opportunity during one of the Titan giant ape's attacks, he leapt high into the air and, with all his might, aimed to pierce the core of soul energy on the creature's body. The Titan giant ape sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. But it was already too late. The blade pierced its flesh, eliciting a deafening roar of fury from the beast. At that moment, a radiant light emanated from the wound, gradually coalescing into a colossal soul ring. Mountain River felt the immense power contained within this soul ring. Yet he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay in absorbing it. I must absorb this soul ring, he silently encouraged himself. Drawing upon his prior experiences with soul ring absorption, he sat cross-legged before the ethereal ring, endeavoring to establish a connection. Though wounded, the Titan giant ape was not yet vanquished. It glared at Mountain River with fury, struggling to retaliate against him. At that crucial moment, a small fox leapt atop the Titan giant ape's head, using its body to suppress the creature, seemingly assisting Mountain River in his trial. Mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the little fox, their hearts brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, little one," mountains and rivers silently expressed within. Subsequently, he devoted all his mental energy to forging a connection with the soul ring. The power of the soul ring relentlessly assailed mountains and rivers' body, inflicting a torment akin to being pierced by countless swords simultaneously. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, anchored by a resolute belief. "I cannot fail. I must grow stronger." As time elapsed, his body gradually acclimated to the soul ring's power, and he slowly began to absorb its essence. This process endured for a considerable duration, during which mountains and rivers felt his soul power continuously elevate, accompanied by wondrous transformations within his physique. Upon the complete assimilation of the soul ring, he gently opened his eyes, sensing a qualitative leap in his strength. Rising to his feet, he felt a tremendous force surging from within. "Thank you for your assistance, little fox." He approached the little fox, wishing to caress it. The little fox affectionately nuzzled his hand. "With my current strength, I should be able to make a significant mark in this world," mountains and rivers confidently declared. In a quaint town, he encountered several young spirit masters. "Who are you? You seem remarkably strong," one of the young spirit masters inquired. "I am called Mountains and Rivers, just returned from training in the Star Do Great Forest," he replied succinctly. "You obtained a soul ring in the Star Do Great Forest? It must be quite impressive," another spirit master remarked enviously. "Indeed, but the process was quite arduous," mountains and rivers acknowledged. "Could you share with us about your soul weapon?" One spirit master curiously observed the sword in mountains and rivers' hand. "This sword was fortuitously discovered in a mysterious ruin. It seems to possess a unique bond with me, unleashing formidable power in every battle," he elucidated. The young spirit masters listened with great envy. Observing their expressions, mountains and rivers encouraged them to diligently cultivate their skills and embrace challenges. For it is through such endeavors that one truly grows. The mountains and rivers continued their journey, leading him to an ancient valley. Within this valley, it seemed that a secret lay hidden, for he sensed a mysterious force beckoning him. Upon entering the valley, he stumbled upon a colossal altar, engraved with ancient runes that radiated an enigmatic glow. As he approached the altar, a flash of light enveloped him, and a surge of ancient memories flooded his mind. These memories appeared to pertain to a formidable soul technique, one capable of wielding the powers of nature. Filled with exhilaration, he began to practice this soul technique as instructed by the memories. After a period of diligent training, he finally grasped the fundamentals of this technique. When he faced a powerful soul beast, he unleashed his newfound abilities. The surrounding trees, flowers, and stones responded to his commands, launching an assault on the soul beast. Caught off guard, the beast was ultimately vanquished by his might. As his strength grew, so too did the number of friends he amassed in this world. He aided many in overcoming the troubles posed by soul beasts, while also acquiring a wealth of information about this realm from others. One day, a mysterious elder approached him. "Young man, your prowess has already reached impressive heights, yet your journey remains long. There exist ancient secrets in this world awaiting your discovery," the elder remarked. "What secrets?" he inquired with curiosity. "The origins of soul beasts and soul artifacts, as well as the truths behind certain powerful soul techniques. You possess a unique opportunity. I believe you will unveil these mysteries." With that, The elder vanished into thin air. The mountains and rivers brimmed with curiosity and a yearning for exploration within his heart. He understood that he was about to embark on a new journey once more. Armed with his soul weapon and unwavering conviction, he set forth towards the uncharted. He believed that in the days to come, he would continually transcend his own limits, crafting even more legendary tales that belonged to him in this land of Douluo. As Shan Chuan continued his adventures in the Douluo Continent, he stumbled upon an ancient cave adorned with a series of murals. These murals depicted the fierce battles between soul beasts and human soul masters from primordial times, alongside striking images of peculiar soul tools wielded by these masters. One particular scene captured his profound attention. It illustrated a soul master grasping a soul tool that radiated a golden luminescence, surrounded by formidable soul beasts that seemed to revere the tool in their presence. What manner of soul tool could this be? Shan Chuan found himself lost in contemplation. Upon exiting the cave, he sought information regarding this enigmatic soul tool. He learned that in a distant, mysterious mountain range, there might exist similar ancient soul tools. Consequently, he embarked on a journey toward the fabled mountains. Along the way, he encountered an adventurous team, also in pursuit of treasures. This group comprised proficient tracking soul masters and resilient defensive soul masters. Greetings, we too are bound for that mysterious mountain. Would you care to join us on our expedition? One of the soul masters from the team extended an invitation. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan concluded that having companions might offer a greater sense of safety, and thus he acquiesced. During their journey, they were beset by a natural calamity. A colossal storm surged forth, causing everything around them to sway perilously. Together with his companions, Shan Chuan employed their soul techniques to establish a defensive formation, barely managing to withstand the tempest. United in purpose, they found that no challenge was insurmountable. Shan Chuan encouraged his comrades to press onward, and at last, they arrived at the enigmatic mountain range. This terrain was fraught with perilous traps and formidable soul beasts. They navigated cautiously, when suddenly, a gigantic flying soul beast swooped down from the heavens. This creature, adorned with immense wings, unleashed flames from its maw. Shan Chuan and his companions immediately launched a counterattack. Shan Chuan brandished the soul artifact sword, charging towards the flying soul beast, while his allies struck from various angles. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the aerial soul creature. Continuing their expedition deeper into the mountains, they finally discovered the fabled location of the ancient soul artifact. It was a divine weapon radiating an infinite brilliance, surrounded by an aura of mysterious and potent energy. As the mountains and rivers converged upon the artifact, the moment his hand made contact with it, a surge of potent information flooded into his mind. He learned that this artifact possessed the extraordinary ability to alter both space and time, yet the conditions for its utilization were exceedingly stringent. Shan Chuan and his companions diligently explore the utilization of this remarkable artifact. Throughout their continuous journey, Shan Chuan has forged profound friendships with his fellow adventurers. As Shan Chuan's strength and circle of friends expand, his significance within the Douluo Continent grows increasingly paramount. Through his intellect and prowess, he tirelessly addresses the myriad crises that beset this world. His quest for understanding soul beasts, soul tools, and his own capabilities continues to deepen. His legendary tale flows like an unceasing river, resonating throughout the Douluo Continent, inspiring countless successors to ardently pursue strength and their dreams. The path of Douluo is vast and boundless. Shan Chuan has traversed numerous thrilling and perilous experiences in the realm of Douluo Continent. Yet he comprehends that a myriad of unknowns still awaits him ahead. On this day, Shan Chuan ventured into a territory of soul beasts he had never before encountered. Here, the soul beasts exuded a primal ferocity, and an aura of danger permeated the air. Shan Chuan treaded carefully, his eyes ever vigilant to the movements around him. Suddenly, a soul beast resembling a leopard yet possessing 3 eyes sprang forth from the underbrush, its speed astonishing as it closed the distance to Shan Chuan in an instant. Another formidable soul beast, Shan Chuan mused inwardly. He tightened his grip on the soul artifact in his hand, bracing himself for battle. The 3-eyed leopard soul beast did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, it circled Shan Chuan, as if assessing him. "What do you intend to do?" Shan Chuan inquired loudly. The 3-eyed leopard soul beast emitted a deep, resonant growl before lunging towards Shan Chuan with incredible swiftness. As Shan Chuan swiftly sidestepped, He simultaneously swung his sword towards the three-eyed leopard spirit beast. The agile creature deftly evaded the strike and lunged at Shan Chuan once more. In a series of backflips, Shan Chuan created distance between himself and the formidable foe. This situation was untenable. He needed to discern its weakness. Contemplating in his mind, he noticed that the central eye of the three-eyed leopard spirit beast flickered each time it lunged. An idea sparked within him. He deliberately exposed a vulnerability to entice the creature into attacking him. When the three-eyed leopard spirit beast pounced before him, Shan Chuan seized the moment. Channeling his soul power into his soul tool, and aimed a piercing strike at the flickering central eye. The beast, feeling the sting of pain, furiously swiped its claws in retaliation against Shan Chuan. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, a plan began to take shape in his mind for delivering a decisive blow to the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast. Suddenly, he noticed a sharp stone lying on the ground, and an idea sparked within him. Channeling his soul power, he propelled the stone towards the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast, striking its leg and causing it to lose its balance. Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to strike with his sword, aiming for the neck of the three-eyed cheetah soul beast. Caught off guard, the beast was unable to evade the blow and was struck in the neck. It let out a heart-wrenching cry before collapsing to the ground. Shan Chuan let out a sigh of relief, aware that the soul ring from the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast presented a splendid opportunity for his advancement. Following his previous methods, he commenced the absorption of the soul ring. During this process, Shan Chuan felt a surge of formidable energy flooding into his body. His soul power continuously escalated, and his physique underwent subtle transformations. I must become stronger, Shan Chuan resolutely declared within his heart. After completing the absorption of the soul rings, he pressed onward and arrived at a quaint little town, where the townsfolk were abuzz with discussions regarding a certain soul artifact. Have you heard? A mysterious soul artifact has appeared in the antique shop, remarked one resident. Is that true? What kind of soul artifact is it? Another resident inquired with curiosity. As the heart of Shan Chuan stirred, he resolved to behold the enigmatic soul artifact. He arrived at an antique shop and laid eyes upon the mysterious relic. It was a dagger radiating a violet luminescence, adorned with ancient runes etched upon its surface. This dagger appeared to be quite extraordinary, Shan Chuan mused. He inquired of the shopkeeper regarding the origins of this blade, to which the shopkeeper confessed ignorance, revealing only that it had been acquired by chance. Mountains and rivers resolved to acquire this dagger. Upon returning to his abode, he commenced an exploration of this weapon. He discovered that the dagger harbored an enigmatic power, one seemingly intertwined with the fabric of space. If I could harness this force, my prowess in combat would be significantly enhanced, he mused. He began to endeavor in forging a connection with the dagger, and after a period of diligent effort, he ultimately succeeded in mastering this newfound power. Now that I possess a new soul instrument, my strength shall undoubtedly ascend, he exclaimed with exhilaration. Mountains and rivers, imbued with a newfound spirit weapon, embarked on a journey anew. He found himself in a mysterious forest, teeming with perilous soul beasts. Within this forest, he encountered an enormous bear soul beast, whose formidable strength rendered him momentarily overwhelmed by its assaults. I cannot be defeated so easily, he resolved silently. Drawing upon the myriad skills he had acquired, he engaged in a fierce battle with the bear soul beast. During the conflict, he discerned that the bear's hide was exceptionally thick, making it arduous for conventional attacks to inflict harm. Consequently, he resolved to employ the spatial powers he had recently mastered to confront the bear. Harnessing these spatial abilities, he ensnared the bear soul beast within a confined dimension. Enraged by its entrapment, the bear relentlessly assailed the walls of this spatial prison. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan launched his assault, infusing his soul power into the soul tool before directing it towards the bear soul beast. Struck by Shan Chuan's attack, the bear soul beast let out a mournful cry. After an intense battle, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the bear soul beast. He recognized that the soul ring from this creature presented a splendid opportunity for his own enhancement. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the bear spirit beasts. During the process of absorption, he felt his soul power steadily ascending. After completing the absorption of the soul rings, he continued his journey and arrived at a cavern, where an enigmatic aura enveloped the surroundings. Shan Chuan ventured into the cavern and discovered that its walls were inscribed with ancient runes. These runes emanated a mysterious radiance, bestowing upon Shan Chuan a profound sense of enigmatic power. As Shan Chuan delved into the cavern, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a concealed passage, Following this secret route, he arrived at an enigmatic realm. In this mysterious space, Shan Chuan beheld a colossal soul beast, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled within him a profound sense of pressure. Could this be the legendary divine beast? He pondered silently. Aware of the formidable strength possessed by this creature, he understood the necessity of exercising utmost caution. Upon noticing Shan Chuan, the divine beast regarded him with a flicker of disdain in its eyes. It launched an assault, compelling Shan Chuan to evade swiftly. Amidst his evasive maneuvers, he discerned the beast's attacks were exceedingly potent, making it challenging to find an opportunity for counterattack. I must devise a strategy to retaliate, he resolved inwardly. He began to employ the various skills he had mastered, engaging in a fierce battle with the divine beast. During the clash, Shan Chuan identified the beast's vulnerability located in its underbelly. He resolved to utilize spatial powers to ensnare the divine beast before striking its abdomen. Harnessing his spatial abilities, he confined the beast within a dimensional space. Enraged by its entrapment, the divine beast relentlessly assaulted the walls of its prison. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan launched an assault, infusing his soul power into the soul weapon before striking at the abdomen of the divine beast. The creature let out a chilling cry as Shan Chuan's attack landed. After an intense battle, Shan Chuan ultimately triumphed over the divine beast. He understood that the soul ring of this magnificent creature presented a remarkable opportunity for his enhancement. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the mythical beasts, and during this process, he felt his soul power continuously enhancing. After completing the absorption of the soul rings, he proceeded onward, arriving at a city where the inhabitants were engrossed in discussions regarding a particular matter concerning soul beasts. Have you heard? A formidable soul beast has appeared in the forest beyond the city, and many soul masters have already fallen victim to its might, remarked one resident. Is that truly the case? What shall we do? Inquired another. With a stir of determination within his heart, Mountain River resolved to seek out the soul beast. He ventured into the forest beyond the city, where he encountered the magnificent creature. This soul beast bore a resemblance to a tiger, yet it possessed majestic wings, exuding an aura of formidable strength. You are indeed powerful, but I shall not yield, Mountain River silently affirmed. He commenced an intense battle, employing a myriad of skills he had mastered. During the fierce confrontation, Mountain River discerned the beast's vulnerability lay within its wings. He decided to ensnare the soul beast using spatial powers, intending to strike at its wings. Harnessing his spatial abilities, he trapped the soul beast within a confined dimension. Enraged by its imprisonment, the beast relentlessly assailed the barriers of its confinement. In the midst of the mountains and rivers, he seized the opportunity to launch an assault. Channeling his soul power through the soul contract of the Douluo, Shan Chuan has gradually evolved into a formidable soul master through his previous adventures. Yet he understands that on this enigmatic Douluo Continent, a long journey still lies ahead. This time, he has heard whispers of a unique soul beast residing in a distant ancient mountain range, rumored to bestow unparalleled power upon those who forge a pact with it. With such anticipation, Shan Chuan embarks on his expedition toward the ancient mountains. Along the way, he traverses dense forests, where low-level soul beasts occasionally emerge, but he effortlessly dispatches them. At last, the ancient mountains come into view, shrouded in mist and exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Upon entering the mountains, Shan Chuan proceeds with caution. Suddenly, a melodic flute tune wafts through the air, as if possessing an enchanting allure, drawing him toward its source. In a secluded valley, he encounters a group of ethereal soul beasts, resembling sprites. They are diminutive, adorned with translucent wings, and their eyes shimmer with vibrant energy. Greetings, I am Shan Chuan. I come in peace, he softly declares. One soul beast, seemingly the leader, flutters before him, tilting its head as it scrutinizes him. Your human essence is unlike that of those who have ventured here before. The mountain spoke earnestly. I am aware that you are the guardians of this range. I have heard that forging a pact with a formidable spirit beast can bestow immense power. I have come here with the hope of entering into a covenant with one among you. The leader of the spirit beast chuckled softly. It is not so simple. We only choose to bond with those whose hearts are pure and who possess sufficient potential. Shan Chuan resolutely declared, I have endured numerous battles in the Douluo Continent, tirelessly striving to enhance my strength, and I hold a deep respect for all forms of life. The leader of the spirit beast circled around Shan Chuan, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Then, why not demonstrate your power first? Shan Chuan nodded slightly, drawing forth his soul weapon, the blade glimmering with radiant light. He executed a newly learned soul technique, causing the surrounding air to be guided by his power, forming streams that surged forth into the distance. The soul beasts displayed expressions of astonishment. "Your strength is indeed formidable, but you must still pass our trials," spoke the leader of the soul beasts. As soon as the words were uttered, a group of soul beasts began to circle around Shan Chuan, darting swiftly through the air, unleashing waves of mental energy that assailed his mind. Shan Chuan tightly closed his eyes, focusing intently to resist the onslaught. Within his heart, he repeatedly affirmed, "I will not be defeated. I possess unwavering conviction." After a period of struggle, he successfully withstood the mental assault. "Well done. But the final trial is to engage in combat alongside us, to see if you can trust us and coordinate effectively," the leader of the soul beasts declared. At that moment, a colossal soul beast emerged from the depths of the mountains. It resembled a gigantic bear but possessed 8 sturdy legs, emanating a formidable soul pressure. Shan Chuan's heart tightened, yet he quickly regained his composure. The battle commenced, and Shan Chuan coordinated with the soul beasts. He adjusted his strategy according to their rhythm of attack, wielding his soul weapon to slice at the legs of the giant bear soul beast, while the other soul beast struck at its vulnerable points, such as its eyes, from various angles. The giant bear roared ferociously, its attacks fierce, yet Shan Chuan and the soul beasts grew increasingly harmonious in their collaboration. After an intense confrontation, they ultimately vanquished the giant bear soul beast. "You have passed our trial. We can now forge a contract with you," proclaimed the leader of the soul beasts. During the contract signing, Shan Chuan felt a warm power flowing from the contracted soul beasts into his body, merging with his own soul energy. He could distinctly perceive the thoughts of these soul beasts, while they too could comprehend his intentions. "Now we are partners, and shall fight side by side henceforth," Shan Chuan said joyfully. With the enhancement of the contracted soul beasts, his strength experienced a significant elevation. He resolved to continue his search for suitable soul rings to absorb. Before long, he discovered traces of a powerful soul beast in another part of the mountains. It was a flame wolf-shaped soul beast, surrounded by searing flames that turned all vegetation in its path to ash. Mountains and rivers did not act with reckless impulsiveness. Instead, he attentively observed the behavioral patterns of the flame wolf soul beast. He discerned that this creature exhibited a brief pause to catch its breath following an attack, revealing its vulnerability. When the flame wolf soul beast lunged at him once more, he deftly evaded its assault with the assistance of his contracted soul beast and, seizing the moment of its respiration, launched a counterattack. His soul weapon, a sword, pierced the vital spot of the flame wolf soul beast, causing it to collapse to the ground. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the essence of their soul rings. During this process of absorption, he felt his soul power surging like tumultuous waves, relentlessly crashing against new realms. A crimson glow flickered around his body, a manifestation of the soul ring's power merging with his soul energy. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a qualitative leap in strength. In the adventures that followed, Shan Chuan and his bonded spirit beasts encountered a myriad of challenges. On one occasion, they inadvertently stumbled into a mysterious relic. Within the relic lay various mechanisms and traps, guarded by formidable soul artifacts. "Everyone, be cautious," Shan Chuan warned his bonded spirit beasts. They meticulously deciphered the mechanisms. And when faced with the guardian soul artifacts, Shan Chuan employed his wisdom and newly acquired power to attempt communication. "I understand you are here to protect this place. We mean no offense," he conveyed his thoughts through soul energy. The guardian soul artifact seemed to sense his sincerity, and after a brief exchange, it revealed to Shan Chuan that a powerful soul skill manual was hidden within the relic. After obtaining the ancient tome, Shan Chuan commenced his rigorous study. Throughout his exploration of the text, his contracted soul beasts rendered substantial assistance. Some of these soul beasts utilized their intellect to elucidate the more obscure aspects of the manuscript, while others aided him in trials of strength. With relentless cultivation, Shan Chuan's reputation within the Douluo Continent burgeoned. Other soul masters gazed upon his companions with a blend of envy and curiosity. One day, a formidable team of soul masters approached Shan Chuan, seeking to challenge him. "Word has it that you possess unique contracted soul beasts. Today, we shall ascertain the extent of your prowess," one of the soul masters provocatively declared. The tranquil mountain spoke. "I harbor no desire for combat. However, should you insist on challenging me, I shall show no mercy." As the battle commenced, the synergy between the mountains and his contracted spirit beasts was exquisite. The formidable soul techniques they unleashed left their opponents utterly unprepared. The opposing soul masters, taken aback by the exceptional prowess of the mountains and his companions, gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. In the end, the mountains and his allies emerged victorious with remarkable ease. "You are indeed formidable, we humbly concede." With those words, the opposing team of soul masters departed in dejection. The mountains and rivers continue their journey. He is acutely aware that in this enchanting yet perilous land of Douluo, he must ceaselessly elevate himself, safeguard his contracted companions, and delve into the myriad of unknown secrets that await. His legendary tale shall persist, echoing throughout this vast continent. The legend of the reincarnation of Douluo. As the mountains slowly opened their eyes, they were besieged by an excruciating pain in their head, while the surrounding scenery gradually came into focus. They discovered themselves ensconced within a dense forest, where towering trees obscured the sunlight above, and the ground beneath was carpeted with soft grass, interspersed with peculiar flowers that exuded a delicate fragrance. A sense of alarm surged within. Where was this place? Hadn't they been nestled in the comfort of their own home? Asleep? Suddenly, a deep, resonant growl echoed from afar, causing their body to tense instinctively. They beheld a colossal, wolf-like creature approaching slowly, its eyes shimmering with an eerie green luminescence, and its fur as hard as steel. Could this be a soul beast? A flicker of fear coursed through them. Yet they understood that retreat was not an option at this moment. "You, little wolf, why do you roar in this place?" They summoned their courage and inquired boldly. The soul beast paused at the sound of their voice, momentarily taken aback, before responding, "You, tiny human, dare to speak so boldly within my domain. I am the wind wolf of 10 years, and this territory belongs to me." In the depths of his heart, Shan Chuan silently lamented. Though the wind wolves of the past decade were not particularly formidable, they posed a substantial threat to him, a mere mortal devoid of any power. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. "Host, you may now awaken your soul ring." In the heart of the mountains and rivers, a surge of joy welled up within him, for he realized that this could be the key to his survival in the Douluo Continent. Following the guidance in his mind, he settled into a cross-legged position and began to concentrate his spirit. A faint glow enveloped his body, and a mysterious power surged within him. The wind wolf, observing Shan Chuan's unusual behavior, flickered with a hint of wariness in its eyes. It could not comprehend what this human was attempting, yet it sensed an aura of danger. "What tricks are you playing, you insignificant human?" The wind wolf roared once more. The mountains and rivers remained silent, yet the radiance emanating from his body intensified. Suddenly, a luminous halo appeared above his head, a yellow soul ring. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, significantly enhancing his strength, speed, and perception. Is this the power of the soul ring? He was overwhelmed with excitement. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the wind wolf, now filled with newfound confidence. The wind wolf, taken aback by the sight of the yellow soul ring above Shan Chuan's head, felt a jolt of surprise. Although it was merely a 10-year soul beast, it was aware of the power that a soul ring possessed. It never anticipated that this human would awaken a soul ring with such ease. "Human, you are indeed formidable. But today, you shall still perish beneath my claws," declared the wind wolf, launching itself at Shan Chuan. Mountains and rivers swiftly receded, and in his hand, a long sword appeared, its arrival shrouded in mystery. This sword was his soul weapon, manifesting alongside his awakened soul ring. The blade shimmered with a chilling light, as if it harbored boundless power within. The mountains and rivers wielded a long sword, striking towards the wind wolf. The wind wolf nimbly evaded the attack, then extended its claws in an attempt to seize the mountains and rivers. Swiftly sidestepping, the mountains and rivers retaliated with a kick directed at the wind wolf. Struck by the blow, the wind wolf staggered back several paces. "You little wolf, today I shall claim you as my companion," declared the mountains and rivers. Upon hearing these words, the wind wolf retorted disdainfully, "You human, the notion of me becoming your companion is nothing short of a delusion." The mountains and rivers remained silent as Shan Chuan launched another assault on the wind wolf. This time, he unleashed a skill he had recently acquired from the soul ring, the wind shadow sword technique. His figure flickered like a shadow of the wind, the long sword in his hand dancing gracefully as waves of sword energy surged forth towards the wind wolf. Caught off guard, the wind wolf was struck by the blade's energy, sustaining numerous wounds. Aware of its inferiority in strength, it was nonetheless unwilling to concede defeat. At that moment, Shan Chuan halted his attack, gazing at the Wind Wolf. Wind Wolf, he said, I recognize your strength. If you are willing to become my companion, we can navigate this world together. I shall protect you, and in turn, you shall grow even more formidable. The Wind Wolf regarded Shan Chuan, its heart wavering. It had never contemplated forming a bond with a human, yet it understood there were no alternatives left. Human, is your promise genuine? Will you truly protect me? The Wind Wolf inquired. Indeed, I would never deceive you, Shan Chuan replied earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, the Wind Wolf nodded and said, Very well. I accept the offer to be your companion. In that instant, a radiant light enveloped Shan Chuan and the Wind Wolf. This was the luminous sign of their pact, marking the beginning of their bond as companions through life and death. Shan Chuan felt a profound joy in his heart. The greater the number of companions, the greater his chances of survival in this land of Douluo. Feng Lang, having lived in this forest for such an extended period, you must possess knowledge of the formidable soul beasts and other perils that dwell here, Shan Chuan inquired. Feng Lang nodded in affirmation and replied, This forest is home to numerous powerful soul beasts, such as the century-old tree demon and the blazing fire leopard. Moreover, there are many human adventurers who occasionally engage in combat with us for the soul rings of these beasts. With a tightening in his heart, Shan Chuan acknowledged the multitude of challenges that lay ahead. Yet, fear did not grip him, with the Wind Wolf as his companion, along with his soul weapon and soul rings. He held a steadfast belief in his ability to endure. What shall we do now? Shan Chuan inquired. Let us first depart from this forest and explore the wonders of the outside world, replied the Wind Wolf. The world beyond is vibrant and teems with formidable soul beasts and treasures. Shan Chuan nodded and then set off with Feng Lang towards the edge of the forest. As they walked, Shan Chuan encountered a myriad of extraordinary soul beasts. One such creature was a colossal tortoise, its shell adorned with sharp spikes, known as the century-old spiked tortoise. Another was a winged tiger, soaring gracefully through the sky, referred to as the windwing tiger. In the depths of his heart, Shan Chuan was filled with an insatiable curiosity about the world, aware that it harbored countless secrets awaiting his exploration. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast manifested before them. A millennia-old flame demon lion. Its flames blazed fiercely, emanating an aura of formidable power. You two little brats dare to intrude upon my territory, roared the flame demon lion. The mountains and the winds grew immediately vigilant. They understood that this blazing infernal lion was not a foe to be reckoned with lightly. Esteemed elder of the infernal lion, we harbor no intention of trespassing upon your domain. We are merely passing through, spoke the mountains with utmost respect. The blazing infernal lion regarded the mountains with a glimmer of disdain in its eyes and replied, Passing through? Human, do not deceive me. Humans have an affinity for misleading us, the soul beasts. In the heart of Shan Chuan, a sense of helplessness lingered, for he was acutely aware that humanity's reputation upon this continent was far from favorable. Elder Flame Lion, I swear by my very soul that we are merely passing through, Shan Chuan declared earnestly. The Elder Flame Lion regarded Shan Chuan, sensing the sincerity woven into his words. After a moment of contemplation, it replied, Very well, since you are but travelers. Make haste and depart. Shan Chuan and Feng Lang let out a sigh of relief as they nodded towards the flame demon lion and continued their journey beyond the forest. As they traversed the woods, Shan Chuan observed numerous adventurers engaged in various pursuits. Some were hunting soul beasts, while others sought traces of soul artifacts. Feng Lang, look at those humans. They are so ruthless, Shan Chuan remarked. Feng Lang nodded in agreement, responding, This world is indeed harsh. For the sake of power, humans will resort to any means. In the depths of his heart, Shan Chuan felt a surge of emotions, recognizing that he must strive to grow stronger in order to protect his companions in this vast world. Upon exiting the forest, he arrived at a quaint little town, bustling with numerous edifices and throngs of people engaged in trade. Shan Chuan observed a myriad of items related to soul beasts and soul tools. Let us take a moment to rest here, Wind Wolf, he proposed. The Wind Wolf nodded in agreement, and together they ventured into the town. Within its lively atmosphere, Shan Chuan absorbed much information regarding this realm. He became aware that on this continent, there existed many formidable soul masters, whose prowess could reach the esteemed level of title de law. To ascend to the ranks of a powerful soul master, one must continually seek out soul rings and acquire more potent soul tools. In the heart of the mountains and rivers, there resides an overwhelming yearning. He understands that relentless effort is essential for him to become a formidable soul master. Mountains and rivers, behold yonder. There is an auction for soul masters, spoke the Wind Wolf. As Shan Chuan gazed in the direction indicated by the Wind Wolf, he observed a throng of people gathered in a particular spot. That must be the auction. Let us go take a look, Shan Chuan proposed. He and the Wind Wolf maneuvered through the crowd and arrived at the auction venue. The auction showcased a plethora of precious items, including the soul rings of millennium-old soul beasts, formidable soul tools, and an array of peculiar soul techniques. The breathtaking scenery left him in a daze, intensifying his yearning for power. At that moment, an auctioneer stepped onto the stage and began to present an item for bidding. Esteemed soul masters, the auctioneer announced. Today we are auctioning an exceedingly rare treasure, a soul bone that has existed for 100,000 years. Shan Chuan was taken aback. A soul bone that had existed for 100,000 years was an exceedingly precious item. What benefits does this soul bone possess? Someone inquired. This soul bone can significantly enhance a soul master's spiritual power and bestow upon them a formidable skill, the auctioneer replied. Many began to place their bids, and the price soared dramatically. In his heart, Shan Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. He currently lacked the financial means to acquire this soul bone. Shan Chuan, let us place a bid as well, spoke Feng Lang. Shan Chuan shook his head and replied, Feng Lang, we do not possess sufficient funds at the moment. Let us observe for now. Feng Lang nodded in agreement, and together they continued to watch the auction unfold. Although Shan Chuan did not acquire the coveted soul bone, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge about soul beasts, soul tools, and soul techniques at the event. He realized that he must persistently explore this world to attain greater power. After the auction concluded, Shan Chuan and Feng Lang departed from the small town, embarking towards a broader world in search of further opportunities and challenges. As they journeyed, a myriad of thoughts swirled within Shan Chuan's mind. I must become a formidable soul master to safeguard my companions and uncover the secrets of this world. Though fraught with peril, this world brims with prospects. I cannot falter. I must forge ahead, he silently affirmed. Feng Lang sensed Shan Chuan's determination and nuzzled against his hand, seemingly offering encouragement. Thus, Shan Chuan and his companion Feng Lang commenced a new chapter in their journey, their tale continuing to unfold. The pinnacle of soul masters in Douluo awaits. After the mountains and rivers, Feng Lang departed from the small town, journeying towards the realms of the unknown. As Shan Chuan ambled along, he engaged in conversation with the Wind Wolf. Wind Wolf, he mused. If only we could discover a locale abundant with soul beasts, I would be able to acquire a greater variety of soul rings and thus become even more formidable. His eyes shimmered with aspirations. The Wind Wolf shook its head gently. Shan Chuan, it replied, in this world, powerful soul beasts typically possess their own territories, which are often accompanied by peril. Take the previously mentioned fiery magic lion. Its domain may very well be guarded by other formidable soul beasts, and we must remain vigilant against human traps as well. Shan Chuan nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Feng Lang's words. Suddenly, a majestic range of mountains emerged before them, suffused with a potent aura of soul energy. The intensity of the soul fluctuations here indicates the presence of many formidable soul beasts, Shan Chuan exclaimed with excitement. However, this also poses considerable danger, so you must exercise caution, Feng Lang cautioned. They cautiously ventured into the mountainous terrain. Before long, they encountered a soul beast resembling a fox, yet adorned with 9 majestic tails, the legendary 9-tailed fox, a 1,000-year-old soul beast. The 9-tailed fox regarded Shan Chuan and Feng Lang with a wary gaze, declaring, intruders, this is not a place for you. The mountains and rivers offered a courteous gesture. Senior 9-tailed fox, we mean no offense. We merely pass through in search of opportunities. The 9-tailed fox snorted coldly, remarking that humans often disguise their intentions with such pretexts. However, I perceive that your aura is relatively pure, unlike those avaricious and cruel humans. In the heart of the mountains, Shan Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief, yearning to delve deeper into the ranges. He inquired, esteemed elder, could you enlighten me about the perils that lie within these mountains? The 9-tailed fox pondered for a moment and responded. Deep within these mountains lurks a shadowy leopard that has existed for millennia. Its speed is unparalleled, its attacks ferocious, and it possesses a remarkable ability to conceal itself. Additionally, there are hidden spatial rifts. Should one fall into them, they may become irrevocably lost in another dimension. The mountains and rivers recorded this information. Yet his gaze was captivated by a glimmering object in a corner. What could it be? Curiosity piqued, he approached and discovered a soul artifact radiating a soft blue light, resembling a finely crafted dagger. The nine-tailed fox, observing Shan Chuan's discovery, remarked, "This was left behind by a formidable soul master. He sought to subdue me, but met his demise at the hands of other soul beasts, leaving his soul artifact behind." The mountains and rivers directed toward the dagger. As he approached, the dagger appeared to possess a peculiar sense, voluntarily soaring into his grasp. He felt waves of spiritual energy surge into his body, as if the dagger were merging with him. "It seems this dagger has acknowledged you as its master," the nine-tailed fox remarked in astonishment. In his heart, Shan Chuan felt an immense joy, for he had acquired a new soul weapon, which granted him a sense of enhanced security. However, at that moment, he sensed a formidable presence approaching, and he knew it must be the ancient shadow leopard. The shadow leopard emerged slowly from the darkness, remarking, "Nine-tailed fox, how is it that you find yourself alongside such a feeble human?" The nine-tailed fox positioned itself protectively in front of Shan Chuan, asserting, "Shadow leopard, you would do well not to lay a hand on him." The shadow leopard, with disdain, regarded Shan Chuan and scoffed, "A mere human, unworthy of my attention." Shan Chuan gripped the dagger tightly in his hand, addressing the shadow leopard, "Though my strength may not match yours, I shall not cower before you." Suddenly, the shadow leopard launched an astonishingly swift assault. Shan Chuan was caught off guard, and in an instant, the wind wolf leaped forward, striving to intercept the shadow leopard. "Wind wolf, be cautious," Shan Chuan cried out. Though the wind wolf adeptly evaded the shadow leopard's attack, it still sustained injuries. In a state of urgency, Shan Chuan sought to unleash an assault using the newfound soul weapon. He mentally engaged with the dagger and, in an instant, activated a skill known as ice spike piercing. The dagger unleashed several icy spikes that hurtled towards the shadowed leopard. Taken aback by Shan Chuan's unexpected offensive prowess, the shadow leopard could not evade in time and was grazed by the icy projectiles. "You human, you possess some skill," the shadow leopard roared in fury. At this moment, Shan Chuan remained composed, understanding that a direct confrontation with the shadow leopard would be unwise. He sought an opportunity instead. He recalled his soul ring ability and activated a skill that would enhance his speed, causing his form to instantaneously accelerate. Maneuvering to the side of the shadow leopard, he relentlessly targeted its vulnerable areas, such as the eyes, with his dagger. The shadow leopard grew increasingly agitated by Shan Chuan's persistent assaults, launching its attacks with full force. However, Shan Chuan and the wind wolf exhibited remarkable synergy. The wind wolf utilized its swiftness to distract the shadow leopard, allowing Shan Chuan to seize the moment to strike. After a fierce battle, the shadow leopard ultimately retreated. As Shan Chuan gazed upon the injured wind wolf, a profound sense of guilt enveloped him. "Wind wolf, it is my recklessness that has brought us to this point." The wind wolf shook its head. "Shan Chuan, we are partners. It is only natural that we assist one another." Through this battle, Shan Chuan felt he had grown in some measure. He and the wind wolf sought a safe haven amidst the mountains to rest. As night fell, Shan Chuan lay upon the ground, his inner thoughts beginning to unfold. "In this Douluo Continent, I have faced countless dangers. Time and again, I owe my survival to my companions and the opportunities that have arisen. I am acutely aware of my shortcomings. Although I managed to repel the millennia-old shadow leopard, I have come to recognize the chasm that exists between myself and truly formidable soul beasts. I must continuously strive for self-improvement, acquire more soul rings, and fortify my strength. Furthermore, I must delve deeper into the mysteries of soul beasts, grasp their language and culture, so that I may coexist with them more harmoniously." On the following day, Shan Chuan and the wind wolf resumed their exploration of the mountains. They stumbled upon a mysterious cave, emanating a potent aura of soul power. With utmost caution, they ventured inside. Deep within the cave, Shan Chuan discovered a stone radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. What could this be? He mused, curiously reaching out to touch the stone. Suddenly, it unleashed a formidable surge of soul power that coursed into Shan Chuan's body. He felt his soul power ascending, and to his astonishment, he noticed his soul rings exhibiting signs of loosening. "What is happening?" Shan Chuan exclaimed in surprise. The wind wolf approached, seemingly attuned to this newfound energy as well. Mountains and rivers are aware. This may be an opportunity for him to awaken and elevate his spirit ring. Following the method of spirit ring awakening he had employed before, he once more settled cross-legged. The surrounding soul power continuously converged towards him, emanating a brilliant radiance around his form. His first spirit ring began to transform, transitioning from yellow to a deep purple, and its size also increased notably. Mountain River successfully advanced his first spirit ring from 10 years to a century, resulting in a remarkable leap in his strength. Mountain River, you are truly impressive, exclaimed Wind Wolf joyfully. Shan Chuan stood up, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. This marks a new beginning for me, and I firmly believe that I shall grow even stronger in the days to come. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they encountered a new soul beast, resembling a colossal rabbit, yet with ears that resembled wings. This was the Millennium Spirit Rabbit. The Millennium Spirit Rabbit appeared quite docile and showed no hostility towards Shan Chuan and the Wind Wolf upon their arrival. Greetings. How did you come to be here? The Spirit Rabbit inquired. Shan Chuan briefly recounted his experiences with the Wind Wolf. Ling Tu nodded, acknowledging their courage. This cavern harbors numerous elements conducive to the enhancement of soul energy, yet it is also fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. Mountains and rivers express their gratitude to the Spirit Rabbit for the reminder, and he has forged a friendship with the Spirit Rabbit. The Spirit Rabbit reveals to him that at the deepest recesses of this cave lies an ancient legacy of soul techniques. As the heart of the mountains stirred within him, he felt an irresistible urge to pursue the inheritance of this soul skill. Guided by the ethereal rabbit, they ventured to the innermost depths of the cave. There, they discovered a stone platform, adorned with intricate and ancient runes. As the mountains approached the stone platform, a sudden radiance emanated from it, enveloping the surroundings. The mountains felt an influx of information within their mind, revealing an ancient soul technique. This technique, known as Spirit Shadow Step, had the power to instantaneously elevate their speed to astonishing levels, while simultaneously conjuring illusions to bewilder adversaries during movement. Shan Chuan has successfully mastered this soul skill, and he joyfully expressed his gratitude to the Spirit Rabbit, saying, "Thank you, Spirit Rabbit." The Spirit Rabbit smiled and responded, "No need for thanks. I hope you thrive in this world." After bidding farewell to the cave, the Mountain River and Wind Wolf, along with the Spirit Rabbit, departed. His strength continued to ascend, and his renown gradually spread across the Douluo Continent. One day, they encountered a beleaguered team of spirit masters, which had nearly been annihilated by a formidable soul beast. The mountains and rivers, along with the Wind Wolf, intervened to aid them, successfully repelling the soul beast. The captain of the soul master team addressed Shan Chuan, saying, "You are truly remarkable. Would you be willing to join us in forming a team?" Shan Chuan pondered for a moment and concluded that having companions was always advantageous. Thus, he nodded in agreement. They formed a new team, continuing to inscribe the legendary tale of Shan Chuan in the perilous land of Douluo Continent. The precious soul rings of Douluo. As the team of new spirit masters journeyed forward, they heard whispers of an ancient valley ahead, reputed to be home to numerous formidable spirit beasts, as well as concealed peerless spirit artifacts and precious spirit rings. The members of the team were abuzz with excitement, yet Shan Chuan harbored his own contemplations. Gazing into the distance, he mused inwardly. This valley is undoubtedly fraught with peril, but I cannot afford to miss the opportunity to grow stronger. What are your thoughts, Wind Wolf? Shan Chuan inquired. Turning to his companion, Wind Wolf shook its head, its ears twitching occasionally. Shan Chuan, I sense a powerful and dangerous aura emanating from that place. However, if we wish to acquire greater strength, we must embrace the risks. Upon entering the valley, the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken with tension. Suddenly, a colossal spirit beast emerged before them. It was a millennia-old rock-armored beast. Its entire body was encased in heavy rock armor, each stone glistening with a metallic sheen, and its eyes resembled two immense rubies. Insignificant creatures, how dare you trespass into my domain? The deep voice of the rock-armored beast reverberated throughout the valley. Shan Chuan took a deep breath and stepped forward, addressing the venerable rock-armored beast. We did not intend to intrude upon your domain. We merely heard tales of the precious treasures that lie within, and we seek opportunities to enhance our own strength. The rock-armored beast let out a furious roar, declaring, I have heard of the insatiable greed of your kind. Today, I shall not allow you to depart easily. At that moment, some members of the team were eager to launch an assault, but Shan Chuan hastily intervened. Let us not act rashly. This rock-armored beast is formidable. We must deliberate our course of action carefully. As Shan Chuan pondered his strategies, he conversed with the Wind Wolf beside him. Wind Wolf, do you possess the ability to disrupt its line of sight? The Wind Wolf nodded in affirmation. I can emit a unique aura to confuse it, but only for a brief moment. Then let us seize this opportunity. I shall endeavor to identify its defensive vulnerabilities, Shan Chuan declared. The wind wolf immediately unleashed its aura, causing the rock-armored beast to momentarily lose focus. Taking advantage of this distraction, Shan Chuan circled to the side of the rock-armored beast, meticulously examining its bodily structure. He discerned that a portion of the beast's abdomen bore a slightly different hue, leading him to surmise that this might be its weak point. The mountains and rivers drew forth their sole weapon from their waist, a long blade radiating a cerulean glow. This exquisite weapon had been acquired during a previous adventure. It possessed the remarkable ability to enhance the wielder's attack power by 30%, while also bestowing an icy effect upon their strikes. The mountains and rivers unleashed the skill Ice Blade break armor from the long sword, which manifested as a lengthy blade of ice, piercing towards the vulnerable abdomen of the rock-armored beast. Sensing the imminent danger, the creature attempted to evade. Yet the disruptive aura of the wind wolf rendered its movements sluggish. The ice blade successfully struck its abdomen, leaving a fissure upon the rocky armor. Enraged, the rock-armored beast roared fiercely, swinging its colossal claws toward the mountains and rivers. Shan Chuan swiftly leaped back, his companions simultaneously launching their assaults on the armored beast to divert its attention. Under the onslaught of their collective efforts, the armored beast gradually began to wane in strength. Seizing the opportune moment, Shan Chuan unleashed another strike. He channeled his soul power into his long blade, activating a new skill, the Deathly Slash. A brilliant radiance erupted from the blade as a colossal wave of light surged forth, cleaving towards the armored beast. This time, the creature could not withstand the force and fell with a resounding crash. As the armored beast collapsed, a black soul ring materialized upon its forehead. Shan Chuan recognized this as a Millennium Soul Ring, a tremendous opportunity for him. However, he was acutely aware that absorbing it would entail significant peril. Shan Chuan's heart was in turmoil. He understood that a failed absorption could result in severe repercussions for himself. Shan Chuan, you must deliberate carefully, advised an elder soul master from the team. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth, recalling the myriad experiences he had encountered in the Douluo Continent. He remembered his aspiration to protect his companions and his dream of becoming a formidable soul master. I have resolved to give it a try, Shan Chuan declared with conviction. He approached the corpse of the rock-armored beast, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the process of absorbing the soul ring, adhering to the method he had learned previously. The forehead of the mountain began to bead with fine droplets of sweat, while a radiant glow enveloped his body. The surrounding soul energy surged towards him incessantly as the black, millennia-old soul ring gradually approached, encircling itself around his soul ring. Shan Chuan felt his soul power surging within him like a tumultuous tide, threatening to rupture his meridians. He clenched his jaw tightly, continuously channeling his soul energy in an effort to master this overwhelming force. Throughout the process of absorbing the soul ring, myriad illusions flooded his mind. He envisioned himself becoming the most formidable soul master in this realm, safeguarding those he cherished and his comrades. Yet, he also beheld the harrowing prospect of being consumed by the very power of the soul ring, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Nevertheless, his conviction remained unwavering as he repeatedly reassured himself of his impending success. After a grueling struggle, Shan Chuan finally absorbed the millennia-old soul ring. Rising to his feet, he sensed a profound transformation in his strength. His soul power level surged significantly, and he acquired a new soul skill, the Rock Armor Shield. This ability allowed him to summon a layer of rocky armor for protection, absorbing a portion of incoming attack power and converting it into his own soul energy. The news of Shan Chuan successfully absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring spread throughout the entire team, bringing joy to all. However, Shan Chuan remained humble and unpretentious. He understood that in the fiercely competitive Douluo Continent, there were still many areas in which he needed to learn and improve. He continued to explore the valley alongside his companions. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, suffused with an ancient and enigmatic aura. Upon entering the cave, they were awestruck by the scene before them. The walls of the cave were adorned with a myriad of intricate patterns, seemingly narrating the ancient history of the Douluo Continent. At the innermost recess of the cave stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a uniquely designed soul tool. This soul tool took the form of a bow, its body shimmering with a golden radiance, while the quiver held an arrow that radiated a spectrum of colors. As Shan Chuan stepped forward and grasped the bow and arrow, He felt a surge of formidable power course through his body. This bow and arrow were extraordinary. They must belong to the sacred class of soul artifacts. Shan Chuan exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, a soul beast concealed within the cave revealed itself. It was a holy soul beast known as the radiant spirit deer. Its body emanated a dazzling brilliance, and its antlers shimmered with a crystalline transparency. Humans, you should not take this bow and arrow. It is a sacred relic of our soul beast clan, the radiant spirit deer declared. Shan Chuan hastily elucidated, Elder Radiant Spirit Deer, we harbor no intention of offense. We merely stumbled upon this place and discovered this bow and arrow. The Radiant Spirit Deer regarded Shan Chuan, seemingly sensing his sincerity. Humans, it spoke. This bow and arrow possess formidable power, yet they are accompanied by immense peril. Only those destined may wield them. Upon a stirring of the heart amidst the mountains and rivers, he contemplated that perhaps he was the destined individual. The Radiant Spirit Deer continued, stating that if they wish to claim this bow and arrow, they must first pass my trial. Shan Chuan gazed at the bow and arrow in his hand, then turned his attention to the Radiant Spirit Deer. He nodded and declared, Elder, I am willing to accept the challenge. The Radiant Spirit Deer returned the nod and said, Very well. My trial requires you to locate a spirit pearl that radiates a spectrum of colors within a forest teeming with illusions. This forest is fraught with perilous soul beasts and numerous traps. You must proceed with caution. Mountains and rivers ventured into the enchanted forest. A veil of mist enveloped the woods, severely constraining the clarity of his vision. He could only rely on his acute spiritual perception to navigate forward. Suddenly, a colossal spider spirit beast descended from the trees. This spider spirit beast was the legendary 1,000-year-old venomous shadow spider, whose venom could instantaneously claim the life of an ordinary spirit master. Shan Chuan swiftly drew his long blade, addressing the poison shadow spider, Do not hinder me. The poison shadow spider expelled a lengthy silk thread aimed directly at Shan Chuan. He summoned the rock armor shield, effectively intercepting the silk with its protective barrier. The mountain river swung a long blade, aiming it at the venomous shadow spider. The spider, agile and swift, deftly evaded the assault and retaliated by spitting forth a stream of venom towards the mountain river. Mountains and rivers unleash icy blades that shatter armor, as a shard of frost darts towards the venom, encasing it in a crystalline prison midair. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan unleashed his ethereal shadow step, swiftly approaching the venomous shadow spider, and with a single stroke, he dispatched the creature. He pressed onward, tirelessly searching through the forest for the elusive spirit pearl. At long last, deep within the woods, he beheld the gem radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. As he grasped the spirit pearl, the illusionary forest faded away. Shan Chuan returned before the Radiant Spirit Deer, cradling the spirit orb in his hands. The Radiant Spirit Deer gazed at the orb and nodded. Human, you have passed my trial. This bow and arrow are now yours. Shan Chuan joyfully grasped the bow, feeling an extraordinary bond with this artifact-level soul weapon. He departed the cave with his companions, bow in hand. Along the journey out of the valley, Shan Chuan encountered various other soul beasts. Some approached with the intent to attack, while others sought to forge a friendship. The mountains and rivers, along with the wind and wolves, engage in interactions with these soul beasts. They have forged contracts with certain benevolent soul beasts, becoming companions. As the companions of Shan Chuan increased, so too did his formidable strength. He was acutely aware that his legend continued to unfold upon this Douluo Continent. He resolved to strive ceaselessly to become the most powerful soul master in this realm, safeguarding those he cherished and his comrades. They embarked on a new journey, venturing into uncharted territories. Shan Chuan's heart brimmed with anticipation and confidence for the future. He believed that through unwavering diligence, he could realize his aspirations. The unique bond he forged with the soul beasts would serve as a vital asset in his endeavors on the Douluo Continent. Together with these soul beast allies, he would confront the myriad challenges that lay ahead, crafting a glorious chapter of their own. As he delved deeper into the continent, Shan Chuan's renown burgeoned. He emerged as a legendary figure in the eyes of many soul masters, and his tale resonated throughout the Douluo Continent. Meanwhile, he relentlessly explored the secrets of soul beasts, soul tools, and soul rings, striving to enhance his prowess as he ascended towards the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. The awakening of Shan Chuan in Douluo. On the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan stood gazing at the distant undulating mountains, his heart brimming with boundless ambition and yearning. He An ordinary mortal from a mundane world had traversed into this realm replete with fantasy and adventure for several months. During this time, he had endured countless tribulations and challenges. Yet he had also garnered invaluable friendships and strength. Shan Chuan, you seem lost in thought again. The voice of Feng jolted him back to reality. Feng was his first soul beast companion, a wolf spirit imbued with the power of the wind, its keen gaze always betraying a deep loyalty and concern for Shan Chuan. Feng, I ponder the many places we have traversed on this continent and the myriad soul beasts we have encountered. Yet, it seems my soul power always falls just short. Unable to ascend to a higher realm, Shan Chuan confessed, a slight frown creasing his brow as a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Feng gently reassured him, Shan Chuan. The enhancement of soul power requires both time and opportunity. You have already exerted considerable effort. Moreover, have we not been in search of soul beasts and soul tools capable of aiding your breakthrough? Indeed, I too believe that one day I shall discover my destined opportunity. Shan Chuan replied, inhaling deeply as he regained his resolve. At that moment, an unusual commotion arose from the distant forest, as if some colossal entity were navigating through it. Shan Chuan and Feng exchanged a glance, excitement and caution flickering in their eyes. Let us investigate the source of that sound, Shan Chuan declared, leading the way towards the noise, with Feng closely following. Navigating through the dense thicket, they arrived at a clearing where a colossal soul beast was engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of lower-tier soul beasts. This formidable creature was a pinnacle-level flame lion king, its body adorned with a mane akin to flames, its eyes ablaze with fervent fire, exuding an imposing presence. Flame Lion King, why do you trouble yourself with these lesser soul beasts? Shan Chuan called out, attempting to halt the confrontation. The Flame Lion King turned its head, fixing its gaze upon Shan Chuan, momentarily taken aback, before revealing a disdainful expression. Human, do you presume to meddle in my affairs? These inferior soul beasts have disturbed my cultivation. Naturally, I must cleanse my domain. While cultivation is indeed vital, it should not come at the expense of harming the innocent. If you could temper your strength, perhaps such conflicts could be avoided, Shan Chuan urged patiently, fully aware of the pride and obstinacy inherent in soul beasts, yet still hoping for a peaceful resolution. Human admonitions hold no sway over me. However, if you can withstand a single strike from me without faltering, I might consider sparing them. The Flame Lion King's eyes glimmered with cunning, seemingly doubting Shan Chuan's capabilities. As the mountains and rivers smiled faintly, he discerned that this was an opportunity presented by the Flame Lion King, as well as a formidable trial. He swiftly entered a state of combat, his soul power circulating within him, while the soul weapon in his grasp, a long blade radiating a blue luminescence, emanated a chilling glow. Come forth, Flame Lion King. Allow me to witness your prowess, Shan Chuan declared loudly, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve and confidence. The Flame Lion King emitted a thunderous roar, and in an instant, a powerful blaze erupted around its form, coalescing into a massive fireball that surged toward Shan Chuan. With a focused gaze, he unleashed a flurry of icy blades from his long knife, colliding with the fireball and producing a hissing sound. As the contrasting elements of ice and fire danced vividly in the air, the battle raged on for an extended period, during which Shan Chuan adeptly evaded the Flame Lion King's assaults through his soul techniques and weaponry, all the while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Gradually, the Flame Lion King began to regard Shan Chuan with newfound respect, astonished by the strength of this human soul master. Ultimately, in a moment of clever retaliation, Shan Chuan's long knife grazed the mane of the Flame Lion King. Although it resulted in but a slight wound, it elicited a pang of pain from the majestic creature. Well done, human. You have passed my test. I, the Flame Lion King, am willing to forge a pact with you and become your soul beast companion. The voice of the Flame Lion King carried a note of reverence as it lowered its head, offering a strand of its mane into Shan Chuan's hand. Mountains and rivers intertwined with the mane, a warm current surged within his heart. He understood that this was not merely a powerful spirit beast companion, but a profound embodiment of trust and responsibility. Clutching the mane firmly in his grasp, he infused it with his own soul power, merging it into his soul ring. Flame Lion King, we welcome you to our ranks, Shan Chuan proclaimed with a smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. The Flame Lion King rose, shaking its mane and emitting a jubilant roar. The surrounding lower-tier spirit beasts sensed this aura of peace and gradually dispersed. Shan Chuan, You are truly remarkable, Wind Wolf remarked, admiration gleaming in its eyes. This achievement is the result of our collective efforts, Shan Chuan humbly replied, aware that without Wind Wolf's assistance, he could not have smoothly passed the trial of the Flame Lion King. Next, we must seek out the spirit artifacts that can aid in your breakthrough of soul power. Wind Wolf reminded. Indeed, I have heard whispers of an ancient ruin deep within the continent, where countless treasures and powerful spirit artifacts lie hidden. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Shan Chuan's eyes. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set forth at once, Wind Wolf exclaimed, eager to embark on the adventure. Mountains and rivers nodded, accompanied by the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, as they ventured towards the ancient ruins. They traversed through dense forests and crossed numerous rivers, enduring countless hardships along the way. At last, on a night shrouded in darkness and wind, they arrived at the entrance of the ruins. The site was enveloped by a mysterious barrier, emanating an eerie glow. This barrier seemed to possess formidable power, necessitating cautious approach. Mountains and rivers gazed at the barrier, a serious expression flickering in his eyes. Allow me to attempt, declared the Flame Lion King, stepping forward, flames erupting around him, forming a colossal fireball aimed at the barrier. However, as the fireball made contact, it was repelled by a powerful force. Clearly, this barrier was not easily breached. After a moment of contemplation, mountains and rivers suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Wind Wolf, why not harness your power of wind? The Wind Wolf nodded, and a tempest swirled around him. Rushing toward the barrier, the fierce winds collided with the barrier, producing a howling sound, and a crack began to appear. Excellent, Wind Wolf, continue your assault. I shall assist you. Mountains and rivers drew his sword and unleashed the ice blade breakthrough skill, sending shards of ice towards the emerging fissure, aiding the Wind Wolf in widening the crack. Through their combined efforts, the barrier was finally shattered, a beam of light shooting from the ruins, illuminating the entire night sky. Quick, let us enter, mountains and rivers exclaimed excitedly, charging into the ruins with his companions. The interior of the ruins was replete with ancient mechanisms and traps, yet, with his wisdom and courage, mountains and rivers deftly navigated each challenge. They traversed corridor after corridor, ultimately reaching the core of the ruins. There, they beheld a soul artifact, a long sword of archaic design. The sword radiated a faint golden light, its blade adorned with mysterious runes, resonating with a potent surge of soul energy. Is this the soul artifact we seek? Mountains and rivers approached cautiously, lifting the long sword, a warm and powerful force flooding into his being. Indeed, this sword harbors immense soul energy, capable of aiding you in transcending to a higher realm. The Wind Wolf's voice trembled with excitement. Yet, it seemed the sword possessed its own consciousness, awaiting a destined wielder. A flicker of doubt crossed Mountains and Rivers' eyes as he felt the powerful soul energy within the sword harmonizing with his own. Perhaps, you are that destined one, affirmed the Flame Lion King with conviction. Mountains and Rivers tightly gripped the long sword. He closed his eyes and began to attempt communication with the soul power within the blade. His own soul force coursed through his body, intertwining with that of the sword, releasing a tremendous energy that erupted within him. A pained groan escaped Shan Chuan's lips as he felt the overwhelming soul power battering against him, as though his meridians were on the verge of rupture. Yet, he did not yield. He clenched his teeth and continuously circulated his soul force, striving to master this formidable energy. Amidst the agony and struggle, Shan Chuan's soul power finally shattered the confines of its limitations, reaching a new realm. A brilliant radiance enveloped his body, and the long sword emitted a clear, melodic chime, as if celebrating his breakthrough. I have succeeded. Shan Chuan opened his eyes, tears of excitement glistening within them. He could sense the immense soul power within him, signifying a qualitative leap in his strength. Shan Chuan, you are truly remarkable. The Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King approached, their eyes brimming with admiration and joy. This achievement is a result of everyone's support. I could not have reached this realm without you all, Shan Chuan replied with a smile, fully aware that without the unwavering support of his companions, such a smooth breakthrough would have been impossible. Next, we shall continue our adventures on this continent, seeking greater opportunities and growing stronger, Shan Chuan declared resolutely, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Indeed, our legend has only just begun, the Wind Wolf exclaimed, brimming with excitement for the adventures that lay ahead. The Flame Lion King also let out a joyous roar, its eyes glimmering with dreams of what was to come. The mountains and rivers, accompanied by their companions, embarked upon a new journey. They left behind their footprints and legends on this land of Douluo Continent. Their tales shall be sung by future generations, becoming an enduring legacy in the soul abyss of Douluo. At the edge of the Douluo Continent, Shan Chuan gazed upon the mysterious realm shrouded in mist, a surge of indescribable excitement and trepidation swelling within him. This was the fabled soul abyss, a place teeming with the unknown and peril, yet brimming with boundless opportunities. It was said that those who dared to enter would either gain formidable soul rings and soul artifacts or meet their demise, leaving no trace behind. Shan Chuan, have you truly resolved to venture inside? The voice of the wind wolf carried a note of concern, its keen gaze fixed intently upon Shan Chuan, as if seeking any hint of wavering resolve in his eyes. Wolf, I am aware of the dangers that lie ahead. Yet I also understand that only by entering the soul abyss can I uncover the key to transcending into the tidal Douluo realm. A faint smile graced Shan Chuan's lips, his eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. Moreover, we have prepared for this moment for so long. With you by my side, I have nothing to fear. The blazing Lion King stepped forward, its massive form gently nudging Shan Chuan. In a deep, resonant voice tinged with reassurance, it proclaimed, Shan Chuan, we are your allies. No matter the perils that await us, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder in the face of adversity. As warmth enveloped Shan Chuan's heart, he realized that with the companionship of the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, he possessed the fortitude to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Drawing a deep breath, he boldly stepped into the Soul Abyss secret realm. Instantly, mist surrounded them, blurring their vision. Shan Chuan had to rely solely on his soul power to cautiously navigate forward. He could sense a formidable wave of soul power permeating the air around him, eliciting both excitement and wariness. The potency of the soul energy here was immense, and every step felt fraught with peril. The voice of the Wind Wolf trembled slightly, yet it remained steadfastly at Shan Chuan's side. Indeed, the soul beasts here were of exceptionally high rank. Caution was imperative, Shan Chuan advised, gripping tightly onto the golden longsword, a soul weapon he had acquired from the ruins, which had now become his most reliable ally. At that moment, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the front, causing the nerves of Shan Chuan and his companions to tense instantly. They swiftly entered a battle-ready stance, prepared to face the impending threat. A colossal soul beast emerged from the mist, a peak-level 9th-grade shadow python, measuring several dozen meters in length, its body cloaked in black scales, and its eyes resembling two black gemstones, radiating a chilling glow. Humans, how dare you trespass into my territory? You seek death. The voice of the shadow python resonated with fury, its immense form unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy that scattered the surrounding mist. Shadow python, we harbor no intent of enmity. We merely pass through this place, Shan Chuan declared loudly, striving to avert an unnecessary confrontation. Merely passing through. This is the soul abyss secret realm. None may depart easily. A glint of cunning flashed in the shadow python's eyes. Unless you can defeat me. The mountains and rivers bore witness that the battle had become inevitable. With swiftness, he unsheathed his golden longsword and unleashed the golden radiant slash, a beam of shimmering light directed towards the shadow serpent. Simultaneously, the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King launched their own assaults. The Wind Wolf conjured a fierce gale to obscure the shadow serpent's vision, while the Flame Lion King expelled a torrent of searing flames aimed at the serpent's form. The shadow serpent let out a thunderous roar, coiling its massive body to deflect all of Shan Chuan's strikes. Suddenly, its colossal form lunged forward, aiming to pounce upon him. Shan Chuan hastily retreated, wielding his long sword in a flurry, crafting a tapestry of golden blades in an attempt to thwart the serpent's advance. The clash endured for an extended duration, with both sides sustaining varying degrees of injury. Shan Chuan's soul power gradually dwindled, yet he persevered, acutely aware that surrender would doom their escape from this secret realm. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled the sensation of absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, the flow of soul power intertwining with the ring's essence. Swiftly, he recalibrated his focus, channeling his soul power into the golden longsword, activating the abyssal eruption skill. The sword emitted a resonant chime, and a formidable pillar of golden light burst forth from its tip, striking the shadow serpent squarely in the head. The serpent's anguished wail pierced the air as its gargantuan form was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. You have bested me, the shadow serpent. its voice tinged with reluctance, as its vast body began to shimmer and fade, ultimately vanishing into the mist. "We have triumphed," exclaimed the Wind Wolf, its keen eyes alight with joy. "Indeed, we have prevailed," Shan Chuan replied with a smile, his heart brimming with exhilaration and pride. He recognized that this battle not only secured their victory, but also bestowed upon them invaluable experience and growth. "Next, we shall delve deeper into the abyssal realm in search of greater opportunities," he declared resolutely, his gaze sparkling with anticipation for the future. "Shan Chuan, you are truly remarkable." The Flame Lion King's voice bore a hint of admiration, its formidable form closely trailing behind him. "Indeed, Shan Chuan, you possess the uncanny ability to unleash extraordinary power at critical moments," the Wind Wolf concurred, its eyes filled with respect. As Shan Chuan smiled faintly, he understood that all of this was made possible by the unwavering support and assistance of his companions. Taking a deep breath, he led his allies further into the Soul Abyss secret realm. With the passage of time, they encountered an increasing number of formidable soul beasts, each battle laden with peril and challenge. Yet, drawing upon his own wisdom and courage, alongside the collaboration of his comrades, Shan Chuan repeatedly triumphed over his adversaries, securing precious soul rings and soul artifacts. During a confrontation with a pinnacle-level frost giant bear, Shan Chuan acquired a Millennium Soul Ring and an Ice Attribute Soul Artifact, the Frost Shield. This artifact could create a layer of frost to shield Shan Chuan from harm, while also allowing him to convert a portion of the attacking force into his own soul power. "Shan Chuan, this artifact is remarkable," exclaimed Wind Wolf, its eyes shimmering with envy. "Indeed, with this soul artifact, our strength has significantly advanced," nodded the Blazing Lion King, its gaze brimming with anticipation. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "This is all inseparable from your assistance. We are a united team. Only through solidarity can we conquer all adversities. We shall always support you, Mountain River," declared the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King in unison, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Deep within the Soul Abyss, they stumbled upon a vast cavern, suffused with an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if concealing endless secrets. "What is this place?" Mountain River inquired with curiosity, his eyes shimmering with the light of exploration. "I know not, yet I sense great peril here," responded the Wind Wolf, its keen gaze fixed intently on the cave's entrance. "Indeed, the aura here is formidable. We must exercise utmost caution," the Flame Lion King cautioned, its eyes radiating a vigilant gleam. Shan Chuan nodded, aware that he must refrain from acting recklessly. Taking a deep breath, he stepped boldly into the cave. The Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King closely followed, vigilantly surveying their surroundings for any signs of danger. The interior of the cave was replete with various mechanisms and traps, yet Shan Chuan, with his intellect and valor, deftly navigated them one by one. They traversed corridor after corridor until they finally arrived at the heart of the cave. There, they beheld an oddly shaped soul artifact, a black longbow. The longbow emanated a faint black luminescence, its body intricately carved with enigmatic runes, pulsating with a formidable surge of soul power. "Is this the soul artifact we seek?" Shan Chuan approached cautiously, lifting the longbow with care, and an overwhelming force surged into his body in an instant. Indeed, this longbow harbors immense soul power, capable of propelling one to greater heights, the Wind Wolf exclaimed with a hint of excitement. However, it appeared that the longbow possessed a consciousness of its own, awaiting a fated individual. A flicker of doubt crossed Shan Chuan's eyes as he sensed the powerful soul energy within the bow resonating with his own. "Perhaps you are that destined one," the Flame Lion King's voice resonated with conviction. Shan Chuan grasped the longbow tightly, closing his eyes as he endeavored to establish a connection with the soul power contained within the bow. The essence of his soul coursed through his body, merging with the bow's spirit, unleashing a formidable force that surged within him. A pained groan escaped his lips as the overwhelming soul power battered his form, threatening to rupture his meridians. Yet he persevered, gritting his teeth and tirelessly channeling his soul energy, striving to tame this immense power. Amidst the agony and struggle, Shan Chuan's soul force ultimately transcended its limitations, ascending to a new realm. A brilliant radiance enveloped his being, and the longbow emitted a resounding twang, as if celebrating his breakthrough. "I have done it," Shan Chuan exclaimed, his eyes glistening with tears of exhilaration. He could feel the potent soul energy within him, marking a significant leap in his strength. "Shan Chuan, You are extraordinary. The Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King approached, their eyes brimming with admiration and joy. It is through everyone's support that I have achieved this realm. Shan Chuan replied with a smile, fully aware that without the encouragement of his companions, this triumph would not have been so seamless. Next, we shall continue our journey across this continent, forging bonds and contracts. After successfully repelling the dark forces, Shan Chuan gained widespread renown. However, he remained humble and unpretentious. On the contrary, he was acutely aware that in the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, countless unknown dangers and challenges awaited him. To further enhance his abilities, Shan Chuan resolved to venture into the heart of the Soul Beast Forest, accompanied by Huiying and Lingxue. This region harbored more formidable soul beasts and concealed deeper secrets regarding soul tools and soul rings. They navigated cautiously through the forest, where the trees grew increasingly tall and majestic, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the dense canopy, casting a mosaic of shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a deep and resonant roar echoed through the air, causing the leaves to rustle ominously. Before them stood a colossal bear-like soul beast, radiating a golden aura. Shan Chuan immediately recognized it as a millennium soul beast, possessing formidable strength. Shan Chuan felt a tightening in his heart, yet he quickly regained his composure. He exchanged a glance with Huiying and Lingxue, then brandished his soul weapon sword, assuming a battle stance. "Friends, let us proceed with caution," Shan Chuan murmured. Huiying was the first to charge at the Millennium Bear Soul Beast, deftly maneuvering around the creature with agility, launching intermittent attacks. Meanwhile, Lingxue stood nearby, channeling her soul power to bolster both Shan Chuan and Huiying. The Millennium Bear Soul Beast swung its enormous paws, attempting to strike Huiying. With nimble grace, Huiying dodged and leaped onto the bear's back, sinking his teeth into its flesh. "Huiying, beware of its counterattack," Shan Chuan shouted. The Millennium Bear Soul Beast furiously shook its body, trying to dislodge Huiying. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan charged forward with his sword in hand, infusing the blade with soul power. It blazed with brilliance as it lunged towards the Millennium Bear Soul Beast. However, the beast effortlessly deflected Shan Chuan's assault, regarding him with a scornful glance. "Human, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" The Millennium Bear Soul Beast rumbled. The mountains gazed into its eyes and declared, "I shall not yield easily. I respect your strength, yet I hope you will also honor the battle between us." The ancient bear spirit appeared to be moved by these words. It ceased its assault and settled upon the ground. "You humans are unlike others. You possess both courage and wisdom." The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to say, "I wish to befriend you. We can assist one another." The millennia-old spirit of the bear pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. I am willing to enter into a pact with you, but I must first witness your sincerity." In the heart of Shan Chuan, a flicker of joy ignited within him, for he recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity. He began to employ the art of contract, meticulously merging his soul power with that of the millennia-old bear spirit. After considerable effort, Shan Chuan successfully forged a pact with the ancient beast, bestowing upon it the name Talon. Talon's formidable strength significantly augmented the prowess of Shan Chuan and his companions. "Master, from this day forth, I shall safeguard you," Talon intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Shan Chuan joyfully patted his shoulder. "Very well. Let us embark on this exploration of the continent together." With the addition of Talon, their endeavors within the Soul Beast Forest became increasingly seamless. They encountered a multitude of soul beasts, some who became allies, while others remained neutral. As they delved deeper into the forest, Shan Chuan uncovered a unique convergence of soul energy. He sensed that this place might possess the power to aid him in awakening a new soul ring. Resolute in his decision, he chose to attempt the awakening here. He instructed his companions to stand guard around him, and then began his preparations. Shan Chuan settled cross-legged, meticulously attuning his soul power to its optimal state. His companions observed him anxiously from the side, hoping for success this time. "It must succeed," Shan Chuan silently affirmed within himself. He commenced the process of guiding the surrounding soul power to converge within his body, where it flowed in a continuous cycle. However, the process of awakening the soul ring proved tumultuous. A formidable backlash relentlessly assaulted Shan Chuan's form. "Master, hold on," cried Huiying, Lingxue, and Tailong in unison. Mountains and rivers bore down upon him, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. He felt as though his very soul was on the verge of being torn asunder. "I cannot surrender," My companions await my return, he fervently declared within the confines of his mind. He diligently recalibrated his soul energy, gradually suppressing the backlash that threatened to overwhelm him. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately succeeded in awakening a new soul ring. His power experienced a profound transformation, and he sensed the formidable strength bestowed by the newly acquired soul ring. With the awakening of the soul ring, he discovered that his soul weapon, the treasured sword, had also undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The gemstone embedded in the hilt radiated with an even more resplendent glow, and mysterious runes adorned the blade. As he wielded the sword, he realized its potency had intensified beyond measure. Furthermore, he was now able to execute a series of novel sword techniques, previously unfathomable to him. It appears this new soul ring has upgraded my soul weapon, he exclaimed with delight. His companions rejoiced in his triumph alongside him. Under Talon's guidance, they ventured to an ancient ruin, rich with secrets pertaining to soul beasts. Within the remnants of the past, they uncovered a wealth of ancient inscriptions and murals chronicling the history of soul beasts and showcasing some of their formidable skills. Shan Chuan and his companions meticulously examined the inscriptions and murals, uncovering a wealth of newfound knowledge. To their astonishment, the spirit beasts harbored numerous secrets. Shan Chuan exclaimed in wonder. They diligently documented these revelations, intending to delve deeper into their studies in the future. However, their fortunate circumstances were short-lived. A mysterious dark force re-emerged upon the Douluo Continent, one that was more formidable than any previous malevolent entity, beginning to corrupt both spirit beasts and humanity alike. Mountains and rivers, along with his companions, understood that they must rise once more. We cannot allow the forces of darkness to prevail, Mountains and Rivers declared resolutely. His companions nodded in agreement. They began to rally, uniting with other righteous forces to confront the sinister powers. In the final confrontation against the forces of darkness, Mountains and Rivers and his allies played a monumental role. Mountains and Rivers held the upgraded soul weapon sword, unleashing formidable swordsmanship as they charged toward the heart of the dark forces. Gray Shadow, Ling Shui, and Talon also showcased their utmost strength. Their cooperation was seamless, engaging in a desperate struggle against the dark powers. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately triumphed over the dark forces. The Douluo Continent was once again restored to peace. Mountains and his companions have risen to heroism, their deeds celebrated and recounted by the people. Standing atop the mountain, Shan Chuan gazed at the breathtaking Douluo Continent, his heart brimming with emotions. We have a long journey ahead, and this land is filled with countless secrets waiting for our exploration, he remarked. His companions stood beside him, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Thus, Shan Chuan, accompanied by his friends, embarked once more on a new expedition to inscribe their own legendary tale. In the southeastern expanse of the Douluo Continent lies a vast and enigmatic sea, perpetually shrouded in thick mist. It is said to conceal countless formidable soul beasts and ancient soul devices, yet few dare to venture into its depths. Standing at the shoreline, Shan Chuan contemplated the unknown waters, a powerful desire for adventure surging within him. Shan Chuan, have you truly resolved to journey into those waters? Ling Shui inquired anxiously, her eyes reflecting concern. Indeed, there are too many mysteries awaiting our discovery, and perhaps we may uncover opportunities to enhance our strength, Shan Chuan replied resolutely, his eyes gleaming with a yearning for adventure. Moreover, I sense a mysterious soul power calling to me. Then we shall accompany you. Both Huiying and Tai Long declared in unison, their expressions resolute. They boarded a specially crafted vessel and sailed into the enigmatic sea. The surface roiled with tumultuous waves, the thick fog rendering visibility perilously low. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, violently rocking the boat. Shan Chuan and his companions clung tightly to the railing, striving to maintain their balance. Be cautious, Shan Chuan shouted. As an immense figure leaped from the depths, the silhouette of a gigantic whale soul beast, measuring several dozen meters in length and radiating a blue luminescence. Evidently a 10,000-year-old soul beast. This is a 10,000-year whale soul beast. We must approach with care. Shan Chuan swiftly unsheathed his soul device sword, its runes shimmering with a brilliant light. Huiying transformed into a shadow, darting around the whale soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Ling Shui harnessed her soul power to envelop Shan Chuan and Huiying in protective barriers. Tai Long, with a fierce roar, charged toward the whale soul beast, aiming to strike it with his massive paw. The whale soul beast swung its enormous tail, unleashing a torrent of waves that crashed toward them. Shan Chuan and his companions struggled to withstand the onslaught, but the sheer force of the waves threatened to capsize their vessel. This cannot continue. We must find a way to communicate with it, Shan Chuan exclaimed loudly. As Shan Chuan took a deep breath and summoned his soul power, he proclaimed loudly, "Ancient whale soul beast. We harbor no ill intentions. We have merely come to explore this oceanic expanse, and we hope you will grant us your mercy." The whale soul beast ceased its assault, turning its colossal form to gaze intently at Shan Chuan and his companions. "You humans dare to intrude upon my domain, yet you claim to mean no harm?" Its voice resonated with a deep, commanding timbre. "We truly bear no malice," Shan Chuan earnestly replied. "Our curiosity regarding the soul beasts and soul tools of this sea is profound, and we aspire to coexist peacefully with you and the inhabitants of this realm." The whale soul beast fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating its response. "Among your kind, few possess the understanding to respect soul beasts as you do. Very well, I shall spare you, but you must agree to one condition. Speak, and if it is within our capacity, we shall certainly comply," Shan Chuan responded without hesitation. "Help me drive away a group of malevolent soul beasts that have invaded my territory. They are wreaking havoc on the ecological balance here," the whale soul beast commanded. "We accept your request," Shan Chuan and his companions replied in unison. After assisting the whale soul beast in expelling the sinister intruders, its demeanor toward Shan Chuan and his allies shifted significantly. "You humans are indeed remarkable. I am willing to forge a covenant with you and become your ally." The mountains and rivers rejoiced with unrestrained fervor, for he understood that this was a rare opportunity. "We are immensely honored to forge this covenant with you. We shall forever hold you in esteem and march alongside you through thick and thin." Thus, he began to invoke the powers of the contract, gradually merging his soul energy with that of the whale soul beast. In harmonious response, the whale soul beast released its own soul energy, and the two essences intertwined, slowly becoming one. "Master, from this moment forth, I shall be your companion, and I will wield my strength to protect you," declared the whale soul beast, its voice imbued with unwavering loyalty. Mountains and rivers tenderly caressed the immense form of the soul whale beast. "Thank you, my new companion. Together we shall safeguard the tranquility of these waters." After forging a pact with the soul whale beast, the group continued their exploration of the enigmatic sea. One day, they stumbled upon a peculiar cave on a desolate island, emanating potent waves of soul energy. "This must hold the power to awaken my new soul ring," exclaimed Shan Chuan with exhilaration. He instructed his companions to stand guard outside the cave while he ventured in alone. The interior of the cave was dark and damp, yet the soul energy grew increasingly intense. Shan Chuan discovered an open space, settled cross-legged, and began to attune his soul energy. "This time, I must successfully awaken my new soul ring to enhance our forthcoming adventures," he silently vowed. He commenced directing the surrounding soul energy to converge within his body, which began to circulate, gradually forming a formidable vortex. However, the process of awakening the soul ring proved tumultuous. A sudden surge of powerful backlash assailed Shan Chuan's being, leaving him with an excruciating sensation as if his very insides were being torn apart. "Master, hold on," Gray Shadow, Spirit Snow, and Talon called anxiously from outside the cave. Mountains and rivers bore down with unwavering resolve, beads of perspiration glistening upon his brow. He felt as if his very soul were on the verge of being devoured by this retaliatory force. "I cannot surrender. My comrades await my return. I must awaken this soul ring," he silently proclaimed within. He tirelessly adjusted his soul power, striving to subdue the backlash. As time inexorably ticked away, his body grew increasingly feeble, yet he remained steadfast. At last, following a formidable surge of backlash, he successfully transformed that energy into the impetus for awakening his soul ring. His body erupted in a resplendent radiance, a formidable surge of soul power soaring skyward from within him. When the brilliance subsided, he slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had indeed awakened a new soul ring. His strength had experienced a qualitative leap. He could sense the immense power bestowed by the new soul ring. "I have succeeded," he exclaimed with fervor. His companions, hearing his voice, rushed into the cave, their hearts swelling with joy at his achievement. "Master, you are truly remarkable," Gray Shadow exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "Shan Chuan, your strength has surged tremendously. This is wonderful," Ling Shui remarked with a smile. Tyren, In his deep voice, added, "Master, we can now challenge even more formidable soul beasts." As Shan Chuan gazed upon his soul weapon, the sword, he noticed its transformation. The gems adorning the hilt gleamed more brilliantly, and the runes etched upon the blade appeared more distinct. Upon attempting to wield the sword, he discovered its power had grown significantly, now capable of executing new sword techniques. It seemed that this new soul ring had indeed enhanced his soul weapon, Shan Chuan exclaimed with delight. In this enigmatic marine expanse, the classification of soul beasts diverged from that on the continent. In addition to the common tiers of century, millennium, and 10,000-year ranks, there existed a unique classification known as the Ocean Soul Realm. Soul beasts within the Ocean Soul Realm are the most formidable entities of the ocean. Possessing the ability to command the forces of the sea, their strength immeasurable. The whale soul beast, a creature in the early stages of the Ocean Soul Realm, far surpassed the typical 10,000-year soul beasts in power. Through interactions with the whale soul beast, Shan Chuan and his companions gradually discerned the characteristics and habits of the Ocean Soul Realm soul beasts. The whale soul beast, though gentle in nature, could unleash tremendous strength when provoked. It held the ecological balance of this marine domain in high regard, forbidding any external forces from causing disruption. Master, I have observed that the soul beasts in this region possess a remarkable intelligence. They collaborate harmoniously to safeguard their territory, Gray Shadow remarked. Indeed, while the soul beasts here are of a higher rank, their relationships are remarkably harmonious. We are truly fortunate to have forged a pact with the whale soul beast, Ling Xue said with a smile. Talon then added, Master, we can learn various combat techniques from the whale soul beast to enhance our strength in marine battles. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. A splendid notion indeed. We may seek the wisdom of the whale spirit beast, perhaps uncovering methods to enhance our soul power. After successfully awakening the soul ring and forging a pact with the whale spirit beast, Shan Chuan stood atop the solitary island, gazing out over the vast ocean, his heart brimming with emotion. This enigmatic sea, indeed fraught with opportunities and challenges. Not only have I awakened a new soul ring, but I have also gained a formidable companion in the whale spirit beast. Our strength has markedly increased, and now we are poised to explore the deeper reaches of the ocean, Shan Chuan mused silently. Yet, I am acutely aware that within this ocean lurk even more powerful spirit beasts and perilous challenges awaiting us. I must remain ever vigilant, continuously enhancing my prowess to safeguard my companions and preserve the peace of these waters. A resolute glimmer shone in Shan Chuan's eyes. I am convinced that as long as we unite in purpose and face adversity with courage, we shall undoubtedly inscribe our own legendary tale within this mysterious sea. Shan Chuan's heart was filled with anticipation for the future. Following a brief respite, Shan Chuan and his companions embarked once more on a new journey. They navigated their vessel into the deeper waters, eager to seek out greater unknowns and challenges. Master, ahead lies a vast coral reef, potentially guarded by powerful spirit beasts, Gray Shadow pointed out. Very well, let us investigate, Shan Chuan replied, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of adventure. Little did they know what awaited them ahead on the path of Douluo's counterattack. In the enigmatic ocean, Shan Chuan and his companions persist in their adventurous pursuits. The pact they forged with the soul whale has significantly augmented their prowess. However, they remain acutely aware that this mysterious sea conceals countless unknown perils and challenges. One day, as Shan Chuan stood contemplatively at the bow of the ship, Ling Xue approached him softly and inquired, Shan Chuan, what occupies your thoughts? The mountains and rivers gently lifted their gaze, peering into the distant mist, and mused, I wonder, our adventure has only just begun. How many secrets lie hidden in these waters, waiting for us to uncover? The shadow, emerging from the side, chuckled merrily, fear not. With us by your side, we can face any danger. Talon then rumbled in his deep voice, indeed, master. We shall grow ever stronger. At that moment, the vessel suddenly swayed violently, prompting everyone to brace themselves. The mountain's expression turned serious as he proclaimed, be cautious. Danger may be approaching. Sure enough, moments later, a colossal octopus spirit beast emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles toward the ship. The companions immediately entered a state of combat. The mountain brandished his sword, its runes shimmering with light as he leaped forth to strike at the tentacles of the octopus spirit beast. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring a formidable curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the creature's assault. The shadow darted like lightning amidst the tentacles, seeking an opening to attack, while Talon unleashed his immense strength, delivering a powerful blow to the beast's body. However, this octopus spirit beast proved to be exceedingly formidable. Its tentacles were incredibly resilient, and their assault struggled to make an impact. Just as they found themselves ensnared in peril, the whale spirit beast sensed the danger surrounding the mountain and his companions. Hastening to their aid, the whale spirit unleashed a tremendous roar, sending shockwaves that caused the octopus spirit beast's tentacles to tremble. It charged forth with its massive form, colliding with the octopus spirit beast, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan and his companions intensified their assault, ultimately driving back the octopus soul beast through their collective efforts. Following this battle, Shan Chuan came to the realization that they must continually elevate their strength. He resolved to seek out additional soul devices and soul rings to enhance both his own and his companions' combat prowess. In the days that followed, they continued their exploration of the enigmatic sea. One day, they arrived at a mysterious island, shrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist that obscured the interior from view. Shan Chuan cautiously remarked, "This island appears rather extraordinary. Everyone, tread carefully." They stepped gingerly onto the island, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Amidst the ruins, they stumbled upon a spear radiating a potent spiritual energy. Shan Chuan grasped the long spear, feeling the immense power it harbored within. This spear must undoubtedly be a formidable soul weapon, one that we can utilize to our advantage. Just as they were preparing to depart from the ruins, a fierce tiger-like soul beast suddenly materialized. This creature exuded a potent aura, clearly indicating that it was a powerful 10,000-year soul beast. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared for battle, with the gray shadow leading the charge against the ferocious tiger-like soul beast. Ling Shui stood nearby, channeling her soul power to provide support for Gray Shadow. Talon and the others soon joined the fray. The tiger-like soul beast was incredibly fierce, its rapid attacks making evasion extremely challenging. Nevertheless, the group stood resolute, their indomitable spirit and seamless coordination allowing them to engage in a breathtaking confrontation with the beast. During the struggle, Shan Chuan discerned that the beast's weakness lay in its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his spear towards the creature's eye. The tiger-like soul beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. They successfully vanquished the beast and acquired its soul ring. Shan Chuan absorbed the soul ring, further enhancing his strength. As their adventures in the enigmatic sea deepened, they encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts. On one occasion, they faced a colossal sea turtle soul beast, which possessed immense defensive capabilities, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan remarked, "We cannot engage in a direct confrontation. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities." They observed the movements of the sea turtle spirit beast and discovered that its abdomen was relatively soft, possibly indicating its weakness. Consequently, Shan Chuan formulated a plan. They would first divert the attention of the sea turtle spirit beast, leading it on a chase after them. At an opportune moment, Shan Chuan and Huiying swiftly maneuvered around to the rear of the sea turtle spirit beast to strike at its abdomen, while Ling Shui and Tai Long continued to engage it from the front. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the sea turtle spirit beast, acquiring its spirit ring and a precious spirit artifact. Throughout their adventure, Shan Chuan and his companions also encountered several other spirit masters, who were likewise seeking their fortunes within the enigmatic sea realm. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions in the mysterious sea continue unabated. Their pact with the whale soul beast has bestowed upon them formidable strength in this realm fraught with uncertainty, yet they are acutely aware that further challenges lie ahead. One day, as Shan Chuan stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the tumultuous waves, a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. Ling Shui approached and softly inquired, "Shan Chuan, what occupies your thoughts?" The mountains and rivers gently turned, gazing upon Ling Shui's exquisite visage, and spoke, "I ponder, when shall our adventure reach its conclusion? How many formidable soul beasts and enigmatic soul artifacts remain concealed within these waters, awaiting our discovery?" Ling Shui smiled and replied, "Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall face them together." At that moment, Huiying leaped over from the other end of the ship, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Hey, look over there. It seems something is stirring." The group followed Huiying's gesture and beheld a colossal whirlpool emerging on the distant sea surface. With a grave expression, Shan Chuan cautioned everyone. Be vigilant. This whirlpool may be more than it appears. They cautiously approached the whirlpool, when suddenly, a massive shark soul beast burst forth from its depths. This shark soul beast was enormous, its teeth razor-sharp, radiating an overwhelming aura of soul power. Mountains and rivers swiftly drew forth their swords, readying themselves for battle. Talon also let out a fierce roar, assuming a combat stance. Lingxue rapidly summoned her soul power, bestowing protective enhancements upon her companions. The shark spirit beast opened its gaping maw, lunging towards them. Mountains nimbly evaded the shark spirit beast's assaults while simultaneously seeking its vulnerabilities. Gray shadow darted around the shark spirit beast, attempting to divert its attention. After an intense confrontation, Mountains discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. He shouted to his comrades, "Attack its eyes." United in purpose, they ultimately succeeded in striking the shark spirit beast's eye. With a pained roar, it turned and fled back into the whirlpool. Once the battle concluded, they pressed onward. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious island enveloped in an enigmatic mist, obscuring their view of its interior. The mountains and rivers spoke cautiously. "This island appears rather extraordinary. Everyone should tread carefully." They ventured onto the island with great care, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Among the ruins, they unearthed a battle axe emanating a formidable spiritual energy. Shan Chuan grasped the battle axe, sensing the immense power it contained. This weapon must be a formidable soul artifact, one that we can adeptly wield. Just as they were poised to depart from the ruins, a colossal spider soul beast materialized unexpectedly. The spider soul beast was adorned with vibrant patterns, presenting a truly terrifying visage. The mountains and rivers prepared for battle with great urgency, as the valiant gray shadow surged forth to engage the formidable spider soul beast in a fierce confrontation. Lingxue, positioned at the side, summoned her soul power to provide essential support to Gray Shadow. Talon and Mountain Stream swiftly joined the fray. The spider soul beast, cunning in its nature, incessantly spewed forth webs in an attempt to ensnare them. However, Mountain Stream and his companions remained undaunted, their indomitable spirit and seamless coordination allowing them to embark on a breathtaking struggle against the creature. During the clash, Mountain Stream discerned that the abdomen of the spider soul beast was its Achilles heel. Seizing a fortuitous moment, he wielded his battle axe with precision, striking at the vulnerable area. The spider soul beast emitted a harrowing roar of agony before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the beast, claiming its soul ring as a hard-won prize. Mountain Stream absorbed the essence of the spider soul beast's soul ring, further enhancing his prowess. As their adventures in the mysterious sea deepened, they encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts. On one occasion, they faced a colossal flying dragon soul beast, renowned for its devastating attack power and swiftness, plunging them into a grueling battle. As Shan Chuan gazed at the soaring dragon soul beast, he pondered strategies in his mind. He addressed his companions, saying, "We must not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, we should devise a method to uncover its vulnerabilities." Observing the movements of the dragon soul beast, they discerned that its wings were its Achilles heel. Consequently, Shan Chuan formulated a plan. They would first divert the dragon soul beast's attention, leading it on a chase. At the opportune moment, Shan Chuan and Huaying swiftly maneuvered behind the beast to strike at its wings, while Lingxue and Tailong continued to captivate its focus from the front. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the dragon soul beast, acquiring its soul ring and a precious soul artifact. During their adventures, Shan Chuan and his companions encountered various other soul masters, all in search of their own fortunes within the enigmatic sea. Together, they exchanged experiences, offered mutual support, and confronted a myriad of challenges. One day, they came across a legend. According to the tale, deep within the mysterious sea resided an immensely powerful soul beast, possessing enigmatic powers. Capable of forging contracts with humans, the mysterious covenant of Douluo. The adventure of Shan Chuan and his companions in the enigmatic sea continues unabated. They engage in fierce battles with various formidable soul beasts, perpetually in search of new soul tools and soul rings to enhance their prowess. One day, while resting on a desolate island, Lingxue gazed thoughtfully at the distant sea and remarked, "Shan Chuan, how many secrets do you think this mysterious ocean conceals?" As the mountains and rivers approached Lingxue, gazing at the tumultuous sea, they remarked, "On our journey, we have encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and enigmatic soul instruments. The secrets of this maritime expanse are likely beyond our imagination. The gray shadow, leaping about with excitement, chimed in, hee, regardless of the multitude of secrets. We shall uncover them all. Talon, displaying a steady demeanor, added, Master, we must proceed with caution. The perils of this sea are not to be underestimated. At that moment, an unusual cry suddenly echoed from the sky. The group looked up to behold a colossal avian soul beast circling above. This magnificent creature boasted feathers of dazzling hues, its wings spanning over 10 meters, and its eyes shimmered with a mysterious glow. Shan Chuan warily remarked, Everyone be cautious. This soul beast appears formidable. The avian soul beast suddenly swooped down, launching an assault upon them. Instantly, Shan Chuan and the others entered a state of combat. Lingxue unleashed her soul power, summoning a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the beast's onslaught. Huiying transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting around the avian soul beast, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Tailong let out a fierce roar and charged at the creature, aiming to strike it with his enormous paw. However, the avian soul beast was exceedingly agile, effortlessly evading their attacks, while continuously unleashing powerful soul force shockwaves. With his sword drawn, Shan Chuan engaged in a fierce battle with the avian soul beast. He quickly realized that its speed was astonishingly swift, making it difficult to land a hit. In the midst of the fray, an idea struck him. He called out to Lingxue, use your soul power to manipulate the seawater and create a whirlpool to trap the avian soul beast. Without hesitation, Lingxue channeled her soul power, commanding the seawater to form a colossal whirlpool. The avian soul beast found itself ensnared, unable to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan surged forward and pierced the beast's wing with his sword. The creature emitted a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground. The group successfully defeated the avian soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Through this battle, Shan Chuan and his companions recognized that in this enigmatic sea realm, they must continually enhance their abilities to confront the myriad of powerful soul beasts. Shortly thereafter, they heard a legend concerning a mysterious soul artifact. According to the tale, deep within the mystical sea, there existed an ancient staff endowed with immense power, capable of controlling various soul beasts. Shan Chuan was profoundly intrigued by the legend, and he resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic staff. Following the clues of the tale, they arrived at a mysterious island shrouded in an ethereal mist that obscured their vision of the surroundings. Shan Chuan cautiously warned, be vigilant, for this island may conceal peril. They treaded carefully onto the island, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient ruins. Deep within the remnants of the past, they finally uncovered the fabled staff, which emanated a formidable spiritual energy and was adorned with a magnificent gemstone. As Shan Chuan grasped the staff, he was enveloped by the immense power it harbored. At that moment, a colossal serpentine soul beast materialized unexpectedly. This serpent-like creature was covered in shimmering scales, its eyes aglow with a crimson light, and it unleashed a stream of black venom from its maw. Shan Chuan and his companions immediately prepared for battle, with the shadowy figure of Huiying charging forth to engage in a fierce confrontation with the serpentine soul beast. Lingxue, positioned nearby, harnessed her spiritual energy to provide support to Huiying. Talon and Shan Chuan soon joined the fray. The serpentine soul beast was exceedingly ferocious, its venom possessing a formidable corrosive quality that made it perilous to approach. Nevertheless, Shan Chuan and his comrades did not falter, fueled by their indomitable spirit and seamless cooperation. They embarked on a breathtaking struggle against the beast. During the clash, Shan Chuan discerned that the creature's 7-inch mark was its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy from his staff, striking the serpentine soul beast at its vulnerable point. The beast emitted a piercing roar of anguish before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphantly vanquished the serpentine soul beast, securing its soul ring as a reward. Through this encounter, Shan Chuan and his allies gained a profound understanding of the mysterious staff's power. They resolved to wield its strength to forge covenants with more soul beasts, collectively safeguarding this enigmatic maritime realm. In the ensuing days, they continued their adventures within the mystical sea, encountering a diverse array of soul beasts, colossal turtle soul beasts, ferocious lion soul beasts, and agile monkey soul beasts, among others. Each soul beast possessed unique abilities and personalities, presenting Shan Chuan and his companions with new challenges to navigate. On the mysterious continent of Douluo, Mountain River and his companions persist in their adventurous journey. They traverse treacherous terrains, engaging in battles against formidable soul beasts, all the while seeking new soul tools and soul rings to enhance their prowess. One day, as they rested in an ancient forest, Ling Shui leaned against a grand tree, gazing at the sky, and contemplatively remarked, "Mountain River, when do you think we shall discover more powerful soul tools?" Shan Chuan sat nearby, polishing the sword in his hand, and remarked, "I am uncertain, but I firmly believe that with relentless effort, we shall ultimately reap the rewards." The gray shadow danced excitedly on a nearby branch, exclaiming, I sense that we shall soon encounter a formidable soul weapon. Perhaps the next one will be extraordinarily powerful." Talon, standing steadfastly to the side, vigilantly observed the surroundings and cautioned, "Master, we must not let our guard down. This land is fraught with unknown dangers." Just then, a deep roar echoed through the forest, and everyone instantly became alert. Shan Chuan tightened his grip on the sword and whispered, "Be cautious, a soul beast approaches." Shortly thereafter, a colossal bear-shaped soul beast emerged from the thicket. Towering several meters high, its body was covered in thick black fur, and its eyes gleamed with a menacing red light. Its claws were razor-sharp, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Ling Shui gasped, "This soul beast appears to be immensely powerful." Shan Chuan calmly declared, "Everyone, remain composed. Let us advance together." Instantly, the group entered a state of combat readiness. Ying was the first to charge forward, transforming into a shadow that swiftly darted around the bear soul beast, seeking its vulnerabilities. Ling Shui summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water to shield the others from any sudden onslaught from the beast. With a fierce roar, Talon lunged at the bear soul beast, striking it with his massive paw. The beast responded with a thunderous growl, its claws slashing through the air as it engaged the group in a fierce battle. Shan Chuan adeptly evaded the bear soul beast's assaults, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. He noted that while the beast possessed formidable strength, its movements were relatively sluggish. During the fray, Shan Chuan urged his companions, "Let us coordinate our efforts, target its legs to unbalance it." Obeying Shan Chuan's command, the group focused their assaults on the beast's legs. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the bear soul beast. The group acquired its soul ring, and upon absorbing it, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement of his abilities. As they continued along their journey, they encountered a legend surrounding a mystical soul artifact. It was said that within a distant, enigmatic valley lay a sword imbued with extraordinary powers. This sword once belonged to a powerful soul master and had the ability to summon devastating soul storms, obliterating any adversaries in its path. The mountains and rivers were steeped in curiosity regarding this legend. Thus, he resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic sword. Following the clues woven into the tale, they journeyed to the mysterious valley. A layer of enigmatic mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the circumstances within. Mount Chuan cautiously remarked, "Be wary, for this valley may conceal peril." With utmost care, they ventured into the gorge, discovering an array of peculiar flora and ancient relics scattered throughout. Deep within the remnants, they finally unearthed the enigmatic sword. The blade was embedded in a colossal rock, emanating a formidable surge of spiritual energy. Mount Chuan stepped forward and gently grasped the hilt, immediately feeling a powerful force surge through him. At that moment, a gigantic serpentine soul beast emerged from the ground. This serpent soul beast shimmered with a violet glow, its eyes gleaming like precious gems. Its body stretched for dozens of meters, and it expelled a stream of black venom. Ling Shui exclaimed in terror, "How fearsome this soul beast is!" The mountains and rivers spoke calmly, "Fear not, we shall fight together." Instantly, everyone prepared for battle. The gray shadow transformed into a dark silhouette, swiftly darting around the serpent soul beast in an attempt to divert its attention. Ling Shui summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of ice to shield against the beast's venomous assault. Talon let out a fierce roar as he charged towards the serpent soul beast, engaging in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. Shan Chuan wielded a mysterious sword, engaging in a breathtaking battle with the soul serpent beast. He discovered that the sword possessed formidable power, effortlessly slicing through the beast's scales. Throughout the fierce conflict, Shan Chuan relentlessly sought the creature's vulnerabilities. After a strenuous struggle, He finally discerned that the beast's 7-inch mark was its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, he plunged the sword decisively into this critical point. The soul serpent let out an anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphed over the beast, securing its soul ring. Shan Chuan gazed at the Douluo's boundary-breaking quest in his hand. The adventures of Mountain River and his companions in the Douluo Continent continue unabated. They have just vanquished a formidable serpentine soul beast, earning a precious soul ring, while the enigmatic sword has significantly enhanced their strength. This sword is truly remarkable, Ling Shui exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The mountains and rivers gently caressed the blade of the sword, sensing the immense power it contained. Indeed, with this sword in hand, we would embark on our forthcoming adventures with renewed confidence. The spirited gray shadow bounced nearby, exclaiming, "Let us hasten to seek out more soul artifacts and soul beasts." Talon, with a composed demeanor, cautioned, "Master, we must not let our guard down. The Douluo Continent harbors many unknown dangers." They pressed onward, encountering a myriad of soul beasts along their journey. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a colossal avian soul beast. Its wings spanned over 10 meters, and its feathers were as resilient as steel, while its eyes glimmered with a piercing light. "Be cautious. This soul beast is formidable," warned Shan Chuan, his vigilance heightened. Ling Shui swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in preparation for the avian creature's assault. Gray Shadow transformed into a shadowy figure, swiftly circling the soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. With a fierce roar, Talon charged at the avian soul beast, attempting to overpower it with his immense strength. The creature emitted a shrill cry, flapping its wings and summoning a tempestuous wind. Armed with the sword, Shan Chuan adeptly dodged the beast's attacks while seeking its vulnerabilities. "Everyone, take heed. This avian beast possesses remarkable speed. We must coordinate our efforts," Shan Chuan called out. After an intense battle, they finally discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, Shan Chuan unleashed a powerful soul attack with his sword, striking true at the avian soul beast's eye. The beast howled in agony as it plummeted to the ground. They acquired the soul ring from the avian creature, and upon absorbing it, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in strength. As they continued their adventure, they heard whispers of a legendary soul artifact shrouded in mystery. It was said that deep within an ancient mountain range, there lay a hidden cave harboring an extraordinarily powerful soul artifact, one that possessed the power to alter fate itself. Shan Chuan resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic soul artifact. They traversed dense forests and scaled towering mountains, ultimately arriving at the fabled cave. A shroud of mysterious mist enveloped the cave's entrance, obscuring the interior from view. Shan Chuan cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. This cave may be fraught with peril." They cautiously stepped inside, where darkness and dampness prevailed, and the walls shimmered with strange luminescence. Deep within the cave, they uncovered a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an armor radiating an enigmatic glow. Could this truly be the legendary soul artifact? Ling Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Shan Chuan stepped forward, scrutinizing the armor, which appeared remarkably formidable. "We must proceed with caution." Just as they prepared to grasp the armor, a colossal spider spirit beast descended from the cave's apex. This beast was adorned with sharp barbs, its eyes glimmering with a crimson light, and it emitted a viscous web from its maw. "This is dire. It's a spider spirit beast," Talon exclaimed. Instantly, the group assumed a combat stance, with Gray Shadow darting around the spider spirit beast, attempting to disrupt its movements. Ling Shui summoned her soul power, conjuring an ice wall to obstruct the webbing expelled by the beast. Meanwhile, Shan Chuan wielded his sword, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. The spider spirit beast was exceedingly cunning, continuously spewing webs in an effort to ensnare Shan Chuan and his companions. However, undeterred by fear, they fought valiantly with unwavering resolve and seamless cooperation, embroiling themselves in a breathtaking struggle. During the clash, Shan Chuan discerned that the beast's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword into the vulnerable area. The spider spirit beast emitted a harrowing roar before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the spider spirit beast, acquiring its soul ring. As Shan Chuan lifted the enigmatic armor, he felt the immense power it harbored within. Upon donning the armor, his strength surged significantly. They continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent, encountering more formidable spirit beasts and daunting challenges. On one occasion, they arrived at a mysterious desert, where fierce winds howled and sand enveloped the skies. Deep within the desert, they confronted a gigantic scorpion spirit beast. This creature loomed large, its poisonous stingers shimmering ominously. Its eyes glinted with a menacing red light, sending shivers down their spines. Everyone be cautious. This scorpion spirit beast is exceedingly perilous, Shan Chuan warned. Ling Xue unleashed her soul power once more. The adventurous journey of Shan Chuan and his companions across the Douluo Continent continues unabated. They have recently triumphed over a colossal scorpion soul beast in the enigmatic desert, securing a precious soul ring as a reward. At this moment, they are gathered together, deliberating their next course of action. Shan Chuan, we have encountered numerous formidable soul beasts, yet we have yet to discover the most superior soul tool, Ling Xue remarked. A slight frown adorning her brow. The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment before responding. I too have been contemplating this matter. However, I firmly believe that if we persevere, we shall undoubtedly discover the legendary soul artifact. The gray shadow, leaping about with excitement, chimed in. Indeed, indeed. We are certain to find it. Perhaps the next encounter will be just that. Tyran, with a composed demeanor, added, Master, we must exercise caution in our quest for the soul artifact, for formidable soul beasts may emerge at any moment. Just as they engaged in discussion, a stranger approached from afar. The traveler appeared weary, yet his gaze conveyed a profound determination. Greetings, he inquired. I have heard that you are in search of a powerful soul artifact. The mountains and rivers vigilantly gazed at the traveler and replied, Indeed. Do you possess any news? The traveler smiled and said, I am aware of a legend concerning a mystical soul artifact. It is said that on a distant, enigmatic island lies a sealed divine sword, endowed with unparalleled power, capable of severing all malevolence. Upon hearing this, Shan Chuan and the others were filled with a surge of excitement. Where's that island? Ling Xue inquired eagerly. The traveler shook his head and replied, I too am unaware of its precise location. But I have heard that a passage leading to that island only manifests at certain times and places. The mountains and rivers fell into deep contemplation. He understood that although this clue was vague, it was nonetheless worth pursuing. Thank you for your message. We shall continue our search, he said to the traveler. The traveler nodded and turned to depart. Mountains and rivers decided to continue their exploration of the Douluo Continent in search of the passage leading to the mysterious island. During this journey, they encountered numerous diverse soul beasts. On one occasion, they arrived at an ancient forest, shrouded in a mysterious mist that obscured the path ahead. Everyone, be cautious. The mist here is peculiar and may conceal danger, cautioned mountains. They treaded carefully into the forest when, suddenly, a colossal ape soul beast leaped down from the trees. Standing several meters tall, this ape was adorned with a coat of golden fur, its eyes shimmering with a glint of wisdom. This soul beast appears quite extraordinary, remarked Ling Xue. In an instant, Gray Shadow transformed into a shadowy figure and charged at the ape soul beast, seeking to gauge its strength. The ape effortlessly evaded Gray Shadow's attack and let out a thunderous roar. Mountains and rivers wielded their swords, poised for battle. The soul beast, a formidable monkey, swung its immense fists, hurling them towards the mountains and rivers. With agility, they evaded the onslaught while seeking an opportunity to strike. During the skirmish, they discerned the astonishing speed and immense strength of the monkey soul beast. Only through their combined efforts could they barely contend with its might. Continuing in this manner would yield no success. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities, declared mountains and rivers. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xue suggested, I believe its eyes may be a weakness. We could attempt to target them. Mountains and rivers nodded, then addressed Talon and Gray Shadow, instructing them to divert the creature's attention while he and Ling Xue sought an opportunity to strike at its eyes. Talon and Gray Shadow sprang into action, relentlessly assaulting the soul beast, leaving it no chance to focus on anything else. Meanwhile, Mountains and Ling Xue patiently searched for a moment to act. At last, when the soul beast launched an attack on Talon, they seized the opportunity. Together, they unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy that struck the creature's eyes with precision. The soul beast let out a painful roar and collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Following this battle, Mountains and his companions became increasingly cautious. They continued their quest across the Douluo Continent in search of a passage to the mysterious island. Finally, on a moonlit night, they discovered a mysterious glow emanating from the edge of a cliff by the sea. Within that radiance, a passage appeared to flicker. Is this the gateway to the elusive island? Ling Xue exclaimed with excitement. Shan Chuan observed the radiance intently and remarked, "It is highly probable that we should venture inside." They cautiously stepped into the luminous glow, immediately enveloped by an overwhelming force. Subsequently, darkness engulfed them, and they lost consciousness. Upon regaining their senses, they found themselves on an unfamiliar island. The island was shrouded in an enigmatic aura, evoking the sensation of being immersed in a fantastical realm. Endless adventure in Douluo. Shan Chuan and his companions gradually opened their eyes, only to find themselves on an unfamiliar island. The air seemed infused with an enigmatic power, while the surroundings were nothing short of breathtaking, adorned with exotic flowers and peculiar plants. In the distance, ancient structures emerged, partially obscured yet alluring. "Wow, what is this place? It is so beautiful," Ling Xue exclaimed in wonder. As the mountains and rivers rose, vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings. "We must have arrived at the fabled mystical island. Caution is paramount, for unknown dangers may lurk here." The gray shadow danced excitedly nearby, exclaiming, "Surely, there are numerous formidable spirit beasts and soul tools awaiting us." Talon, with a composed demeanor, remarked, "Master, we must remain alert and prepared for any imminent threats." They advanced cautiously, their path adorned with an array of wondrous flora that captivated their senses. Suddenly, a brilliantly colored little bird soared overhead, leaving behind a series of melodious chirps. "What a beautiful bird!" Ling Xue exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. The mountains furrowed their brows. In this unfamiliar territory, we could not afford to be complacent. Perhaps this seemingly beautiful little bird was, in fact, a soul beast. As anticipated by the mountains, the bird suddenly reversed its course, its form expanding instantaneously into a colossal raptor soul beast. Its feathers were as unyielding as steel, and its eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. "Prepare for battle," the mountains shouted, brandishing a treasured sword and charging forward. Ling Xue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to obstruct the raptor soul beast's assault. Hui Ying transformed into a shadow, darting rapidly around the raptor soul beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Talon let out a furious roar, launching himself at the raptor soul beast, engaging in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. "This creature is incredibly swift," Ling Xue exclaimed. As Shan Chuan deftly evaded the fierce assaults of the raptor spirit beast, he urged his companions, "Let us coordinate our efforts and strike at its wings, depriving it of the ability to soar." After a fierce battle, they successfully targeted the raptor spirit beast's wings, causing it to plummet to the ground. The beast let out a furious roar, but ultimately succumbed to their combined might. They acquired the spirit ring from the raptor, and upon absorbing it, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement of his power. Continuing their journey, they arrived before an ancient castle. The grand entrance was tightly shut, enveloped in an air of mystery. "This castle appears quite extraordinary. It surely harbors treasures within," Gray Shadow exclaimed with excitement. Shan Chuan cautioned, "We must not be careless. Let us first observe." They circled the castle and discovered that the walls were adorned with strange runes. Just as they were lost in contemplation, the grand entrance of the castle slowly creaked open, revealing a colossal lion spirit beast emerging from within. This magnificent creature radiated a golden luminescence, its gaze both commanding and formidable. Its roar seemed capable of shattering one's very soul. "What an incredibly powerful spirit beast!" Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Mountains and rivers gripped their swords tightly, proclaiming, "Fear not, my companions, let us confront this together." They engaged in a breathtaking battle against the lion spirit beast. The creature's might was formidable. Each strike exerted immense pressure on the mountains and rivers. "Continuing in this manner is futile. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities," declared mountains and rivers. Ling Xue pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I believe its eyes may be its weak point. We should attempt to strike at them." Mountains and rivers nodded, then addressed Talon and Gray Shadow. "You shall divert its attention while Ling Xue and I seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes." Talon and Gray Shadow sprang into action, relentlessly attacking the lion spirit beast, leaving it no time to focus on anything else. Meanwhile, Mountains and Ling Xue searched for a chance. At last, when the lion spirit beast lunged at Talon, Mountains and Ling Xue seized the moment. They unleashed a powerful soul attack simultaneously, striking precisely at the lion spirit beast's eyes. The beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. They had successfully vanquished the lion spirit beast and obtained its soul ring. As they entered the castle, they were met with an array of mysterious mechanisms and traps. Treading cautiously, they remained ever vigilant. "This place is perilously dangerous," Lingxue exclaimed. The mountains and rivers responded, urging caution, assuring that they would undoubtedly discover what they sought. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an immense treasure chest adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes, pulsating with a formidable aura of spiritual energy. "This must be a treasure," exclaimed Gray Shadow with palpable excitement. As they unlatched the chest, a brilliant beam of light burst forth, revealing a mysterious staff nestled within. "Is this the soul artifact we have been searching for?" The mountains and rivers, along with their companions, gazed at the mysterious staff within the treasure chest, their eyes brimming with astonishment and anticipation. Lingxue gently caressed the staff and remarked, "This staff appears to be incredibly formidable. It must be a powerful spirit artifact." The mountains and rivers gnawed in acknowledgement, yet we must not let our guard down. Undoubtedly, greater dangers await us on this island. The shadow, filled with exuberance, chirped, "Fear not. With the mighty mountain river leading us, we shall conquer all soul beasts." Tyrone, however, spoke with a steady resolve, "Master, we must exercise caution. The emergence of this staff may attract even more formidable soul beasts." Just as Tyrone predicted, upon grasping the staff, the ground began to tremble violently. A colossal spider soul beast erupted from the depths below. This creature radiated a sinister purple glow, its immense form instilling a profound sense of dread. "Everyone, be careful," Mountain River bellowed, brandishing his sword in readiness. Lingxue swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring an ice wall in an attempt to thwart the advance of the spider soul beast. The beast emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing a mass of viscous silk that instantaneously melted the ice barrier. "This silk is formidable," Lingxue exclaimed in astonishment. The shadow transformed into a dark silhouette, swiftly circling the spider soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Yet, the spider's reflexes were astonishingly quick, consistently landing blows on the shadow. Tyrone let out a furious roar and charged at the spider soul beast, engaging it in a fierce battle with his immense strength. However, the spider's exoskeleton proved to be impervious, rendering Tyrone's attacks largely ineffective. "This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy," Mountain River declared. After a moment of contemplation, Lingxue suggested, "I believe we can exploit its weaknesses. Spiders are typically averse to fire. We should attempt to assail it with fire-based soul power." The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of the idea. "Shadow," they instructed, "distract its attention while Lingxue and I prepare our fire-based soul power assault. Talon, wait for the opportune moment to strike at its abdomen." Without hesitation, Shadow sprang into action, weaving in and out around the spider soul beast, provoking it relentlessly. Enraged by Shadow's taunts, the spider soul beast retaliated with frenzied attacks aimed at its tormentor. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan and Lingxue concentrated their fire-based soul energy, preparing to launch an assault. As the attention of the spider soul beast was completely captivated by the gray shadow, both Shan Chuan and Lingxue unleashed a formidable fire-infused soul attack simultaneously. Flames enveloped the spider soul beast in an instant, eliciting a wretched cry of agony. Seizing the opportunity, Talon charged towards the abdomen of the spider soul beast, delivering a powerful strike with all his might. Under the force of their combined assault, the spider soul beast finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground. They triumphed in defeating the spider soul beast and successfully acquired its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul rings, the strength of Shan Chuan experienced a notable enhancement. They continued their exploration of the island, seeking additional soul artifacts and treasures. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, emanating a powerful aura of soul energy, suggesting the presence of a grand treasure within. "This cave appears quite extraordinary. Let us venture inside," Shan Chuan declared. They cautiously entered the cave, which was dim and damp, its walls shimmering with peculiar luminescence. Deeper within, they discovered a long sword radiating a captivating blue glow. "This sword must surely be a formidable soul artifact," exclaimed Lingxue, brimming with excitement. However, just as they prepared to seize the longsword, a colossal serpentine soul beast descended from the cave's ceiling. This creature glowed with a menacing green light, its eyes sparkling with ferocity. "Be careful," Shan Chuan shouted, brandishing the sword and charging forth. The serpentine soul beast opened its gaping maw and lunged at Shan Chuan. He deftly evaded its attacks while searching for its vulnerabilities. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water to impede the beast's advance. Yet, the creature's might was overwhelming, shattering the water barrier with ease. Hua Ying transformed into a shadow, swiftly maneuvering around the serpentine beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Tai Long stood by, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow. This serpentine soul beast is remarkably powerful. We must devise a strategy, Shan Chuan remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xue proposed, I believe we can exploit its poor eyesight by launching our attacks from various directions. Shan Chuan nodded in agreement, a splendid idea. Hu Ying, you shall divert its attention to the left, while Tai Long, you will take the right. Ling Xue and I will launch our assault from the front. They proceeded to execute their plan. Hu Ying and Tai Long adeptly drew the serpentine soul beast's notice from either side, while Shan Chuan and Ling Xue mounted a frontal attack. The serpentine soul beast was left disoriented by their onslaught. The battle between Shan Chuan and his companions against the serpentine soul beast intensified. The creature writhed incessantly, emitting a stream of green venom from its maw, which splattered onto the ground, instantly eroding it into deep craters. Everyone, be cautious. This venom is formidable, Shan Chuan exclaimed. Ling Xue swiftly harnessed her soul energy, conjuring a protective water curtain around them to shield against the corrosive assault. This soul beast is exceedingly difficult to contend with. What other abilities does it possess? Gray Shadow inquired while deftly evading the serpent's strikes. Talon fixed his gaze upon the beast and replied, by the looks of it, it undoubtedly harbors even more powerful techniques yet to be unleashed. As if it comprehended their exchange, the serpentine soul beast suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, and the scales upon its body began to glimmer with a strange radiance. Following this, it unleashed a formidable beam of green light from its mouth, shattering the surrounding rocks with devastating force. Mountains and rivers swiftly raised the treasured sword, positioning it before him in an attempt to stave off the radiant light. Yet, the force of this brilliance proved overwhelming, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. What immense power! Mountains and rivers gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Ling Xue, filled with urgency, declared, we must devise a strategy. We cannot withstand this assault head-on. Suddenly, the gray shadow had a flash of inspiration and said, I have an idea. We can turn its attack against it. When it unleashes that green light again, let us concentrate our energies on mountains and rivers' sword, then rebound the light back at it. Talon nodded in agreement. It is worth a try. Thus, they awaited the serpentine soul beast's next strike. True to form, the serpentine soul beast once again exhaled a stream of green light, and mountains and rivers immediately focused their soul power into the sword. In an instant, the sword blazed with brilliance, successfully reflecting the green light back at the beast. Struck by its own attack, the serpentine soul beast emitted a cry of pain. Yet, rather than retreating, it became even more frenzied in its assaults. It appears we have enraged it, Ling Xue observed. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. Everyone, do not panic. Continue to act according to our plan. They deftly evaded the attacks of the serpentine soul beast, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The speed of the serpentine soul beast increased, and its assaults grew ever more ferocious. We cannot continue like this. We must swiftly discover its weaknesses, Tyrone declared. Suddenly, Gray Shadow recalled something and remarked, I remember there exists a soul beast whose vulnerability lies at the 7-inch mark. I wonder if this serpentine soul beast shares the same trait. The mountains and rivers gleamed with insight as they proclaimed, it makes sense. Let us attempt to strike at its vulnerable point. They proceeded to deliberately entice the serpentine soul beast into an attack, seizing the opportunity to locate its critical weakness. After considerable effort, they finally identified the serpentine soul beast's Achilles heel. Now is the moment, shouted the mountains and rivers, brandishing a treasured sword and thrusting with all their might towards the beast's vulnerable spot. Simultaneously, Ling Xue unleashed her soul power to augment the assault. Meanwhile, Hu Ying and Tai Long engaged the serpentine soul beast, ensuring it had no chance to evade. The sword found its mark, piercing the soul beast's weakness, which emitted a chilling wail before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed over the serpentine soul beast and obtained its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul rings, the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement of their prowess. They continued their exploration on the enigmatic island, in search of additional soul artifacts and treasures. As they traversed the winding paths of the isle, an ominous growl suddenly echoed through the air. "What is that sound?" Ling Shui inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, remarking, "I cannot ascertain what it is, but there is undoubtedly a soul beast lurking nearby. Everyone, exercise caution." As the roars grew increasingly closer, a colossal bear-shaped soul beast emerged before them. Towering several meters high, this creature was enveloped in a coat of tough fur, and its eyes glimmered with a fierce light. "This beast appears formidable," Grey Shadow commented. Talon clenched his fists, asserting, "Regardless of its strength, we must not falter." Upon noticing their presence, the bear-shaped soul beast charged towards them with astonishing speed, arriving before them in an instant. Shan Chuan swiftly raised his sword, intercepting the assault of the bear-shaped soul beast. However, the creature's might was formidable, leaving Shan Chuan's arm numb from the impact. "Such incredible strength," he exclaimed. Ling Shui immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring an ice wall in an attempt to hinder the advance of the bear-shaped soul beast. Yet, with a mere swipe of its paw, the beast shattered the ice barrier. "This creature's power is terrifying," Ling Shui gasped. Meanwhile, Huaying transformed into a shadow, swiftly circling the bear-shaped soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. However, the beast's reflexes were exceptionally quick, consistently landing precise blows on Huaying. Talon let out a furious roar. The battle between the mountains, rivers, and the bear-shaped spirit beast has reached a stalemate. The bear-shaped spirit beast emits thunderous roars, wielding its enormous paws with each strike infused with formidable strength and devastation. "This creature is exceedingly difficult to contend with," Ling Shui exclaimed while evading the onslaught of the bear's paws. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows in contemplation, responding, "We cannot confront it head-on. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities." The gray shadow flitted alongside, remarking, "Given its formidable strength, perhaps its speed is its Achilles heel." Talon nodded in agreement. "That is a sound observation. We can attempt to assault from various angles, overwhelming it with our combined efforts." With that, they began to disperse, launching their attacks on the bear-shaped spirit beast from multiple perspectives. Shan Chuan wielded his sword, moving swiftly around the beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Ling Shui summoned her soul power, conjuring a barrage of water arrows that relentlessly rained down upon the creature. The gray shadow transformed into a fleeting silhouette, occasionally ambushing the beast from behind. Talon, relying on his immense strength, engaged the beast head-on. Incensed by their relentless assault, the bear-shaped spirit beast let out a thunderous roar, its fur bristling as it unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw. "Be careful," Shan Chuan shouted, hastily evading the fiery onslaught. Ling Shui quickly conjured a curtain of water in an attempt to shield against the flames, but the water evaporated instantaneously under the fiery assault. "This beast's abilities are astonishing," Ling Shui exclaimed in awe. The gray shadow urged, "We must not be intimidated by its flames. Continue the assault." They pressed on with their attacks. Yet the beast's fiery retaliation hindered their approach. "This stalemate cannot persist. We must devise a means to counter its fire-based abilities," Shan Chuan asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Talon recalled, "I remember a type of soul artifact that can counter flames. We should seek it out." Thus, they began to scour the vicinity for any potential soul artifacts. In a nearby corner, they stumbled upon a gem radiating an ethereal blue light. "This gem appears extraordinary. It may very well be the soul artifact we seek," Ling Shui remarked. As Shan Chuan grasped the gemstone, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. He attempted to channel the gemstone's energy, and in an instant, a radiant blue light enveloped them. When the bear-shaped soul beast unleashed another torrent of flames, the blue luminescence successfully countered the inferno. "Splendid! It's effective!" Grey Shadow exclaimed with exhilaration. Seizing the opportunity, they launched another assault, gradually forcing the bear-shaped soul beast into a precarious position. However, the beast refused to yield. It suddenly emitted a more ferocious roar, its body beginning to swell ominously. "What is it planning to do?" Ling Shui inquired anxiously. Shan Chuan's expression turned grave as he remarked, "It seems it is about to unleash its final move. Everyone, be cautious." The bear-shaped soul beast's body swelled to its utmost limit before it charged towards them with tremendous speed, its strength magnified several times compared to before. The mountainous terrain and the others hastily sought refuge, yet the expansive attack range of the bear-shaped spirit beast still affected them. Such formidable force! Talon was staggered several paces backward. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and declared, "We must not falter. We shall surely vanquish it." Once more, they gathered together, channeling all their strength. Shan Chuan wielded a sword, emanating a formidable aura of soul power. Ling Xue, Huiying, and Tailong also infused their soul energy into Shan Chuan's blade. The sword radiated with brilliant light, and with a powerful sweep, Shan Chuan unleashed a fierce sword energy towards the bear-shaped soul beast. Struck by the energy, the beast let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed over the bear-shaped soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a further enhancement of his strength. After this intense battle, they felt a sense of fatigue wash over them. Yet, they understood that on this enigmatic island, even greater challenges awaited. "We must find a place to rest and regain our strength," Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Let us first seek a secure location." They scoured the island for a concealed spot to rest and recuperate. During their respite, they contemplated their subsequent course of action. This island undoubtedly harbors numerous formidable spirit beasts and precious spirit artifacts. "We must not let our guard down," remarked the mountains and rivers. The gray shadow concurred, "Indeed. We must exercise greater caution. There may be creatures even mightier than that bear-shaped spirit beast we encountered." Talon remained silent, pondering how to best harness his abilities to assist the mountains and rivers in facing the challenges ahead. After a spell of rest, they resumed their journey along the pinnacle path of Douluo. After a brief respite on the enigmatic island, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, Huiying, and Tailong embarked once more on their arduous adventure. Ling Xue expressed a mixture of anticipation and apprehension as she pondered the formidable spirit beasts that awaited them in the unknown ahead. Mountains and rivers gripped their swords tightly, their gaze resolute. "Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, we must face them with courage." The shadow flitted through the air, eagerly exclaiming, "I can hardly wait for another fierce battle." Talon, composed, followed closely behind, ever vigilant. They traversed a rugged path, the atmosphere around them growing increasingly ominous. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from afar. Trouble is brewing. Mountains and rivers halted abruptly, alertly scanning the direction of the sound. The group tensed, and soon, a colossal avian spirit beast swooped down from the sky. This magnificent creature was adorned with vibrant plumage, its wings stretching several meters wide, and its sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light. "Wow, this spirit beast is truly formidable," Ling Xue marveled. The avian spirit beast let out a piercing cry and lunged toward them with ferocity. Mountains and rivers swiftly raised their sword to defend, but the beast's immense force sent them staggering back several paces. What tremendous strength! They gritted through clenched teeth. The shadow swiftly transformed into a dark figure, circling the avian spirit beast in search of an opportunity to strike. The beast flapped its wings, unleashing a tempest that sent the shadow tumbling. Talon bellowed in fury, charging at the avian spirit beast and swinging a fist toward its body. The creature nimbly evaded Talon's assault, retaliating with a swipe of its claws. Ling Xue hastily summoned her spirit energy, conjuring an ice wall to block the beast's attack. This spirit beast is far too swift. It presents a formidable challenge. The mountains and rivers observe the actions of the avian spirit beast with a calm demeanor. "We must devise a method to curtail its speed," he remarked. Suddenly, the shadowy figure interjected, "I have an idea. We could ensnare it with a trap." The group found merit in this suggestion and began to set traps in the surrounding area. Utilizing the natural landscape along with branches and stones, they fashioned a rudimentary trap. The avian spirit beast seemed to sense their intentions, becoming increasingly vigilant as it circled above, searching for an opportunity to strike. "We must bait it," declared the mountains and rivers. Ling Xue nodded in agreement and summoned her soul power, conjuring a massive water orb to hurl at the avian spirit beast. Captivated by the water orb, the beast dove down to attack it. Just as it neared the ground, the trap was triggered. The ropes within the trap ensnared the wings of the avian spirit beast, rendering it unable to fly. The creature let out a furious roar, struggling desperately to free itself. "Now is our chance," shouted the mountains and rivers, charging forward with his sword drawn. Talon followed closely behind, raising his fist to strike the avian spirit beast. Meanwhile, Ling Xue continuously unleashed her soul power to assault the creature. Despite being trapped, the avian spirit beast fiercely resisted, opening its mouth to unleash a searing flame. "Watch out!" cried the mountains and rivers as he swiftly dodged the fiery onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the shadowy figure leaped onto the back of the avian spirit beast, clawing at its feathers. The beast writhed in agony, intensifying its struggle. After an intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the avian spirit beast. As it collapsed, it transformed into a radiant light, leaving behind a precious soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan felt a remarkable enhancement in his strength. The power of this soul ring was exceedingly formidable. As he sensed the surge of soul energy within him, he exclaimed with excitement. Ling Xue smiled and remarked, "Wonderful. We have grown even stronger." They continued their exploration on the island, and before long, they arrived at a mysterious valley. A thin veil of mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the view within. "This valley appears quite enigmatic. I wonder what lies inside," Gray Shadow said curiously. Shan Chuan cautiously remarked, "Let us proceed with care and investigate." They ventured into the valley, where they discovered a myriad of peculiar plants flourishing within. Deep in the valley, there lay a vast cave, emanating a formidable aura of soul energy. "There must be powerful soul beasts or soul artifacts within," Talon observed. They gingerly advanced into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the cave's ceiling. This spider was even larger than those they had encountered previously, its patterns more intricate. "Another spider soul beast," Ling Xue exclaimed in alarm. The spider emitted a piercing shriek and then unleashed a mass of viscous silk towards them. Shan Chuan swiftly severed the silk with his sword, simultaneously cautioning everyone, "Beware of its mountains and rivers." Ling Xue, Huiying, and Tai Long stood on high alert before the enigmatic spider soul beast. This creature appeared to be quite formidable. Huiying circled in the air, a hint of anxiety evident in his tone. The mountains and rivers gripped the sword tightly, their gaze resolutely fixed upon the spider spirit beast. "No matter what, we shall triumph over it," they declared. Ling Xue stood beside them, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "Everyone, be cautious. The threads of this spider spirit beast are quite troublesome." Meanwhile, Talon stretched his limbs, exuding an air of dominance as he proclaimed, "Come forth. Let me engage with it properly." The spider spirit beast unleashed another barrage of silk, swiftly advancing towards them. Without hesitation, the mountains and rivers swung their sword to sever the threads, charging boldly at the spider spirit beast. The creature nimbly evaded their assault, retaliating with its razor-sharp claws aimed at them. "Be careful," Ling Xue shouted, hastily channeling her spirit energy to conjure a wall of water, effectively blocking the beast's claws. Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to adjust his stance, once more swinging his sword towards the spider soul beast. The creature emitted an enraged cry, subsequently unleashing a stream of venom from its maw. "Quick dodge," Talon shouted, swiftly pulling Shan Chuan aside. The venom splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding a substantial crater. The gray shadow flitted through the air, searching for an opportune moment to strike. "We must devise a strategy to counter its venom and webbing," Ling Xue remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Mountain Stream articulated, "I have a notion. We can harness Talon's strength to divert the attention of the spider soul beast, allowing Gray Shadow and me to launch a flanking assault. Ling Xue, your role will be to provide support from a distance." The group nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Talon charged towards the spider soul beast, swinging his fists in a relentless barrage of strikes. Infuriated by Talon's onslaught, the spider soul beast fixated all its attention on him. Mountains and shadows seized the opportunity to encircle from the side, preparing to launch their assault. Ling Xue, from a distance, wielded her soul power to conjure a barrage of water arrows, directing them towards the spider soul beast. The spider soul beast sensed their movements and attempted to turn and respond, yet Talon ensnared it tightly, preventing it from diverting its attention. As Shan Chuan and Huiying seized the opportunity, they approached the spider soul beast. Shan Chuan raised his precious sword and struck forcefully at the beast's leg, while Huiying clawed at its body. The spider soul beast emitted a cry of anguish, violently shaking its body and casting Shan Chuan and Huiying aside. "Everyone, be cautious," Ling Xue shouted, swiftly channeling her soul power to conjure a soft curtain of water, which gracefully caught Shan Chuan and Huiying. Shan Chuan rose from the veil of water, wiping the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "This fellow truly possesses remarkable strength." Tai Long charged once more towards the spider soul beast. Engaging in a fierce battle, Shan Chuan and Huiying rejoined the fray, tirelessly searching for the creature's vulnerabilities. After an intense struggle, they discerned that the abdomen of the spider soul beast was notably softer, possibly its Achilles heel. "Let us focus our attacks on its abdomen," Shan Chuan shouted. The group promptly adjusted their assault, concentrating their might on the beast's vulnerable spot. Sensing the imminent threat, the spider soul beast retaliated with fervor, unleashing webs and venom in a desperate attempt to thwart their onslaught. Yet, undeterred, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their relentless assault on the creature's abdomen. At last, through their combined efforts, they shattered the beast's abdomen, causing it to collapse onto the ground. They had triumphed over the spider soul beast and secured its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a further enhancement of his powers. Following their victory, they continued to explore the island, during which the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue gradually deepened. One day, they rested amidst a breathtaking sea of blossoms. Ling Xue gazed at Shan Chuan, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "Shan Chuan, do you think we can continue along this path forever?" Ling Xue softly inquired. The mountains and rivers clasped Ling Xue's hand firmly, declaring with unwavering conviction, "We shall undoubtedly grow stronger together and return to our world." Ling Xue nodded, a blissful smile gracing her face. At that moment, a formidable soul beast materialized unexpectedly. This creature resembled a colossal lion, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy. "This is not good, a soul beast." Gray shadow immediately soared into the air, alerting everyone. Mountains and rivers stood tall, swiftly preparing to confront the assault of the soul beast. Ling Xue, too, summoned her soul energy, readying herself for battle. The lion soul beast let out a fearsome roar before charging at them. With urgency, Mountains raised his treasured sword to deflect the beast's onslaught. Yet, the lion's strength was formidable, causing Mountains to stagger backward repeatedly. "This creature is incredibly powerful," he exclaimed through clenched teeth. Tyrone let out a fierce roar and charged at the lion soul beast, embarking on a valiant journey of valor. Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, Huiying, and Tai Long were enveloped in a sense of vigilance as they confronted the formidable lion soul beast. The creature unleashed a deafening roar, its aura seemingly intent on engulfing them entirely. This adversary was certainly not to be underestimated. Huiying anxiously flitted through the air, her unease palpable. Mountains and rivers gripped tightly onto their sword, their gaze unwavering as they faced the lion spirit beast. "No matter how formidable it may be, we must not retreat." Ling Xue stood resolutely beside them, her eyes filled with determination. "Indeed, we shall fight together." Tai Long stretched his limbs and proclaimed loudly, "Come forth. Let me witness your true prowess." Suddenly, the lion spirit beast lunged forward with lightning speed. Mountains and rivers swiftly swung their sword to parry the attack, only to be jolted by the beast's overwhelming strength, leaving their arm numb. "What incredible power!" they marveled. Ling Xue quickly summoned her soul energy, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the lion spirit beast's onslaught. The creature collided fiercely with the water curtain, shattering it in an instant. "This creature is too powerful." Ling Xue's expression grew grave. In the air, the gray shadow circled, seeking an opportunity to strike. "We must devise a strategy," it urged. With a fierce roar, Tai Long charged at the lion spirit beast, swinging his fist down with great force. The lion spirit beast deftly evaded Tai Long's assault, then retaliated with a swipe of its claws aimed at him. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan launched a side attack on the lion spirit beast, his sword slicing through the air, leaving a trail of cold light. The lion spirit beast, sensing Shan Chuan's assault, swiftly turned around and struck him away with its tail. "Shan Chuan!" Ling Xue exclaimed in alarm, hurrying over to assess Shan Chuan's condition. Shan Chuan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I am unscathed. Let us continue the fight." They once again engaged in a fierce battle with the lion spirit beast. Amidst the turmoil of combat, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue deepened significantly. "Be careful," Shan Chuan shouted as he observed the lion spirit beast lunging towards Ling Xue. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, placing himself protectively in front of her. Ling Xue gazed at Shan Chuan, her heart stirred. "Why are you so foolish?" The mountains and rivers smiled faintly, "For I cannot allow you to come to harm." The attacks of the lion spirit beasts grew increasingly fierce, and they gradually found themselves in a predicament. At that moment, the gray shadow suddenly discovered an unusual sight. "Look!" The eyes of the lion spirit beast seem somewhat amiss, remarked the gray shadow. Shan Chuan and Ling Shui meticulously observed the eyes of the lion spirit beast, noticing a faint glimmer flickering within them. Could this be its vulnerability? Ling Shui pondered. Mountains and rivers nodded slightly, suggesting, it is possible. Let us attempt to strike at its eyes. They began to adjust their tactics, seeking to target the eyes of the lion soul beast. The creature, seemingly aware of their intentions, retaliated with even greater ferocity, preventing them from approaching its eyes. Talon, divert its attention while Ling Shui and I look for an opportunity to attack its eyes, Mountains instructed. Talon acknowledged with a nod and charged once more at the lion soul beast, engaging it in a fierce battle, while Mountains and Ling Shui sought their chance from the sidelines. At last, through Talon's persistent efforts, the lion soul beast revealed a vulnerability. Mountains and Ling Shui seized the moment, simultaneously launching an assault on the creature's eyes. The sword and water arrow struck true, piercing the lion soul beast's gaze. It let out a harrowing roar of agony before collapsing to the ground. They had successfully triumphed over the lion soul beast, acquiring its soul ring. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Mountains experienced a significant enhancement in strength. In the ensuing adventures, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. With each battle, they grew stronger, their bonds deepening with each shared experience. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured their view of what lay within. This valley appears enigmatic. I wonder what secrets it holds, remarked Gray Shadow with curiosity. Shan Chuan cautiously remarked, let us proceed with care and explore within. They ventured into the valley, discovering an array of peculiar flora flourishing within. Deep in the heart of the valley lay a vast cavern, emanating a formidable aura of soul energy. Surely, there must be formidable soul beasts or soul artifacts within, Talon stated. They treaded lightly into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness. Suddenly, a colossal python soul beast descended from the cavern's ceiling. This serpent was larger than any soul beast they had previously encountered, its scales glinting with a chilling luminescence. Wow, this creature is enormous, exclaimed Ling Shui. The python soul beast let out a deep growl and lunged toward them. Shan Chuan quickly raised his sword to defend, but was staggered backward by the beast's overwhelming force. This creature is incredibly powerful, Shan Chuan uttered. Mountains and rivers, Ling Shui, Gray Shadow, and Talon swiftly dispersed under the assault of the colossal serpent spirit beast, each seeking their own strategies for confrontation. This creature is no trifling adversary. Gray Shadow circled in the air, his tone imbued with palpable tension. Mountains and rivers gripped the treasured sword tightly, their gaze fixed intently upon the serpent spirit beast. Everyone, be cautious. This creature possesses immense strength, warned Ling Shui, her expression grave. We must devise a strategy. Talon, stretching his limbs, boldly declared, what is there to fear? Let us confront it head-on. The serpent spirit beast launched another assault, its gaping maw unleashing a plume of black venom. Swiftly, Mountains wielded his sword, attempting to cleave through the toxic gas. Dodge, Ling Shui shouted, simultaneously channeling her soul power to summon a curtain of water that shielded them from a portion of the noxious fumes. Shadow, darting through the air, evaded the venomous onslaught. This toxin is formidable. Getting touched by it would spell disaster. We cannot remain passive, Mountains pondered. We must uncover its weakness. Ling Shui nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us closely observe its movements. As they evaded the serpent spirit beast's attacks, they sought its vulnerabilities. Throughout this endeavor, Mountains and Ling Shui exchanged glances, their rapport deepening with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Talon charged forward, relentlessly attacking the serpent spirit beast to draw its attention. Talon, be careful, Mountains called out. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Talon replied confidently. After a thorough observation, they discerned that the serpent spirit beast's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Each time they targeted its eyes, the beast exhibited heightened rage and anxiety. It seems we have identified its weakness, Ling Shui remarked. However, it will undoubtedly take greater care to shield its eyes, Mountains mused. Furrowing his brow, we could employ a feint, Shadow suggested. I will divert its attention while you both strike at its eyes. Excellent idea, Mountains and Ling Shui chimed in unison. Shadow immediately soared towards the serpent spirit beast, circling around it and disrupting its line of sight. Infuriated, the serpent spirit beast began a frenzied assault on Shadow. Seizing this opportunity, Mountains and Lingxue swiftly approached the serpent spirit beast, preparing to launch their attack. Talon, in tandem, continued to assault the beast to further distract it. Now, Mountains shouted, thrusting his sword towards the beast's eye. Simultaneously, Lingxue unleashed her soul power, conjuring a water arrow aimed at the serpent spirit beast's eye. Realizing their intent, the serpent spirit beast attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword and water arrow struck simultaneously, piercing its eye. It let out an anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed over the serpent spirit beast and claimed its soul ring. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Mountains experienced a further enhancement of his abilities. As their adventure continued, they pressed on, encountering an array of spirit beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Mountains and Lingxue grew ever stronger. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious forest. A mysterious aura pervades the forest, evoking an unsettling chill. "This forest feels peculiar," Lingxue remarked. Shan Chuan nodded thoughtfully, cautioning, "Be careful. There may be formidable spirit beasts lurking here." They ventured cautiously into the forest when, suddenly, an odd sound reached their ears. "What is that sound?" Huiying inquired, alert and wary. "I am not certain. Let us investigate," Shan Chuan replied. Following the direction of the sound, they stumbled upon a colossal bird's nest, within which lay an injured little bird spirit beast. "This poor creature," Lingxue lamented, her heart aching with sympathy. Shan Chuan meticulously observed the injuries sustained by the avian spirit beast. It appeared to have been assaulted by other spirit creatures. They resolved to aid the wounded avian spirit. Lingxue summoned her soul power, conjuring a gentle radiance that enveloped the avian spirit beast. Gradually, the creature's wounds began to mend. The avian spirit opened its eyes, gazing at them with an expression filled with gratitude. "Thank you, little bird," Lingxue spoke softly. The avian spirit seemed to comprehend her words, responding with a delicate chirp. Just then, a colossal eagle spirit beast soared into view. Upon noticing their efforts to assist the avian spirit, the eagle spirit, filled with rage, lunged toward them. "This is bad. It's the enemy of the avian spirit," Shan Chuan exclaimed. They quickly prepared for battle. The eagle spirit moved with astonishing swiftness, arriving before them in an instant. "Everyone, be cautious," Shan Chuan shouted, swinging his sword in an attempt to strike the eagle spirit. Mountains and rivers, Lingxue, Gray Shadow, and Talon immediately entered a state of combat upon encountering the formidable eagle soul beast. "This creature is approaching with great ferocity," Gray Shadow exclaimed nervously as he circled in the air. Mountains and rivers firmly gripped the sword, his gaze resolute. "Fear not. We shall face this together." Lingxue stood beside him, nodding slightly. "Indeed, we can conquer it." The eagle spirit beast emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings, unleashing a tempest that surged toward them. Mountains swiftly brandished his sword to defend, but the force of the wind nearly unbalanced him. "What a powerful gale!" Mountain exclaimed. Lingxue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to shield against the fierce winds. Yet, the might of the eagle spirit beast was overwhelming, and the water wall was quickly shattered. "This creature is formidable," Lingxue furrowed her brow. Talon roared fiercely and charged at the eagle spirit beast, swinging his fist. The eagle deftly evaded Talon's assault, then lunged at him with its sharp claws. "Talon, be cautious," Mountain shouted. Talon sidestepped just in time, narrowly escaping the beast's talons. However, the eagle spirit beast swiftly launched a series of attacks, leaving Talon momentarily dazed. "We must devise a strategy," Mountain stated. Lingxue contemplated for a moment before speaking. "It seems the eagle spirit beast primarily relies on the wind generated by its wings for its assaults. If we can disable its wings, we might weaken its power." "A splendid idea," Mountain agreed. "Gray Shadow, divert its attention from above." "Lingxue, Talon, and I will look for an opportunity to strike at its wings." Gray Shadow responded affirmatively and swiftly ascended toward the eagle spirit beast, persistently provoking it. Enraged, the eagle spirit beast began to pursue Gray Shadow. Amidst the chaos, Shan Chuan, Lingxue, and Tailong seized the opportunity to approach the eagle soul beast from various directions, seeking a chance to strike. As the eagle soul beast focused its attention on Gray Shadow, Shan Chuan discerned the perfect moment, leaping forth and swinging his sword towards the beast's wing. Sensing the imminent danger, the eagle soul beast attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The blade carved a deep gash into its wing, eliciting a pained cry from the creature as it turned to lunge at Shan Chuan. Reacting swiftly, Ling Xue summoned her soul energy, conjuring a water arrow that shot towards the eagle soul beast. Tai Long seized the moment to charge forward, delivering another powerful punch to the beast. United in their assault, they gradually pushed the eagle soul beast into a dire predicament. Yet, it refused to succumb to defeat. With a piercing shriek, it radiated a blinding light. "This is not good. It is about to unleash its ultimate move," Gray Shadow shouted from the air. The mountains and rivers, along with their companions, swiftly assumed a defensive posture. The eagle spirit beast unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, causing the surrounding air to seem as though it had solidified. Subsequently, it expelled a colossal blade of wind from its maw, hurtling towards them. The mountains and rivers swiftly evaded, yet the speed of the wind blades was astonishing, resulting in some individuals sustaining minor injuries. "This fellow is truly formidable," Talon gasped, catching his breath. The mountains furrowed their brows, contemplating strategies to confront the challenge. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "We can harness the surrounding environment to counter its razor winds," Shan Chuan declared. "Ling Xue, utilize your soul power to manipulate the nearby trees and form a barrier. Talon, you and I shall launch an assault on the eagle soul beast to divert its attention." Gray Shadow continued to harass it from the skies. Everyone sprang into action according to Shan Chuan's plan. Ling Xue wielded her soul power, commanding the trees around them to create a formidable shield. Talon and Shan Chuan charged once more towards the eagle soul beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Gray Shadow persistently harried the eagle from above. Through their coordinated efforts, the eagle soul beast's assaults gradually diminished. Ultimately, with their combined onslaught, they triumphed over the creature, securing its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. As they ventured further into their adventures, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue deepened immensely. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a thin veil of mist that obscured the sights within. This valley appears enigmatic. One can only wonder what secrets it holds, mused Gray Shadow, curiosity sparkling in his gaze. The mountains and rivers spoke cautiously. "Be careful. Let us venture inside and take a look." As they entered the valley, they discovered an array of peculiar plants flourishing within. Deep within the valley lay a vast cavern, emanating a powerful aura of soul energy. "Surely, there must be formidable soul beasts or soul artifacts within," Talon remarked. They treaded lightly into the cave, which was dim and damp. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the cavern's ceiling. In the enigmatic valley's cavern, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, Huaying, and Tai Long encountered a colossal spirit beast resembling a spider. This monstrous creature was immense, exuding an eerie violet luminescence, its 8 furry, elongated legs resembling sharp spears, instilling a sense of dread. "What manner of beast is this?" Tai Long exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mountains and rivers tightly grasped the treasured sword in hand, his expression grave as he warned, "Be cautious. This foe appears formidable." Ling Xue frowned slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the spider soul beast, remarking, "The fluctuations of its soul power are exceptionally strong." Gray Shadow circled in the air, nervously advising, "Everyone, be on guard. This spider surely possesses formidable soul beast skills." The spider soul beast emitted a chilling shriek, swiftly charging towards them with astonishing speed, reaching them in an instant. Quick dodge. Mounting a shout, he swiftly sidestepped. Ling Xue reacted promptly, channeling her soul power to teleport to the side. Talon, relying on his robust physique, braced himself against the spider soul beast's strike. This creature possesses immense strength. Talon gritted his teeth, exclaiming. Undeterred by its missed attack, the spider soul beast launched another offensive, opening its gaping maw to spew forth a mass of black venom. Mountains and rivers swiftly wielded his sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy in an attempt to cleave through the venom. Ling Xue also invoked her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water to thwart the onslaught of the toxic liquid. "This venom is formidable. It would spell trouble if it touched us," Ling Xue remarked. In the air, Gray Shadow observed the movements of the spider spirit beast and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. The spider's weakness may lie in its abdomen." Shan Chuan nodded. "Very well. Let us seize the opportunity to strike at its underbelly." They commenced an intense battle with the spider soul beast. Amidst the combat, The bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue grew ever stronger. Whenever danger loomed, they unhesitatingly shielded one another from harm. Shan Chuan, be cautious. Ling Xue cried out as she witnessed the spider soul beast lunging towards him. Swiftly, she summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of ice to intercept the beast's onslaught. Shan Chuan cast a grateful glance at Ling Xue and expressed, "Thank you, Ling Xue." Meanwhile, Tailong relentlessly attacked the spider soul beast, striving to capture its attention. Behold, Tailong bellowed, raising his fist to strike the spider soul beast. Infuriated by Tailong's actions, the beast turned and lunged at him. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan and Ling Xue prepared to target the creature's underbelly. At last, through Tailong's relentless efforts, the spider soul beast revealed a vulnerability. Shan Chuan and Ling Xue immediately seized this moment, launching simultaneous assaults on the beast's abdomen. The gleaming sword and the water arrow struck true, eliciting a pained shriek from the spider soul beast as it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the spider soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a further enhancement of his power. As their adventure continued, they pressed onward, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, they persistently sought soul artifacts, hoping to augment their strength. One day, they arrived at an ancient ruin, steeped in a mysterious aura that invoked a sense of oppressive foreboding. "What place is this?" Tailong inquired with curiosity. Shan Chuan cautioned, "Be careful, there may be danger ahead." As they ventured into the ruins, they encountered numerous ancient edifices and enigmatic ruins. Deep within the remnants, they uncovered a sword radiating a formidable aura of soul energy. "This sword is truly remarkable," exclaimed Ling Xue. The mountains and rivers advanced, carefully examining the sword. "It must be a soul weapon. Let us take it with us." Just as they were preparing to seize the sword, a formidable soul beast suddenly emerged. This creature resembled a lion, yet it was enveloped in blazing flames. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Talon exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains furrowed their brows and remarked, "This soul beast appears formidable. Everyone, exercise caution." The flaming lion soul beast emitted a powerful roar and then charged towards them. Its speed was astonishing, reaching them in an instant. Shan Chuan swiftly brandished his sword in defense. Yet the formidable strength of the flame lion soul beast forced him to stagger backward repeatedly. "This creature is incredibly powerful," Shan Chuan exclaimed. Ling Xue immediately channeled her soul energy, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the flame lion soul beast's onslaught. However, the beast's flames were overwhelmingly potent, causing the water curtain to evaporate instantaneously. "We must devise a strategy," Ling Xue remarked. Meanwhile, Huiying observed the movements of the flame lion soul beast from above, declaring, "Everyone, pay attention. The weakness of this soul beast may lie in its eyes." Mountains and rivers. The journey of breaking boundaries in Douluo. Mountains and rivers, Ling Xue, Gray Shadow, and Talon confronted the formidable flame lion soul beast. An involuntary wave of tension surged within them. This creature appeared to be quite formidable. Talon clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting a sense of vigilance. Shan Chuan fixed his gaze intently upon the flame lion soul beast, speaking in a hushed tone, "Everyone, exercise caution and observe its movements." Ling Xue gave a slight nod, her eyes never straying from the flame lion soul beast. The flames enveloping it were incredibly fierce, undoubtedly indicating formidable soul beast abilities. The flame lion let out a deafening roar, causing its flames to blaze even more fervently. In an instant, it lunged forward, its speed akin to a flash of lightning. Shan Chuan swiftly wielded his sword to parry the onslaught, the blade clashing violently against the claws of the fiery lion, producing a resounding echo. What immense force! Shan Chuan staggered back a few steps. Observing this, Ling Xue immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the fiery lion spirit beast's assault. However, the flames of the lion effortlessly evaporated the water barrier. The intensity of the fire was overwhelming, causing Ling Xue to furrow her brow. Huiying circled anxiously in the air, urging, "Everyone, we must devise a strategy. This adversary is formidable." Talon roared in fury and charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the fiery lion spirit beast. Yet, the beast nimbly evaded Talon's strike and retaliated with a swift claw, sending him hurtling through the air. "Talon!" Shan Chuan shouted in alarm. Talon rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and reassured, "I am unscathed." This creature is indeed powerful. The mountains and rivers settled into tranquility, contemplating strategies. We cannot confront it head-on. We must identify its vulnerabilities. Ling Shui, pondering beside me, suddenly had a glimmer of inspiration in her eyes. I remember now, the flame lion spirit beasts are typically averse to water. We can exploit water-based soul techniques to assail it. Shan Chuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of the idea, yet cautioning the need to be wary of its fiery attacks. They commenced their collaboration, with Shan Chuan and Tai Long tasked with diverting the attention of the flame lion spirit beast, while Ling Shui sought an opportune moment to unleash her water attribute soul skills. The mountains and rivers once again wielded their swords against the flaming lion spirit beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Talon stood by, relentlessly attacking in an attempt to divert the beast's attention. Enraged by their onslaught, the flaming lion spirit beast roared repeatedly, its flames burning more fiercely. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui unleashed her spiritual power, summoning a colossal water dragon that surged toward the flaming lion spirit beast. Upon sighting the water dragon, a flicker of fear flashed in the beast's eyes. However, it did not retreat. Instead, it opened its mouth and unleashed a massive column of fire, colliding with the water dragon. The clash of fire and water produced a tremendous explosion, sending a cloud of smoke billowing, within which the silhouette of the flaming lion spirit beast flickered in and out of visibility. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan and Tai Long surged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the flame lion spirit beast. However, the flame lion spirit beast suddenly burst forth from the smoke, moving with astonishing speed. Shan Chuan and Tai Long hastily sought refuge. Yet they were still grazed by the claws of the flame lion soul beast. This creature is exceedingly cunning, Tai Long cursed. Ling Shui, witnessing the injuries inflicted upon Shan Chuan and Tai Long, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. We can no longer persist in this manner. We must swiftly uncover its vulnerabilities. Just as they found themselves ensnared in despair, Huiying suddenly discerned a weakness in the flame lion soul beast. Everyone, take heed. There exists a scale of lighter hue on the beast's abdomen, which may very well be its Achilles heel. Mountains and Ling Shui exchanged a glance, nodding in unison. They resolved to launch another assault, this time targeting the abdomen of the flame lion soul beast. Shan Chuan and Tai Long surged forward once more, diverting the attention of the flame lion soul beast. Meanwhile, Ling Shui stealthily maneuvered behind the beast, poised to launch her assault. Infuriated by the provocations of Shan Chuan and Tai Long, the flame lion roared incessantly, its flames blazing even more fiercely. Just as the flame lion prepared to strike, Ling Shui suddenly emerged from its rear, channeling her soul power to summon a razor-sharp water blade aimed directly at the beast's underbelly. The water blade struck true, piercing the lighter scales on the flame lion's abdomen, eliciting a pained roar as the creature collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the flame lion's soul beast, acquiring its soul ring. Following the absorption of the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a notable enhancement in his abilities. As their adventures unfolded, they continued onward, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Shui deepened profoundly. One day, they arrived at an enigmatic forest, shrouded in an eerie aura that sent shivers down their spines. This forest appears quite peculiar, Ling Shui remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded slightly, urging caution, for this place may harbor formidable forces. Mountains, Ling Shui, Gray Shadow, and Talon ventured into the enigmatic forest. The trees here stood tall and dense, allowing sunlight to filter through the layers of branches, casting fragmented patches of light upon the ground. An aura of mystery pervaded the air, evoking a sense of eerie apprehension. This forest is truly sinister, Talon remarked, furrowing his brow. The mountains and rivers gripped the sword tightly in hand, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Be cautious. This place is undoubtedly perilous. Ling Shui nodded slightly, her gaze also brimming with apprehension. Uncertainty loomed over what dangers might lurk ahead. They advanced cautiously when, all of a sudden, a deep growl reverberated through the air. The sound emanated from the depths of the forest, sending shivers down their spines. What was that sound? Talon inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers paused in their march, attentive to the faint echoes of a creature's call, reminiscent of a soul beast. Ling Shui's expression grew somber, hinting that trouble was at hand. They pressed on, soon encountering a colossal soul beast. This creature bore the semblance of a wolf, yet it towered several times larger than an ordinary one. Its fur was a deep black, glistening with a metallic sheen, while its eyes glowed ominously with a crimson light. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Talon inquired, astonished. The mountains furrowed their brows, diligently recalling the knowledge acquired on the Douluo Continent. This could very well be the Shadow Wolf, an exceptionally formidable soul beast. Its speed is astonishing, its attack power formidable, and it excels at concealing its presence. Ling Shui gazed at the Shadow Wolf, a sense of unease stirring within her. "We must approach this with caution. This creature is not easily dealt with." The Shadow Wolf seemed to have sensed their presence as well, emitting a fierce roar before charging towards them with a velocity that dazzled the eyes. Shan Chuan swiftly wielded his sword in defense, yet the formidable strength of the Shadow Wolf forced him to stagger backward repeatedly. "What immense power!" Shan Chuan exclaimed. Ling Shui immediately summoned her soul energy, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the Shadow Wolf's assault. However, the creature effortlessly breached the watery barrier, continuing its advance towards them. "This opponent is exceedingly formidable," Ling Shui furrowed her brow. With a fierce roar, Tai Long surged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the Shadow Wolf. The wolf nimbly evaded Tai Long's strike and countered with a claw, sending him hurtling through the air. "Tai Long!" Shan Chuan cried out. Tai Long rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I am unharmed. This creature is indeed powerful." Hu Ying circled overhead, anxiously urging, "Everyone, we must devise a strategy. This foe is not easily vanquished." The mountains and rivers settled into a calm, contemplating strategies. "We cannot confront it head-on. We must discern its vulnerabilities." Ling Shui, too, was deep in thought when suddenly a spark of realization illuminated her eyes. "I remember now, the eyes of the Shadow Wolf are its Achilles heel. If we could strike at its eyes, perhaps we could vanquish it." Shan Chuan nodded in agreement. It was a splendid idea, yet we must remain vigilant against its assaults. They began to collaborate, with Shan Chuan and Tai Long tasked with diverting the attention of the Shadow Wolf, while Ling Shui sought an opportune moment to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers once again surged forth, brandishing their swords against the Shadow Wolf, engaging in a fierce battle. Talon, standing resolutely by their side, relentlessly launched attacks in an effort to divert the Shadow Wolf's attention. Infuriated by their persistence, the Shadow Wolf emitted a series of ferocious howls, its assaults growing increasingly savage. Seizing the moment, Ling Shui harnessed her spiritual energy to conjure a water arrow, aiming it directly at the wolf's eyes. Yet, the Shadow Wolf proved remarkably agile, effortlessly evading the projectile. "This creature is exceedingly cunning," Ling Shui mused, her brow furrowing in concern. Shan Chuan and Tai Long continued their fierce battle against the Shadow Wolf, striving to create an opportunity for Ling Shui. At long last, during a decisive attack, the Shadow Wolf revealed a critical vulnerability. Ling Shui seized the moment, launching another water arrow with precision. This time, the arrow struck true, piercing the wolf's eye. The Shadow Wolf emitted a painful roar and collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the Shadow Wolf, claiming its soul ring as their prize. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement in strength. As they ventured forth on their subsequent adventures, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Shui grew ever deeper. One day, they arrived at an ancient ruin, suffused with an air of mystery that was palpably oppressive. "What place is this?" Tai Long inquired with curiosity. Shan Chuan cautiously remarked, "Be careful, there may be danger ahead." As they ventured into the ruins, they discovered numerous ancient edifices adorned with enigmatic runes. Deep within the remnants, they stumbled upon a sword radiating a potent aura of soul energy. "What an extraordinary weapon!" Ling Shui exclaimed. The mountains and rivers approached, carefully examining the sword. "It is likely a soul weapon. Let us take it with us." The courage of the breaking boundary in Douluo. Mountains and rivers, Ling Shui, Gray Shadow, and Talon stood amidst ancient ruins, where a sword before them emanated a formidable wave of soul power. This blade was undoubtedly extraordinary. Excitement sparkled in Talon's eyes. The mountains and rivers nodded slightly as he grasped the hilt of the sword, and an overwhelming surge of power instantly flooded his heart. Indeed, this was a formidable soul weapon. Ling Shui gazed at Shan Chuan, her eyes filled with concern. "Be cautious. There may be other dangers lurking within these ruins." Just as they prepared to depart from the relic, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths. The expressions of the group shifted, and they immediately became alert. It seemed trouble was brewing once more. Shan Chuan tightened his grip on the precious sword. As the roar drew nearer, a colossal soul beast emerged before them. This creature, resembling neither a dragon nor a tiger, was covered in tough scales and emanated an aura of terror. What manner of soul beast is this? Tyron asked in fright. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, striving to recall the knowledge of soul beasts from the Douluo Continent. I too am uncertain, yet this soul beast is undoubtedly formidable. The creature opened its massive, blood-red maw and unleashed a searing flame. The group hastily evaded, as the flames instantaneously scorched the surrounding walls to a vivid crimson. This fiend's fire is exceedingly powerful, Ling Shui remarked, her expression grave. The gray shadow circled anxiously in the air, stating, "We must devise a strategy to vanquish it, otherwise we are in peril." Shan Chuan observed the movements of the spirit beast with a calm demeanor, endeavoring to discern its vulnerabilities. Everyone, take heed. Although this spirit beast is formidable, its actions appear to follow a certain pattern. They commenced a strategic dance around the creature, skillfully evading its assaults. During this intricate maneuvering, Shan Chuan noted that a segment of the beast's abdomen bore scales of a lighter hue, suggesting a potential weakness. Ling Shui, shortly I shall divert its attention alongside Talon. Seize the opportunity to strike at its underbelly, Shan Chuan whispered. Ling Shui nodded, readying her spiritual energy. Mountains and rivers surged forth once more to confront the soul beast, relentlessly assaulting its head and limbs. Provoked, the soul beast retaliated with frenzied vigor. In that fleeting moment when the beast revealed its vulnerability, Ling Shui unleashed a formidable water attribute soul skill, launching a colossal water arrow that struck true at the beast's abdomen. The arrow found its mark, piercing the beast's weakness, and eliciting a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the soul beast, obtaining its soul ring. After absorbing the ring, Shan Chuan experienced a further enhancement in his strength. As their journey continued, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Shui deepened. Together, they faced myriad dangers, supporting one another and growing in unity. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured the path ahead. This valley is truly enigmatic, Ling Shui remarked. The mountains clasped Ling Shui's hand, offering her a reassuring gaze. Fear not, for we shall explore together. They tread cautiously into the valley when, suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting magic, captivating all who heard it. From whence does this flute melody emanate? Tyron inquired with curiosity. A shadow danced in the air, responding, "It appears to be originating from the depths of the valley." Following the direction of the music, they ventured forth, and gradually, a figure materialized before them. It was a mysterious man adorned in a flowing white robe, holding a flute, exuding an ethereal grace. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" The man questioned, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The mountains and rivers watched the man with vigilance. "We are adventurers, who have inadvertently arrived here." "Who are you?" The man smiled faintly and replied, "I am the guardian of this valley. It is home to numerous precious soul beasts and soul artifacts, yet it is also fraught with peril." In the hearts of Shan Chuan and the others, a flicker of realization ignited. They understood that this place might harbor what they sought. "May we explore here?" Ling Shui inquired. The man nodded. "Indeed, but exercise caution. The soul beasts within this valley are exceedingly powerful, and there are enigmatic forces guarding this realm." They commenced their exploration of the valley, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and formidable challenges. Throughout their journey, they also stumbled upon several precious soul artifacts and soul rings. As their adventure deepened, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Shui grew ever more resolute. They recognized that, regardless of the obstacles they faced, they would confront them together, steadfastly safeguarding one another. During an intense battle with a formidable soul beast, Shan Chuan sustained grave injuries while protecting Ling Shui. With tears brimming in her eyes, Ling Shui gazed at Shan Chuan with anguish. "Why must you be so foolish?" she choked out. Shan Chuan smiled weakly, "For you are the most important person to me, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for you." Ling Shui held Shan Chuan tightly, her heart brimming with emotion. "You must certainly." After Shan Chuan was injured, Ling Shui was consumed by anxiety. She held Shan Chuan tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You must hold on. We will surely find a way to heal your wounds," she said, her voice trembling. Tai Long and Hu Ying, equally distressed, stood nearby. Tai Long furrowed his brow and remarked, "We need to find a safe place for Shan Chuan to recover." Hu Ying spiraled in the air and suggested, "I will scout the area for a suitable location." With that, he flew away. Ling Xue cautiously helped Shan Chuan to his feet and took careful steps in a particular direction. After a considerable time, they finally discovered a secluded cave. Ling Xue gently laid Shan Chuan down and began to examine his injuries. The severity of his wounds necessitated urgent treatment. "What shall we do now?" Tai Long inquired. Ling Xue bit her lip and replied, "We need to find some herbs to treat Shan Chuan's wounds. I recall that there is a herb known as spirit healing grass nearby, which possesses remarkable healing properties." Tai Long immediately responded, "I will search for the spirit healing grass," and promptly departed the cave. Ling Xue remained by Shan Chuan's side, filled with concern. She tenderly stroked his face, saying, "You must recover quickly. We have so much more to accomplish together." After a while, Tai Long returned, holding some spirit healing grass in his hands. Ling Xue hurriedly crushed the grass and applied it to Shan Chuan's wounds. After a period of treatment, Shan Chuan's condition gradually improved. During his recovery, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue deepened significantly. Once Shan Chuan had fully healed, they resolved to continue their adventurous journey. They exited the cave and resumed their exploration of the Douluo Continent. Along their travels, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts. Among them, one particular soul beast captured their attention. This creature resembled a massive spider, adorned with vibrant patterns, exuding a formidable aura. "What kind of soul beast is this?" Tai Long inquired. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and remarked, "I am uncertain, yet this soul beast appears formidable. We must proceed with caution." Ling Xue gazed at the soul beast and said, "Its aura is peculiar, as if it possesses some extraordinary ability." They cautiously approached the soul beast, observing its movements. The soul beast seemed to have noticed them as well. It emitted a piercing cry and then charged towards them. Mountains and rivers swiftly drew forth their treasured swords, bracing themselves for battle. The speed of the soul beast was astonishing, and in an instant, it appeared before them. It opened its immense jaws, unleashing a torrent of black venom. The mountains and rivers swiftly veered aside to evade the onslaught as the venom splattered upon the ground, emitting a hissing sound, and instantly corroding a deep pit into the earth. "What a formidable toxin!" exclaimed Tai Long in astonishment. Ling Xue summoned a water attribute soul skill, conjuring a wall of water that materialized before them, effectively shielding them from the soul beast's venom. Infuriated by the obstruction of its poison, the soul beast unleashed another torrent of venom while simultaneously striking at them with its claws. Mountains and rivers gracefully evaded the onslaught of the soul beasts, seeking an opportune moment to counterattack. Meanwhile, Ling Xue persistently unleashed her soul techniques, offering invaluable support. Throughout the skirmish, they gradually discerned the vulnerabilities of the soul beasts. Their eyes emerged as the pivotal weakness. Striking at the eyes could potentially lead to their defeat. Shan Chuan and Tai Long exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. They began to coordinate their efforts. Shan Chuan drew the attention of the spirit beast, while Tai Long sought the opportune moment to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers continuously wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the soul beast. Infuriated by the mountains and rivers, the soul beast launched a frenzied assault against them. At the moment when the soul beast revealed a vulnerability, Tai Long seized the opportunity and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's eye. The soul beast let out a cry of anguish and collapsed to the ground. They had successfully triumphed over the soul beast and acquired its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, the strength of the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement. In the adventures that followed, they encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and challenges. Yet, they never wavered, fighting side by side and growing together. One day, they arrived at a mysterious location where an ancient castle stood, shrouded in an enigmatic aura. "What is this place?" Tai Long inquired with curiosity. The mountains gazed upon the castle and remarked, "It appears rather enigmatic here. Let us venture inside." They cautiously stepped into the fortress, where an eerie silence enveloped them, save for the echoes of their footsteps. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an ancient soul vessel, radiating a powerful wave of spiritual energy that left them awestruck. "This soul vessel is truly remarkable," exclaimed Ling Xue. The mountains and rivers advanced, meticulously examining the soul artifact. "This soul artifact is undoubtedly extraordinary. We shall embark on the journey of the boundary-breaking hero." In the ancient castle, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long stood before a soul artifact that emanated a mysterious and powerful wave of spiritual energy. This soul artifact felt extraordinarily potent, leaving them curious about its unique attributes. A gleam of intrigue sparkled in Tai Long's eyes. Shan Chuan furrowed his brow slightly and cautiously remarked, "We must exercise utmost caution. This castle is shrouded in mystery, and the soul artifact is undoubtedly extraordinary." Ling Xue nodded gently, her gaze fixed intently upon the soul artifact. "We must explore with care and avoid any rash actions." Just as they were preparing to observe the soul artifact further, a deep, resonant roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the castle. The trio's expressions shifted, and they immediately became alert. It seemed trouble was brewing once more. Shan Chuan tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The roar grew increasingly closer, and a colossal soul beast emerged slowly from the shadows. This soul beast resembled a gigantic scorpion, its body encased in a formidable exoskeleton, and the stinger on its tail glimmered ominously. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Tai Long inquired anxiously. Mountains and rivers diligently recalled the knowledge of spirit beasts from the Douluo Continent. This creature could very well be the poison scorpion king, an exceedingly perilous spirit beast, its venom lethally potent. The poison scorpion king brandished its enormous pincers and charged towards them. The group swiftly evaded the attack. As the pincers of the creature crashed onto the ground, producing a thunderous noise. Such formidable strength, thought Ling Xue, her expression grave. Hui Ying circled in the air, anxiously urging, "Everyone, we must devise a plan. This poison scorpion king is not to be trifled with." The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the poison scorpion king with a calm demeanor, endeavoring to discern its vulnerabilities. It was noted that, despite its formidable strength, the poison scorpion king's actions seemed to follow a certain pattern. They began to engage in a tactical dance with the creature, skillfully evading its assaults. During this intricate process, the mountains and rivers discovered that the exoskeleton on the scorpion's abdomen appeared to be somewhat frail, potentially revealing its weak point. Ling Xue, "Shortly I will divert its attention alongside Tai Long. Seize the opportunity to strike at its abdomen," mountains and rivers whispered. Ling Xue nodded, summoning her spirit energy in preparation. Mountains and rivers surged forth once more to confront the Scorpion King, relentlessly assaulting its head and pincers. Enraged, the Scorpion King retaliated with wild ferocity. In the fleeting moment when the Scorpion King revealed a vulnerability, Ling Xue unleashed a formidable water-based soul skill, launching a colossal water arrow that pierced the Scorpion King's abdomen. The arrow struck true, targeting the creature's weakness, and the Scorpion King let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the Scorpion King, claiming its soul ring. Following the absorption of the soul ring, the strength of mountains further ascended. During their subsequent adventures, the bond between mountains and Ling Xue deepened significantly. Together, they faced myriad dangers, supporting one another and growing in tandem. One day, they arrived at a mysterious forest, shrouded in a thin mist that obscured the path ahead. "This forest is truly enigmatic. One wonders what lies within," Ling Xue remarked. Mountains and rivers held Ling Xue's hand, bestowing upon her a reassuring gaze. "Do not fear. We shall explore together." They cautiously ventured into the forest, when suddenly, a melodious song echoed through the air. The melody seemed to possess an enchanting power, captivating them entirely. "Where does this song originate?" Tai Long inquired with curiosity. A gray shadow danced in the air, responding, "It appears to emanate from the depths of the forest." Following the direction of the song, they gradually found themselves before a stunning woman. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascaded gracefully, exuding an ethereal elegance. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" she asked, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. The mountains and rivers vigilantly observed the woman. "We are adventurers who have inadvertently arrived here." "Who are you?" The woman replied with a faint smile, "I am the guardian of this forest. It is home to many precious soul beasts and soul artifacts, yet it is also fraught with peril." The mountains and rivers stirred within their hearts, for they sensed the presence of something they desperately sought. "Shall we explore here?" Ling Xue inquired. The woman nodded. "Yes, but you must exercise caution. The soul beasts within the forest are exceedingly powerful, and there are mysterious forces guarding this place." They commenced their exploration of the forest, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout their journey, they also uncovered precious soul artifacts and soul rings. As their adventure deepened, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Xue grew ever more resolute. They understood that, regardless of the obstacles they faced, they would confront them together, safeguarding one another. During a fierce battle with a formidable soul beast, Shan Chuan was gravely injured while protecting Ling Xue. Ling Shui gazed at him with anguish, her eyes brimming with tears. Why are you so foolish? You always disregard your own safety to shield me, she choked out, her voice trembling with emotion. The mountains and rivers offered a faint, fragile smile. After Shan Chuan was injured, Ling Shui was consumed by anxiety. She held him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shan Chuan, you must persevere. We have endured so much together. We cannot simply abandon hope. Ling Shui spoke with a trembling voice. Tai Long, equally distressed, exclaimed, we must devise a way to save him. We cannot allow him to succumb to this fate. The gray shadow circled above, emitting urgent cries. Ling Shui took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Tai Long, you and Gray Shadow should search the vicinity for any herbs or remedies that could aid Shan Chuan. I will stay here with him. Tai Long nodded and promptly set off with Gray Shadow in search of assistance. Ling Shui remained by Shan Chuan's side, gently caressing his face. Shan Chuan, you promised me that we would forge our own legend in the Douluo Continent. You cannot break your word. After some time, Tai Long and Gray Shadow returned, bringing with them some herbs. Ling Shui hurriedly crushed the herbs and applied them to Shan Chuan's wounds. After much effort, Shan Chuan's condition finally stabilized. Ling Shui breathed a sigh of relief, her heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Tai Long. Without you and Gray Shadow, I do not know what I would have done. Ling Shui expressed. Tai Long shook his head. We are companions. It is my duty to assist. He continued. Now, Shan Chuan needs to rest well. We must find a safe place for him to recuperate. They carried Shan Chuan to a secluded cave. Ling Shui tenderly cared for him, providing him with water and changing his dressings. Throughout the healing process, the bond between Shan Chuan and Ling Shui deepened. As Shan Chuan gazed at Ling Shui diligently attending to him, he felt a surge of emotion. Ling Shui, once I recover, we must continue our adventures, Shan Chuan declared. Ling Shui smiled gently. Indeed, we shall embark on this journey together. After a period of recovery, Shan Chuan's injuries fully healed, and they set forth once more on their quest. During their travels, they encountered a formidable soul beast, resembling a colossal lion, exuding immense spiritual power. What kind of soul beast is this? It looks incredibly powerful, Tai Long remarked. The mountains furrowed their brows, intently observing the soul beast. This could potentially be the Flame Lion King, an extraordinarily formidable soul beast. Its fiery assaults are exceedingly potent, necessitating our utmost caution in response. Upon noticing them, the Flame Lion King immediately emitted a thunderous roar and charged towards them. Shan Chuan and his companions promptly evaded its advance. The Flame Lion King opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of enormous flames. Shan Chuan and his comrades hurriedly manifested their respective soul techniques to withstand the fiery onslaught. This creature's flames are incredibly fierce, Talon exclaimed. Ling Shui invoked her water attribute soul technique, striving to extinguish the flames. However, the power of the Flame Lion King's fire was overwhelming, rendering the water attribute soul technique only marginally effective in alleviating the inferno. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the Flame Lion King with a calm demeanor, seeking its vulnerabilities. It is noteworthy that the eyes of the Flame Lion King may well be its Achilles heel. We must devise a strategy to strike at its eyes. They began to coordinate their efforts. The mountains and rivers drew the attention of the Flame Lion King, while Talon and Ling Shui sought opportunities to assail its eyes. The mountains and rivers relentlessly wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the Inferno Lion King. Infuriated by the mountains and rivers, the Inferno Lion King launched a frenzied assault. In the fleeting moment when the lion revealed a vulnerability, Talon and Ling Shui seized the opportunity to unleash their formidable soul techniques. Striking at its eyes, the Inferno Lion King let out a pained roar and collapsed onto the ground. They triumphed over the Inferno Lion King, securing its soul ring as a testament to their victory. The mountains and rivers, having absorbed the spirit rings, experienced a further elevation in their prowess. In the ensuing adventures, they encountered numerous formidable spirit beasts and formidable challenges. Yet, they never wavered, standing shoulder to shoulder, growing together in unity. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, enveloped in an enigmatic aura that instilled a sense of unease. This valley is indeed peculiar. One cannot fathom what lies within, Tyrone remarked. The mountains gazed down upon the valley, and a sense of vigilance filled their hearts. Tread carefully, danger may lurk here. They cautiously ventured into the valley when suddenly, an eerie sound pierced the air. The noise seemed to emanate from beneath the ground, sending shivers down their spines. What could this sound be? Ling Xue inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, attentively listening to the sound. This sound seemed to emanate from a certain soul beast. We must exercise caution. They continued onward and discovered peculiar fissures appearing on the ground. These cracks radiated a potent wave of soul energy. What could this possibly mean? Talon exclaimed in astonishment. The expression on Shan Chuan's face grew grave. It seemed there was an exceedingly formidable soul beast present, and we must proceed with caution. Just as they remained vigilant, a colossal soul beast erupted from the ground. This creature was as massive as a mountain, its body adorned with impenetrable scales, each glimmering with a chilling luminescence. Its eyes resembled blazing fireballs, emanating a terrifying ferocity. What manner of monster is this? Talon could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply, firmly grasping the treasured sword in hand, and spoke in a low voice. Regardless of what it is, we shall fight. Ling Xue formed hand seals, surrounding herself with a protective barrier of water attribute soul power. The soul beast opened its gaping maw, unleashing a plume of black smoke that rapidly enveloped the area. The group was shrouded in the haze, their vision obscured. Everyone, be cautious. Mountain River warned loudly. Relying on his keen senses, Talon charged towards the direction of the soul beast. However, the soul beast suddenly swung its claw, sending Talon flying. Talon! Ling Xue cried out in desperation. In the fleeting moment when the soul beast was momentarily distracted by its assault on Talon, Shan Chuan leaped into action, his sword aimed directly at the creature's eye. The soul beast, feeling the sharp pain, let out a furious roar. Suddenly, the scales upon its body bristled and shot forth like arrows toward Shan Chuan and his companions. Ling Xue summoned her soul technique, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the oncoming barrage of scales. However, the sheer force of the scales was overwhelming, and the water curtain was shattered in an instant. Just when despair seemed imminent, Huang dashed in, using his body as a shield against the scales that were hurtling toward Ling Xue. Huang! Ling Xue cried out in anguish. The eyes of Shan Chuan glowed a fiery red with rage. His soul power surged violently within him, and his sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. Perish! Shan Chuan bellowed, delivering a powerful strike towards the soul beast. Sensing the might of his blow, the soul beast attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The sword struck mercilessly upon its body, leaving a deep gash. The soul beast collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Exhausted, Shan Chuan and his companions fell to the earth. We have triumphed, Talon murmured weakly. At that moment, an unusual light suddenly illuminated the valley, and a mysterious portal gradually materialized. What is this? Ling Xue questioned, gazing curiously at the door. The mountains and rivers struggled to rise. Regardless of the circumstances, we ventured forth to explore. Perhaps this is our new opportunity. They supported each other as they stepped into the enigmatic portal. As Shan Chuan and his companions stepped through the enigmatic portal, they found themselves in a realm utterly unfamiliar. Surrounding them was a desolate expanse of desert, the blazing sun hanging high above, casting waves of heat. Where could this be? Tai Long gazed upon the boundless sands, his mind awash with uncertainty. Ling Xue wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, I do not know, but there is an overwhelming sense of peril in this place. As Shan Chuan gazed upon the sword in his grasp, he resolutely declared, no matter what, we must press onward. Just as they prepared to advance, a colossal sand scorpion emerged from the depths of the sand. This formidable creature, with its massive body, bore a tail whose venomous stinger glimmered ominously. Be cautious, Shan Chuan warned loudly. The sand scorpion charged towards them with alarming speed, and without a moment's hesitation, Shan Chuan confronted it head-on. He unleashed his soul technique, the sword radiating a brilliant light as they engaged in a fierce battle. Tai Long and Ling Xue also invoked their respective skills to support Shan Chuan. Behold my might! The mountain descends, Tai Long exclaimed as he leapt high and struck down heavily upon the scorpion. Meanwhile, Ling Xue commanded the water element, attempting to hinder the scorpion's movements. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the beast. Phew, that was exhausting, Tai Long panted heavily. Ling Xue approached Shan Chuan with concern, inquiring, Are you all right? The mountains and rivers gently shook their heads, proclaiming, I am unscathed, let us proceed. After traversing the desert for an extended period, they finally beheld an ancient fortress. The grand entrance of the castle stood firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Shan Chuan gently pushed the heavy door, yet it remained utterly unmoved. It seemed as though the door concealed some mechanism. Ling Shui remarked. Just as they were searching for the hidden mechanism, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha! You intruders, do not expect to leave here alive. A shadow emerged from the castle, revealing itself to be a soul beast endowed with the essence of darkness. The mountains and rivers firmly grasped the treasured sword and proclaimed, "Regardless of who you are, we fear you not." In an instant, battle erupted as the dark soul beast unleashed its formidable dark abilities, enveloping the surroundings in shadows. In the depths of darkness, the group struggled valiantly against their adversaries. Stay close together. Do not disperse, Mountain River commanded. Talon and Ling Shui remained steadfastly by his side, offering mutual support. In a moment of critical realization, Mountain River suddenly unlocked a new soul technique, radiating brilliance that dispelled the shadows. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a counterattack, ultimately vanquishing the dark soul beasts. Upon entering the castle, they discovered a trove of precious soul artifacts and ancient tomes. "What treasures we have found!" Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. However, Ling Shui expressed her concern. "I wonder if there are other dangers lurking here." Just then, a deep, rumbling roar resonated from the castle's depths. Following the sound, they beheld a colossal three-headed dragon looming before them. "This is utterly terrifying." Talon recoiled a few steps in fear. The mountains and rivers clenched their teeth, proclaiming, "Fear not. We shall surely triumph over this foe." The three-headed dragon unleashed flames, frost, and lightning, while they adeptly evaded its onslaught. "Let us strike at its vulnerabilities," shouted the mountains and rivers. After an exhilarating battle, they discerned the dragon's weakness and successfully vanquished it. Following a brief respite in the castle, they resumed their adventurous journey. One day, they arrived at a mysterious forest, shrouded in thick fog that obscured their sense of direction. "Be cautious. This place feels ominous," warned Ling Shui. Suddenly, an illusion-wielding soul beast materialized, ensnaring them within a phantasm. In this mirage, the mountains and rivers found themselves back in their original world, transformed into an ordinary mortal, devoid of soul power and companions. No, this cannot be real. They struggled to awaken from the dream. Talon and Ling Shui also fought against the constraints of the illusion. Ultimately, through their unwavering resolve and mutual trust, they shattered the phantasm. Upon exiting the forest, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder gazed at the mountains and rivers and said, "Young ones, your adventure has merely begun. Ahead lie even greater challenges awaiting you." Mountains and rivers respectfully declared, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." They pressed on, and soon encountered a soul beast endowed with spatial abilities. This creature could teleport instantaneously, causing their attacks to repeatedly miss the mark. What could be done? Talon felt a sense of urgency. The mountains and rivers contemplated strategies with calm deliberation. We must discern the patterns of its movement. Through meticulous observation, they uncovered the vulnerabilities in the soul beast's mobility, leading their companions to a triumphant victory over it. As their adventures progressed, the strength of the mountains and rivers grew increasingly formidable, and their renown expanded correspondingly. However, an immense crisis was silently approaching. An insidious organization had set its sights on them, intent on seizing the soul artifacts and secret tomes they possessed. Upon receiving the news, Yama and his companions resolved to take the initiative. In their battle against the nefarious organization, they encountered unprecedented formidable foes. "Fear not, for justice and our dreams. We shall fight with all our might." Yama rallied their spirits with a resounding voice. They engaged in a desperate struggle against the enemy, the scene unfolding with great intensity. Ling Shui sustained injuries during the fray, causing Yama to feel a surge of urgency. "Ling Shui, hold on." Yama unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, vanquishing the adversary before him and rushing towards Ling Shui. Talon, undaunted, fought bravely against their foes as well. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the malevolent organization, safeguarding their hard-earned accomplishments. This battle further solidified Yama and his companions' determination to forge legends upon the Douluo Continent. The road ahead remains long, and they shall continue to confront countless challenges and opportunities, inscribing their own glorious chapters. After repelling the evil organization, Yama, Ling Shui, and Talon embarked on further adventures across the Douluo Continent. They heard whispers of a mysterious soul weapon hidden in the distant icy plains, imbued with immense power. Eager to obtain this soul weapon and enhance their strength, they resolutely set forth on their journey to the icy expanse. Along the way, the bond between Yama and Ling Xue deepened. Yama, do you think we will successfully acquire the soul weapon this time? Ling Xue inquired with a hint of concern. Mountains and rivers clasped Ling Xue's hand, bestowing upon her a resolute gaze. Rest assured, as long as we unite our efforts, nothing can hinder our path. Talon, standing nearby, jested. Oh, you two needn't flaunt your affection. Let's hasten our journey. The trio shared laughter, basking in a harmonious atmosphere. However, as they stepped onto the icy expanse, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Suddenly, a colossal ice bear burst forth from the snow, emanating an aura of frigidness, each breath releasing frosty vapors. Be cautious. This ice bear is formidable, Mountain warned loudly. The ice bear swung its massive paw, conjuring a gust of icy wind. Mountain swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously slashing his sword towards the beast. Behold my flame slash, he cried, as his sword ignited in roaring flames. Yet, upon striking the ice bear, it merely left a shallow mark. Its defenses are too strong, Talon exclaimed. Ling Xue unleashed her soul technique, Water Curtain, Heavenly Splendor. A curtain of water enveloped the ice bear, attempting to hinder its movements. With a furious roar, the ice bear instantly froze the water curtain with the frost that coated its body. As the mountains and rivers sparkled with renewed vigor, Tai Long exclaimed, "Let us together strike at its frozen core." The two launched their attacks in unison, causing the ice bear to howl in pain and retaliate with even greater ferocity. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Shan Chuan was inadvertently struck by the ice bear and was sent crashing to the ground. "Shan Chuan!" Ling Xue cried out in desperation, rushing towards him. The mountains and rivers rose with great difficulty, yet I remain unscathed, resolutely continuing the fight. After a fierce battle, they finally discovered the ice bear's vulnerable point, its eyes. The mountains and rivers harmoniously collaborated to draw the attention of the ice bear, while Ling Xue seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful water arrow directed at the creature's eyes. The ice bear roared in agony, collapsing onto the ground. At last, it was vanquished. Exhausted, Talon slumped to the ground. They pressed onward, ultimately discovering the fabled soul artifact. However, during the endeavor to secure the artifact, they inadvertently activated a guardian mechanism, summoning a soul beast endowed with formidable mental prowess. This soul beast possessed the ability to directly assault their mental realms, plunging them into a phantasmagoric illusion. In the realm of illusions, Shan Chuan beheld a vision of himself languishing in his former world, mocked by others. No, this is not the fate I desire. Shan Chuan exerted all his strength to break free from the shackles of the illusion. Ling Xue also witnessed Shan Chuan departing from her side, crying out, "Shan Chuan, do not leave me." Meanwhile, Tai Long found himself bereft of power, reduced to a feeble state. "No, I cannot be defeated." Tai Long gritted his teeth, fighting fiercely against the despair. Ultimately, through their unwavering resolve and the bond they shared, they extricated themselves from the enchantment. After successfully acquiring the soul artifact, they prepared to depart from the icy plains. However, en route, they encountered a pack of ferocious snow wolves. The wolves encircled them, with the alpha wolf glaring menacingly. "Everyone, be cautious, and do not let the pack scatter us," Shan Chuan urged. Ling Xue pressed closely against Shan Chuan, assuring him, "We shall certainly break through." The mountains and rivers unveiled the power of their newly acquired soul weapon, a flash of brilliance repelling a portion of the snow wolves. Seizing the opportunity, Talon launched his assault, invoking the formidable force of Mount Tai. Observing this, the Snow Wolf King personally lunged at the mountains and rivers. A fierce one-on-one battle ensued between them. After a harrowing struggle for survival, the mountains and rivers ultimately discerned the Snow Wolf King's flaw, delivering a decisive blow that felled the beast. With their king vanquished, the remaining snow wolves scattered in disarray. Upon exiting the icy plains, they arrived at a mysterious valley, suffused with an enchanting floral fragrance that captivated the senses. However, they soon discovered the treacherous nature of the flora, for each flower and blade of grass bore toxicity, and a cunning soul beast adept in poison lay hidden within. "Everyone, exercise caution and avoid contact with these plants," Ling Xue cautioned. Just then, the soul beast launched a sudden attack, unleashing a cloud of venomous mist. Shan Chuan swiftly summoned his soul power to form a protective shield, holding his breath in anticipation. Tai Long searched diligently for the traces of the soul beast, which seemed to be hiding too deeply. Meanwhile, Ling Xue observed the surrounding flora, sensing a pattern in its behavior. Following Ling Xue's insights, Shan Chuan, and Tai Long eventually discovered the lair of the soul beast. After an intense battle, they succeeded in defeating it. In the subsequent adventures, they encountered a myriad of formidable soul beasts and daunting challenges. Yet, with each trial, they triumphed through courage, wisdom, and unity. One day, they received word of a powerful soul ring emerging from an ancient ruin. Eager to acquire the ring and enhance their abilities, they set forth to the ruin without hesitation. The ruin was filled with various mechanisms and traps, where a moment's inattention could lead to peril. Be cautious of your steps, Shan Chuan warned. Unfortunately, Ling Xue inadvertently triggered a mechanism, unleashing a barrage of lethal arrows. Tai Long bravely stepped forward, shielding them with his own body. I'm fine, let us press on, he urged. At last, they arrived at the location of the soul ring, only to find it guarded by a formidable ancient behemoth. This creature possessed terrifying strength and a formidable height. What shall we do now? Ling Xue expressed her apprehension. Mountains and rivers encouraged, do not fear. We shall surely devise a solution. They observed the movements of the colossal beast and discerned that its left flank was relatively vulnerable. Let us concentrate our assault on its left side, shouted Mountains. Together, the trio unleashed their most formidable attacks. After a grueling battle, they ultimately prevailed over the beast and acquired the soul ring. As time passed, the renown of Mountains and his companions grew ever more illustrious across the Douluo Continent. Yet, they understood that further challenges lay ahead, and they would continue to forge ahead, penning their own legend. Upon successfully obtaining that powerful soul ring, the prowess of Mountains, Ling Xue, and Tai Long experienced a remarkable enhancement. However, they did not cease their adventurous pursuits. One day, in an ancient town, they stumbled upon a mysterious legend. It was said that deep within the distant misty forest lay an unparalleled soul artifact, possessing the power to manipulate time. This revelation stirred their hearts, compelling them to venture into the misty forest in search of it. As they entered the forest, the surrounding mist thickened, obscuring their sense of direction. This fog is too dense. We won't get lost, will we? Tai Long expressed his concerns. Fear not. As long as we stay close to one another, we shall be fine, Mountains reassured him. Ling Xue tightly clasped Mountain's hand and said, with you by my side, I am unafraid. Suddenly, a low, menacing roar echoed through the mist. A gigantic two-headed python emerged before them, its eyes glinting with an eerie light as it exhaled a cloud of toxic mist. Be cautious, that mist is poisonous, Mountains warned loudly. Tai Long swiftly unleashed a defensive soul skill, conjuring a shield to ward off the noxious vapors. Shan Chuan brandished his sword, charging towards the two-headed python. Behold the blade. The python, nimble and serpentine, skillfully evaded Shan Chuan's assault, opening its gaping maw to strike. Ling Xue swiftly summoned her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a torrent to batter the creature's head, striving to distract it. Talon, let us together target its weakness, Shan Chuan called out. After a fierce skirmish, they discerned the python's vulnerability lay in its underbelly. The trio, in harmonious coordination, executed their plan. Shan Chuan drew the python's focus, while Talon and Ling Xue seized the moment to deliver a decisive blow, ultimately vanquishing the two-headed serpent. Phew! At last, it's done, Talon panted, catching his breath. They pressed onward through the forest, encountering increasingly perilous challenges, yet with mutual support, they overcame each one. As they delved deeper into the woods, they finally stumbled upon the fabled location of the soul artifact. However, a formidable flame lion stood guard, its body engulfed in roaring fire, each leap accompanied by searing heat. This flame lion will be a formidable foe, Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers held a steadfast gaze. Regardless of the challenges ahead, we must acquire the soul artifact. In an instant, combat erupted, as the fiery skills of the flame lion rendered it difficult for them to approach. Ling Xue, utilize your water attribute soul technique to suppress its flames, shouted Shan Chuan. Without hesitation, Ling Xue unleashed her soul technique, countering the flames of the flame lion. Seizing the opportunity, Talon attempted a side attack on the beast, only to be swatted away by a powerful paw. Talon, Shan Chuan exclaimed, frantic with concern. I am fine, continue the fight, Talon declared as he rose and charged once more. Amidst the fierce battle, Shan Chuan discerned that after the flame lion unleashed a potent fire attack, it would experience a brief moment of vulnerability. Everyone, pay attention. After its next attack, that will be our chance, Shan Chuan proclaimed. Indeed, after the flame lion executed another formidable fiery assault, They seized the opportunity, striking the beast's vital point and successfully vanquishing it. Upon obtaining the soul artifact, they felt an overwhelming surge of power. This soul artifact is truly remarkable, Douluo exclaimed with excitement. However, before they could revel in their triumph, a powerful force enveloped them. It turned out that acquiring the soul artifact had triggered a hidden trial. They were transported to a mysterious realm, where a colossal phantom beast with spatial abilities materialized before them. What in the world is this? Ling Shui gasped in astonishment. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. It seemed this was the ultimate trial. The phantasmal behemoth incessantly traversed the fabric of space, launching assaults that left them defenseless. Amidst the chaos of battle, they endeavored to discern the patterns of the phantasmal giant. I believe I have discovered something, Ling Shui remarked. Each time it emerges from the void, there is a subtle fluctuation of energy. Excellent. Let us seize this opportunity, Mountain replied. After arduous combat, they finally uncovered the behemoth's vulnerability and triumphed over it, successfully passing the trial. Upon exiting the enigmatic realm, they resumed their adventures on the Douluo Continent. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a village ravaged by soul beasts, where the inhabitants lived in abject terror. We must assist them, Mountain declared. They began investigating the origins of the soul beast's emergence and uncovered that a dark attribute soul beast was orchestrating the chaos among the others. It turns out this creature is the mastermind behind it all, Douluo stated. Mountains and rivers devised a meticulous plan. They would stealthily approach their target and then launch a sudden assault. With the assistance of the villagers, they successfully located the hiding place of the dark soul beast. An intense battle ensued, as the dark soul beast exhibited unpredictable and peculiar abilities. However, through their previous combat experience and seamless cooperation, Mountains and his companions ultimately triumphed, thereby saving the village. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you. You are heroes." To which Mountains replied with a smile, "It is what we ought to do." In the days that followed, the adventures of Mountains and his companions continued, their names resonating ever more prominently across the Douluo Continent, becoming legends in the hearts of the people. Following their victory in rescuing the village ravaged by soul beasts, Mountains, Ling Shui, and Douluo embarked on yet another journey. They had heard whispers of an ancient relic hidden within a mysterious sea, said to harbor enigmatic powers capable of enhancing one's strength. This sea appears so enigmatic, Ling Shui remarked, gazing at the tumultuous waves. Regardless, we must explore it, Mountains declared resolutely. Douluo patted his chest, proclaiming, "With us around, there is nothing to fear." They embarked on a small vessel, navigating the tumultuous waters with great difficulty. Suddenly, a colossal octopus emerged from the depths, its tentacles lunging toward their boat. "Be careful," Mountains shouted. The octopus's tentacles possessed immense strength, swiftly capsizing their small craft. The three tumbled into the water, desperately swimming towards a floating plank. "This creature is exceedingly troublesome," Douluo complained. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught of the octopus monster, they declared, "We must devise a strategy to strike at its head." Ling Shui wielded her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a torrent of water in an attempt to restrain the creature's tentacles. The mountains surged forth, leaping from the water to charge towards the head of the octopus monster. "Behold my soul breaker slash!" With a radiant sword in hand, the mountain struck fiercely at the creature. The octopus monster howled in pain, retaliating with even greater ferocity. Amidst the fierce battle, Douluo discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. "Mountains, aim for its eyes," Douluo shouted emphatically. Mountains and rivers resonated with an unspoken understanding as they unleashed a formidable soul technique, successfully blinding the octopus creature. Deprived of its sight, the creature fell into disarray, and they seized the opportunity to launch a final assault, ultimately vanquishing the beast. "At last, we have dealt with this colossal foe," Ling Shui gasped, panting heavily. They continued their journey across the sea, finally arriving at the fabled ruins. An ancient aura enveloped the site, with walls adorned in enigmatic runes. "This place appears so mysterious," Ling Shui mused, her curiosity piqued as she scanned the surroundings. "Everyone, be cautious. There may be dangers lurking," Shan Chuan cautioned. No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal stone lion emerged from the shadows, emanating potent waves of soul energy, its eyes aglow with a crimson light. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers grasped their swords tightly, regardless of the adversities they faced. They vowed to conquer them all. The stone lion opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames. Swiftly, the mountains and rivers summoned a defensive spirit technique, effectively countering the fiery assault. Meanwhile, Lingxue provided invaluable support from the sidelines, continuously bestowing enhancements upon both Shan Chuan and Tailong. Seizing the opportunity, Tailong maneuvered behind the stone lion to launch his strike. Mountain press. He leapt high into the air, delivering a formidable blow upon the stone lion. Infuriated, the lion pivoted to lunge at Tailong. However, Shan Chuan intervened just in time, thwarting the beast's attack. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned a flaw in the stone lion's defenses, ultimately leading to its defeat. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a mysterious treasure chest, which contained a precious soul ring. This soul ring appears extraordinarily powerful, remarked Lingxue. The mountains and rivers cautiously lifted the soul ring, preparing to absorb it. At that moment, a formidable force enveloped them. It was the guardian of the relics that had emerged. The guardian was a colossal humanoid soul beast, possessing unparalleled strength and speed. You shall not take anything from this place. The guardian bellowed in fury. The mountains and rivers stand undaunted. After enduring countless trials, we have finally arrived here. And this soul ring is ours for the taking. The battle erupted in an instant, with the guardian's attacks striking with unparalleled ferocity, leaving the mountains and rivers struggling to cope. Continuing in this manner is not a solution. We must discover its vulnerability, Talon exclaimed. After a period of observation, Lingxue discerned that the guardian's weakness lay in its back. Mountains, let us strike at its back together, Lingxue declared, united in purpose. The three of them finally targeted the guardian's weakness and triumphed over it. The mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the soul ring, greatly enhancing their strength. After departing from the ruins, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they arrived at a cursed castle, shrouded in an ominous aura, rumored to be inhabited by a malevolent vampire soul beast. This castle appears so eerie, Lingxue remarked with a hint of trepidation. The mountains and rivers reassured. Do not fear, for I am here. They cautiously ventured into the castle when, suddenly, a vampire emerged from the shadows, revealing its sharp fangs. Fresh blood, haha? The vampire cackled. Mountains and rivers wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle against the vampire. The vampire's speed was astonishing, and the mountains and rivers found themselves momentarily ensnared in a predicament. Talon, use your strength to restrain its movements, cried the mountains and rivers. Talon unleashed his formidable power, temporarily confining the vampire. Seizing the opportunity, Lingxue activated her soul technique, inflicting damage upon the vampire. After an intense struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the vampire, lifting the curse from the castle. In the subsequent adventures, the mountains and rivers encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and daunting challenges. Yet, they steadfastly supported one another, remaining united through thick and thin. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a unicorn soul beast with healing abilities, pursued by a band of nefarious hunters and gravely wounded. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of those hunters, declared the mountains and rivers. They engaged in a fierce confrontation with the hunters and successfully rescued the unicorn. In gratitude, the unicorn bestowed upon them powerful healing abilities. As time passed, the reputation of the mountains and rivers spread throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. They became revered as heroes in the hearts of the people, garnering countless friendships and respect. However, they were acutely aware that their adventures were far from over, and many more unknowns awaited their exploration. The blood and glory of Douluo, the heroic deeds of Shan Chuan, Lingxue, and Tailong resonate throughout the continent of Douluo, their renown growing ever more illustrious. However, they remain untainted by pride, steadfastly continuing their adventurous journey. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, rumored to conceal a potent soul weapon capable of bestowing upon its wielder the power to command the elements. If we could obtain this soul weapon, our strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, Tailong exclaimed with enthusiasm. But let us not rejoice too prematurely. The journey ahead is bound to be fraught with challenges, Lingxue cautioned. The mountains and rivers nodded slightly, urging everyone to exercise caution and remain vigilant. They cautiously ventured into the valley, and it wasn't long before they were met with a deep, resonant roar. A colossal white tiger spirit beast sprang forth from the thicket, its fur shimmering with electric sparks, and its gaze radiating hostility. This white tiger appeared to be a formidable adversary. Talon swallowed hard. The mountains and rivers gripped their swords firmly, urging, do not fear. Let us charge together. The white tiger was the first to launch an assault, unleashing a bolt of lightning that hurtled towards the mountains and rivers. Ling Shui swiftly employed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a curtain of water to shield against the oncoming electric strike. Talon, now is your moment. Mountain River called out. Talon surged forward, channeling immense power in an attempt to subdue the white tiger. However, the white tiger adeptly evaded, pivoting to swipe at Talon with its claw. Be careful, Ling Shui exclaimed in alarm. Mountain River arrived just in time, using his sword to block the white tiger's fierce assault. This creature is exceptionally swift, he remarked. We must devise a strategy to ensnare it, Ling Shui suggested. After a thorough discussion, they resolved that Mountain River and Talon would divert the white tiger's attention while Ling Shui set up water-based traps around them. The execution of their plan proceeded remarkably well. The white tiger inadvertently fell into the trap, its movements now constrained. At the opportune moment, Mountain River unleashed a formidable soul technique, piercing the vital spot of the white tiger with a single strike. The white tiger struggled a few times before ultimately succumbing. At last, the ordeal was concluded. Talon exhaled in relief. They proceeded onward and finally located the coveted soul artifact. However, just as they prepared to retrieve it, the artifact suddenly emanated an overwhelming force, conjuring a colossal shield that barred their entrance. What was happening? Talon inquired, bewildered. It appeared that acquiring the soul artifact would not be a simple task. Mountain River furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated in their ears. To obtain the soul artifact, you must pass my trial. Immediately thereafter, a magnificent flaming phoenix materialized before them. The phoenix spread its wings, and the temperature in the vicinity soared instantaneously. This trial is exceedingly arduous, Ling Shui remarked. Shan Chuan proclaimed. No matter the circumstances, we must not surrender. As the battle commenced, the fiery phoenix unleashed a torrent of flames, forcing Shan Chuan and his companions to evade in every direction. We cannot remain passive and endure these assaults indefinitely, Talon asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Chuan spoke. Ling Shui, employ your water attribute soul technique to lower the ambient temperature. Talon, let us strike at the wings of the phoenix together. They executed their plan, with Ling Shui successfully diminishing the temperature, while Shan Chuan and Talon seized the opportunity to assault the phoenix's wings. The phoenix, struck by their attack, let out an enraged cry and retaliated with even greater ferocity. Amidst the fierce battle, Shan Chuan discerned that the phoenix's abdomen was its vulnerable point. Let us concentrate our efforts on its abdomen, he commanded. The trio unleashed their full power and finally struck the phoenix's abdomen. It collapsed to the ground, transforming into a radiant light before vanishing. The protective shield dissipated as well, and they triumphantly retrieved the soul artifact. Splendid. We have succeeded, Talon exclaimed with excitement. Ling Shui gazed at Shan Chuan, her eyes brimming with joy. They departed the valley, carrying the soul artifact, and continued their adventures across Douluo Continent. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a quaint town shrouded in dark forces. The townsfolk appeared peculiar, their gazes vacant and movement sluggish. This place feels eerie, Ling Shui remarked. Surely, some malevolent forces at play, Shan Chuan replied. As they investigated the town, they uncovered the presence of a dark sorcerer. It seems this fiend is the source of the trouble, Talon noted. The dark sorcerer, having detected their presence, unleashed dark magic in an attempt to attack them. In a fierce confrontation, the mountains and rivers valiantly resisted, engaging in a tumultuous duel of magic against the dark sorcerer. During the battle, they discovered that the sorcerer's power emanated from a sinister soul ring. By shattering that ring, they could vanquish him. With determination, they coordinated their efforts and ultimately seized the opportunity. A single strike from Shan Chuan shattered the dark soul ring. The dark sorcerer, stripped of his power, was defeated by their combined might. The town returned to its former tranquility, and the grateful residents expressed their heartfelt appreciation. In the days that followed, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their adventures, encountering a myriad of challenges and adversaries. Yet, their resolve remained unwavering, propelling them forward. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a colossal sandworm spirit beast in the desert. The sandworm could traverse the sands with ease, launching surprise attacks that proved difficult to counter. This sandworm is exceptionally troublesome, Tyrone lamented. Do not fret, we shall find a way, replied Shan Chuan. Ling Shui observed the movements of the sandworm and remarked, I have noticed that it pauses briefly each time it emerges from the sand. That is our moment to strike. Heeding Ling Shui's insight, They bided their time. At last, Shan Chuan seized the instant of the sandworm's pause, driving his sword into its head. The creature writhed momentarily before collapsing onto the sandy ground. Through numerous adventures and battles, the bond among Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tyrone grew ever deeper, solidifying their roles as each other's staunchest allies. The road ahead remains long, and they are destined to continue inscribing their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. After Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long triumphed over the sandworm soul beast, they continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. They had heard tales of a mystical snow lotus perched atop a distant icy peak, said to possess the miraculous ability to bring back the dead. If we can obtain this snow lotus, it would offer us an extra layer of protection in times of peril, Ling Shui remarked, brimming with anticipation. Then let us endeavor to seek it out, regardless of the challenges that may arise, Shan Chuan replied, his gaze resolute. Tai Long thumped his chest and declared, with brother Shan Chuan by our side, success is assured. The trio set forth towards the icy mountain, and as they ascended, the temperature plummeted, the biting cold cutting through them. This is unbearable. I feel as though my hands and feet are about to freeze solid. Tai Long couldn't help but grumble. Ling Shui exhaled a cloud of frosty breath. Just a little longer, everyone, we are almost there. At last, they reached the summit, only to find their path obstructed by a colossal ice dragon soul beast. Its wings unfurled as it unleashed a chilling roar that sent forth waves of frigid air. Be careful. Shan Chuan swiftly pulled Ling Shui and Tai Long behind him, erecting a soul power shield to fend off the onslaught. This creature is formidable, Tai Long exclaimed. Shan Chuan gritted his teeth and declared, fear not, let us face this together. The ice dragon lunged at them with its colossal claws. Shan Chuan swiftly sidestepped and swung his sword towards the dragon's talons. Ling Shui summoned her water attribute soul skill, forming icicles that shot towards the ice dragon. The creature roared, unleashing a torrent of icy spires from its maw. Talon leaped with all his might, using his body to shield against the icy barrage. Talon, Shan Chuan and Ling Shui gasped in alarm. Talon rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stated resolutely, I am unharmed. Let us continue the battle. The mountains and rivers seemed to glare with fury as a surge of soul power erupted from within. Ice Dragon, meet your demise. After a fierce battle, they discerned the creature's vulnerability lay in its abdomen. Ling Shui, draw its attention. Talon and I will seek an opportunity to strike its underbelly, proclaimed Shan Chuan. Ling Shui nodded, charging towards the ice dragon while relentlessly unleashing her soul techniques to distract it. Seizing the moment, Shan Chuan and Talon maneuvered behind the dragon, launching their most potent assault simultaneously. The ice dragon roared in agony, collapsing to the ground. At last, we have vanquished it, Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. They successfully acquired the snow lotus and continued their journey. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a mysterious cave, rumored to conceal a formidable soul artifact. As they stepped into the cave, countless bat soul beasts attacked them. Everyone, be cautious. Shan Chuan brandished his sword, slaying the bats. Ling Shui and Talon also unleashed their respective soul techniques to counter the onslaught. There are far too many bats. We can't possibly kill them all, Talon shouted. The mountains and rivers surveyed their surroundings and discovered a vent. We shall lure the bats there and then unleash a fiery assault. They fought while retreating, guiding the bats towards the opening. Ling Shui unleashed her fire attribute soul skill, igniting the bats. With the bats dealt with, they ventured deeper into the cavern. In the depths of the cave, they found the soul artifact. However, to obtain it, they had to unravel a riddle. This riddle is exceedingly challenging, Talon remarked. Scratching his head, Ling Shui pondered carefully. Do not rush, let us think together. After much effort, they finally deciphered the riddle and secured the soul artifact. In the course of their ensuing adventure, they encountered a nine-tailed fox soul beast endowed with illusionary powers. The fox cast its illusions, ensnaring them in a terrifying nightmare. Where am I? How did I end up here? Shan Chuan felt lost within the dream. Ling Shui, too, was engulfed in dread. Shan Chuan, where are you? Talon struggled to maintain his lucidity. Everyone, awaken quickly. This is an illusion. Ultimately, through their indomitable will, they broke free from the illusion and engaged in a fierce battle with the nine-tailed fox. During the skirmish, Shan Chuan noticed that every time the fox employed its illusion, there was a brief fluctuation in its soul power. Attack it while it casts the illusion, Shan Chuan shouted. After a grueling fight, they triumphed over the nine-tailed fox. As their adventure progressed, the challenges they faced became increasingly daunting. Yet, they remained steadfast, supporting one another through thick and thin. One day, they received news that an evil organization was capturing soul beasts with unique abilities, intending to exploit them to dominate Douluo Continent. We cannot allow their nefarious scheme to succeed, Shan Chuan declared. They resolved to confront the evil organization in a decisive battle. During the conflict, the organization unleashed various formidable soul masters and soul beasts. Everyone, be cautious and do not scatter, Shan Chuan shouted emphatically. Ling Shui and Talon stayed closely by Shan Chuan's side, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. The mountains and rivers unleashed formidable soul skills, repelling the enemy's advances time and again. Even in death, we shall not allow you to succeed, Tyrone bellowed. After a brutal battle, they ultimately triumphed over the malevolent organization, rescuing the Douluo Continent. The names of Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long have become legendary in the Douluo Continent. Their tales are recounted by many, forever etched in the annals of this enchanting land. The dawn of light in Douluo. After defeating the nefarious organization, Mountain, Ling Shui, and Tai Long emerged as revered heroes on the Douluo Continent. However, their adventurous journey was far from over. One day, while exploring an ancient library, they stumbled upon a mysterious tome that chronicled a legend of a lost land. It was said that within this forsaken realm lay a mystical artifact capable of upending the entire power balance of the Douluo Continent. The prospect seemed utterly astonishing. If such a treasure truly existed, they were determined to seek it out. Excitement sparkled in Ling Shui's eyes. The mountains furrowed their brows slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke. However, this journey is undoubtedly fraught with unknown dangers. We must be thoroughly prepared. Tyron, patting his chest with assurance, declared, with Brother Mountain by our side, we fear nothing. Thus, they embarked on their expedition to the Lost Lands. Along the way, they encountered various inclement weather conditions and intricate terrain. This wretched weather, one moment a torrential downpour, the next a blazing sun, is truly tormenting, Tyron lamented. Ling Shui, with a smile, offered comfort, saying, do not complain. This is merely part of the adventure. Mountains and rivers remained ever vigilant, observing their surroundings. As they traversed a dense forest, a colossal poisonous spider spirit obstructed their path. The spider expelled a viscous web, attempting to ensnare them. Beware of those threads, they are toxic, Mountain exclaimed loudly. Ling Shui swiftly unleashed her soul skill, conjuring a water curtain to intercept the approaching web. Behold my might, earth-shattering strike. Talon charged towards the poisonous spider, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. However, the spider adeptly evaded Talon's assault and released a cloud of toxic mist. As the mountains and rivers came into view, Shan Chuan hastily exclaimed, hold your breath, Ling Shui, and use your water attribute soul skill to dispel the toxic mist. Through their close cooperation and after a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the venomous spider. Continuing their journey, they arrived at a broad river, its waters rushing tumultuously, with hidden currents swirling beneath the surface. How shall we cross such a swift river? Talon inquired, his expression betraying his concern. Ling Shui pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps we can utilize the surrounding trees to construct a makeshift bridge. Thus, united in purpose, they felled trees and erected a temporary bridge, successfully traversing the river. At long last, they reached the Lost Land, an area shrouded in an enigmatic aura. Its surroundings eerily silent, evoking a sense of dread. Everyone be cautious, something feels amiss here, Shan Chuan whispered. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal two-headed dragon surged from the ground, unleashing torrents of blazing flames and icy gales. What manner of creature is this? Talon gasped in astonishment. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. Do not fear, we shall surely triumph over it. The flames and icy breath of the two-headed dragon intertwined, creating a battleground of both fire and ice. Ling Shui unleashed her formidable water-based soul technique, striving to neutralize the dragon's assault. Seizing the opportunity during the momentary assault of the two-headed dragon, Shan Chuan soared toward its head, his sword gleaming with resplendent light. Talon fervently cheered for both Shan Chuan and Ling Shui, seeking an opportune moment to launch his own attack. After an exhilarating and intense battle, they finally uncovered the vulnerability of the dragon and succeeded in vanquishing it. Deep within the land of desolation, they discovered a mysterious treasure, a soul ring radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Is this indeed the legendary artifact? Ling Shui inquired with curiosity as she gazed at the soul ring. Just as they prepared to seize the ring, an imposing barrier suddenly manifested, shrouding the soul ring in protection. What are we to do now? Talon asked in a state of urgency. Shan Chuan meticulously scrutinized the barrier and declared, "Let us collectively concentrate our soul power in an attempt to breach this barrier." They united their soul energy, relentlessly assaulting the barrier. After numerous endeavors, a faint crack finally appeared. At that moment, a concealed shadow leopard spirit beast suddenly launched an attack, aiming to seize the soul ring. Be cautious. Shan Chuan swiftly turned to fend off the shadow leopard's onslaught. Ling Xue and Tai Long quickly joined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadow leopard. In a pivotal moment, Shan Chuan successfully shattered the barrier, acquiring the soul ring. A surge of formidable energy instantly flooded into his body, enabling him to unleash a powerful soul technique that decisively vanquished the shadow leopard. With the soul ring in hand, they began their journey home. However, along the way, they encountered a new challenge. A band of robbers, having learned of their possession of a precious treasure, sought to ambush them. "Surrender the treasure, and we shall spare your lives," the ruthless leader of the robbers snarled. The mountains and rivers let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe you can rob us?" A fierce battle erupted once more. With their formidable strength and seamless cooperation, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long vanquished the bandits, leaving them in utter disarray. After a lengthy journey, they finally returned to familiar grounds. "This adventure was truly exhilarating," Tai Long remarked. Ling Xue smiled at Shan Chuan, saying, "As long as I am with you, I fear no challenge, no matter how daunting." The mountains and rivers clasped Ling Xue's hand, speaking tenderly. "From this moment forth, we shall walk this path together." Their tale continues to resonate across the Douluo Continent, evolving into an everlasting legend spoken of by the people. Mountains and rivers. Ling Xue and Tai Long have traversed numerous adventures, gaining widespread renown. However, their tranquil days were not destined to last long. One day, they received a mysterious letter, which mentioned the emergence of a malevolent force in the distant, shadowy valley, threatening the peace of the entire Douluo Continent. "It seems we have a new mission ahead," Mountain River remarked with a furrowed brow. Ling Xue gently grasped Mountain River's hand, her gaze resolute. "No matter how daunting the challenge, we shall face it together." Tai Long raised his fist. "Indeed, let those wicked forces witness our prowess." They immediately set forth towards the shadowy valley. Along the way, Mountain River continuously deliberated strategies with Ling Xue and Tai Long. "This enemy may prove to be more formidable than any we have previously encountered. We must not let our guard down," Mountain River stated solemnly. Ling Xue nodded. "Rest assured, we will exercise caution." As they stepped into the shadowy valley, a heavy aura of darkness enveloped them. "Be cautious." "There is movement," Tai Long exclaimed alertly. A colossal shadow wolf leaped from the darkness, its eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, exhaling black flames. "What kind of soul beast is this? It appears extraordinarily powerful." Ling Xue gasped. Mountains and rivers, undaunted, brandished their sword against the shadow wolf. "Fear not, for I shall confront it." The shadow wolf, swift as the wind, evaded several of their strikes with remarkable agility. "Tyrone, attack from the side and divert its attention," shouted mountains and rivers. Heeding the call, Tyrone unleashed a formidable force, striking towards the shadow wolf. As the creature turned its focus towards Tyrone, mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to pierce its hind leg with a well-aimed thrust. A woo! The shadow wolf, enraged, pivoted and lunged at mountains and rivers. In a timely manner, Ling Xue summoned a water attribute soul skill, conjuring a curtain of water that slowed the beast's advance. After an intense struggle, mountains and rivers finally found the chance to deliver a fatal blow to the shadow wolf. "Phew, it is finally resolved," he gasped. They ventured deeper into the valley, encountering increasingly formidable soul beasts. "What manner of place is this, that so many powerful soul beasts dwell here?" Tyrone lamented. Ling Xue reassured him, "Do not despair. We shall undoubtedly uncover the source of this malevolent power." Just then, a colossal stone creature, possessing the ability to manipulate gravity, obstructed their path. With a sweeping motion of its hands, it unleashed a formidable gravitational field that hindered the movements of mountains and rivers. "This is bad. Everyone be cautious," mountains and rivers warned. Ling Xue strained to maintain her soul power output, striving to counteract the oppressive force of gravity. With unwavering determination, Shan Chuan arduously approached the stone giant. "Behold my gravity slash." Shan Chuan exerted every ounce of strength, swinging his sword. The The stone giant was momentarily pushed back by Shan Chuan's assault, yet quickly retaliated. In a pivotal moment, Tai Long discerned the giant's vulnerability on its back. "Shan Chuan, strike its back!" Tai Long shouted fervently. Mountains and rivers echoed with the sound as he soared into the air, thrusting his sword into the vulnerability of the colossal stone creature. With the giant's collapse, they finally arrived at the very heart of the malevolent force. A dark sorcerer stood before a massive magical array, from which an inexhaustible stream of dark energy surged forth. "At last, I have found you, wicked fiend," roared mountains and rivers. The dark sorcerer chuckled derisively. "Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" With that, he summoned a gigantic skeletal dragon spirit. The bone dragon flapped its wings, stirring up a tempest. "This dragon is far too powerful. Can we truly prevail?" Tyrone expressed his concerns. Mountains and rivers gazed steadfastly. "We firmly believe that we shall prevail." Mountains and rivers, Ling Xue and Tai Long exchanged a glance, instinctively launching their assault. Ling Xue incessantly employed her soul techniques to disrupt the movements of the skeletal dragon, while Tai Long, harnessing his formidable strength, diverted the creature's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan diligently searched for the dragon's vulnerabilities. After an arduous battle, Shan Chuan finally discerned that the dragon's neck was its Achilles heel. "Let us unite our forces to strike at its neck," Shan Chuan proclaimed. The trio unleashed their most potent attacks simultaneously, and the skeletal dragon emitted a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. The dark sorcerer, witnessing this, furiously intensified the energy output of his magic array. "We cannot allow him to prevail." Shan Chuan charged towards the dark sorcerer. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Shan Chuan identified the core of the magic array. "Ling Xue, Tai Long, unleash all your strength upon the core of the array," Shan Chuan urged. Through their collective effort, the magic array was ultimately shattered, leading to the dark sorcerer's defeat. "We have triumphed," Tai Long exclaimed with exhilaration. Ling Xue leaped into Shan Chuan's embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears. The mountains embraced Ling Xue tightly, smiling as they looked towards Tai Long. "Indeed, we have succeeded." Their adventure continued, with more challenges awaiting them in the future, yet they stood fearless, for they were the legends of Douluo Continent. After triumphantly defeating the dark sorcerer and rescuing the Shadow Valley, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long were celebrated as heroes among the people of Douluo. However, before they could bask in the glory, a new crisis quietly approached. One day, while cultivating, Shan Chuan suddenly sensed a powerful and malevolent force awakening. Upon investigation, they discovered that this force emanated from a legendary ancient soul beast, the Dark Kirin. This Dark Kirin was said to possess the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. "We must proceed with caution," Shan Chuan gravely informed Ling Xue and Tai Long. Ling Xue bit her lip, resolutely stating that they could not allow it to wreak havoc upon the world. Tai Long clenched his fists, affirming, "Indeed, we shall face it together." Determined to track down the Dark Kirin, they embarked on a long and arduous journey. Along the way, they encountered various formidable soul beasts and perilous traps. "Why are there mechanisms everywhere? This is quite troublesome," Tai Long complained while dodging the flying poisoned arrows. Ling Xue, using her soul skills to clear the path, urged, "Stop complaining and let's move quickly." At last, they discovered the lair of the Dark Kirin within an ancient mountain range. Upon seeing them, the Dark Kirin opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. "Be careful." Shan Chuan quickly positioned himself in front of Ling Xue and Tai Long, employing a defensive soul technique. "This creature is indeed formidable," Tai Long exclaimed. The mountains and rivers resounded with a fervent call, "Let us unite. We must not allow it a moment's respite." Ling Xue summoned her martial spirit, the Ice and Snow Phoenix, unleashing formidable ice-based skills in an attempt to encase the Dark Kirin in frost. With a fearsome roar, the Dark Kirin exuded an overwhelming power, swiftly breaking free from the icy grasp. Meanwhile, Talon brandished his colossal hammer, striking towards the Dark Kirin. The Dark Kirin adeptly evaded the onslaught, retaliating by sweeping its tail towards Talon. As the mountain and river soared into action, they aimed for the eyes of the dark black unicorn. However, the creature reacted with astonishing swiftness, using its claws to deflect the onslaught. Continuing in this manner would yield no results. "We must identify its vulnerability," called out Ling Xue. After a thorough examination, they discerned that a scale on the unicorn's abdomen was of a lighter hue, possibly indicating a weakness. "Talon, You must draw its attention while Ling Xue and I seize the opportunity to strike at its vulnerable spot, declared Mountain River. Without hesitation, Talon charged toward the dark black unicorn, engaging it in a fierce battle. Shan Chuan and Ling Xue stood by, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. At last, when the dark Kirin was provoked by Talon to rear its head and roar, both Shan Chuan and Ling Xue launched their assaults simultaneously, striking its vulnerable point. The dark Kirin let out a pained howl and collapsed onto the ground. Just as they believed that victory was within their grasp, the dark Kirin suddenly rose once more, its aura now more ferocious than ever. "This is bad. It's fighting for its life," Shan Chuan exclaimed. The dark Kirin unleashed its ultimate skill, the Dark Annihilation Wave. A powerful wave of energy surged towards them. "Everyone, brace yourselves," Shan Chuan called out. The trio exerted every ounce of strength, employing their most formidable soul skills to counter the Dark Annihilation Wave. Amidst the fierce clash of energies, Shan Chuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the dark Kirin's strength was depleted, and it collapsed once more, transforming into a dark soul ring. After the mountains and rivers absorbed the soul ring, their strength experienced a remarkable enhancement. "At long last, it's over," Ling Xue said wearily. Talon plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "I am utterly exhausted." However, their adventure was far from concluded. Shortly thereafter, they learned of a formidable soul weapon that had emerged in a mysterious sea, attracting numerous powerful contenders. "This could be an excellent opportunity for us to enhance our strength," Shan Chuan remarked. "What are we waiting for? Let us set off at once." Tailong responded with excitement. Upon their arrival in that sea, they discovered it had already been claimed by various factions. "It seems that acquiring the soul weapon will not be so simple," Ling Xue observed. In the struggle for the soul weapon, they would not only have to contend with the assaults of other powerful beings, but also confront the formidable soul beasts lurking within the depths of the ocean. A colossal octopus soul beast emerged from the seabed, extending its tentacles in an attempt to seize the soul weapon. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce battle against the octopus spirit beast. "Let us rally together. We must not allow it to prevail," shouted the mountains and rivers. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the octopus spirit beast and successfully acquired the soul device. In the days that followed, the mountains and rivers continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent, confronting various hardships and challenges, constantly evolving and advancing. Their names became an everlasting legend on the Douluo Continent. As the names of Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tailong grew increasingly renowned across the Douluo Continent, their spirits remained unquenched, ever eager to delve deeper into the mysteries of this enchanting land. By a stroke of serendipity, they discovered whispers of a formidable soul inheritance concealed within a distant, enigmatic forest, said to bestow invincible power upon its possessor. "This sounds enticing. Shall we venture forth?" Ling Xue inquired, casting her gaze upon Shan Chuan and Tailong. "Such an opportunity must not be missed," Shan Chuan replied, determination etched in his eyes. Tailong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us set out." Without hesitation, the trio embarked on their journey towards the mysterious forest. Upon entering the forest, they were met with a fierce flame tiger spirit beast, engulfed in searing flames, each strike accompanied by a wave of intense heat. "Be cautious. Do not fall victim to its flames," Shan Chuan warned loudly. Ling Xue summoned her ice-based soul skills, attempting to quell the raging inferno of the flame tiger. "Behold my might. Titan strike." Tailong bellowed as he swung his massive fist towards the beast. The flame tiger, agile and cunning, evaded Tailong's assault and lunged towards Ling Xue. Observing this, Shan Chuan swiftly brandished his sword to intercept the attack. "This creature is remarkably swift," Ling Xue gasped, breathless from the exertion. After a fierce struggle, Shan Chuan identified an opening and landed a decisive blow to the creature's vital point, vanquishing it at last. "Finally, it is done," Tailong said, wiping the sweat from his brow. They pressed deeper into the forest, encountering increasingly powerful spirit beasts. "This place is indeed fraught with peril," Ling Xue remarked. "Yet, as long as we stand united, there is no challenge we cannot overcome," Shan Chuan reassured her. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a seductive mirage demon spirit beast, adept in illusions. The mirage demon unleashed potent enchantments, ensnaring them in a harrowing nightmare. "Where are we? I cannot move," Ling Xue cried out in terror. The mountains and rivers endeavored to maintain their composure. "Do not panic, everyone. It is but an illusion. Focus your minds." Under this reminder, they gradually liberated themselves from the shackles of the enchantment through sheer willpower. After several arduous days of journeying, they finally discovered the site of the martial spirit inheritance. However, to attain this inheritance, they must endure a series of formidable trials. The first challenge presented itself in the form of a pack of powerful wind wolves, creatures known for their remarkable speed and fierce assaults. "Be cautious and do not scatter," shouted the mountains and rivers. Ling Xue and Tai Long closely followed, standing resolutely against the onslaught of the wind wolves. "We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative," exclaimed Tai Long. The mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement, leading them to launch a counterattack. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the wind wolf. The second trial involved unraveling a complex riddle. The three sat together, straining their minds in deep contemplation. "I believe I have a glimmer of insight," Ling Xue remarked. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately deciphered the enigma. The final challenge was to conquer a formidable soul beast possessing dual soul spirits. This creature was exceptionally powerful, plunging them into a grueling struggle. "What should we do? This opponent is exceedingly difficult to deal with," Talon exclaimed anxiously. With unwavering determination, Mountain River declared, "Do not give up. We shall surely uncover its weakness." After meticulous observation, Mountain River discerned a fleeting gap during the transition of the soul beast's two martial spirits. "Now is our chance. Attack," he shouted, seizing the opportunity. They launched a decisive strike, ultimately triumphing over the soul beast and successfully acquiring the martial spirit inheritance. However, as they prepared to depart from the enigmatic forest, they were confronted by a band of nefarious villains coveting the inheritance they had secured. "Hand over the inheritance, and we shall spare your lives," growled the leader of the rogues menacingly. With a disdainful sneer, Shan Chuan remarked, "You think you stand a chance? How delusional." Once more, a fierce battle erupted. Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long collaborated seamlessly, showcasing their formidable prowess. "Allow us to demonstrate our might," Tai Long bellowed. After a grueling confrontation, they triumphed in repelling the nefarious foes. "This adventure was truly exhilarating," Ling Xue commented. The mountains and rivers gazed upon her and Talon with a gentle smile. "Yet, we have all grown significantly." They carry with them newfound strength and courage, continuing to inscribe their own legends upon the Douluo Continent. The resurrection of Douluo through flames. After successfully obtaining the soul inheritance from the mysterious forest, Shan Chuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long experienced a significant enhancement in their powers, and their renown within the Douluo Continent grew ever greater. However, a new mission soon loomed before them. One day, they received a cryptic invitation, beckoning them to an ancient castle that purportedly harbored an unparalleled soul weapon, possessing the power to alter the fate of the Douluo Continent. "This sounds perilous. Yet we cannot let this opportunity slip away," Shan Chuan declared. Ling Xue nodded, her eyes brimming with resolve. "No matter what, we shall face it together." Tai Long thumped his chest confidently, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? With our strength, we are certain to prevail." Thus, they embarked on their journey to the castle. Along the way, they encountered various trials and tribulations. "Why is this path so treacherous, with thorns everywhere?" Tai Long complained. "Cease your lamentations and tread carefully. There may be dangers lurking nearby," Ling Xue cautioned. Suddenly, a colossal poisonous scorpion soul beast lunged at them from the side, its stinger glimmering ominously. "Be cautious. This scorpion is not to be trifled with," Shan Chuan shouted. The poisonous scorpion swiftly launched its attack, unleashing a spray of venom. Mountains and rivers swiftly deployed their defensive skills, successfully blocking the venomous attack. "Behold my ice soul arrow." Ling Xue summoned her martial spirit, launching a flurry of ice arrows that struck the venomous scorpion. The creature, stung by the icy projectiles, lashed out in a frenzied assault. Seizing the opportunity, Talon charged forward, swinging his fists with great ferocity against the scorpion. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the venomous beast. As they pressed onward, they arrived before the castle, its grand gates firmly shut, shrouded in an air of mystery. The castle exuded a chilling aura, and Ling Xue, feeling a twinge of fear, grasped the hem of mountains and rivers' garment. The mountains and rivers consoled, "Fear not, for I am here." Talon stepped forward and forcefully pushed against the grand door, yet it remained steadfastly shut. "What should we do now?" Talon scratched his head in confusion. At that moment, Shan Chuan discovered a mechanism beside the door. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking it. He meticulously examined the device, and after a series of attempts, The door gradually creaked open. As they entered the castle, a thick fog enveloped the air, obscuring their sense of direction. "Everyone, be cautious and stay close to me," Shan Chuan urged as he cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, a shadowy bat soul beast lunged out of the mist, charging toward them. "Be careful," Shan Chuan shouted, swinging his sword at the creature. Ling Shui and Talon quickly reacted, joining the fray. In their battle against the shadow bat, they discovered its ability to become invisible, complicating their struggle significantly. "This bat is quite the nuisance. We can hardly see it," Talon exclaimed anxiously. "Stay calm. Let us listen closely to discern its location," Shan Chuan advised. After a fierce struggle, they finally discerned the bat's pattern and succeeded in vanquishing it. They pressed further into the castle, encountering a myriad of mechanisms and traps along the way. "This journey is fraught with peril," Ling Shui remarked. "Yet as long as we do not lose hope, we shall surely find the soul artifact," Shan Chuan encouraged his companions. Eventually, they arrived at the castle's core area and beheld the extraordinary soul artifact. However, it was shielded by a formidable barrier, guarded by a powerful ironclad lion soul beast. With a thunderous roar, the ironclad lion charged toward them. "Prepare for battle," Shan Chuan commanded. Mountains and rivers stood resolutely against the ironclad lion, while Ling Shui positioned herself in the rear, casting her supportive soul arts. The ironclad lion possessed formidable strength, causing both mountains and rivers to be repelled on several occasions. "Continuing in this manner was untenable. We must discern its weakness," Mountains declared. After keen observation, they uncovered that the creature's underbelly was its Achilles heel. "Tyrone, draw its attention. I shall seek an opportunity to strike at its vulnerable underbelly," Mountains instructed. Tyrone nodded, charging towards the ironclad lion, relentlessly provoking it. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to soar into the air, striking at the ironclad lion's abdomen. The ironclad lion roared in agony, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, the barrier remained unbroken. "Let us unite our strength to assault the barrier," declared Shan Chuan. They combined their spiritual energies and launched an attack against the barrier. Under the immense force of their combined might, the barrier finally shattered, and they successfully acquired the soul artifact. Just as they prepared to depart from the castle, its master appeared. "Did you think you could so easily take the soul artifact?" The castle master sneered. It turned out that the castle master was a formidable soul master, intent on reclaiming the artifact. A fierce battle erupted once more. "No matter who you are, we shall not surrender the soul artifact," proclaimed Shan Chuan. The castle master unleashed powerful soul techniques, directing his assault towards them. The mountains and rivers collaborated seamlessly, engaging in a fierce struggle against the castle's master. Ultimately, through their indomitable will and unwavering spirit, they triumphed over the castle's ruler, departing with the soul artifact in hand. "This adventure was truly exhilarating," Talon remarked. Ling Shui smiled at Shan Chuan, stating, "As long as we stand together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." The mountains and rivers clasped Ling Shui's hand. "Indeed, we must face numerous challenges together. Their adventure persists, and a myriad of unknowns awaits their exploration in the future." Mountains and rivers, accompanied by Ling Shui and Tai Long, embarked on a new journey, bearing the extraordinary soul artifact obtained from the castle. However, their actions attracted the attention of various factions, including a nefarious organization known as the Shadow Alliance. Word has it that these three have acquired a remarkable treasure. "If we could seize it, our fortunes would change," the sinister leader of the Shadow Alliance declared ominously. "Leave it to us, we will surely bring it back," his subordinates responded in unison. Meanwhile, Shan Chuan and his companions remained oblivious to the impending crisis. "The power of this soul artifact is formidable, yet it seems we need to study it further to fully master it," Shan Chuan remarked. Ling Shui nodded in agreement. "Indeed. But we must exercise caution to avoid being consumed by its power." Tai Long, with a boisterous demeanor, exclaimed, "What is there to fear? With the three of us together, we can handle anything." Just then, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of cloaked figures. "Surrender the soul artifact, and we shall spare your lives," the assailants shouted. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. "Who are you to dare rob us? Enough of the idle chatter, attack." The figures cloaked in black surged forward. Shan Chuan and his companions swiftly entered a state of combat, engaging in a fierce struggle against the cloaked adversaries. "Behold my might, the Mount Tai collapse." Tyrone delivered a powerful punch, sending several of the dark-clad foes staggering back. Ling Shui unleashed her ice element martial spirit abilities, encasing the surrounding enemies in a frigid prison. With agile movements and a keen swordsmanship, Shan Chuan felt his foes. Yet, the black-clad adversaries continued to pour in, their strength escalating with each wave. This cannot go on. We must break through, Shan Chuan declared. Follow me. Ling Shui identified an opening and led the group in a swift escape. They fled until they reached a secluded valley. Let us pause here to recuperate our strength, Shan Chuan suggested. Ling Shui expressed her concern, wondering if their pursuers would follow. It matters not. We shall vanquish one if they come, and two if they dare. Tyron responded with unwavering bravado. Just then, a deep growl echoed through the valley. A colossal flame bear's spirit materialized before them. Truly, calamities do not come alone. Tyron lamented. The flame bear unleashed a torrent of fire towards them. Everyone, be cautious, Shan Chuan shouted. They each unleashed their unique skills, engaging in a fierce battle against the flame bear. This creature is tough and formidable, Tyron exclaimed. Ling Shui observed. We must discover its weakness. After careful scrutiny, Shan Chuan identified that the bear's eyes were its vulnerable point. Tyron, divert its attention while Ling Shui and I seek an opportunity to strike its eyes, Shan Chuan instructed. Tyron charged forward, confronting the flame bear directly. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan and Ling Shui stealthily maneuvered behind the flame bear to launch their assault. At last, the flame bear collapsed, transforming into a soul ring. Splendid. We have acquired yet another soul ring, exclaimed Tai Long with exhilaration. However, before they could revel in their victory, the members of the Shadow Alliance pursued them relentlessly. Nowhere to flee, declared the leader cloaked in black. Even in death, we shall never surrender the soul artifact to you vile fiends, Shan Chuan asserted resolutely. The two sides engaged in a fierce confrontation once more. During the skirmish, Shan Chuan and his companions gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Are we truly destined to perish here today? Tai Long said, a hint of despair in his voice. Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Shan Chuan. For in this critical moment, he had comprehended a new martial spirit skill. Allow me to demonstrate my might. Shan Chuan unleashed a formidable skill, instantly repelling numerous members of the Shadow Alliance. Inspired, Ling Shui and Tai Long rallied to counterattack. Ultimately, they succeeded in driving away the forces of the Shadow Alliance. That was far too perilous, Ling Shui remarked. Mountains and rivers held her hand, assuring that as long as they were together, no obstacle was insurmountable. Through this trial, their bond grew deeper, fortifying their resolve to navigate the challenges of Douluo Continent. They pressed on, ready to embrace further challenges and adventures. The trials of the god of Douluo. After successfully repelling the Shadow Alliance, Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long continued their exploration across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant exploits resonated throughout the land, capturing the attention of the divine beings residing within it. One day, while they were resting in a tranquil forest, a mysterious radiance descended from the heavens, and a deity materialized before them. Brave adventurers, I have witnessed your tenacity and courage. Yet to truly ascend as formidable beings of the Douluo Continent, you must endure the trials of the divine. The deity's voice was both commanding and solemn. The mountains and rivers, along with their companions, gazed in astonishment at the deity, momentarily at a loss for words. Ling Shui was the first to regain her composure and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed deity, what exactly is this trial of the divine?" The deity smiled gently and replied, "In the distant Misty Valley, there resides a formidable chaos beast, possessing the power to annihilate all. Your mission is to conquer it and obtain its soul ring." The mountains and rivers clenched their fists, resolutely declaring, "We are willing to embrace this trial." The deity nodded, and then vanished amidst the radiance. The trio immediately set forth towards the Misty Valley. Along the way, they engaged in discussions regarding their strategies. "This chaotic behemoth sounds formidable. We must tread carefully," Tyrone expressed with concern. Ling Shui reassured him, "Do not fret too much. We have overcome numerous challenges, and we shall surely succeed this time as well." The mountains and rivers gleamed with determination. Indeed, as long as we unite our efforts, no enemy is insurmountable. When they finally arrived at the Valley of Mist, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. Was this the breath of the Chaos Beast? It was utterly terrifying. Talon could not help but tremble. Before their eyes loomed a colossal creature, its form indistinct, each breath seeming to warp the very space around it. "Prepare for battle," Shan Chuan shouted, leading the charge. The Chaos Beast let out a fearsome roar, striking at Shan Chuan with its enormous claws. Shan Chuan nimbly evaded while unleashing his martial soul skills, attempting to assail the beast. Ling Xue stood behind, continuously bestowing enhancement effects upon Shan Chuan, while Talon sought an opportunity to strike from the side. Roar! The chaos beast suddenly opened its maw, releasing a wave of black energy. Be careful, Shan Chuan urged hastily. They all employed defensive skills, barely withstanding the onslaught. This won't do. We must discover its weakness, Ling Xue exclaimed. After a careful observation, they discerned that the creature's eyes were its vulnerable points. Talon, draw its attention while Ling Xue and I take the chance to strike at its eyes, Shan Chuan instructed. Without hesitation, Talon charged toward the chaos beast, persistently taunting it. As Shan Chuan and Ling Xue seized the opportunity to swiftly approach and launch a decisive strike, success was theirs. Watching the chaotic behemoth collapse in agony, they erupted into jubilant cheers. However, just as they prepared to absorb the soul ring, a group of enigmatic soul masters suddenly emerged. That soul ring belongs to us, proclaimed their leader. Not a chance. We have endured countless hardships to obtain it, Shan Chuan retorted, unwavering. A fierce contest ensued between the two factions. During the skirmish, Shan Chuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Save your breath and retreat while you can, bellowed Talon. Ultimately, the group of soul masters, unable to withstand the onslaught, retreated in disarray. Mountains and rivers have successfully absorbed the soul ring of the chaos beast, greatly enhancing their strength. As they prepared to depart from the valley, the deity appeared once more. You have excelled in your trials. Henceforth, you shall receive the blessings of the divine. Upon finishing these words, a radiant light enveloped them. The mountains and rivers expressed their profound gratitude. This marks merely the beginning of your adventurous journey. Numerous challenges await you in the future. Upon concluding their words, the deity vanished. With the blessings of the divine, they continued to inscribe their own legends upon the Douluo Continent. After receiving the blessings of the divine, Mountain, Ling Xue, and Tailong experienced a significant enhancement in their powers, and their renown grew ever more resounding. However, their actions attracted the attention of the Soul Palace, a mysterious and formidable organization that has long been manipulating various forces in the Douluo Continent from the shadows. It was said that a few audacious individuals had unexpectedly received the grace of the gods, and they must be captured for the study of this newfound power, declared the Lord of the Soul Palace coldly. Soon, Mountain and his companions sensed that they were being pursued by the agents of the Soul Palace. It seems the Soul Palace has set its sights on us. Everyone, be cautious, Mountain warned with vigilance. What is there to fear? Bring one, I shall strike him down. Bring two, I shall take them both, Tailong declared boldly, waving his fists with a fearless demeanor. Ling Xue glanced anxiously at Mountain. Mountain, what shall we do? The mountains and rivers contemplated for a moment. First, they must find a safe refuge before devising a long-term plan. They took shelter in a secluded cave. However, remaining passive was not a viable solution. We must devise a strategy to take the initiative, Ling Xue declared. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. I concur. Yet the Soul Palace possesses formidable strength. We must not act recklessly. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the cave. They must be inside. Search for them. The people from the Soul Palace have already pursued us. Mountain River and his companions were compelled to engage in battle with the members of the Soul Hall. Behold my martial spirit in its true form. Mountain River unleashed a formidable martial spirit skill, temporarily repelling a wave of foes. Tyrone, not to be outdone, declared. The weight of Mount Tai descends. Ling Xue stood by, providing support and tending to their wounds. However, the onslaught from the Soul Hall was relentless, and they began to feel overwhelmed. Are we truly destined to fall here today? Tyrone gasped. In that moment of dire urgency, a mysterious light flashed, and a deity once again appeared. Brave children, do not lose hope, the deity proclaimed. The mountains and rivers seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. They humbly beseeched the divine beings for assistance. The deity smiled gently and replied, I can offer you my aid, but you must rely on your own strength to conquer the Soul Palace. With that, the deity bestowed upon them a mysterious soul artifact. Armed with this artifact, the mountains and rivers found their power greatly enhanced, revitalizing their spirits as they engaged in a fierce battle against the denizens of the Soul Palace. During the conflict, they discovered that the adversaries were adept at wielding a variety of enigmatic soul beast skills. Beware, this is the shadow toxic mist, Ling Xue warned loudly. The mountains and rivers swiftly unleashed their defensive skills, successfully thwarting the assault of the poisonous mist. After a fierce struggle, they finally evaded the relentless pursuit of the Soul Palace. It was indeed a perilous encounter, Ling Shui remarked, still shaken by the ordeal. The mountains and rivers clutched tightly the soul artifact in their grasp. Yet, we shall not falter. We must ensure that the Soul Palace pays a heavy price. In the days that followed, they engaged in both training and the pursuit of the Soul Palace's vulnerabilities. During one of their daring escapades, they encountered a formidable thunder lion soul beast. This creature is quite a formidable adversary, Tyrone remarked. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the soul beasts. Everyone acted in accordance with the plan. Ling Shui employed her control skills, effectively restraining the actions of the thunder lion. Seizing the opportunity, Shan Chuan and Tailong launched their assault. After a fierce battle, they emerged victorious against the thunder lion, obtaining a precious soul ring. As their strength continued to grow, they finally located the headquarters of the Soul Palace. Here it is. We must destroy the Soul Palace. Determination shone in Shan Chuan's eyes. They stormed into the Soul Palace, confronting the Palace Master for the ultimate showdown. Do you dare challenge me? The Palace Master mocked. We shall see. Shan Chuan fearlessly charged forward. In the heat of battle, Shan Chuan and his companions utilized their strengths to the fullest, coordinating seamlessly. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Palace Master, dismantling the Soul Palace. The continent of Douluo regained its former peace, and the names of Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tailong became legendary among the people. Their adventures continued, with more challenges awaiting them in the future. After successfully destroying the Soul Palace, Shan Chuan, Ling Shui, and Tailong became revered heroes across the continent of Douluo. However, they did not rest on their laurels, for they understood that within this vast and mysterious land, countless unknowns awaited their exploration. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient tome within a forgotten ruin, chronicling the legend of a lost artifact. It was said that this artifact possessed the power to disrupt the very balance of strength across Douluo. If we can find this artifact, we will be able to better protect this land, Shan Chuan declared, his eyes glimmering with resolve. Ling Shui nodded gently. Yet, this will undoubtedly be no easy feat. Tailong thumped his chest and proclaimed, "What is there to fear? With us together, no challenge is insurmountable." Following the clues from the ancient text, they embarked on a daunting journey to seek the artifact. Along the way, they encountered formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. In a dark and eerie swamp, they faced a colossal venomous python soul beast. The toxin it spewed was highly corrosive, sending chills down their spines. "Be cautious. Do not let the venom touch you," Shan Chuan warned loudly. Ling Shui unleashed her ice element martial soul abilities, attempting to freeze the python's movements. "Watch this, a powerful strike." Tailong swung his massive axe, charging at the python. The python deftly twisted its body, evading their attacks while launching relentless counterstrikes. After an intense struggle, Shan Chuan discovered the python's weakness and delivered a decisive blow, bringing the beast down. Phew, finally dealt with it. Tailong collapsed in exhaustion. Pressing onward, they arrived at the foot of a steep mountain, shrouded in mist and imbued with an air of mystery. "The artifact is likely hidden atop this mountain." The mountains gazed upon the peaks and spoke. Just as they were preparing to ascend, a sudden gust of fierce wind swept through, and a colossal soaring eagle spirit beast materialized above their heads. The majestic creature flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a tempest that threatened to unsteady their footing. "This spirit beast would prove to be a formidable adversary," remarked Ling Shui. The mountains and rivers spoke calmly. "Do not fear. We shall face this together." United in purpose, the three engaged in a breathtaking battle against the soaring eagle soul beast. Ultimately, they triumphed over the creature and ascended to the summit. Within an ancient cave atop the mountain, they discovered the legendary artifact. However, just as they were about to seize it, a formidable force repelled them. "What is happening?" Talon inquired in astonishment. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated. "To obtain the artifact, you must pass my trial." Suddenly, a deity from the Douluo Continent materialized before them. "This is the trial of the divine. Only by demonstrating your courage, wisdom, and strength shall you be deemed worthy of the artifact," the deity proclaimed. The trial commenced, and they were transported to a realm filled with illusions, where they confronted their deepest fears. "Mountains and rivers, I am so frightened." Ling Shui clutched tightly to the hand of mountains and rivers. Shan Chuan reassured, "Do not fear, for this is merely an illusion. We shall undoubtedly find our way out. After considerable effort, they triumphed over their inner fears and emerged from the phantasm. Next, they were confronted by a formidable flame dragon spirit beast. The inferno unleashed by the dragon was searingly intense, rendering proximity nearly impossible. "Be cautious of its fiery abilities," Shan Chuan exclaimed. Talon charged ahead, drawing the dragon's attention. Mountains and the ethereal snow searched for an opportunity to strike at the dragon's vulnerabilities. After a grueling battle, they ultimately discerned the dragon's weakness and succeeded in vanquishing it. "You have passed the trial. The artifact now belongs to you," the deity proclaimed with satisfaction. They grasped the artifact, feeling a surge of formidable power coursing through their veins. However, at that moment, a new crisis emerged in the Douluo Continent. A cadre of malevolent soul masters sought to harness dark forces to dominate the land, establishing a formidable organization in opposition to the forces of justice. Mountains and rivers, Ling Shui and Tai Long unhesitatingly stepped forward, wielding their divine artifacts to engage in a climactic confrontation with the malevolent organization. Throughout the battle, they harnessed the full might of their sacred relics, fiercely contending against their adversaries. "For the peace of the Douluo Continent, we shall never retreat." Mounting a resounding declaration, Mountains proclaimed. After an exhilarating and intense struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the evil organization, safeguarding the tranquility and harmony of the Douluo Continent. From that moment onward, their names became an eternal legend, inspiring countless generations to courageously pursue justice and peace. Following their successful defense of the Douluo Continent, the renown of Mountains, Ling Shui, and Tai Long spread across the entire realm. Nevertheless, they remained unsatisfied, continuously striving to enhance their abilities, preparing for potentially greater challenges that lay ahead. One day, while exploring a mysterious ruin, they stumbled upon a rumor suggesting that within the distant depths of the ocean resided a mysterious soul beast possessing a unique martial spirit, whose power was immensely formidable. If they could assimilate its essence, their strength would undoubtedly be significantly augmented. "This could be an exceptional opportunity for us to elevate our prowess," Mountains exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ling Shui voiced her concerns. "The deep sea is fraught with peril. We must be thoroughly prepared." Yet, Tai Long responded with unwavering confidence. "What is there to fear? With Brother Mountains by our side, we are bound to succeed." Thus, they embarked on their journey toward the ocean's depths. Along the way, they encountered several like-minded companions, including Ziyue, skilled in healing, and Taizhan, who possessed an exceptionally strong defensive martial spirit. As they journeyed together, they eventually arrived at the edge of the deep sea. "Everyone, be cautious. The soul beasts of the deep sea are not to be trifled with," Mountains warned. Shortly after entering the abyss, a colossal electric eel soul beast launched an attack against them, its body crackling with powerful currents that deterred any approach. "The currents are formidable," Ziyue exclaimed in alarm. Taizhan stepped forward boldly, declaring, "I shall stand against it." Mountains and rivers observed the attack patterns of the electric eel spirit beast, seeking its vulnerabilities. "Let us strike its abdomen together," shouted Mountains and Rivers. United in purpose, they engaged in a fierce battle and ultimately triumphed over the electric eel spirit beast. As they ventured deeper into the abyss, the spirit beast they encountered grew increasingly formidable. "This place is truly terrifying. Do we dare to continue?" Someone hesitated. "Having come this far, how can we abandon our quest?" Talon encouraged. At that moment, a mysterious spirit beast with a unique martial soul emerged. It resembled a dragon but boasted a pair of immense wings, emanating an aura of dread. "This is our target." Mountains and Rivers grasped their weapon tightly. The mysterious spirit beast launched an assault, its skills potent and bizarre, plunging the group into peril. "Everyone, remain calm and adhere to the plan," Mountains and Rivers shouted. Ling Shui unleashed ice-based abilities, striving to hinder the spirit beast's movements, while Ziyu tirelessly tended to the wounded comrades. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan and Tai Long launched a fierce assault. However, the soul beasts possessed formidable defenses, rendering their attacks virtually ineffective. This stalemate was untenable, and Shan Chuan felt an urgent desperation. Just as despair began to envelop the group, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, do not give up. Believe in your own strength." The divine voice resonated within their hearts. Inspired by this celestial encouragement, Shan Chuan suddenly grasped a new combat technique. "Follow my lead," he commanded, reorganizing their offensive strategy. After a grueling battle, They finally identified a flaw in the soul beast's defenses and successfully vanquished it. It was now time to absorb the soul ring. Taking a deep breath, Shan Chuan faced immense challenges during the absorption process, as the power of the soul ring surged tumultuously within him. Shan Chuan, you can do it, Ling Xue shouted anxiously from the side. Bolstered by the encouragement of his companions and fueled by his indomitable will, Shan Chuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul ring. With their newfound strength, they embarked on new adventures across the Douluo Continent, aiding vulnerable villages in repelling soul beast invasions and unraveling numerous mysterious occurrences. During one such escapade, they encountered a town under the control of remnants of the Spirit Hall. These Spirit Hall wretches are truly relentless, Tai Long exclaimed in anger. The mountains and rivers calmly assessed the situation. Everyone must proceed with caution to thwart their insidious schemes. They engaged in a fierce battle against the remnants of the Soul Temple. Throughout the conflict, the mountains and rivers fully harnessed their newly acquired soul power, repelling enemy assaults time and again. Hold steadfast, for victory is within our grasp. The mountains and rivers rallied their companions. Ultimately, they triumphed over the remnants of the Soul Temple, liberating the town. Their adventurous saga continues, evolving into an eternal legend upon the Douluo Continent. The passionate journey of Douluo. After successfully rescuing a town under the control of remnants of the Spirit Hall, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient legend that spoke of a mystical valley harboring a 10,000-year soul beast, possessing a remarkably rare and formidable martial soul. Defeating this creature and absorbing its soul ring would result in a substantial enhancement of their powers. This is an extraordinary opportunity that we cannot afford to miss, Shan Chuan declared with resolute determination. Ling Xue expressed her concerns. A 10,000-year soul beast is surely a formidable adversary. Yet, Tai Long boldly reassured them. What is there to fear? With our numbers, we shall surely prevail. After making the necessary preparations, they set forth toward the valley. Along the way, they encountered a young soul master named Lin Feng, who, upon hearing of their adventurous quest, chose to join their ranks. I too wish to witness the prowess of this 10,000-year soul beast, Lin Feng said with a smile. As they entered the valley, an overwhelming pressure assailed them. Before their eyes loomed a colossal two-headed serpent, exuding a terrifying aura. This soul beast appears to be at least 50,000 years old, and its level is extraordinarily high. Everyone, be cautious, Shan Chuan warned. The two-headed serpent opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black venom, its attack imbued with corrosive potency. Quick, take cover, Tai Long shouted. The group scattered in haste. We must attack together. We cannot allow it to pick us off one by one, Shan Chuan urged. Each member unleashed their respective martial souls and soul skills in a concerted assault against the serpent. Ling Xue manipulated the water element, forming icy spikes that shot toward the beast, while Lin Feng summoned his fiery martial soul in an attempt to scorch the creature. However, the serpent's defenses were formidable, and their combined onslaught inflicted minimal damage. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it sent several of them flying. This creature is far too strong, Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. Mountains and rivers rose, proclaiming, "Do not despair. We shall surely uncover its vulnerability." Amidst the fierce clash, they discerned that one of the junctions of the colossal serpent's heads was indeed its Achilles heel. "Focus your assaults there," shouted mountains and rivers. The group launched another wave of attacks, but the two-headed serpent fought fiercely in defense. Just as the battle reached an impasse, the deity of Douluo Continent appeared quietly. "Children, harness your courage and wisdom," the deity instructed. Inspired by this divine encouragement, mountains and rivers suddenly devised a strategy. "Talon, you and Lin Feng draw its attention, while Ling Xue and I seize the opportunity to strike at its weakness," mountains and rivers declared. Without hesitation, Talon and Lin Feng charged towards the two-headed serpent, engaging in a fierce struggle. At the opportune moment, Shan Chuan and Ling Xue unleashed their most formidable assault, finally striking at the Achilles heel of the colossal serpent. The two-headed python writhed in agony before collapsing onto the ground. They had triumphed at last. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The next crucial phase involved the absorption of the martial spirit. As Shan Chuan took a deep breath, he began to absorb the soul ring. However, the power of the 10,000-year soul ring was immensely formidable, and Shan Chuan's body endured excruciating pain. "Shan Chuan, you can do it." Ling Xue grasped his hand tightly. With the encouragement and support of the onlookers, Shan Chuan, fueled by his indomitable will, successfully absorbed the soul ring. After completing this arduous task, they continued their journey. In the midst of a vast desert, they encountered a band of robbers who were raiding a merchant caravan. How dare they commit such vile acts under the broad daylight? Shan Chuan exclaimed in indignation. The leader of the robbers disdainfully retorted, "Mind your own business, or you shall find yourselves with no way back." Without hesitation, Shan Chuan and his companions engaged in battle against the bandits. After a fierce confrontation, they emerged victorious, liberating the merchant convoy. The grateful owner of the convoy bestowed upon them a precious soul artifact as a token of appreciation. Subsequently, they learned of a mysterious treasure hidden within an ancient castle, rumored to be connected to the origins of the Douluo Continent. This promises to be an adventure filled with challenges, Shan Chuan remarked. With eager anticipation, the group made their way towards the castle. The interior was fraught with various mechanisms and traps, guarded by formidable soul beasts. "Everyone, be cautious," Shan Chuan cautioned. Suddenly, a three-tailed fox appeared, its speed astonishing and elusive. "Watch this," Lin Feng exclaimed as he unleashed a unique soul skill, momentarily restraining the fox's movements. Taking advantage of the moment, Shan Chuan and his companions launched an assault. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the fox demon. They proceeded deeper into the castle, where they discovered a mysterious treasure hidden within a secret chamber. Just as they were preparing to depart from the castle, its formidable master, a powerful soul master, emerged, intent on reclaiming the precious artifact. "This is something I have guarded for many years. You shall not take it away," the castle master bellowed. Once again, an intense clash ensued. Shan Chuan and his companions collaborated closely, fully harnessing their respective strengths and advantages. Ultimately, they triumphed over the castle's lord and departed with the treasures. Their adventure persists, with countless challenges and opportunities awaiting them in the future. Shan Chuan and his companions, equipped with the enigmatic treasures acquired from the castle, pressed onward. Their valiant exploits reverberated throughout the Douluo Continent, drawing an increasing number of like-minded allies to their ranks. One day, they arrived at a small town shrouded in darkness. The townsfolk lived in perpetual fear, tormented by a 1,000-year-old soul beast known as the Shadow Demon Wolf, which had been wreaking havoc in the vicinity. This fearsome creature, reputed to be 3,000 years old, possessed formidable power, and we must tread cautiously, Shan Chuan informed the newly joined companions. "Rest assured, Brother Chuan, we shall confront it together and surely emerge victorious," exclaimed a young soul master named Xiaofeng. The group commenced their search for the Shadow Demon Wolf around the town. "Everyone be vigilant. Do not fall into its ambush," cautioned Ling Xue. Just then, the Shadow Demon Wolf sprang forth from the shadows with astonishing speed, lunging at one of the team members. "Be careful," Shan Chuan shouted, leaping forward to offer aid. Talon, without hesitation, charged in, unleashing a powerful soul skill that temporarily repelled the beast. "This creature is exceedingly cunning," Lin Feng expressed with indignation. During the battle with the Shadow Demon Wolf, they discovered its ability to become invisible and unleash dark mists that disoriented their senses. "We must maintain our composure. Let us stand back to back and support one another," Shan Chuan directed the group. After a fierce struggle, they gradually discerned the creature's attack patterns. "Now is the moment. Strike together," Shan Chuan urged at the opportune instant. The companions unleashed their most potent soul skills, ultimately vanquishing the Shadow Demon Wolf. "Splendid. We have succeeded," Xiaofeng exclaimed with exuberance. However, before they could revel in their triumph, another crisis loomed. The Spirit Hall had learned of their whereabouts and dispatched a formidable team to seize the treasures they possessed. "Not the Spirit Hall again. We must not let them prevail this time." Shan Chuan's eyes gleamed with fury. A fierce battle ensued. The Spirit Hall's forces were powerful and coordinated, placing Shan Chuan and his companions in a dire predicament. "This cannot continue. We must uncover their weaknesses," Ling Xue proposed. Just as they were struggling to hold their ground, a divine presence re-emerged in the Douluo Continent. "Children, believe in your strength. United as one, you shall surely overcome them." The voice of the deity resonated within their hearts. Inspired by the divine encouragement, Shan Chuan and his allies rallied, showcasing extraordinary prowess. "Charge with me." Shan Chuan led the charge against the Spirit Hall's forces. After an arduous battle, they finally repelled the adversaries. "This victory is a testament to our unity and perseverance," Shan Chuan declared. "Indeed, we are a true team." Amidst the clamor of voices, The mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the shadow magic wolf. During this arduous process, Shan Chuan endured immense agony, yet through sheer determination, he persevered. Upon successful absorption, Shan Chuan experienced a significant enhancement of his powers. They continued their adventurous journey, and within a dense forest, they encountered a formidable thunder giant bear, aged 5,000 years, possessing formidable lightning abilities. "This is a formidable opponent," said Talon. "Yet we must not falter," declared Shan Chuan. As the battle commenced, the thunder giant bear unleashed a torrent of powerful lightning, making it difficult for anyone to approach. "Scatter and seek opportunities to strike," shouted Shan Chuan. Throughout the fierce engagement, several team members sustained injuries, but none lost hope. "For the sake of victory, we shall fight with all our might," cried Xiaofeng. Ultimately, through their collective efforts and unwavering resolve, they triumphed over the thunder giant bear. As their adventure progressed, the challenges they faced grew increasingly daunting. However, their fervor remained undiminished. As they steadfastly traversed this path laden with uncertainties, the road to glory in Douluo. After Shan Chuan and his companions triumphed over the thunder giant bear, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their renown grew ever louder, drawing more allies to their cause. One day, they arrived at a mysterious mountain range, rumored to conceal a legendary soul beast, the fiery phoenix, said to be over 15,000 years old and of a terrifyingly high rank. This adversary would not be trifled with. Everyone steeled themselves for the challenge, as Shan Chuan solemnly declared. "What is there to fear? Every step of our journey has turned peril into fortune," replied the newly joined member, Ayong, with nonchalance. Cautiously, the group entered the mountain, searching for any trace of the fiery phoenix. "Everyone, be careful not to disturb it," Ling Shui whispered softly. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed through the sky, and the fiery phoenix descended, enveloped in flames, radiating waves of intense heat. "This is bad. Prepare for battle," Shan Chuan shouted. The fiery phoenix spread its wings and unleashed a torrent of flames from its beak, causing everyone to hastily evade. "Its flames are too powerful," Talon exclaimed while dodging. Ayong charged forward, intent on launching an attack, but was swiftly sent flying by a single swipe of the fiery phoenix's claw. "Ayong!" Ling Shui cried out in alarm. Shan Chuan, filled with urgency, urged everyone to remain calm and adhere to the plan. They dispersed, launching their assaults on the blazing phoenix from various directions. However, the phoenix moved with astonishing speed and possessed formidable defenses, rendering their efforts largely ineffective. "Continuing in this manner would be futile. We must uncover its vulnerability," Shan Chuan declared. Just as the group found themselves in a dire predicament, a deity from the Douluo continent re-emerged. "Children, focus your hearts. The weakness of the blazing phoenix lies at the base of its wings," the deity proclaimed. As Shan Chuan spoke, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. "Everyone, heed my command and concentrate your attacks on the base of its wings." The group unleashed their most powerful soul skills, directing their assault towards the vulnerable point of the fire phoenix's wings. Sensing the imminent threat, the fire phoenix retaliated with even greater ferocity. "Hold firm, we can prevail," Shan Chuan encouraged his comrades with fervor. After a grueling battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the fire phoenix's weak spot. The majestic creature collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Mountains and rivers advanced, preparing to absorb the soul ring. During the absorption process, a tumult of soul power surged within him, causing immense agony. "Keep going, Shan Chuan," Ling Shui urged anxiously from the side. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Shan Chuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, greatly enhancing his strength. "Wonderful! Brother Shan Chuan has succeeded." The crowd erupted in cheers. Soon after, they received an urgent mission. A nefarious organization was capturing rare soul beast cubs, intending to use them to forge malevolent soul artifacts. Such heinous acts cannot be overlooked, Shan Chuan declared furiously. They swiftly made their way to the lair of the wicked organization, engaging in fierce combat with the enemy. "You reckless fools dare to disrupt our noble endeavors," the leader of the evil organization taunted. "Today marks your end," Tyrone roared. Throughout the battle, the wicked organization employed various treacherous tactics. Yet Shan Chuan and his companions never faltered. "Everyone, be cautious and avoid their traps," Ling Shui warned. After a bloody struggle, they finally vanquished the malevolent organization and rescued the soul beast cubs. "Thank you, heroes." The nearby villagers rushed forward to express their gratitude. As the mountains and rivers exchanged knowing smiles, they resumed their adventurous journey. During one such escapade, they encountered an ancient frost giant python, a formidable creature with potent ice-based abilities, said to be 8,000 years old. This serpent is no trivial foe. Everyone, tread carefully. Mountain River cautioned. At the onset of the battle, the frost giant python unleashed a flurry of icy spikes, rendering the group momentarily defenseless. Fear not, we shall surely triumph, declared the newly joined member, Xiaoya. Through mutual cooperation, they gradually discerned the python's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, under Mountain River's leadership, they emerged victorious over the frost giant python. As time passed, their adventures grew increasingly thrilling, weaving a legendary tale upon the continent of Douluo. After Shan Chuan and his companions triumphed over the frost giant python, they pressed onward through the Douluo Continent with unwavering determination. Their valiant deeds resonated across every corner of the land, drawing in more dreamers and champions of justice to their ranks. One day, they arrived at a mysterious swamp, where legend spoke of a 2,000-year-old nether poison lizard, a creature of considerable rank, whose venom could corrode anything in an instant. This would be a formidable battle. Everyone must exercise utmost caution, Shan Chuan warned solemnly. Fear not, leader, we are undaunted, proclaimed the newly joined member, Xiao Fei, brimming with confidence. The group cautiously stepped into the swamp, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Oh dear, this place is utterly revolting, with muck everywhere, Xiao Fei complained. Do not let your guard down. The nether poison lizard could strike at any moment, Ling Shui cautioned. No sooner had she spoken than the nether poison lizard erupted from the swamp, its gaping maw unleashing a stream of green venom. Quick, evade, Shan Chuan shouted. The group swiftly dodged as the venom splattered onto the ground, releasing a plume of green smoke. This creature is exceedingly toxic. We must devise a strategy to counter its venom, Talon remarked. I will attempt to use my ice-based soul skill to freeze its venom, Xiaoyu declared, unleashing her ice-type martial soul ability, temporarily halting the spread of the toxic liquid. Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to charge forward, brandishing his sword towards the spectral venom lizard. The creature deftly contorted its body, its tail striking fiercely at Shan Chuan. Be careful, Shan Chuan, Ling Shui exclaimed in alarm. Shan Chuan narrowly evaded danger and continued to engage in a fierce battle with the abyssal poison lizard. The creature incessantly unleashed formidable soul beast skills, ensnaring everyone in dire straits. This impasse was untenable. We must unearth its fatal weakness, Shan Chuan gasped. Just as the group pondered their strategy, a deity from the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the Achilles heel of the abyssal poison lizard lies in its underbelly, the deity proclaimed. Thank you for your guidance, Shan Chuan expressed with gratitude. Everyone, heed my command and concentrate your attacks on its abdomen, Shan Chuan shouted. United in purpose, the group unleashed their most potent assaults toward the lizard's vulnerable spot. The abyssal poison lizard fought desperately to resist, yet ultimately succumbed to their collective might, collapsing to the ground. The mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul ring of the ethereal poison lizard. Throughout this agonizing process, the body of the mountains and rivers endured immense suffering. Yet he persevered with unwavering determination. Go on, mountains and rivers. The others cheered him on. Upon successfully absorbing the soul ring, his strength underwent a remarkable enhancement. Wonderful. Our leader has become even more formidable, Xiao Fei exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, they heard of a mysterious soul artifact hidden within an ancient ruin, reputed to possess extraordinary powers. Let us investigate. It may prove beneficial to us, mountains and rivers suggested. Upon their arrival at the ruins, they discovered it was fraught with various traps and mechanisms. Everyone, be cautious, Tyron warned. During their exploration, several members sustained injuries. We cannot give up. We will surely find the soul artifact, mountains and rivers encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of locating the artifact, a group of powerful soul masters appeared, intent on seizing it. We discovered it first. You shall not take it from us, Xiaoyu declared furiously. A fierce battle ensued. Mountains and rivers led the group into a fierce battle against their adversaries. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over their foes and successfully acquired the soul artifact. This victory was largely attributed to their unity and bravery, as Mountain declared. We are a team, forever steadfast. The group echoed in unison. In their subsequent adventure, they encountered a tempestuous white tiger, ancient and formidable, possessing the ability to command storms for over 12,000 years. Prepare yourselves to embrace the challenge, Mountain proclaimed. As the battle commenced, the storm tiger unleashed violent gales, making it difficult for the group to maintain their footing. Do not fear, we can conquer it, shouted the new member, a Chong. Through mutual cooperation, they gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, they successfully vanquished the storm tiger. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions continue. Their path to glory is ceaseless. The pinnacle mission of Douluo. After vanquishing the storm beast, the group led by Shan Chuan continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. Their renown had spread throughout the land, elevating them to the status of heroes in the eyes of the people. One day, they arrived at a mysterious island, rumored to harbor a 30,000-year-old sea dragon, a formidable entity possessing the extraordinary ability to manipulate water elements. This adversary was not to be underestimated, and Shan Chuan spoke with utmost seriousness, urging caution. No matter how powerful it may be, we shall not falter, declared a Feng, a character who had joined them unexpectedly, with unwavering determination. As the group set foot on the island, they meticulously searched for traces of the sea dragon. This place is eerily quiet. Something feels amiss, whispered Lingxue, her intuition alert. Suddenly, the serene surface of the sea erupted into towering waves as the sea dragon emerged from the depths, unleashing a barrage of powerful water arrows. Take cover, bellowed Shan Chuan. The group scattered in chaos, the scene descending into pandemonium. This creature is incredibly formidable, exclaimed Tai Long in astonishment. The mountains and rivers observed the attacking methods of the azure sea dragon with calm vigilance, urging, everyone, take note of its movements and seek for vulnerabilities. The azure sea dragon relentlessly unleashed its soul beast abilities, manipulating the seawater into various forms of assault, overwhelming the onlookers. This cannot continue. We must take the initiative, a Feng declared. All right, let us charge together. Shan Chuan rallied the group towards the azure sea dragon. Amidst the fierce battle, many sustained injuries. Yet all gritted their teeth and persevered. Just as the group began to feel overwhelmed, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, do not despair, unite as one, and you shall surely triumph over it. The divine voice resonated in their ears. Inspired by the deity's encouragement, they regained their resolve and coordinated their efforts closely. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the azure sea dragon's weakness lay in its neck. Focus your attacks on its neck, Shan Chuan shouted. The group unleashed their most powerful soul skills, ultimately striking the dragon's vulnerability and subduing it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the azure sea dragon, a powerful force surging into his body, causing him immense agony. Hang in there, Shan Chuan, Lingxue cried anxiously from the side. Encouraged by everyone, Shan Chuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Wonderful. We have triumphed over yet another formidable foe. The crowd cheered. Subsequently, they pressed on and arrived at a cursed valley. It is said that a 40,000-year-old dark unicorn resides here, and it is exceedingly fierce, the newly joined character, a Yu, remarked. Regardless, we must venture forth, Shan Chuan declared. As they entered the valley, the dark unicorn appeared instantly, emanating a suffocating aura of darkness. Beware of its dark shockwave, a Feng warned. The dark unicorn launched an attack, and waves of dark energy surged towards them. The group quickly employed their defensive soul techniques to withstand the onslaught. We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative, Shan Chuan urged. They began to counterattack, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark unicorn. Throughout the battle, the dark unicorn exhibited overwhelming power, plunging them into dire straits. Are we destined to fail? Talon expressed his frustration. No. As long as we draw breath, we shall not surrender, Shan Chuan encouraged. In that moment, Shan Chuan suddenly comprehended a new skill, rallying everyone for a final assault. After a breathtaking struggle, they ultimately vanquished the dark unicorn. Upon absorbing the soul ring, the mountains and rivers felt an unprecedented surge of power. We shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission and safeguard this continent, declared the mountains with unwavering confidence. In the adventures that lay ahead, they would encounter even greater challenges, yet they remained undaunted, for within their hearts resided steadfast faith and a fervent spirit. After Shan Chuan and his companions triumphantly vanquished the dark unicorn, they continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant deeds spread throughout the land, attracting a multitude of aspiring individuals to follow in their footsteps. This time, They arrived at a mysterious forest, rumored to conceal a flame golden rock of an astonishing 50,000 years in age, its formidable power instilling a sense of trepidation in all who dared to approach. This promises to be an exceedingly arduous battle. Everyone, prepare yourselves mentally, Shan Chuan stated gravely. No matter how difficult it may be, we shall not falter, declared the newly joined member, a Yun, with unwavering determination. As the group stepped into the forest, the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Be cautious and remain alert to your surroundings, Ling Shui cautioned. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the sky as the flame golden rock swooped down like a blazing inferno. Scatter! Shan Chuan shouted loudly. The flame golden rock unfurled its wings, unleashing a searing tempest that ignited the surrounding trees in an instant. This creature's abilities are utterly terrifying, Talon exclaimed while evading the onslaught. Mountains and rivers observed the attack patterns of the flame golden rock and shouted, "Concentrate your attacks on its wings to restrict its movements." The group unleashed their martial soul abilities, directing their assaults towards the wings of the flame golden rock. However, the creature's speed was astonishing, allowing it to evade most of the attacks with ease. This approach is futile. We must devise another strategy, a Yun suggested. Just as the group found themselves in a predicament, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the flame golden rock's weakness lies in its back, the deity revealed. Thank you for your guidance. Mountains expressed his gratitude. Everyone, follow my lead. Find a way to divert its attention while I seek an opportunity to strike its back. Mountains instructed. After an intense battle, Mountains finally succeeded in hitting the flame golden rock's weak spot. The beast fell to the ground, wounded, and Mountains seized the chance to absorb its soul ring. During the process, he endured immense pain, sweat streaming down his face. Mountains, you can do it, Ling Shui encouraged, gripping his hand tightly. At last, Mountains successfully absorbed the soul ring, greatly enhancing his strength. Wonderful! We made significant progress. The group cheered. Subsequently, they learned of a mysterious soul artifact hidden within an ancient castle, rumored to significantly boost the wielder's power. Let us investigate. It could be of great assistance to us, Mountains proposed. Upon arriving at the castle, they discovered it was shrouded in a powerful barrier. What should we do? A Yun inquired. Let us brainstorm together. We will surely find a way to breach this barrier, Mountains declared. After considerable effort, they finally identified a flaw in the barrier and successfully entered the castle. However, the interior was riddled with various traps and guarded by formidable soul beasts. Be cautious, Talon warned. During their exploration, several companions sustained injuries. Do not despair. We will surely locate the soul artifact, Mountains encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of discovering the artifact, members of the Soul Palace suddenly appeared, intent on seizing it. Those from the Soul Palace shall not take what is ours, a Yun exclaimed angrily. An intense battle ensued, with both sides locked in fierce combat. In a critical moment, Mountains unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, decisively turning the tide of the battle. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Soul Palace members and secured the soul artifact. This victory is thanks to our unity and bravery, Mountains proclaimed. We are an invincible team. The group echoed in unison. As their adventures continued, they encountered a 60,000-year-old thunder giant, wielding terrifying lightning abilities. Prepare yourselves for a new challenge. The mountains and rivers resounded with a call to arms. In an instant, the battle commenced as the thunderous giant unleashed a tremendous surge of lightning, illuminating the battlefield with flashes of brilliance and the roar of thunder. The warriors coordinated their efforts, engaging in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the formidable thunderous giant. After a grueling contest, they ultimately triumphed over the colossal creature. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions continue unabated as they relentlessly transcend their limits, advancing towards loftier realms. The fearless journey of Douluo. After Shan Chuan and his companions triumphed over the thunder giant elephant, they continued their exploration across the Douluo Continent. Their heroic deeds had spread throughout the land, drawing an increasing number of formidable warriors to join their ranks. This time, they arrived at a mysterious swamp, rumored to harbor a phantom spirit fox of 70,000 years of age, whose astonishing level and peculiar skills were the subjects of awe. Everyone, exercise utmost caution. This phantom spirit fox is not to be trifled with, Shan Chuan warned gravely. Fear not, brother Shan Chuan. We shall remain vigilant, responded the randomly joining character, Afong. The The group cautiously stepped into the swamp, ever alert to the sounds around them. The atmosphere was eerie, sending shivers down their spines. "This place is chilling," Ling Xue remarked involuntarily. At that moment, a fleeting shadow darted by, and before anyone could react, several members were knocked to the ground. "It's the phantom spirit fox. Everyone be careful," Shan Chuan shouted. The phantom spirit fox moved with the swiftness of lightning, its form appearing and disappearing, rendering it nearly impossible to track. "What are we to do? We can't seem to catch its trail," Talon exclaimed anxiously. The mountains and rivers pondered calmly over their strategies. "Do not panic. We shall stand back to back," forming a defensive circle. In their engagement with the phantom spirit fox, the group found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Just as despair began to envelop them, the deity of the Douluo Continent re-emerged. "Children," the deity proclaimed, "the weakness of the phantom spirit fox lies in its brief moment of pause following each skill activation. Thank you for your guidance, Divine One." Mountain River expressed gratefully. "Everyone, be vigilant and strike during its moment of hesitation," Mountain River shouted. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned the flaw in the phantom spirit fox's defenses and triumphed over it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the phantasmal spirit fox, and a tremendous force surged through his body. "Hang in there, Mountain River," Ling Xue said anxiously from the side. Ultimately, Mountain River successfully absorbed the soul ring, and his strength was once again enhanced. Subsequently, they learned of a powerful soul tool located upon a perilous peak, guarded by an ancient frost dragon of 80,000 years. "This is a rare opportunity. We must acquire that soul tool," Mountain River declared. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, they beheld the frost dragon coiled in the air, exuding an icy aura. "That creature looks terrifying," a Feng remarked. The frost dragon unleashed a chilling breath, instantly freezing everything in its vicinity. The group promptly employed their skills to withstand the frigid onslaught. "We must get closer. Only then do we stand a chance of defeating it," Mountain River urged. In the arduous approach, many sustained injuries and fell. "We cannot give up. We will prevail," Talon shouted. After a fierce battle, they finally discovered the frost dragon's weakness and succeeded in vanquishing it. After absorbing the soul ring, Shan Chuan led the group to the mountain peak, where they discovered the coveted soul artifact. However, just as they were preparing to depart, the forces of the soul palace reappeared, encircling them. "Surrender the soul artifact, and we shall spare your lives," commanded the leader of the soul palace. "Not a chance. We will never allow you to succeed," Shan Chuan retorted with fury. A fierce battle erupted once more, with both sides locked in a stalemate. At a critical moment, Shan Chuan unleashed his formidable strength, guiding the group to successfully repel the forces of the Soul Palace. "This victory is thanks to our unity and courage," Shan Chuan proclaimed. "As long as we stand together, no obstacle is insurmountable." The group echoed in unison. Their adventure continued, with more challenges awaiting them in the future. After successfully repelling the forces of the Soul Hall, Shan Chuan and his companions took a brief respite before embarking on a new adventure. This time, they ventured into a mist-laden forest, rumored to be home to a knight Kirin of 90,000 years, whose formidable power instilled fear in the hearts of countless soul masters. The adversary they faced this time was likely unprecedented in strength, and caution was paramount, Shan Chuan remarked gravely. No matter how powerful it may be, we shall not retreat," declared the newly joined character, Ian, with audacity. The group carefully entered the forest, the fog obscuring their vision. "Stay close, and do not wander off," Ling Xue cautioned. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and the knight Kirin emerged from the mist, emanating an aura of darkness, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. "Be careful. It is about to attack," Tyrone shouted. The knight Kirin opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames, prompting the group to scatter in haste. "The power of this flame is immense," Ian exclaimed. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the dark knight Qilin and remarked, "Its speed and strength are formidable. We cannot confront it head-on, but must seek its vulnerabilities." As the battle with the dark knight Qilin unfolded, the group gradually found themselves in dire straits, overwhelmed by its myriad soul beast abilities. "This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to break through," Ling Xue urged. Just as despair began to settle among them, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, the weakness of the dark knight Qilin lies in its abdomen, but approaching that area is no simple task," the deity proclaimed. "No matter how difficult it may be, we must make the attempt," Shan Chuan declared resolutely. "Follow my lead." We shall distract it collectively and create an opportunity for Shan Chuan. Talon added. After a fierce struggle, Shan Chuan finally found an opening and successfully struck the abdomen of the Dark Knight Chilan. The creature fell, wounded, and Shan Chuan immediately commenced the absorption of its soul ring. During this process, Shan Chuan endured immense pain, his face contorted in agony. Hang in there, Shan Chuan. Ling Xue shouted anxiously from the side. At long last, Shan Chuan succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, significantly enhancing his power. Wonderful! Brother Shan Chuan has become stronger, Yang exclaimed with excitement. They then pressed on, arriving at an ancient ruin rumored to harbor a mysterious soul weapon of immense power. Upon entering the ruins, they discovered it was riddled with various traps and mechanisms. Be cautious, watch your steps and keep an eye overhead, Shan Chuan warned. As they explored, several companions were injured. We cannot give up. We must find the soul weapon, Ling Xue encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of locating the weapon, a formidable group of soul masters appeared, intent on claiming it for themselves. This soul weapon belongs to us. You shall not take it, the opposing leader declared. A fierce battle erupted, with both sides locked in a stalemate. In a pivotal moment, Shan Chuan unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, decisively defeating the adversaries. Ultimately, they succeeded in obtaining the soul weapon. This victory is thanks to our unity and bravery, Shan Chuan affirmed. We will always follow you, Brother Shan Chuan. The group echoed in unison. In their subsequent adventures, they encountered a 10,000-year-old radiant sacred lion, imbued with divine power. This will be an exceedingly arduous battle, but we fear nothing, Shan Chuan shouted. The battle commenced instantly, as the radiant sacred lion unleashed blinding light, rendering it difficult to see. The group coordinated their efforts, engaging in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the radiant sacred lion. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the creature. The adventures of Shan Chuan and his companions continue unabated, as they ceaselessly embrace new challenges, crafting their own legendary saga. The Douluo of Shan Chuan traverses the vast landscapes. After vanquishing the radiant holy lion, Shan Chuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They had heard whispers of an unparalleled soul artifact concealed deep within a mysterious mountain range, and, driven by determination, they embarked on their quest to obtain it. This enigmatic mountain was fraught with peril, and Shan Chuan cautioned everyone to remain vigilant. Fear not, Brother Shan Chuan. We shall surely succeed, replied the newly joined character, Yao. Not long after they ventured into the mountains, they encountered a 5,000-year-old gale wolf, whose speed was akin to lightning. Scatter! Do not allow it to concentrate its attacks, Ling Xue shouted. The gale wolf unleashed its skill, Windblade, sending a flurry of sharp wind blades hurtling toward the group. Behold my might! Taishan Shield! Talon invoked his defensive skill, successfully blocking a portion of the wind blades. As the mountains surged forth, they seized the opportunity to engage in close combat with the gale wolf. Go, Shan Chuan! Yao cheered from the sidelines. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the gale wolf. Pressing deeper into the mountains, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister and foreboding. This place truly sends shivers down one's spine. Yao closely followed Shan Chuan. Suddenly, a 7,000-year-old shadow spider emperor emerged from the darkness, its silk laced with deadly poison. Beware of the silk, Shan Chuan warned loudly. The group swiftly evaded, while Ling Xue unleashed her ice abilities in an attempt to immobilize the shadow spider emperor. This adversary is no easy foe, Talon exclaimed. Throughout the battle with the Shadow Spider Emperor, the group found themselves repeatedly in peril. Just at the critical moment, the deity of the Douluo Continent appeared. Children, conquer it with your courage and wisdom, the deity proclaimed. Inspired by the divine encouragement, Shan Chuan discerned the weaknesses of the Shadow Spider Emperor, and together, they managed to vanquish it. The mountains absorbed the soul ring of the Shadow Spider Monarch, further enhancing their strength. We must exercise greater caution from now on, remarked Shan Chuan. At last, they arrived at the location of the unparalleled soul weapon. However, it was safeguarded by a formidable barrier. What shall we do? Yao inquired anxiously. Do not panic. Let us devise a plan together, Shan Chuan replied. After considerable effort, they discovered a method to dismantle the barrier and successfully acquired the soul weapon. Upon departing from the enigmatic mountain range, they ventured into the enchanting forest. It appears beautiful here, yet we cannot foresee the dangers that may lurk within, Ling Xue observed. Regardless, we must remain vigilant, Shan Chuan advised. Within the forest, they encountered a Qingmu 1 bird, aged 90,000 years, capable of manipulating plants for offense. Beware of the surrounding trees. Shan Chuan shouted. The Qingmu Wan's abilities ensnared them in peril as the trees relentlessly assaulted their group. This cannot continue. We must retaliate, Talon declared. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the Azure Phoenix, searching for vulnerabilities. I see it. Attack its wings, exclaimed Shan Chuan. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the Azure Phoenix. This victory is thanks to everyone's collaboration, Shan Chuan remarked. Deep within the forest, they stumbled upon a mysterious relic, which appeared to conceal immense secrets. After discovering a mysterious relic in the enchanted forest, the group, led by Shan Chuan, cautiously ventured inside. Everyone, be careful. There may be dangers lurking within, Shan Chuan whispered. Understood, the others replied in unison. Just as they entered the relic, a chilling gust of wind swept through, sending shivers down their spines. What kind of cursed place is this? Muttered the newly introduced character, Ajay. Suddenly, a 10,000-year-old spectral white tiger leaped from the shadows, its roar echoing ominously. Oh no, it's a formidable soul beast, exclaimed Ling Xue in alarm. The spectral white tiger unleashed its ability, Shadow Impact, its immense power forcing the group to retreat. Do not be afraid. Let us confront it together, shouted Shan Chuan. Witness my might, Flamestorm. Talon unleashed a powerful attack. However, the spectral white tiger's defenses were formidable, effortlessly withstanding their onslaught. This creature is too powerful. What shall we do? Ajay said, his voice tinged with panic. The mountains observed the movements of the ethereal white tiger with a calm demeanor and remarked, after each of its attacks, it pauses briefly. We must seize this opportunity to strike. With the close cooperation of the group, they finally discerned the flaw in the ethereal white tiger's defense and delivered a significant blow. After a fierce battle, the ethereal white tiger collapsed to the ground, allowing the mountains to begin absorbing its soul ring. Go for it, Shan Chuan. Ling Xue cheerfully provided protection from the sidelines. Once the soul ring was absorbed, the mountains felt a profound enhancement in strength. They continued their exploration of the ruins and stumbled upon an ancient tome inscribed with a mysterious skill. If we can master this skill, our power will grow even more formidable, Shan Chuan exclaimed with excitement. Just then, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, to master this skill, you must undergo a trial, the deity proclaimed. What kind of trial? Ajie inquired. The deity smiled gently and replied, within these ruins resides a purple gold qilin of 12,000 years. Only by defeating it will you gain the right to learn the skill. The group exchanged glances, yet there was not a hint of retreat in their eyes. They searched the ruins for the trace of the purple gold qilin and ultimately discovered it within a vast cavern. As soon as the qilin caught sight of them, it launched an attack with its skill, Thunderous Might, unleashing a barrage of lightning bolts upon them. Quick, evade! Shan Chuan shouted. The group darted left and right within the cavern, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. We cannot remain on the defensive. Let us all attack together, Tai Long urged. They unleashed their most powerful skills, engaging in a desperate struggle against the purple gold qilin. Throughout the battle, Shan Chuan continuously encouraged his companions, while Ling Xue tended to the wounded. After a long and arduous fight, they finally triumphed over the purple gold qilin. The deity appeared before them, stating, "You have passed the trial. You may now learn the mysterious skill." The group was filled with exhilaration as they began to study the new skill. Upon mastering it, they departed from the ruins and continued their adventures across Douluo Continent. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious island shrouded in thick mist, teeming with unknown dangers. Everyone, be cautious. This island feels quite unusual, Shan Chuan warned. Whatever, we've faced worse before, Ajie boldly declared. Just as they set foot on the island, they encountered an 8,000-year-old deep-sea dragon. The dragon leaped from the ocean, creating enormous waves. This creature will be a tough opponent, Tai Long exclaimed. Mountains and rivers spoke. Do not fear, we shall devise a plan together. In their battle against the deep-sea dragon, they encountered numerous challenges, yet they remained resolute and unwavering. Ultimately, they triumphed over the deep-sea dragon and continued their exploration of the island. In the depths of the island, they uncovered a sealed treasure, containing invaluable soul artifacts and soul rings. What a bountiful harvest! Exclaimed Ajie with exhilaration. However, just as they prepared to depart the island, members of the Soul Palace appeared, intent on seizing their treasure. Humph, you shall not take it from us, thundered mountains and rivers. A fierce battle erupted once more. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce battle against the denizens of the Soul Palace. The nefarious villains of the Soul Palace shall not seize what belongs to us, roared the mountains and rivers, their swords gleaming with a fierce radiance. The Soul Palace's minions chuckled darkly. Do you really think you can obstruct us? How presumptuous. Both sides unleashed their formidable skills, creating a dazzling display of light and a cacophony of thunderous echoes. The newly introduced character, Amin, sustained injuries during the fray, prompting Lingxue to rush to her aid. Amin, hold on, Lingxue cried out. Mountains and rivers stood resolutely against the relentless onslaught of the Soul Hall's forces. Come on, everyone. We cannot afford to lose. Shan Chuan rallied his companions with fervor. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the attackers from Soul Hall. Phew, we have finally driven them away. Talon gasped, breathless. Yet, the Soul Hall would undoubtedly not relent. We must swiftly enhance our strength, Shan Chuan remarked, his expression grave. They departed from the island, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon, they ventured deeper into the mysterious mountains. There, they encountered a flame phoenix, aged at an astonishing 150,000 years, whose formidable presence instilled a profound sense of despair among them. What shall we do? This flame phoenix is far too powerful. Amin expressed her trepidation. Shan Chuan reassured. Do not fear. We shall devise a way to confront this challenge together. The blazing phoenix unfurled its immense wings, exhaling searing flames, causing the surrounding temperature to soar instantaneously. Quick, take cover, Talon shouted. The crowd dispersed in haste, while Shan Chuan seized the opportunity to observe the phoenix's patterns of attack. I have discerned that after each fiery breath, it experiences a brief respite. We must strike during that moment, Shan Chuan declared. Following his guidance, the group coordinated their efforts to launch an assault. Behold my ice spirit arrow. Lingxue unleashed her ice magic, aiming to hinder the phoenix's movements. Through their collective endeavor, they ultimately identified the phoenix's vulnerability and triumphed in defeating it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the blazing phoenix, a process fraught with agony and trials. Mountains, you must succeed, Lingxue observed anxiously from the side. At long last, the mountains successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing their power. Subsequently, they ventured into the heart of the enchanted forest. There, a chaos beast of 200,000 years obstructed their path. What manner of monster is this? It appears fearsome, Ajie exclaimed. The chaos beast wielded formidable chaotic power, capable of distorting space itself. Everyone, be cautious. Do not allow yourselves to be ensnared by its might, Mountain warned. During the battle with the chaos beast, they encountered unprecedented challenges. What shall we do? It seems we are on the verge of